Chapter 1. The Commander in Peril. The qilin descends from the heavens. In the capital, the air was thick and stifling, making it difficult to breathe. Pinjin, the commander of the Jinui, a man of unparalleled influence, second only to the emperor himself, was on the verge of death. Bone corrosion. Such a sinister name. It sent chills racing through one's bones. The imperial physicians of the Royal Medical Institute, who typically strutted about with arrogance, were now utterly deflated. They knelt in the front hall of the Pai residence, silenced by dread. In the inner chamber, a cold voice suppressed its fury. The young emperor, Jianji, with reddened eyes, glared fiercely at the kneeling physicians. He longed to drag them out and behead them on the spot. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The head of the Royal Medical Institute wept bitterly, his forehead striking the ground with a thud. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. The commander. He has been poisoned with bone corrosion. This toxin is incurable, utterly incurable. 3 days. You expect me to wait 3 days? Jianji kicked over a nearby rosewood table, shattering the teacups into a cacophony of sound. Get out. All of you, get out and find a solution. If the commander suffers any misfortune within 3 days, I shall see to it that your entire families accompany him to the grave. The emperor's voice, though not loud, pierced the hearts of the physicians with terror. They crawled away in haste. The sky over the Pai residence had turned utterly dark. Pinjin had been poisoned while protecting the emperor. The meticulously planned assassination aimed at the emperor, but Pinjin had shielded him with his own body, taking the poisoned arrow. The emperor remained unharmed, yet he fell. Once the news broke, the capital erupted in chaos. The furious Emperor Jianji immediately ordered the city to be sealed off and the remnants of the assassins to be hunted down. Simultaneously, a royal decree was issued, offering a fortune in gold and priceless treasures to any who could cure the bone corrosion poison. In an instant, the entire realm of the DL dynasty was abuzz with the fate of the commander. Pinjin's political rivals, those courtiers who had long been suffocated under his power, must have been secretly reveling in their good fortune. With the commander incapacitated, they could finally hope to seize his authority and divide his power amongst themselves, a thought that brought them joy. In the harem, the consorts also began to scheme. Although the commander was a man with a tainted past, his immense power and strikingly handsome visage could not be overlooked. If they could send their own relatives into the Pai residence under the pretense of bringing good fortune, what if? What if the commander recovered? He was Pinjin, and as long as he lived, the girls sent him would become legitimate members of the Pai family, soaring to unimaginable wealth and status. Even if the commander did not survive, it was of little consequence. A man in a state of unconsciousness, barely clinging to life, could do little to those sent to him. A pure maiden could enter and emerge untouched. Later, she could be married off to a suitable suitor who would dare to speak ill of her. After all, this was the Pai residence. Such a transaction was bound to yield profit without loss. Bringing good fortune? The steward FB was incensed upon hearing such talk, his whiskers bristling in indignation. He stamped his foot. Utter nonsense. What kind of person is our commander that he should be sullied by those vile creatures? Are they wishing for the commander's recovery or cursing him to his death? Master Fu had watched Pei Tingyun grow since childhood. Their relationship, though formally that of a servant and master, was akin to that of father and son. This moment, he was consumed with anxiety, his eyes reddened like those of a rabbit, yet he scoffed at the notion of bringing joy. In his heart, the commander Pei Tingyun was as pure as a serene breeze, untainted and noble. However, rumors outside the mansion grew increasingly ominous. Whispers from the daughters of Deputy Zhang and Ministerly claimed that their girls possessed auspicious fortunes, capable of revitalizing the commander's spirit. The words were spoken with conviction, as if the threshold of the Pei residence were on the verge of being trampled. Master Fu was distressed to the point of his hair turning gray. Within the Pei estate, a shroud of despair enveloped everyone. The pungent scent of medicine mingled with an air of hopelessness. Just when all believed that the commander was doomed, an unexpected disturbance shattered the silence. Make way, make way. I possess a celestial elixir that can save the commander. A ragged old Taoist, his hair a wild tangle resembling a bird's nest, and his body filthy, barged into the Pei mansion, clutching something in his arms and raving incoherently. The stench emanating from him could be detected from afar, overwhelming the senses. Who is this madman? Get lost. The gatekeeper, upon witnessing the scene, rushed forward to shoo him away, his face contorted with disgust. How could someone dare to disrupt during such a dire time? Hey, you blind fools. What I hold is a heavenly treasure, a blessing that can save your master's life. If you delay, can you bear the consequences? The old Taoist pressed onward, his voice booming louder than that of the guards. As the guards prepared to force him out, Master Fu hurried out, already frazzled, and even more incensed by the commotion at the door. What is happening? His voice was hoarse. Master Fu, this mad Taoist insists he can save Lord Pei, the guard reported. Master Fu frowned as he assessed the old man. He appeared chaotic and unkempt, hardly resembling someone capable of delivering aid. However, when his gaze fell upon the bundle the Taoist was clutching, he paused slightly. Inside the swaddling was an infant girl, her delicate face emaciated yet astonishingly fair, her eyes tightly shut, and her long eyelashes hinting at an otherworldly refinement. Master Fu's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps this was a last desperate measure. What if, even if there was but a minuscule chance, he felt compelled to try? Let him in, he commanded. The guards exchanged glances, hesitating briefly before complying. The old Taoist chuckled gleefully, triumphantly cradling the infant as he entered, muttering incantations under his breath. Master Fu guided him to the threshold of Pei Tingyun's chamber. The heavy scent of medicine, mixed with an atmosphere of death, struck them immediately. Unfazed, the old Taoist thrust the infant into Master Fu's hands. Here, this is the birth of a qilin blessing of longevity. Treat her well, and she shall restore your master's vitality. Master Fu fumbled to grasp the tiny swaddling. Feeling its weightlessness, yet also its profound significance, he looked down to see the baby sleeping soundly, her lips adorably pursed. Taoist, you Master Fu began to inquire further. But before he could finish, the old man, laughing maniacally, turned and strode out, singing merrily, qilin child, treasure of fortune, rescuing the suffering from the sea of sorrow. Mad words no one believes. Yet in time, my power shall be known. As the sound gradually faded, the figures swiftly vanished beyond the estate's gates, leaving Uncle Fu in a group of servants, cradling an infant, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. What on earth is this? Uncle Fu. The maid beside him appeared utterly dazed, gazing at the weightless infant in his arms. The fleeting thought that had just surfaced was swiftly extinguished by his own resolve. He let out a bitter smile, realizing the folly of desperate measures, believing in anything in a time of urgency. Cradling the child, he took a deep breath and pushed open the door to Pei Tingyun's chamber. The room was shrouded in dim light, suffused with a stifling scent of medicine and despair. Pei Tingyun lay quietly on the bed, her complexion ashen, eyes firmly closed. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of her chest, she could easily be mistaken for a lifeless corpse. Perhaps due to the unfamiliar surroundings, the infant in Uncle Fu's arms suddenly pursed its lips. Its eyes blinked open, wide with curiosity. Uncle Fu's heart leapt to his throat, fearing that this little one might suddenly burst into wails, disturbing the already troubled commander within. Chapter 2. The auspicious infant disturbs the capital. Dragon heart ponders at the Pei residence. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated wailing did not ensue. The child merely opened her eyes. The depths of her dark, glistening orbs revealing a clarity that was almost unsettling as she gazed curiously at the feeble figure of Pei Tingyun on the bed. However, for the little Yulin, the atmosphere was far from tranquil. Upon awakening, she was engulfed by a thick, inky mist that enveloped everything in the room, viscous as if it were a swamp. Even more discomforting was the presence of a piercing, grayish-blue, deathly aura intermingled within the murk, as if it possessed a life of its own, frantically seeking to penetrate the indistinct silhouette on the bed. The figure appeared so frail. Yulin blinked, striving to discern more clearly. It was a dim, flickering golden halo, on the verge of extinguishment, smothered by layers of oppressive darkness and the sharpness of the deathly aura, as if it were about to vanish entirely in the next moment. A wave of discomfort washed over her, causing her small brow to furrow. This sensation was reminiscent of her inadvertent venture into a dark prison in the celestial realm, where she was surrounded by the cold, tainted atmosphere of imprisoned beasts. She found this place unappealing and was equally disenchanted by the dissipating essence emanating from the figure on the bed. Although she had yet to fully grasp the distinctions of the mortal realm, her instincts warned her that the dense darkness and deathly energy were exceedingly malevolent. Uncle Fu sensed a slight movement from the child in his arms and looked down to meet her extraordinary, clear gaze that seemed unearthly. Those eyes were fixated intently on Pei Tingyun, devoid of the usual infantile bewilderment, instead radiating a peculiar focus. An inexplicable tension gripped Uncle Fu's heart. Could this child truly be different? The tiny, delicate nose wrinkled slightly as Yulin opened her small, cherry-like mouth and gently inhaled. The inky and grayish aura swirling around Pei Tingyun, which had been causing discomfort, writhed violently, emitting a silent, piercing shriek before transforming into a sinister current that was wholly drawn into her petite abdomen. A faint golden light flickered around Yulin, vanishing as swiftly as it appeared. The entire process transpired in utter silence. Uncle Fu held his breath, utterly transfixed, not daring to exhale. He was oblivious to what had just transpired, yet felt as if the suffocating medicinal scent and deathly energy in the room had lessened. Was it merely an illusion? He abruptly shifted his gaze toward the bed. Upon this glance, Uncle Fu could hardly believe his eyes. On the bed, Pei Tingyun's previously rapid and barely audible breaths had, at this moment, become marginally steadier. Though still frail, the breath no longer carried the fragile quality of a thread that could snap at any time. Was it truly stabilizing? Though the change was exceedingly minute, Uncle Fu, having served Pei Tingyun for many years, was intimately aware of her condition. He could not misinterpret this subtle shift. Hope, weak yet tangible, ignited within him fervently. He trembled with excitement, cautiously cradling Yulin, as the flicker of hope within his heart blazed ever brighter. He hastily lowered his gaze to the miraculous infant in his arms. Unbeknownst to her, little Yulin remained blissfully unaware of the astonishment she had incited in the outside world. She merely pouted her delicate pink lips, squinting her eyes in satisfaction, as if she had just indulged in a delectable feast. Then, her tiny head nestled against Uncle Fu's arm, seeking comfort in slumber. Uncle Fu gently placed her in the warm chamber adjacent to Pei Tingyun's bedroom, assigning two of the most meticulous and reliable maids to care for her. Regardless of whether the child was genuine or merely a figment of the mad priest's ramblings, given the remarkable transformation he had just witnessed, he felt compelled to cherish this little ancestor. Suddenly, the Pei residence had acquired an infant delivered by an enigmatic mad priest. And this news spread like wildfire throughout the capital within mere hours. In a tavern, a storyteller paused his performance, lowering his voice. "Hey, have you heard? The commander is on the brink of death. And guess what? Today, a mad priest arrived at the Pei household, cradling an infant, claiming it to be a divine omen that could save the commander's life." The patrons below erupted in uproar. "Huh, what divine omen? It seems more like desperate remedies. Seeking a wild child to bring luck." Someone scoffed. In a tea house, several elderly men shook their heads in disbelief. How absurd. What can an infant possibly do? Is she meant to administer medicine to the commander? The commander of the Genie Way is a ruthless figure, decisive in his actions, one that even the king of hell would avoid. An infant? Perhaps they intend to use her as a teething toy. Debate and ridicule echoed through the streets, with many speculating that the mad priest harbored a grudge against the Pei family, deliberately sending a harbinger of misfortune to doom the commander. If Pei Tingyun were truly in dire straits, would he resort to such folly? Various conjectures and unabashed mockery fluttered like snowflakes toward the Pei residence, where this farcical drama was unfolding. Everyone craned their necks, eager to witness the Pei family's disgrace, anticipating how the once mighty Pei Tingyun would meet his end in such a ludicrous manner. This absurd news, of course, reached the palace without omission. In the Palace of Tranquil Hearts, Emperor Jingheng stood by the window, his golden dragon robe failing to conceal his growing agitation. Inside, a shadow guard knelt, having just reported the peculiar happenings at the Pei residence. Mad priest, infant, divine omen? He repeated, skepticism lacing his tone. The situation seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, as he contemplated the precarious state of Pei Tingyun's life, Jing Hung felt as if his heart was being tightly squeezed, rendering him breathless. He had already failed the Pei family. He could not allow Tingyun to perish as well. He was the sovereign, and Tingyun was his subject. Yet he was also the only brother to whom Jing Hung had ever entrusted his back. That bond of trust transcended the master-servant relationship. If there were any hope of saving Tingyun, he would not hesitate to embrace even a mad priestess infant, willing to seek divine intervention if necessary. With a sudden resolve, Jing Hung turned sharply. He would make his way to the Pei residence. The following day, at dawn, the emperor's grand procession made its way toward the Pei household, a formidable display of authority, with drums and gongs resounding, causing the early risers on the streets to kneel in reverence. Long live our emperor! The thunderous cheers echoed, underscoring the supreme authority of the sovereign. In front of the Pei residence, Uncle Fu led over 100 individuals from the household, all kneeling in a dense formation, trembling with fear and not daring to breathe. The previous day's incident involving the mad Taoist and the child had become a source of ridicule throughout the city. Today, with the emperor's personal visit, should the imperial countenance darken with wrath, the entire Pei household would face dire consequences. Stand up, came Jing Heng's voice, devoid of any discernible emotion. Supported by the chief eunuch, he descended from the dragon carriage and proceeded directly into the residence. Uncle Fu hastily rose, bowing as he led the way, his heart racing with anxiety, as if it might leap from his chest. "How is Pei Tingyun?" Jing Hung inquired, his pace quickening. "Your Majesty," Uncle Fu replied. "The commandant remains as he was." His voice was strained. However, it seems that his breathing last night was somewhat steadier than in previous days. Uncle Fu quickly added, seizing upon this solitary glimmer of hope. Jing Hung halted, casting a scrutinizing glance at Uncle Fu. "Is this truly the case? I would not dare deceive your majesty." The servant replied. The court physician also stated that while his pulse remains perilous, it appears to have stabilized slightly. Uncle Fu clung to this thread of optimism. Despite his doubts, Jing Hung remained silent, yet the furrow in his brow relaxed ever so slightly. The group soon arrived at Pei Tingyun's sickbed, where the pungent scent of medicine assailed their senses. Pei Tingyun lay there, his complexion alarmingly ashen, his lips chapped and devoid of any color. Jing Hung stood by the bedside, observing intently for an extended period. Indeed, upon closer inspection, Pei Tingyun's brows seemed to lack some of their previous lifelessness, now hinting at a faint glimmer of vitality. Though weak, this was nothing short of miraculous for one who had been declared unlikely to survive beyond 3 days. "What the infant?" Jing Hung suddenly inquired. Chapter 3. Rumors abound, the child fearless. The emperor's heart, singularly captivated by the qilin child, Uncle Fu felt a jolt of apprehension and promptly bowed. "Your Majesty, she is in the warm chamber. I shall have her brought forth at once." Shortly thereafter, a shrewd and capable wet nurse entered, briskly and steadily cradling a swaddled bundle. Inside the swaddling was Yulin, clearly having been meticulously cared for by Uncle Fu. She was clad in a delicate outfit fashioned from the softest cloud brocade. In the outer wrapping was a vibrant red satin embroidered with auspicious patterns symbolizing fortune and longevity. The little one, perhaps just awakening, opened her large, glistening eyes, sparkling like 2 freshly washed obsidian stones, pure and unblemished. She curiously surveyed her entirely unfamiliar surroundings. Eventually, her clear gaze settled upon the imposing figure of the man before her, adorned in a resplendent yellow dragon robe. She showed no signs of fear. Her tiny, delicate nose twitched slightly. In Yulin's still-dazed vision, this man stood apart from others. A brilliant, radiant golden aura enveloped him, within which wisps of purple vapor subtly ascended, signifying his extraordinary nobility. The aura of a true dragon son of heaven, young and vigorous. Amidst the dazzling golden light, Yulin also perceived gentle, soothing white wisps akin to the warmth of early spring sunshine. The light of virtue, rare indeed for a mortal. This mortal seemed quite admirable. Instinctively, the little qilin felt a sense of kinship. Her small mouth parted, emitting a soft, sweet coo, as if to greet him. Jing Hung, the reigning emperor of the Dali dynasty, had encountered countless beauties and witnessed grand spectacles throughout his life. His gaze fell upon the infant swaddled in fine satin, revealing only a delicate, fair face. Perhaps just awakened, her eyes sparkled with clarity untainted by the world. She neither cried nor fussed, simply observing him with an unflinching expression that radiated an inexplicable sense of intimacy. A long-held tension within Jing Hung inexplicably eased, akin to a parched land rejoicing in the arrival of rain, soothing his previously restless spirit. He extended his hand, the movement marked by the unusual clumsiness of an emperor, intermingled with a hint of anticipation he could not articulate. "Bring her closer, let me have a look." The wet nurse held her breath, cautiously presenting the infant Yulin to the emperor. Yulin blinked, gazing at the approaching Jing Hung, and with a surprising instinct, leaned toward him, resembling a small creature in search of warmth. In the next moment, her chubby little hand reached out, clumsily grasping the sleeve of Jing Heng's resplendent yellow dragon robe. A soft, almost inaudible sound escaped her lips, as if she wished to speak, her voice gentle and tender, like a feather brushing against the heart. Jing Hung was momentarily taken aback. He looked down at the tiny hand tugging at his sleeve and into those fearless, bright eyes. This little one was not afraid of him. At the age of 23, he was already the father of 3 princes, yet those boys, perhaps intimidated by his imposing demeanor, approached him with utmost caution, hardly daring to breathe in his presence. None had the audacity to grasp his sleeve as she did, nor the courage to meet his gaze. They were like wooden dolls, and their demeanor vexed him. Suddenly, a low, rumbling laughter erupted from his chest, imbued with uncontainable joy. What a serendipitous connection! He extended his long fingers, gently brushing against Yulin's soft cheek, the warmth of her skin igniting a flicker of warmth deep within his heart. Could this child truly be a blessing bestowed by the heavens? With a smile, the once tense atmosphere in the room dissipated entirely. Fu Bo and the attendants collectively exhaled in relief. Fu Guanshi, Jing Hung said, cradling Yulin, increasingly convinced of their bond. This child is endowed with extraordinary grace. I perceive a countenance that speaks of fortune. Regardless of whether she can alleviate the tribulations of Ting Yun, let her be raised well by the Pei household. All necessary expenses shall be drawn from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. He paused, his gaze lingering on Yulin contemplatively. I shall bestow upon her a name. Yu, representing flawless jade. Lin, signifying the auspicious qilin. Henceforth, she shall be called Yulin. Yulin, Yulin, Jing Hung silently repeated in his mind, finding the name perfectly fitting. As his words resonated through the room, a collective gasp echoed among the gathered, their astonishment palpable. Not only would the Pei household nurture this child, but the emperor himself had conferred upon her a name bearing the imperial lineage, an honor reserved for the royal bloodline. A mysterious infant delivered by a mad priest had, in an instant, ascended to become a treasured gem in the emperor's eyes. Fu Bo, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling as he knelt deeply, bowing before the emperor. The servant humbly expressed gratitude to his majesty on behalf of the commander and the child. Please rise. Jing Hung, in high spirits, amused himself with the jade-like infant in his arms, finding great delight in her presence. In the future, I shall often come to visit her. The mad Taoist was soon summoned again, appearing in his usual disheveled and eccentric manner. Jing Hung personally inquired, hoping to extract valuable information regarding the origins of the jade infant. The old Taoist merely chuckled foolishly, repeating the cryptic phrases about the secrets of heaven being unspeakable and that those of noble birth have their own benefactors. Unable to elicit any substantial answers, Jing Hung's patience wore thin, though he recognized the unpredictability of such eccentric individuals. After a moment of contemplation, he whispered a few words to the chief eunuch beside him, indicating that hidden guards should be assigned to monitor the Taoist's subsequent movements. On the surface, he ordered some silver to be given to the old man, requesting his departure from the capital. After all, The safety of Yun and the adorable child in his embrace took precedence over the musings of a mad Taoist. Receiving the silver, the old man made no delay, singing a nonsensical tune as he departed. The qilin descends, fortune unfolds. The dark star encounters the lucky star and falters. The true dragon recognizes true treasure, and thus the nation's fortune ascends to the heavens. As his voice faded into the distance, those who had gathered to witness the ridicule of the Pei household stood in stunned silence. Families who had hoped to send their daughters to bring good fortune were seething with envy, their eyes turning red with jealousy. Why should a wild child, found by a mad Taoist, receive such favor from the emperor? Not long after the emperor's carriage had left, the grand vermilion door of the Pei residence closed tightly, and whispers about the origins of this heavenly bestowed, noble girl began to circulate in the homes of those in the capital who held grudges against the Pei family. Among them the likes of Deputy Minister Zhang and Minister Li. "Have you heard?" Someone murmured in a low voice from the corner of a tea house. "The origins of that infant from the Pei household are indeed suspicious." "Indeed," replied another, their tone laden with intrigue. "The mad Taoist brought her. Who knows her true background? The emperor may have conferred a name, but the commander of the Pei household has yet to confirm anything." He paused, contemplating. What if the child's origins are too enigmatic? Even with the emperor's bestowed name, who can ascertain if her lineage is pure? Could the words of that mad Taoist merely be a cover for something more sinister? "Hush!" The first speaker gestured for silence. "The emperor's words are sacrosanct. We cannot dare speculate. I did not imply anything else." The second speaker chuckled awkwardly. "It just seems peculiar that someone of the commander's stature would rely on an infant." These words flowed like an undercurrent, subtle yet surging with quiet intensity. Those who could not bear to see Pei Tingyun thrive, yet dared not openly defy the emperors, will found new pretext. Figures like Deputy Minister Zhang and Minister Li naturally fanned the flames from the shadows. No one would openly assert that the child was a harbinger of misfortune. But the winds of gossip began to change discreetly. The focus shifted from the child herself to her origins. Who could ascertain the provenance of that mad Taoist? With unclear intentions, he had brought forth an infant. What if she harbored something unclean? Chapter 4. Whispers in the Streets. Fortune bestowed upon the qilin babe in the tea houses and taverns of the capital. The streets buzz with discussions surrounding the infant girl bestowed with a name by the emperor. What began as curiosity and admiration has morphed into suspicion and disdain. There are even obstinate censors, whether genuinely concerned for the nation's welfare or merely puppets in a political scheme, who have prepared memorials to impeach the Pei household for their deceptive words, demanding the emperor rescind his decree. Outside the gates of the Pei residence, an invisible clamor seems palpable. The atmosphere within the estate is particularly oppressive. Some timid servants whisper about Yulin in hushed tones, their eyes betraying a mix of fear and contempt. Even more troubling, a few have harbored sinister thoughts, intending to stealthily remove Yulin under the cover of night. Fortunately, Uncle Fu intervened just in time, brutally punishing the treacherous servants and selling them off, thus temporarily quelling the unrest within the house. Such scoundrels! The commander has not yet fallen, yet they dare to stir chaos? Uncle Fu trembles with rage, aware, however, that this merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. As long as the commander remains unconscious, peace will elude the Pei household. Yet for little Yulin, all of this seems separated by an invisible barrier. The venomous speculations and harsh rumors outside are completely inaudible to her. They do not weigh on her heart in the slightest. The malice of those around her manifests only as slightly uncomfortable, grayish auras. Yet, as they approach, they're dispersed by her innate, warm fortune, rendering them incapable of affecting her. In contrast to those tedious voices, the sparrows flitting outside the window and the ants slowly traversing the corner are far more intriguing. She remains the same little babe who eats and sleeps, and when awake, she gazes at the world with her round, curious eyes. What perplexes her most? Perhaps it is the dense, cold darkness enveloping Pei Tingyun as she lies beside his bed, although it brings her some comfort and earns her merit. Its taste pales in comparison to the sweetness of the candied hawthorn she yearns for. And, oh, how she longs for a taste of earthly candied hawthorn. Alas, she is too small to indulge, relegated to mere observation. Uncle Fu, gazing at Yulin's innocent face while recalling the harsh words spoken outside, feels a deep pang of sorrow. All he can do is protect her more diligently. Each day, he cradles Yulin and takes her to Tingyun's chamber for a while. He asks for nothing more than for her lively spirit to infuse some vitality into the ailing commander. Strangely, Yulin appears to have a unique attachment to Tingyun's bedroom. Upon entering, despite the lingering medicinal scents that would typically discomfort a child, she settles down quietly, not crying or fussing, as if something within that room captivates her. With her clear, bright eyes wide open, she curiously observes the still figure lying on the bed. Occasionally, she stretches her chubby little hand toward the cool, lifeless fingers that dangle at the edge of the bed. The touch is frigid and void of warmth. Yet Yulin does not mind. She grasped that finger and pressed it against her cheek. It was icy cool, and she emitted a faint gurgling sound. In her own whimsical manner, she seemed to dispel the lingering aura of death. Days passed by. Remarkably, Pei Tingyun had endured beyond the 3-day limit set by the imperial physician. Each day, the physicians who came to check his pulse were left in astonishment. A miracle, indeed a miracle. Although the bone-corroding poison within the commander's body had yet to be eradicated, its spread had been remarkably halted. Furthermore, the commander's once debilitated organs exhibited subtle signs of recovery. The physicians gathered, poring over medical texts, yet remained utterly perplexed. Officially, they could only attribute this to the divine favor of the great Li or to the commander's extraordinary will, believing that fortunate individuals are blessed by the heavens. As for the young Miss Yulin, who had been personally bestowed her name by the emperor, though whispers circulated among the people, none dared to directly link the commander's improvement with an infant, for such a notion was too absurd and without solid evidence. No one would dare speak freely before the emperor. Only Uncle Fu silently observed all these changes, etching them into his heart. He understood better than anyone when these positive transformations commenced. Indeed, from the moment Yulin arrived at the Pei residence and into the commander's presence. The words of the mad priest, the emperor's inexplicable favor, and the miracles unfolding around the commander only strengthened Uncle Fu's conviction that Yulin was the commander's savior, the hope of the Pei household. Oh, poor young heir. Uncle Fu closed his eyes. He still vividly recalled the bloodshed at the Pei residence years ago, when a life-saving medal obtained through military merit had spared only the heiress' life. He remembered how he had unearthed the heir from amidst the corpses in a mass grave, where he lay barely clinging to life. Heaven above, now that your eyes have opened and bestowed this glimmer of hope, I beseech you, have mercy upon the young heir. Do not let him perish. His life has been filled with suffering, too much suffering. Thus, he guarded Yulin with utmost care. Each day, he personally monitored Yulin's diet and daily activities, ensuring only the finest and cleanest nourishment and utensils were provided, fearful that this little ancestor might encounter even the slightest mishap. Meanwhile, on Emperor Jingheng's side, although he did not immediately thunderously refute the swirling rumors circulating in the streets, it seemed he was observing the situation, perhaps dismissing the petty gossip as beneath his concern. This only emboldened those waiting for the Pei residence and Yulin to falter. They believed the emperor might even regret his decision, merely hindered by the weight of his own words from altering orders at a whim. Yet, unbeknownst to them, every few days, gifts from the palace were sent to the Pei residence. Premium milk, reportedly tribute from the western regions, was delivered fresh daily, exclusively for Yulin. Various exquisite toys, rattles, rocking horses, and intricate puzzles filled the warm chambers. Additionally, splendid silks and satins, the latest offerings from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, were expressly designated for crafting garments for the young Miss Yulin. This display of imperial favor was undoubtedly a resounding slap in the face to those who harbored ill intentions. How peculiar it all was. The officials who fervently spread rumors and incited the populace to create unrest have recently encountered a string of misfortunes. One suffered an inexplicable fall, landing unceremoniously on the ground, losing a tooth in the process. Another scalded his tongue with freshly boiled water during tea time, rendering him speechless for several days. A certain antiques-loving minister witnessed his prized Qinghua porcelain vase tumble from its shelf, shattering into countless pieces, leaving him in anguish as he clutched his chest in despair. Even the censor who previously clamored for impeachment reportedly took a tumble at home, spraining his wrist. The hastily drafted memorial was marred with ink stains, making its submission impossible for the time being. Although these mishaps were not life-threatening, their frequency stirred unease within them. Consequently, the momentum of the rumors inexplicably diminished. On a sunny afternoon, the warmth enveloped the surroundings, brightening spirits. Yulin, having just finished her milk, had a round belly. Uncle Fu cradled her, gently patting her back. The little one let out a soft burp, contented. Feeling at ease, she squinted her eyes and nuzzled her head against Uncle Fu's garment. His rough hands paused momentarily, warmth flickering in his eyes. This child was undeniably charming. He carried Yulin toward Pei Tingyun's chamber, steadfast in his belief in the child, regardless of external chatter. The medicinal scent lingered in the room, yet the oppressive heaviness had noticeably lightened. Yulin was gently placed on the small bed beside Pei Tingyun. Unfazed, she reached out her tiny arms, instinctively grasping Pei Tingyun's fingers that hung over the edge of the bed. In her own way, she pressed against the cool digits, babbling happily to herself. Uncle Fu stood nearby, a rare faint smile gracing his weathered face. This had been their daily routine. The commander lay quietly while the little miss chirped away, providing a semblance of solace. Suddenly, in a fleeting moment, Pei Tingyun's finger, which Yulin had pressed against her cheek, twitched slightly, observed closely by Uncle Fu. It was a barely perceptible motion. Had he not been vigilant, he might have dismissed it as an illusion. The hint of a smile on Uncle Fu's face froze in disbelief. Was he perhaps experiencing failing eyesight? He leaned closer, holding his breath, eyes wide in astonishment, fixated on that hand. It remained still. Could he have misjudged? Yulin seemed to sense something amiss, halting her playful antics. She lifted her head, her bright eyes first inspecting Pei Tingyun's fingers, then shifting to behold Pei Tingyun's still pale visage. It appeared that this person had moved. In that moment, time seemed to suspend. The next instant, that pale finger twitched again, this time with a greater amplitude. Following this, Pei Tingyun's long, delicate eyelashes fluttered gently. Uncle Fu's heart raced, lodged firmly in his throat. He could even hear the thunderous beat of his own heart. Under the watchful gaze of Uncle Fu and Yulin, Pei Tingyun's eyes, which had been tightly shut for several days, gradually, oh so slowly, opened. At first, his gaze appeared somewhat dazed and hollow. The light was rather blinding, prompting him to instinctively squint. Then, his attention fell upon a cherubic little figure at the bedside, whose curious, large eyes were fixed upon him. Pei Tingyun's brow slightly furrowed, barely perceptibly. Uncle Fu trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face, his lips quivering, yet he could not utter a single word. Cough, cough, cough. A dry, rasping cough escaped Pei Tingyun's throat. Subsequently, a voice, hoarse and as rough as a broken gong, resonated in the silent room, tinged with a hint of bewilderment from waking. He tilted his head slightly to gaze at the diminutive figure. What is this little creature? Pei Tingyun's voice was hoarse, burdened by a long silence. His head throbbed painfully, and he felt utterly drained of strength. His consciousness wavered on the edge of chaos, and he struggled to gain clarity. What first greeted his eyes was a rosy little being. The small creature stared at him with glistening eyes, a tiny hand grasping his finger, rubbing against the back of his hand. The soft, warm touch carried the scent of milk. Pei Tingyun's brow twitched imperceptibly. Who had the audacity to place an unknown infant at his bedside? He was Pei Tingyun, the formidable commander of the Jinyu during the Great Li dynasty. Having ascended from the son of a condemned criminal, treading upon countless bones and stained with unremovable blood. The deep-seated enmity of the Pei family, with its 173 members, weighed heavily upon his heart. Since the massacre of his family, he had not known a single night of peaceful sleep. With closed eyes, he was haunted by visions of raging flames and pools of crimson, excruciating pain, and piercing cries. Such days had driven him nearly to madness. His insomnia often left him with splitting headaches, rendering his temperament dark and unpredictable. This time, after being poisoned and falling into a coma, he was acutely aware of having plunged into an endless nightmare. Cold despair, frenzied slaughter, and those memories he wished to forget tormented his mind repeatedly. Approximately 3 days prior, just as he felt he was about to be consumed by darkness, a strange warm current silently infiltrated his consciousness. The warmth was gentle and soft, yet it bore a tender strength that dissipated the blood-soaked chill that had entangled him, soothing the turmoil and anxiety that had long resided in his soul. It allowed his frayed nerves a moment to breathe. Now, awakening to see the little creature tugging at his fingers, his first reaction was not fury, but scrutiny, an icy, piercing examination unique to the commander of the Jinui. Who is this little one? Why is she here? Yulin seemed to sense Pei Tingyun's awakening. She blinked her clear, bright eyes undeterred by his cold gaze, and broke into a toothless grin, cooing at him. Then she clutched his finger tightly, her little head nuzzling against his hand with increasing delight. The gentle, warm sensation reached deep into his heart. Pei Tingyun wanted to withdraw his hand, but his weakened body lacked even the strength to lift a finger. Strangely enough, as the small child made contact, an unprecedented sense of comfort, akin to the gentle warmth of spring sunshine, flowed languidly through his limbs. The weariness and restlessness that originated from the depths of his soul were curiously soothed by this diminutive touch. Gazing into the pure, untainted eyes of the child, a fissure seemed to appear on the eternally stoic face of Pei Tingyun. A tumult of complex emotions surged within his gaze. His vigilance and aversion towards this tiny being began to waver imperceptibly. "Young master, you have awakened. At long last, you are awake." Old Fu could no longer contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face as he fell to his knees beside the bed, overwhelmed with excitement and incoherence. Heaven has opened its eyes. Heaven has opened its eyes. Pei Tingyun shifted his gaze from the child to Old Fu, his brow slightly furrowed. "Old Fu." His voice was hoarse, yet bore a newfound clarity. Old Fu wiped away his tears and promptly summarized the child's origins, the emperor's bestowed name, and the recent events within and outside the residence. He emphasized the subtle yet positive changes in Pei Tingyun's health since the child's arrival. His Majesty remarked that this child is exceptionally gifted and bears a visage of fortune, hence the name Yulin was conferred, and I, as an old servant, dare to keep Miss Yulin by your side. Young master, your condition has truly stabilized day by day. Old Fu's sincerity was palpable, his eyes filled with hope. Pei Tingyun listened quietly, his profound gaze revealing no discernible emotion. A mad priest? The birth of a qilin? The emperor's bestowed name? Absurd in the extreme. Yet, he was most aware of his physical state prior to his unconsciousness. The insidious poison was overwhelmingly potent, leaving the Imperial Medical Bureau helpless. He had thought death was inevitable. The fact that he could awaken now was indeed peculiar. He glanced once more at the small child who continued to grasp his finger tightly. Yulin seemed oblivious to their conversation, engrossed in gnawing at his knuckles, occasionally smacking her lips in delight. Pei Tingyun remained silent for a moment, then softly acknowledged. "I understand." Old Fu breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the young master had, at least for now, accepted the situation. "I shall go fetch a meal and summon the imperial physician to examine you." Overjoyed, Old Fu hurriedly departed. After Old Fu's hurried exit, Pei Tingyun slightly closed his eyes, seemingly in meditation. Moments later, he opened them again, the sharp, cold intensity of a Jinui commander returning to his gaze. Li Chun, his voice was low, carrying an undeniable authority. A shadow appeared at the side of the bed, silent and ghostly, kneeling on one knee. "Master." The newcomer was Li Chun, the head of the 24 dark guards, tall and handsome, though his eyes were calm as water, concealing a latent sharpness. "Child, what have you discovered?" Pei Tingyun inquired, casting a glance at the small Yulin by the bed. Li Chun bowed his head, replying to the master. "That day, Steward Fu insisted on bringing Mississippi Yulin close to you, claiming it was related to your safety. Given your perilous condition at the time, and the imperial physician's inability to assist, we did not dare to obstruct Steward Fu's final hope and chose instead to monitor closely, prepared to respond to any unusual occurrences. Subsequently, we indeed observed a slight stabilization in your condition compared to before. We acted without your permission, and for that, we humbly request your punishment. Pei Tingyun gave a non-committal hum. This group of shadow guards, whom he had nurtured himself, were undoubtedly loyal. Their choice not to intervene was certainly based on their own reasoning. Continue, he instructed. Spring, the shadow guard, reported that Meng Zhong had personally pursued the Taoist who delivered the young Lady Yulin. This Taoist, clad in tattered garments and exhibiting a mad demeanor, had ventured eastward after exiting the city gates. Meng Zhong, renowned for his exceptional lightness of foot and his proficiency in certain tracking techniques, found that the old Taoist, despite his apparent madness, moved in a most peculiar manner, twisting and turning before vanishing into a dense thicket like a wisp of smoke. Meng Zhong scoured the forest for 3 days without uncovering any trace, as though the man had never existed. Vanished in a thin air, Pei Tingyun's gaze deepened. To elude his top shadow guards so effortlessly was no feat of an ordinary, deranged Taoist. The origins of this little creature were indeed extraordinary. While conversing with Spring, Pei Tingyun made no effort to conceal his discussion from Yulin. The little one was blissfully unaware of the secrets being shared. She remained engrossed in playing with Pei Tingyun's fingers, her small form perched on the bed's edge, her tiny bottom bobbing playfully. Occasionally, she would lift her head, her big, curious eyes glancing at Spring, and then, with a beaming smile, she would reveal her delight to the stoic shadow guard. Spring's posture stiffened momentarily, his throat constricting. Chapter 6. The celestial little qilin. Collecting meritorious deeds in the mortal realm, it felt as if a soft, furry paw had gently scratched his heart, a sensation both ticklish and numbing. This shadow guard, known for his calm and steadfast demeanor in the face of peril, now shifted his gaze uncomfortably. Before his master, he dared not lose composure, yet the tension in his face softened imperceptibly. For all his fearlessness in the face of blades and fire, he found himself utterly disarmed by the charm of this soft, furry little creature, especially as she smiled at him. Pei Tingyun observed the subtle changes in Spring's expression with keen interest. A flicker of amusement danced in his cool eyes. This subordinate was indeed intriguing. Since no leads had surfaced, it seemed this little being might truly offer him some benefit. He decided to keep her around for the time being, curious to discover what this so-called qilin might bring him. Lowering his gaze, he focused on the fingers now clasped in the tiny grasp of Yulin, which moved slightly, almost imperceptibly. A fortunate star? Or yet another abyss? In his eyes, a profound and inscrutable light glimmered. Yulin, engrossed in nibbling Pei Tingyun's fingers, swayed her little head, oblivious to the conversation between him and Spring. From time to time, she would glance up and flash a smile at Spring, and upon noticing a shift in the shadow guard's expression, she would return to her important task. The mortal world was truly delightful. Once Pei Tingyun concluded his conversation with Spring, the shadow guard exited the room silently. Yulin looked up at Pei Tingyun, who met her gaze. Their eyes locked, one pair cold and profound, the other pure and unblemished. Yulin reciprocated with a grin. Pei Tingyun frowned slightly, a flicker of an inexplicable emotion crossing his features. After playing for a while, Yulin began to feel drowsy. She had absorbed too much stagnant energy, leaving her little belly full. The presence of this person remained unfamiliar to her, consuming a considerable amount of her spiritual energy. Her little head gradually drooped, her eyelids growing heavier, as she succumbed to sleep. When Uncle Fu entered the room, this was the scene he beheld. Little Yulin was sprawled over the bed's edge, one chubby hand still clutching Pei Tingyun's finger, her head hanging low, emitting faint snores. Uncle Fu approached quietly, gently lifting her in his arms, preparing to take her back to the warm pavilion. Pei Tingyun followed the small figure with her gaze, her expression inscrutable. In Uncle Fu's embrace, Yulin drowsily opened her eyes for a fleeting moment, casting a glance at Pei Tingyun. So sleepy. Yet, there remains a great deal of deathly aura surrounding this person. I shall return tomorrow to absorb it. She drifted back into a deep slumber. Within her sea of consciousness, Yulin separated a strand of her spirit. Is the Emperor there? Where have you gone? No reply echoed back. The sea of consciousness remained silent. Emperor, where have you disappeared to? Yulin called out anxiously. She pouted, feeling a touch of grievance. The Emperor is cruel. He promised me candied hawthorn, yet left me here and ran off. The glowing figure, enveloped in dark mist, appeared pitiful to her. She yearned to ask if it were possible to save that person who was shrouded in deathly energy, hanging by a thread. Yet to her, he was unique, surrounded by a brilliant golden halo. Though the halo was devoured by the dark aura, it continued to burn fiercely. Such a person should not perish. Should they? But what could she do if the Emperor remained unresponsive? Just as Yulin was in a flurry of distress, a flash of golden light suddenly illuminated her sea of consciousness. A stunningly graceful woman emerged. Goddess! Yulin exclaimed with delight. The goddess smiled gently, caressing Yulin's spirit. Little Yulin, cease your search for the Emperor. What is wrong with him? Yulin inquired. He's quite occupied. Occupied with what? He promised to take me for candied hawthorn, yet he abandoned me. Yulin complained, her voice filled with indignation. The goddess's smile deepened. The Emperor sent you to the mortal realm without consulting anyone. The goddess shook her head with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Your father has indeed acted rather hastily this time. Presently, the documents in the Wenhua Hall are piling up, and the southern gate of the Heavenly General requires repairs. Even the Sea Dragon Kings have voiced their grievances. He is preoccupied with these matters. Everyone is rather displeased, which is why the Emperor is busy putting out fires. Yulin blinked, comprehending only partially. Oh, goddess. May I ask something? Speak, little Yulin. That person is heavily engulfed in deathly aura. Can I help him absorb it? Would changing his fate go against the will of heaven? When she was in the heavens, she had heard the celestial beings say that one should not meddle in mortal affairs, as it would disrupt the cycle of cause and effect. The goddess shook her head, smiling. Silly child, pursue what you wish to do. I will ensure your safety. There is no need to force what cannot be done. Your elder brothers and sisters in the upper realm are eagerly awaiting your return. Seek their assistance whenever necessary. The goddess raised her delicate finger, touching Yulin's spirit. A gentle stream of golden light slowly flowed into Yulin's being. This is a fragment of the life-giving energy I have nurtured, which will assist you in cultivating vitality and supporting your acts of kindness. How to utilize it will require your gradual understanding, guided by your own merits. Having spoken, the goddess prepared to depart. Goddess, Yulin hurriedly called out to her. How can I accumulate enough merits to return? The goddess turned back, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mirth. By performing good deeds in the mortal realm, you will naturally accumulate merits. To save more lives and assist others will naturally cultivate one's virtue. Furthermore, the individual you have chosen is indeed extraordinary. Remaining close to them will yield unexpected rewards. The figure of the celestial queen gradually faded away. Yulin wished to inquire further, but could only watch as the golden light dissipated, leaving her consciousness in silence. Alas! Once again, the celestial beings above enjoy leaving us in suspense. However, since the celestial queen has spoken, I shall boldly assist this person in dispelling their negative energy. After the celestial queen departed from Yulin's consciousness, she returned to the Lingxiao Palace. With a gentle sigh, she cast her gaze upon the mortal realm. Little Yulin is the only surviving qilin in a millennium. This 1,000-year span has been marked by incessant warfare, with demons wreaking havoc. The qilin, a symbol of fortune, often faces demise at birth. As mortals gradually lose their faith, the spiritual essence of the world diminishes. In such turbulent times, the qilin struggles to survive. With the depletion of spiritual energy, a vicious cycle ensues. Thus, Yulin came to be. She is the sole young qilin preserved by the celestial beings above. Raised in the heavenly realm, she has been cherished by the celestial beings. Everyone understands she must eventually descend to the mortal realm, yet they are reluctant to part with her. Hence, the Emperor's silent decision to send Yulin down resulted in the wrath of the celestial beings. Oh, Emperor, you have truly caused a stir this time. The celestial queen shook her head and chuckled. Even the usually gentle fairy Furong turned the newly planted celestial herb garden by the Yaoqi upside down, lamenting that the emperor should witness the fruits of his labor wasted. Alas, it is no wonder they are upset. The following morning, Yulin opened her eyes. She found herself resting on a warm and comfortable little bed, feeling invigorated. That person shrouded in dark energy should be able to disperse even more today. Making him a bit more comfortable will surely enhance my virtue. She babbled cheerfully, her tiny hands and feet moving restlessly. The nurse by her side immediately approached, dressed her in fresh clothing, and fed her milk. Yulin blinked her eyes. The healing power bestowed by the celestial queen had now fused with her original essence. Today, it is time to showcase my divine abilities. Carry me. Hurry and carry me to see that cold-hearted individual. Yulin silently shouted in her heart, while only sounds of cooing escaped her lips. Her adorable demeanor made the nurse smile broadly, as she hurriedly cradled her to meet Uncle Fu. Upon seeing her, Uncle Fu's eyes instantly brightened. Little Yulin has awakened? He gently took Yulin from the nurse's arms. The commander is feeling much better today and has been waiting to see you. Cradling Yulin, Uncle Fu made his way to Pei Tingyun's chamber. In his embrace, Yulin squirmed with impatience, her tiny limbs in constant motion. Uncle Fu looked down at her, his eyes filled with affection. This child is truly a little blessing. Chapter 7. The Cold-Faced Commander. A glimpse of fatherly love, Uncle Fu lowered his voice as he entered the room with Yulin in his arms. Little Yulin immediately sensed the familiar oppressive energy within the room had lightened significantly, and she excitedly wriggled her little body. Pei Tingyun leaned against the headboard, a pile of scrolls strewn across the small table in front of him. He was clad in a moon-white robe, his dark hair loosely tied back, with a few strands falling across his forehead. The usual sharpness in his demeanor was replaced by a hint of languor, a result of his recent illness. Having awakened just a day prior, his complexion had improved considerably. The face that once appeared pale as paper now bore a hint of color. His slightly furrowed brow reflected a blend of focus and fatigue. "My lord, young Master Yulin has awakened and wishes to see you," Fu Bao reported softly. Pei Tingyun raised his gaze, his eyes landing on the tiny figure cradled in Fu Bao's arms, and nodded slightly. Fu Bao placed Yulin on a small bed beside the larger one and bowed as he exited the room. Yulin sat on the little cot, her bright, glistening eyes fixed intently on Pei Tingyun. Her small hand waved in a gentle motion, seemingly beckoning him to embrace her. Pei Tingyun's brow twitched ever so slightly, and he stiffly turned his face away, pretending not to notice. Yulin cooed softly, her little arms waving more energetically towards him. His gaze flitted between the documents before him and the small child, oscillating back and forth. Eventually, he set the scroll aside. With a long arm, he lifted Yulin onto his lap. The soft, warm bundle nestled against him, causing Pei Tingyun's entire body to stiffen. This sensation of softness was something he had not experienced for many years. Since the fall of the Pei family, he had become like a drawn sword, cold, sharp, and unapproachable. Within a 3-foot radius, none dared to act recklessly. The notion of indulging in playful affection felt utterly absurd. Yet this little one, unafraid, nestled in his embrace, gazed up at him with a golden aura much brighter than the day before, beaming a sweet smile. That smile was pure and unblemished, devoid of any trace of dust. A long-lost warmth spread from his chest. It seemed that the icy mountain within Pei Tingyun melted ever so slightly at this moment, thawed by the child's gentle warmth. "How old is this child?" Pei Tingyun suddenly inquired, his voice carrying a hint of an unexpected huskiness. Fu Bao, who had just retreated to the door, immediately turned back. A smile adorned his face as he replied, "Young master, the nurse has assessed her to be approximately 1 year old. What can she eat?" Pei Tingyun asked casually, yet his gaze remained glued to Yulin. "Rice porridge, and she particularly enjoys warm goat's milk," Fu Bao answered. Pei Tingyun nodded. "Are there suitable clothes available in the manor?" "Yes," Fu Bao replied. "This child has delicate skin and must be dressed in soft fabrics, with careful attention." At this, Pei Tingyun, almost unconsciously, gently touched Yulin's small face with his finger. Indeed, it was soft and delicate. Yulin giggled, grasping his finger and rubbing it against her cheek. A flicker of softness passed through Pei Tingyun's eyes, nearly imperceptible. Seeing this, Fu Bao could not resist speaking further. Since this little one arrived, the manor has been filled with joy. Those who treat her will either gain wealth or recover from illness. Those who mistreat her encounter misfortune. Just the other day, the steward who looked down upon Miss Yulin was chased home by dogs, his trousers torn to shreds. And the maid who called her a harbinger of doom had her hair in such disarray the following day that it could not be tamed. Pei Tingyun listened quietly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the small child in his lap. Fu Bao's words faded into the background, only Yulin's movements capturing his attention. She wriggled on his lap, seemingly understanding something, resting her small face against his leg and closing her eyes. Pei Tingyun hesitated for a moment, then reached out, gently patting her back. The motion felt somewhat awkward, yet was unusually tender. Yulin emitted a contented hum, raising her little face to reveal another sweet smile directed at Pei Tingyun. A faint smile graced Pei Tingyun's lips. Very well, you may leave, he gestured dismissively. Uncle Fu bowed and retreated, casting a furtive glance back before exiting. He beheld the usually aloof heir, gently poking the cherubic face of the little girl, Yulin, with a single finger. Uncle Fu's heart swelled with joy. How delightful it was, this pair of contrasting ages. Pei Tingyun gazed at the child playing innocently on his lap, a surge of complex emotions stirring within him. He tenderly stroked Yulin's soft hair, his eyes gradually deepening in thought. She was the first in many years to show no fear of him, the first to instill a sense of tranquility in his heart. He recalled Uncle Fu's words and, in a moment of reverie, felt that this desolate mansion had suddenly acquired a touch of warmth and liveliness. Yulin, he murmured softly, the smile at the corners of his mouth deepening. Perhaps she truly was a harbinger of good fortune. In the afternoon, as Pei Tingyun regained his strength, he began to attend to state affairs. Li Chun, he called softly. A shadow materialized with ghostly grace, kneeling on one knee. Master, how goes the investigation into the assassination? Pei Tingyun's tone was icy, imbued with authority. Li Chun bowed his head. In response to the master, the Imperial Guards have already scrutinized the suspicious individuals in the capital. The arrows indeed bore a rare poison from the western regions, yet the craftsmanship of the arrowheads reflects the style of the Great Zhou. The techniques appear mixed, seemingly intended to obfuscate the truth. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Pei Tingyun's eyes. Is there a direction to pursue? There are several suspects, though evidence is lacking. The primary suspect is Chun Zheng, a vice commander under General Yang from the northwest, Li Chun replied. Pei Tingyun nodded. Continue the investigation. Ensure the truth is revealed. Understood. Li Chun rose to his feet. Wait, Pei Tingyun continued. Summon Deputy Commander Shun Fong and the northern town as Captain Wei Qi to meet with me. As you command. Li Chun acknowledged, his figure vanishing silently. Before long, steady footsteps echoed from outside. Wei Qi and Shun Fong entered side by side. Upon crossing the threshold, both men froze abruptly, their gazes fixed upon Pei Tingyun, who was seated languidly against a couch. Noticing the improvement in his complexion, their tensed nerves began to relax. Then they caught sight of the small figure nestled in his embrace. Wei Qi's hawk-like eyes narrowed instinctively, a palpable aura of menace momentarily stalling around him. He instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. Shun Fong's breath hitched slightly, his hand reflexively reaching for the jade pendant at his waist. His sharp gaze swept rapidly over the infant. Master, Wei Qi croaked, managing only those two words. Pei Tingyun inclined his head slightly. Sit. Once the two men settled into the chairs opposite him, Pei Tingyun dispensed with pleasantries and spoke directly. What is the current situation in the capital? Wei Qi was the first to respond, his voice still low and grave. In response, the Imperial Guards are operating as usual. However, some officials in the court, upon learning of your illness, have begun to stir, repeatedly submitting petitions claiming that the Imperial Guards wield excessive power and seeking to curtail our authority. Shun Fong, with lowered eyelids, took over the conversation. In particular, The censors, led by Chen Zhengping, have submitted impeachment documents for 3 consecutive days. Pei Tingyun emitted a soft snort through his nose. A band of clowns. The little Yulin in his arms seemed startled by the sound, shifting her small body slightly. Pei Tingyun cast his gaze downward, instinctively drawing her closer for support. He adjusted his hold on Yulin to ensure she remained comfortably nestled against him. His voice regained its customary frostiness. "Convey my orders. Beginning tomorrow, the Jinyui's 3 divisions will intensify their patrols in the capital, meticulously discerning all suspicious individuals. Moreover, dispatch individuals to covertly monitor Chen Zhengping's residence. I shall see what grants him such audacity." "Understood." The 2 responded in unison, rising to take their leave. A soft, delicate sound echoed in the quiet room, remarkably clear. Both men, seasoned warriors with resolute spirits, felt a tighter tension in Wei Qi's lips. Shen Fang's lowered eyelids seemed to deepen further. Pei Tingyun observed the reactions of his capable subordinates, his expression betraying no turbulence, merely articulating in a placid tone, "This girl is Yulin. Given her name by His Majesty, she shall henceforth be the little mistress of the Pei household." Wei Qi and Shen Fang exchanged a subtle glance, their hearts surging with unspoken emotions, yet their faces remained impassive as they bowed in acknowledgement. Yulin appeared to sense the newfound attention. She lifted her small face, her large, dark eyes darting from one to the other. Then, revealing a toothless grin, she beamed at the 2 somewhat stern strangers, her innocence radiating like the gentlest breeze of early spring. Wei Qi and Shen Fang subtly relaxed their postures. Just then, outside the door, an urgent announcement from Uncle Fu pierced the air. "Young master, His Majesty has arrived." Chapter 8. The Emperor's Visit to the Pei Residence. Desiring to play the role of a caregiver, Jing Heng's voice, accompanied by hurried footsteps, swept into the room like a gust of wind. Pei Tingyun's gaze softened further as he looked down at little Yulin on his lap. "His Majesty has arrived," he softly reminded her. Yulin responded with a chirp, her small hands waving as if she understood, moving in excitement. Pei Tingyun steadied her on the soft couch, preparing to rise. The door was suddenly flung open. Jing Heng, clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, strode in with purpose. "No need for formalities. You've just recovered. Do not exert yourself." The imposing figure in bright yellow entered the room, halting Pei Tingyun's ascent with a wave of his hand, his gaze instantly locking onto the little bundle on the couch. "Oh, is this not my little Yulin?" He hurried to the couch, bending down, and before anyone could react, he scooped Yulin into his arms. Yulin giggled in Jing Heng's embrace, her chubby little hands clutching the sleeve of the dragon robe, refusing to let go. "Wow, so much purple energy, it's fragrant. Look how adorable." Jing Heng's face brimmed with delight as he bounced Yulin gently, exclaiming, "Far superior to my wooden lumps." Only then did Wei Qi and Shen Fang react. Hastily kneeling, "We pay our respects to Your Majesty," they chorused. Pei Tingyun complied by sitting at the bedside, nodding slightly. Jing Heng, still cradling Yulin, settled himself on the bed, casually gesturing for the 2 Jinyui officials to rise. "Get up." He playfully engaged with the child in his arms before turning his attention to Pei Tingyun. "Is your health improving?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am quite well now," Pei Tingyun replied. Jing Heng's smile faded slightly, a shadow passing through his eyes. "The arrow was aimed directly at me," he said gravely. "Had you not shielded me, it would be I lying here now." Pei Tingyun spoke calmly. "Protecting Your Majesty is my duty." Jing Heng's gaze shifted between Yulin and Pei Tingyun, his expression softening once more. "Fortunately, there is this little one." He gently patted Yulin's back otherwise. "I would truly worry about you." He turned to the officials Wei Qi and Shen Fang, standing to the side. "Is there any progress on the assassination case?" Shen Fang stepped forward respectfully. "Your Majesty, there are already some leads." He paused. "The primary suspect is Chun Zheng, the Deputy General under General Yang from the Northwest." Jing Heng's eyes suddenly turned cold, the air seeming to freeze. "Someone from General Yang's faction?" He repeated, "What is this person's relationship with General Yang?" Shen Fang reported cautiously. Chun Zheng is a trusted confidant of General Yang, having accompanied him for many years. More importantly, he is General Yang's biological brother. If this matter is related to Chun Zheng, General Yang may be implicated. Pei Tingyun raised his hand, halting their speculation. This is a grave matter. We must not jump to conclusions. Jing Heng's voice was as heavy as ice, suffocating those present. First, we must verify the evidence. Cradling Yulin, his tone softened. I desire irrefutable proof. Yulin seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere, moving slightly in his arms. Jing Heng immediately adjusted his posture, soothing her gently. There. No need to be afraid. He looked up and instructed the two officials. You may leave now. Continue your investigation. Yes, they responded, hurriedly retreating. Before exiting, they couldn't help but steal another glance at the little Yulin in Jing Heng's embrace, their eyes filled with curiosity. Your Majesty seems quite fond of Yulin. Pei Tingyun observed, his tone indifferent. This child is adorable. Jing Heng replied with a smile. My sons, when they see me, act as if they have encountered a tiger, obedient and stiff as wooden stakes. He lowered his head to tease Yulin. This little one, however, is unafraid and quite endearing. Indeed, Yulin is unlike ordinary children. Pei Tingyun agreed. Jing Heng held Yulin, his gaze resting on her pure little face, his expression turning serious. I observe that Yulin thrives in your presence. He paused, his tone contemplative. Though I have no shortage of princes and princesses in the palace, few possess the wisdom and charm of Yulin. He gently stroked Yulin's cheek, as if weighing something. I think, if I were to raise her in the palace, being able to see this little fortune-bringer often might be beneficial for the nation's fortune and for me. He looked at Pei Tingyun. Tingyun, what do you think? A fleeting ripple passed through Pei Tingyun's deep eyes, so subtle it was almost imperceptible. He rarely displayed hesitation, his fingers at his side tightening slightly. This made Yulin seem to sense something, reaching out her little hand toward Pei Tingyun, babbling cheerfully. Pei Tingyun looked at Yulin, the tension within him tightening further. He composed himself and spoke slowly. Your Majesty, his voice remained calm. Yulin is currently attracting too much attention, and with my recent recovery from the assassination attempt, it is likely that ill-intentioned individuals will target her. Jing Heng raised an eyebrow. Isn't it safer in the palace? Pei Tingyun shook his head. Yulin is still very young and cannot adapt to the palace's complex rules. Moreover, with so many people in the palace, if someone with ulterior motives were to infiltrate, it would pose a greater danger. He paused momentarily, a subtle determination surfacing in his tone. Furthermore, her time in the residence has been brief, and there seems to be a certain affinity between us. Her nature is pure, and she feels a closeness to me. If she were to leave abruptly, it might not bode well for her body and mind. Jing Heng's gaze shifted between Yulin and Pei Tingyun before he suddenly broke into laughter. Tingyun, do you find it hard to part with her? Pei Tingyun's eyes flickered with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. I am merely considering Yulin's well-being. Oh, how delightful. Jing Heng laughed heartily. In all the years I've known you, this is the first time I've seen you so invested in someone. Yulin fidgeted in his embrace, reaching out her small hand towards Pei Tingyun. It seems she favors you more, Jing Heng observed, handing Yulin over to Pei Tingyun. Pei Tingyun carefully accepted Yulin, settling her on his lap. She immediately quieted down, nuzzling against his clothing and emitting contented little gurgles. How amusing, Jing Heng remarked, his gaze softening. My sons, raised under the strict tutelage of the Grand Tutor, have been taught many rules, thus lacking this innocence and exuberance. He sighed. Very well. Let Yulin remain with you. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. Pei Tingyun finally relaxed his tense body. However, Jing Heng looked at him meaningfully. I shall often come to see her, so do not hide her away. I would not dare. Pei Tingyun nodded in acquiescence. Jing Heng stood up, adjusting his robes. I have state affairs to attend to, so I shan't linger. Take good care of yourself, and Yulin will be entrusted to you. I shall see Your Majesty out, Pei Tingyun said, cradling Yulin and bowing. No need, you stay seated. Jing Heng waved his hand dismissively as he turned towards the door. Just as he reached it, Wei Qi's voice came from outside, laced with urgency. Your Majesty, sir, Chun Zheng is dead. Chapter 9. Doubts arise in the Chun residence at midnight. Clues shrouded in mystery. Chun Zheng is dead. The four words struck the gathered individuals like a heavy hammer. The casual smile on Jing Heng's face froze. the weight of imperial authority instantly enveloping the space. Dead? The tone rose sharply, icy as shard of ice. Wei Qi knelt on one knee, his head bowed even lower. Reporting to your majesty, he was found at his home this morning, without a sound. The emperor's expression darkened, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through. What a fitting description of without a sound. He spat through clenched teeth. Yulin clutched at Pei Tingyun's clothing. Pei Tingyun gently patted her back. The little one leaned forward, attempting to touch the golden threads of Jingheng's dragon robe, only to be pressed back into Pei Tingyun's embrace. Jingheng took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of anger within him. Who is responsible? Has someone leaked information? His scrutinizing gaze swept over Wei Qi. I shall return to the palace. Tingyun. He turned towards Pei Tingyun. Inquire into this matter thoroughly. As you command, Pei Tingyun replied calmly. Jingheng's gaze fell upon the small being in Pei Tingyun's arms. Yulin blinked one eye at him, and that look slightly alleviated the heaviness in Jingheng's chest. He reached out, his fingertip brushing against Yulin's warm little face. My little lucky star, it appears your dear father has yet another task at hand. With a flick of his robe, still tinged with lingering coldness, Jingheng strode away. The room fell silent in an instant. Pei Tingyun lowered his gaze, looking at the round-eyed little Yulin in his arms. The little one let out a soft cry, her small arms and legs flailing as she yearned to be held. Pei Tingyun paused momentarily, turning to glance at the waving hands of Yulin, his gaze softening for a brief instant. Be good, I will return shortly. He spoke in a cool tone, laced with a subtle coaxing. Yulin tilted her little head, reluctantly quieting down. She waved her tiny hand vigorously in the direction of Pei Tingyun and Wei Qi, a wave of warmth surging from her small frame, transforming into specks of golden light that silently enveloped the two, bestowing a blessing for their safe journey. Pei Tingyun entrusted Yulin to Uncle Fu, who wore a worried expression and inquired softly. No worries, Pei Tingyun replied with an indifferent tone, his eyes reflecting a profound depth. Prepare the attire. Soon, the garment symbolizing the highest authority of the Jinyui was presented. The inky flying fish robe, woven from dark silk, featured silver threads intricately embroidered with fierce flying fish totems, glinting with a chilling brilliance. The edges of the sleeves and hem were trimmed with golden thread, adding an air of solemn grandeur. At his waist, a dragon-patterned leather belt held a spring knife, the scabbard ancient and forged from dark iron, with the hilt wrapped in black silk and the pommel inlaid with dark jade, deep and mysterious as a pool. As Pei Tingyun donned this icy attire, it seemed he shed all warmth. His demeanor transformed instantly. The gentleness he exhibited while holding the infant vanished entirely. At that moment, he wielded the authority of life and death as the formidable commander of the Jinyui, his brows and eyes sharp, emanating an aura of frost. Wei Qi awaited outside, clad in a robust green flying fish uniform, a standard long knife at his waist. His expression stern. My lord, Pei Tingyun nodded in acknowledgement. Let's proceed. The two figures moved forward in tandem, disappearing into the courtyard of the Pei residence. In a humble alley of South City, Changing's home was surrounded by the Jinyui, sealed tight. Zhao Eru paced anxiously at the entrance, and upon spotting Pei Tingyun and Wei Qi, he rushed forward like a drowning man seeing land. His honest face flushed with tension, lips trembling. Commander, Wei Qianhu, you have finally arrived. He spoke with a quiver in his voice. Pei Tingyun's gaze was as tranquil as deep water, sweeping over Zhao Eru's pale countenance, and he nodded slightly, indicating him to steady his nerves. He stepped into the courtyard, his strides firm, yet lacking some of his usual sharpness due to his injuries. Zhao Eru swallowed hard, hastily following behind, eager to report. It was I who discovered it, this morning during a routine patrol. Remembering your instruction to keep an eye on Shenzhong, I came by to check. The gate was ajar, and when I called out, no one answered. I pushed the door open and saw. Zhao Eru lowered his voice, trembling, Chenzhong lying stark on the floor of the main hall, eyes wide open. A gaping wound in his body, blood pooling everywhere. He was already lifeless. A faint scent of blood mingled with the dust engulfed them. The courtyard was small, with chaotic footprints scattered across the ground. Pei Tingyun frowned slightly. The main hall was even more disheveled, tables and chairs overturned, shards of porcelain littering the floor. Chunjing's corpse lay at the threshold leading to the inner room, his eyes bulging, face frozen in terror. A bloody gash marred his chest, dark red stains soaking his garments. Pei Tingyun's gaze sharpened, meticulously sweeping through the room inch by inch. He began his measured pace from the doorway. In the corner, there were signs of climbing. On the southwest wall, the tiles were loose. The footprints on the ground were chaotic, with several that seemed out of place, belonging to another individual. The time of death? He did not turn back. The accompanying coroner stepped forward. Reporting to you, my lord. Initial assessment indicates a time of death exceeding 6 hours, likely between the hours of the ox and the tiger last night. Pei Tingyun approached the corpse and slowly crouched down. His gaze, as cold as a probing needle, scrutinized Chunjing. He pried open the deceased's tightly clenched fist, revealing remnants of soil and dried blood beneath the fingernails, his brow slightly furrowed, indicating a struggle, albeit not profound. The fatal wound on the chest was clean and precise. A single strike that pierced the heart at an acute angle, deftly avoiding the ribs. Pei Tingyun's expression hardened slightly. This method was not characteristic of an ordinary thief, but rather that of a trained assassin, adept with the right hand and exhibiting tremendous force. He stood up, his gaze falling upon the overturned table and scattered tea set. The manner in which the table leg was broken and the location of the shattered teapot exuded a peculiar intentionality. The spread of blood on the ground seemed somewhat discordant with the position of the body. Zhao Eru, during your patrol last night, did you notice anything unusual? Wei Qi inquired, stepping forward with a grave tone. Zhao Eru shook his head. Reporting to you, Commander, the night was calm and uneventful. Nothing seemed amiss. What was the scene like when you discovered the body? Had anyone tampered with it? Pei Tingyun's gaze was sharp. No one touched it. I noticed something was off and immediately called nearby brothers to secure the area. I took a quick glance inside before rushing out to report. Zhao Eru defended himself anxiously. How do you know where Chunjing went last night? Pei Tingyun asked. I inquired with the neighbors nearby. They said they hadn't seen Chunjing return home after his shift yesterday afternoon. I also asked his comrades in the army, and they mentioned that Chunjing went to the Dainlei gambling house yesterday, Zhao Eru reported. The gambling house? Wanky Prest. Yes. Moreover, his comrades on night patrol encountered him around the hour of the rat, after the curfew. Zhao Eru affirmed. At that time, he seemed to have just come out of the Tianxiang building. The Tianxiang building is well known as a district of entertainment in the capital. His comrades remarked that Chunjing appeared to be in good spirits, flushed and boisterous, even boasting about treating his brothers to drinks and meat the next day. Zhao Eru scratched his head, pondering that given his demeanor, it was likely he had won money at the gambling house and was off to celebrate. Could it be that he won money, attracted unwanted attention, and became a target? Wei Qi mused, his brow furrowing deeper. It's too coincidental. Pei Tingyun offered no response. Indeed, it was too coincidental. Just as they cast their suspicions on Chunjing, he met his demise, and so rationally. Yet, the doubt in Pei Tingyun's expression deepened. He had dealt with countless cases, and the truly vicious robbers often left more traces in their panic. This scene, while seemingly chaotic, was imbued with an eerie intentionality. It was unnaturally clean, too clean to be reasonable. Aside from the fatal blow and the victim's instinctive struggle, the perpetrator had left behind scarcely any extraneous clues to their identity. It was as if someone had deliberately guided them towards the notion of robbery and murder. So methodical, it did not resemble the actions of an ordinary criminal. They must have overlooked something. Pei Tingyun spoke slowly, his gaze once again directed towards the courtyard. In the courtyard, amidst the clutter, there seemed to be an absence of something essential, or perhaps an unwelcome presence. Wei Qi, comprehending the situation, quietly instructed his subordinate from the Jinyui. The Jinyui complied, meticulously scouring every corner of the yard, leaving no tile unturned. Pei Tingyun strolled slowly through the courtyard, his gaze sweeping across every detail. When his eyes fell once more upon the dilapidated well, covered with old wooden planks, an inexplicable sensation stirred within him. The rim of the well was overgrown with moss. Appearing no different from the abandoned wells of other rural homes, which he had previously glanced at hastily. Yet at this moment, an indescribable intuition compelled him to halt, as if the depths of the well concealed secrets unknown to mankind. He approached, crouching down to closely examine the moss along the well's edge. His pupils constricted. On the bluish stone by the well, at the moss's edge, he discerned subtle, irregular scratch marks, indicative of a rough, heavy object being dragged away, recently scuffed away. If not for his meticulous observation, it would have gone unnoticed. Pei Tingyun's heart raced. Chapter 10. The young lynx aids in unraveling the serial case. Twin corpses of demonic entities emerged from the well. He sprang to his feet and commanded Wei Qi, who stood a short distance away, in a hushed tone. Wei Qi, summon people to retrieve what lies in this well. Wei Qi, taken aback, followed Pei Tingyun's gaze toward the well, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. He stepped back and waved his hand. Come forth and retrieve the contents of the well. Several Jinui stepped forward, working together to remove the heavy cover of the well. A cold, damp air, mingled with a faint whiff of decay, surged forth from the dark abyss of the well. A grappling hook and rope were brought forth. Be cautious. Pei Tingyun stood at the edge, peering into the inky depths. The Jinui cast the grappling hook into the well, the rope scraping against the walls with a creaking sound. The hook descended into the water, stirring it slightly. There's something, one man exclaimed, exerting force. Together, they slowly began to haul the object from the depths. The sound of water splashed loudly. A damp, fabric-bound object gradually emerged from the surface, its shape indistinct and reeking of an unbearable stench. As the rope was pulled taut, the fabric unraveled, revealing a pallid, swollen hand. Following closely, a waterlogged female corpse was hoisted up, caught by the grappling hook. The deceased was clad in silk and satin, clearly not of ordinary lineage. Her hair, drenched and clinging to her face, distorted her features, though hints of her former beauty remained visible. Another corpse. Every Jinui present gasped in shock. Zhao Eru, overwhelmed with fear, nearly collapsed. Pei Tingyun gazed at the female corpse, his expression solemn. He reached out to part the wet strands of hair from her face, revealing a visage that, despite its swollen distortion, could not conceal its exquisite allure. Wei Qi leaned closer and murmured, "My lord, this woman is a renowned courtesan from Tianshang Tower, known as Wanqing." Pei Tingyun's gaze turned frigid as it settled upon Wanqing's contorted body. He knelt down, scrutinizing her tightly clenched, deformed hands. Between the crevices of her nails, he indeed found minute foreign substances, desiccated earth and a fragment of fabric. This was no simple drowning. Before her demise, she had endured a fierce struggle. His gaze shifted upward, where beneath the waterlogged swelling of her neck and arms, faint traces of bruises and scratches were discernible. While the injuries were not fatal, they indicated the presence of another party. The accompanying coroner stepped forward to conduct a meticulous examination, his brow increasingly furrowed. "My lord," the coroner spoke solemnly. "The young lady Wanqing contains trace amounts of a rare substance known as soft tendon powder within her system. Inhalation leads to temporary weakness in the limbs. Two lies are entwined in this case, shrouded in a veil of mystery. The night is thick with darkness." Pei Tingyun, carrying the lingering chill and scent of blood, stepped into the Pei residence, well past midnight. In the warm chamber, Yulin slept peacefully beneath a brocade quilt, her small form curled up, her countenance serene. Pei Tingyun softened his footsteps, approaching the bedside, and stood in quiet contemplation. Yulin unconsciously smacked her little lips, letting out a soft hum. The hostility that had surrounded him due to the case dissipated slightly under the weight of this silent gaze. His cold, dark eyes flickered with a hint of gentleness. The following day, just as dawn broke, Acting Commander Shun Feng awaited in the study. "My lord, there is indeed an illicit affair between Chun Zheng and the courtesan Wanqing. Wanqing frequently visits the Chan residence late at night, and neighbors have occasionally taken notice." Wei Qi entered with a stern expression. "My lord, on the night before Chun Zheng's demise, a brother patrolling near the Chun residence witnessed a suspicious figure in black lingering about, moving with remarkable swiftness. Zhao Eru, following closely behind Wei Qi, scratched his head. My lord, I recalled something. On the night of the incident, old man Zhang, who sells candied hawthorn at the alley's entrance, was seen closing up later than usual. Pei Tingyun lightly tapped his fingers on the table. He rose. Prepare the horses. Before departing, he glanced at Uncle Fu, who was cradling Yulin, her small hands reaching out for an embrace, and paused for a moment. He remembered Yulin's previous sensitivity to death and the calming aura she exuded. A thought struck him, and he said to Uncle Fu, take Yulin along as well, wrapped warmly, but ensure she does not approach the scene of the incident directly. I suspect there may be malevolent forces at play. Yulin's auspicious presence may provide some assistance and help quell any evil. The carriage halted at the entrance of the Chun residence. Pei Tingyun carried Yulin down. As soon as the little one entered the courtyard, her brows furrowed slightly. She fidgeted in his arms, clutching his clothing tightly, displaying her strong aversion to the well from which the corpse had been retrieved. Pei Tingyun gently patted her back. Yulin turned her little head, her glistening eyes fixating on an old locust tree in the courtyard. She pointed at the tree roots, her face pouting in displeasure, making urgent sounds as if something repulsive was concealed there. Dig! Pei Tingyun commanded with a sharp gaze. The Imperial Guard wielded a spade, soon striking something hard. A cloth-wrapped iron box was unearthed from the damp earth. Upon opening it, they found not gold or silver, but yellowed letters and thick ledgers. Pei Tingyun took the letters and quickly perused their contents. The chill in his expression deepened. The letters pointed directly to a significant smuggling case involving military provisions from the Northwest. The ledger, filled with dense records of financial transactions, led to a clandestine figure far exceeding General Yang's status. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. At the alley entrance, the old man selling candied hawthorn, mentioned by Zhao Eru, ambled by with his burden. Suddenly, Yulin straightened in Pei Tingyun's arms, emitting a sharp cry towards the old man, her little face displaying an unmistakable wariness for the first time. Pei Tingyun's gaze shot towards the old man like an arrow. What had this small creature seen? In that instant, the clarity of Yulin's eyes reflected the thick, blood-colored malice that clung to the old man's form. Asked the old gentleman to come forward for questioning, Pei Tingyun stated calmly. The old man was invited into the dilapidated hall. Stooped and weather-beaten, his face bore the marks of time, and his eyes were clouded, presenting an appearance of the ordinary. Yet, when faced with the scrutinizing gaze of the Jinui, he remained remarkably composed, responding with unwavering precision. Zhao Eru, cradling Yulin, kept his distance from the old man. However, the little one fidgeted restlessly, her tiny hands and feet flailing, babbling incoherently while pointing insistently towards the side room where Chen Zheng's body lay, her small face awash with anxiety. Zhao Eru felt somewhat troubled. Glancing at the ominous side room and then at the eager Yulin in his arms, he hesitated for a moment before cautiously inching closer to the door, maintaining his distance as he peered inside. As he reached the threshold, a glance within rendered his face pale, prompting him to flee. He stumbled, nearly dropping Yulin. Be careful. Wei Qi reached out with a long arm, securely catching Yulin. Frowning, he intended to carry her away. Yet, Yulin clung desperately to the doorframe, straining to look inside, her small mouth mumbling but resolutely articulating a single word. Demon. Her clear, glass-like eyes reflected the ominous, bluish-black glow emanating from the area beneath the white cloth covering Chen Zheng's head. Inside the hall, Pei Tingyun's sharp gaze swept over the old man's gnarled hands, thick with calluses. The calloused palms and stable stance suggested a foundation in martial arts. Without showing any sign of agitation, Pei Tingyun casually mentioned a highly confidential code from the ledger. A fleeting glimmer of barely perceptible disturbance flickered in the old man's murky eyes. Pei Tingyun smirked inwardly. This man was no ordinary vendor. After a silent, psychological skirmish, the old man's stooped back sagged, realizing that should the Jinui harbor any suspicions, escape would be impossible. He capitulated, confessing that he was not the true murderer of Chen Zheng. Instead, he was a keeper of secret assassins nurtured by Chen Zheng, tasked with delivering confidential messages and, when necessary, eliminating those in the know. When Wan Qing inadvertently stumbled upon the ledger's secret, Chun Zheng ordered a silencing, and he was responsible for disposing of the body. After dealing with Wan Qing, he returned to report, only to encounter the old man, trembling and witnessing Chun Zheng being killed by another. What did that person look like? Pei Tingyun pressed on. The old man, terrified, could only stammer that he had barely glimpsed a few shadows, moving with unnatural swiftness. His voice quivered with unmistakable fear, as if he were enveloped in a shroud of darkness, rendering the assailant's face indistinct. Chun Zheng, such a capable fighter, had fallen before him without even managing a single move. That was not the skill of a mortal. It resembled the supernatural entities spoken of in temple tales. In the side room, Wei Qi handed Yulin over to Zhao Eru and approached Chun Zheng's lifeless form. While cradled in his arms, Yulin repeatedly tapped her head, babbling away. Wei Qi, perceptive, crouched down to examine the head of Chun Zheng. Indeed, on one side of the temple, there lay an almost imperceptible pinprick, seamlessly blending with the skin tone. Yulin pointed again at the corpse's head, gesturing beside her own, then shook her head vigorously. Her small mouth produced indistinct sounds, uttering demon with a sense of confusion and strong denial, as if to suggest that something was amiss or that nothing was there at all. Her small brows furrowed tightly, her little face heavy with concern, a stark contrast to her usual innocent charm. Wei Qi crouched down, meticulously examining the minute puncture at Chun Zheng's temple. His brows furrowed deeply as he retrieved a specially crafted slender silver needle from his pocket, cautiously probing the needle into the tiny orifice. Moments later, he slowly withdrew the needle, which bore neither blood nor brain matter, but instead extracted a nearly imperceptible substance resembling desiccated powder. Wei Qi's complexion darkened. Chun Zheng's cranial cavity was utterly vacant. Chapter 11. Demonic Souls Devouring Minds. Little Lin investigates the malicious force. Wei Qi's pallor turned ghostly, his voice dry and trembling. He struggled to articulate that Chun Zheng's skull was devoid of any contents, save for a few almost invisible specks of fine powder. In the adjacent room, a group of Imperial guards collectively gasped in shock, the air freezing instantaneously. Zhao Eru, cradling the jade qilin, turned ashen. The small figure in his arms stirred slightly, her little face grave and devoid of the navet typical of infancy. She extended her tiny finger, pointing towards Chun Zheng's body, draped in white cloth. "Demon," she uttered in a clear, childlike voice. "Bad." She gestured in circles beside her head, shaking it vigorously, her brows knitted tightly. In her eyes there was no fear, only unabashed disgust. She had witnessed it, the dark, greenish light emanating from Chun Zheng's head, more intense than before. A foul odor made her uncomfortable, her little nose wrinkling in distaste. Ugh, filthy thing. Pei Tingyun's mind raced with electric clarity. An empty skull, a minuscule puncture. The description given by the old man selling candied hawthorn did not resemble a human assassin shrouded in black mist. Little Lin, his beloved qilin, repeatedly called a demon, clearly rejecting the unseen filth. This was not the work of a martial artist, but rather a rare and malevolent entity. A chill surged up his spine. For the first time, this commander, accustomed to life and death, felt a profound sense of alarm. The summoned corner arrived, his aged face marked by panic. His withered fingers explored the skull, his voice trembling as he spoke, nearly in tears. "My lord," he rasped, "the skull is indeed intact. Yet, it is truly empty. Just a trace of powder remains, as if it had been dried directly through the skull. I have never heard of any skill capable of such a feat, having worked in this field for decades." He had witnessed countless scenes, yet he shook his head repeatedly, his eyes widening in terror, a fear that was palpable among all present. "This is beyond human capability," he croaked. "This is precisely the sort of malevolent sorcery found in strange tales where demons consume souls." A chill crept up the spines of those present. Shen Fong returned from the palace, bringing with him ancient scrolls steeped in mildew, spread across Pei Tingyun's writing desk. The yellowed pages recounted terrifying legends and creatures that should not exist. Under the dim light, Pei Tingyun and Shen Fong delved into their study. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper, an ominous premonition growing ever stronger. One particular account sent shivers down their spines, describing a rare and malevolent creature known as the brain-eater demon, which thrived on the consumption of living brain matter and essence. Its methods of operation were insidious and eerily similar to the astonishing scene before them. Even more alarming was the vague suggestion within the text that such creatures might be manipulated by unseen forces. Someone or something was orchestrating this monster from the shadows. Pei Tingyun dared not delay, hurrying to the palace to report the horrific news of the brain-eater demon to Emperor Jingheng. The usually composed emperor erupted in fury upon hearing the revelation. A demon? In my capital? Preying upon my ministers? Is it still related to the military provisions scandal? How absurd! Jingheng's voice emerged through clenched teeth, laced with icy shards. The monstrous entities wreak havoc in the capital. He gripped the armrests of the dragon throne, his knuckles turning pale. This was not merely the death of an official. It pertained to the fate of the entire Dali dynasty. Pei Tingyun, he bellowed, I command you, at any cost, to investigate, root out the fiends, and rend their bodies to pieces. Immediately, his piercing gaze softened, a flicker of trepidation passing through his deep-set eyes. Moreover, he lowered his voice, no matter what, safeguard that child, Yulin. That little fortunate star, it now seems, is more than just a mere harbinger of luck. Ancient scrolls described, like incantations echoing in Pei Tingyun's mind. The brain-eating demon, it read, particularly drawn to pure and innocent auras. A child, untouched by the world's complexities, brimming with spiritual essence. Just like Yulin, his heart tightened suddenly. His little qilin, soft and fragrant, a delightful bundle of joy, was a veritable delicacy for that ghastly creature. What was he to do? Hide her? Her extraordinary perceptiveness was the key to unraveling the case. Use her as bait? The mere thought churned his stomach. In her small world, Yulin remained oblivious to the brain-eating demon and the adult's harrowing choices. All she knew was discomfort. Places where misfortunes had occurred, like the Chun residence, left behind invisible, writhing black threadworms. The black threadworms repulsed her, making her feel utterly uneasy. She wished to drive them away with her tiny golden light. Yet, Pei Pei and the gleaming emperor uncle smelled so delightful, like fragrant pastries, warm and golden, occasionally exuding a beautiful purple glow. Those scents brought her joy and strength, akin to consuming a large bowl of milk. The little Qilin's instinct was simple. Protect the kind-hearted, aromatic people. Eliminate the loathsome black threadworms. That was all. Upon returning to his residence, Pei Tingyun radiated an aura that instilled fear, a clear warning to stay away. The defenses of the Pei estate escalated to the highest level overnight, achieving a level of impenetrability that allowed not even a fly to enter. Within and outside the estate, guards were stationed every 3 steps, sentries every 5. The sheer number of hidden guards was astonishing. Even the ordinarily languid cat beneath the eaves was now alert, ears perked. He ordered the little warmth bed of Yulin to be moved into his own chamber, determined to remain by her side. This esteemed commander of the Jin Yi, typically decisive in matters of life and death, now found himself at a loss before the infant cradled in his arms. He could only mimic Uncle Fu's manner, awkwardly patting her back until her breathing gradually steadied and she drifted into slumber. The entire Pei estate was shrouded in an invisible tension. Everyone sensed it. This time, the enemy was unlike any previous schemes. This was a true malevolence capable of taking lives. Merely contemplating it sent shivers down the spine. Wei Qi, his ever-serious subordinate, was equally occupied. He led his men, digging deep, unearthing all recent mysterious deaths in the capital. The findings were chilling. Misfortune did not befall only Shenzhong. Several bodies, initially classified as accidental or due to illness, upon re-examination, revealed the same eerie characteristics. Almost imperceptible tiny puncture wounds. The same serene, yet terrifyingly hollow state of death. The same emptiness of the skull. Identical. These deceased are not mere commoners. Each one is intricately connected, whether overtly or covertly, to sensitive officials or forces within the court. This brain-devouring fiend, does not strike at random. It operates with the precision of a surgical scalpel, methodically eliminating specific targets. So many victims in such a brief span of time, each appearing to be meticulously chosen. Pei Tingyun gazes at the extended list of the deceased, a sense of crisis tightening around his heart. Either this brain-devouring fiend is extraordinarily formidable, akin to a legion of demonic entities consuming brains, or there exists a far more dreadful possibility that there is not merely one of these creatures, but a whole brood of them. Could it be that an entire nest of brain-devouring fiends exists? Or, as ancient texts suggest, is there a single or a group of deranged beastmasters orchestrating this horrific slaughter? The scale and efficiency of these events transcend mere pursuits of monsters. This is a game of chess filled with conspiracies, schemes, and the sinister forces of witchcraft from the southern regions. The situation is dire, so dire that it sends chills down his spine. As night deepens, silence envelopes the world. A carrier pigeon, cutting through the wind, descends upon the Pei Manor, bearing an urgent missive. The intelligence agent reports the discovery of potential beastmaster traces. More critically, the letter reveals that key physical evidence related to the major military grain case in the Northwest has been intercepted. The circumstances are exceedingly precarious. The agent is hidden in an abandoned ancient temple outside the city, warning that the figures within may have already sensed something amiss, as if a significant transfer is underway. Any hesitation could turn the evidence into ashes. Pei Tingyun grits his teeth. This feels like bait, luring him away. Yet the agent is one of their own. Thus the intelligence must be credible. He must go. If he allows them to escape, the trail will run cold. After a moment of contemplation, he entrusts Yulin to shun Fong, leaving his personal shadow guard, Li Chun, to guard the Pei Manor. He sets off with Wei Qi and a team of elite Imperial guards, galloping swiftly. The sound of hooves shatters the stillness of the night, vanishing into the vast darkness. However, shortly after Pei Tingyun departs, within the manor's rear courtyard, an air of slight distortion envelopes the heavily guarded high walls, as a shadow, nearly blending with the night, slips through the defenses like smoke, silently infiltrating the premises. Chapter 12. The Malevolent Night Assault on Pei Manor. Young Lin's initial display of power, the Pei Manor lies in utter silence. A writhing mass of dark shadow glides soundlessly over the high walls. It possesses no fixed form. Wherever it passes, the air becomes stagnant, vitality seemingly devoured by an unseen maw. Servants wear eerie, frozen smiles before collapsing, their souls seemingly drawn away. Deep within the courtyard, several figures dart forth like arrows, directly confronting the dark shadow. The manor's shadow guards, the sharp blades of Pei Tingyun, masters of their craft, engage fiercely. Abomination. One shadow guard shouts, his poisoned dagger slicing through the air with lethal precision, aimed directly at the shadow's core. Several guards coordinate seamlessly, weaving a dense net of silver needles to block any retreat. Additionally, another guard bites his tongue, blood splattering onto a talisman, erupting into a blaze of flames. A surge of yang fire unleashed. The assault, potent enough to shatter stone, crashes down upon the dark shadow. A piercing, unearthly shriek detonates within the depths of the soul. The ink shadow twisted violently, its edges scorched by the sun's fire, leaving several gaping holes from which black mist seeped out, filling the air with an acrid stench. The dark guards, invigorated, launched a more ferocious assault. Yet this brain-devouring monster, nurtured on the essence of its own kind and fed with the souls of the living, was far more ferocious than one could comprehend. The holes were swiftly filled with more black mist, even becoming more solid. The desperate attacks of the dark guards merely caused it to momentarily halt its writhing. One dark guard had his chest grazed by the ink shadow, his garments melted away, revealing palm-sized black patches on his skin that sizzled and emitted black smoke. What a monstrous creature! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The creature's strength surpassed that of ordinary martial prowess, rivaling that of legendary grandmasters. The first-tier masters among the dark guards collided with it, each impact akin to flesh and blood striking against a colossal siege hammer, blood splattering incessantly. The ink shadow twisted, seemingly mocking their desperate struggles. Its mission was to retrieve the ledger and letters from Chun Zheng's manor. The souls of others were but mere snacks. Its master took immense pride in this creation, and several grandmasters had already perished at its hands. Suddenly, the ink shadow halted abruptly, swiftly turning to fixate on the warm pavilion. There, an aura more pure and alluring than a multitude of souls filled the air, like a candle's flame in the night or an oasis in the desert. It emanated a deadly allure. Fragrant, so intoxicatingly fragrant. The ledger and letters were instantly cast aside from its thoughts. Only one desire consumed it: to devour her. A bolt of black lightning surged towards the warm pavilion where Yulin resided. Not good. The young lady is in danger. Li Chun's face turned pale as she rushed to intercept. Protect the young lady. Shun Fong shouted, his figure like lightning, already blocking the path leading from the warm pavilion to the inner courtyard. The scar on the corner of his left eye twisted and pulsed with a fierce killing intent, and he had unknowingly drawn a short blade as thin as a cicada's wing, its edge shimmering with a faint glow. All formations activate. Simultaneously, Wei Qi swung his cold blade, creating a chilling curtain of steel, coordinating with Shun Fong to seal off the path on the other side of the black shadow. Where the blade passed, the shadow dissipated like ripples in water, only to quickly gather again, its speed undiminished. It was heading straight for the young lady. His eyes widened in fury. Li Chun and the other dark guards engaged the creature's main body outside, desperately trying to buy time for the inner courtyard. However, the creature's shadow split with astonishing speed, bypassing Shun Fong's frontal interception, seeping like liquid ink through the crack of the warm pavilion's door. Lunging towards the sleeping Yulin on the bed, Shun Fong's pupils constricted. He had been a moment too slow to react. The divided shadow flowed like living ink through the crack in the warm pavilion door, aiming for the slumbering Yulin. Inside the warm pavilion, little Yulin suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze was clear, devoid of confusion, instead sparkling with an alertness beyond her years. A pungent stench assaulted her senses. The small child rolled over, almost falling from the bed. In a critical moment, a gentle force appeared from nowhere, cradling her and gently placing her on the ground. She blinked, glancing at her little legs and then at the floor, her small face filled with bewilderment. But in the next instant, the malice and stench emanating from the brain-devouring monster overwhelmed her, igniting a fierce anger and protective instinct that surged from the depths of her bloodline. The strand of life-giving energy left by the Queen Mother of the West surged violently within her consciousness, as if a key had unlocked an ancient seal. Words of clarity elude her. Instead, a vast and formidable will roars within her diminutive frame. Evil intrudes. Awaken the bloodline of the qilin. Suppress the malevolent. Instinctively, Yulin clenches her tiny fists. An unfamiliar yet comforting power surges within her, awakening with fervor. She wobbles to her feet, her petite figure advancing towards the firmly shut wooden door. With a decisive push of her small palm, she flings the door open. Outside, a sinister shadow hovers in the corridor, its dark eye sockets flickering with glimmers of blue, embodying greed and cruelty. Yulin gazes at it with serene clarity, her innocent eyes devoid of fear, only reflecting a natural confusion and disdain towards the vile presence. How ugly. Pepe is absent, and this grotesque creature dares to disrupt her home? She finds it intolerable. In an instant, an indescribable and overwhelming force erupts from within Yulin. A resplendent golden radiance ascends skyward, tearing through the night, illuminating the entire Pei residence as if it were day. A majestic and awe-inspiring qilin apparition materializes behind her. Its scales shimmering, exuding an ancient and formidable pressure, as if it were born from the primordial chaos. The insidious mental tendrils of the brain-devouring demon dissolve under the divine light of the qilin, like the sun meeting snow, melting away inch by inch. It emits a chilling shriek, its contorted shadow writhing violently, retreating in a frenzy. Impossible. This is merely a mortal child. It attempts to summon a more potent assault, yet the golden radiance crashes upon it like a colossal wave, engulfing it in an instant. The creature is unable to utter a single complete cry before it disintegrates into ethereal smoke, vanishing within the purifying light. Silence returns to the courtyard. The golden glow gradually diminishes, leaving Yulin standing alone, her small form swaying slightly, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She claps her tiny hands, gazing blankly at her palms. The power surged swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly, akin to a fleeting dream. The nearly 100 resentful souls devoured by the demon do not vanish. Instead, they swirl in the courtyard, wailing mournfully, the winds howling ominously. Yulin observes the transparent, weeping figures, her face reflecting genuine compassion. They are so pitiable. A warmth suddenly envelopes her brow, the power of the qilin bloodline still coursing within her, a thread of compassion and tranquility flowing forth. Though she grasps it only partially, she extends her small hand towards the wailing souls. A pure golden light emanates from her palm, touching the ground, swiftly taking root and blossoming into a golden lotus bud, poised to bloom. A minuscule vermilion mark, akin to cinnabar, quietly appears on her brow, radiating a gentle and peaceful aura. She cradles the lotus bud, birthed from her own power, and scampers to the center of the courtyard. Gently placing the bud on the ground, she awkwardly adopts the posture that instinctively materializes in her mind, sitting cross-legged. A tender yet clear voice resonates throughout the courtyard for the first time. "Souls, do not weep. The lotus shall guide you home." As she softly recites, the lotus bud gradually unfurls, its gentle and pure light spreading. The circling, wailing souls seem to find solace, gently drawn into the blooming lotus by the sacred glow. The resentment dissipates, and the howling winds cease. Having completed this, Yulin yawns widely. Her small body leans against the corridor pillar, succumbing to a deeper slumber than usual. Her little face pale. The first hint of spring stumbles into the inner courtyard. As Yulin lay peacefully asleep, the peculiar lotus flower on the ground emitted a gentle radiance, and the crimson cinnabar mole nestled between the young lady's brows caught his breath, nearly leaving him unsteady. Shun Fong followed closely behind, though equally disheveled. His gaze remained sharp as ever. He hastened forward, meticulously checking Yulin's breath and pulse, confirming that she was merely exhausted from slumber and in no peril. Only then did the tautness in his heart begin to ease. His eyes then swept over the lotus, which slowly dissipated its golden glow, and the vivid red mole on Yulin's forehead, his expression a mixture of astonishment, contemplation, and gravity. The divine and formidable force he had sensed was anything but ordinary. This child, this little master, possessed a lineage and abilities that far surpassed their imaginations. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, and began to calmly survey his surroundings, leaving no trace of evidence overlooked, pondering how to report this unfathomable occurrence to his superior. Chapter 13. The golden lotus transforms into a red mole. The young master has anxiety. Fu Bo, clutching the hem of his robe, nearly jogged through the courtyard, incessantly urging, "What time is it? Why are you still dawdling? Attend to your duties swiftly." The servants along the way, still groggy, rubbed their heavy heads, bewildered by the urgency of the steward. A young attendant brushed off the morning dew and grass from his clothing, pondering, "Where did I fall asleep?" Another maid sniffed the air. "What fragrant incense was burned last night? I slept extraordinarily soundly." Someone murmured, "I dreamt of a great lotus flower, golden and resplendent." Fu Bo had no time to entertain such musings. His heart was already racing towards the warm pavilion, hoping fervently that the young master was unharmed. He flung open the door to the warm chamber, halting abruptly at the sight before him. Shun Fong, usually unflappable even in the face of calamity, knelt beside the soft couch, his head bowed in what appeared to be a moment of reverence towards the small figure lying atop it. "Master Shun?" Fu Bo's throat fell parched. Shun Fong looked up at the sound, his expression a rare amalgamation of complexity, tinged with surprise and reverence. Rising, he spoke in a hoarse voice, "Fu Steward, the young lady is somewhat unwell." A jolt of alarm shot through Fu Bo as he rushed to the couch, taking in the abnormal flush on Yulin's delicate face and her rapid breathing. He reached out to feel her forehead, the scorching heat nearly causing him to leap back. What has happened? How could she be burning like this? Frantic, he called out to the door, "Water. Quickly, bring a basin of warm water. Clean cloths." Shun Fong restrained him. Last night, she caught a chill. Caught a chill? Fu Bo turned, confusion etched across his face. Had she not been resting peacefully in the warm pavilion? Shun Fong's lips moved, but just then, Li Chun entered, carrying a tray with several vials of medicinal broth. Her footsteps hurried. "I have already sent for the physician," she added. Only then did Fu Bo notice the pristine skin of Yulin's forehead, where the vivid red mole now sat, resembling a newly blossomed lotus bud, glistening with a lustrous sheen in the morning light. He gasped, fixated on the mole. "Heavens!" Fu Bo's voice trembled. "This is no ordinary child." The words he dared not voice hung in the air. Yet it seemed all three shared a vague but shocking understanding. Yulin stirred restlessly, her delicate brows furrowing in response to the high fever, and she uttered unconscious murmurs from her small lips. Uncle Fu suddenly snapped back to reality, disregarding rank and propriety, and bellowed at the two wooden pillars still standing idle. "What are you waiting for while the child is burning up? One of you, summon the physician, and the other, check if the rice porridge is ready." Both men, as if awakening from a dream, sprang into action, one hastening out the door and the other darting towards the kitchen. Uncle Fu gently dampened a cloth with warm water, carefully wiping the scorching little face and palms of Yulin. He murmured anxiously, "My dear little ancestor, please let there be no harm." The door to the warm chamber was abruptly thrust open, and Pei Tingyun strode in with urgency etched across his typically stoic features. He had spent the night away, weary and travel-worn, his brow still shadowed by lingering menace. Upon seeing Yulin's flushed visage upon the bed, his breath caught in his throat. Pei Tingyun quietly knelt beside the bed, his icy palm resting lightly on Yulin's feverish forehead, his brow instantly knitting in concern. "What is happening?" he asked in a low voice, unable to mask his anxiety. Uncle Fu paused, astonished at the sudden appearance of his master. "Young master, did you not go to the ancient temple outside the city?" "It was a trap designed to lure me out of the city," Pei Tingyun replied, his gaze fixated on Yulin, recognizing traces of southern sorcery within the snare. "I dealt with it swiftly and returned overnight." "What has happened to her?" "She has a fever. The physician has been summoned and should arrive shortly," Uncle Fu responded. Pei Tingyun's eyes fell upon the small, crimson birthmark on Yulin's brow. His expression darkened. "When did this appear?" Uncle Fu shook his head. "I only just noticed it myself." Pei Tingyun gently caressed the mark, and Yulin stirred slightly under his touch, her lips smacking together. "Where are Shun Fong and Li Chun?" he inquired. As his words fell, Shun Fong and Li Chun entered, visibly relieved at the sight of Pei Tingyun. Shun Fong stepped forward. "My lord, you have returned." Pei Tingyun cast a glance at Uncle Fu. "Uncle Fu, check if the physician has arrived." Understanding the command, Uncle Fu bowed and exited. The moment the door closed behind him, Pei Tingyun's tone turned icy. "What transpired last night?" Shun Fong and Li Chun exchanged a glance. Li Chun knelt, reporting, "My lord, last night, a brain-devouring demon invaded the estate. This creature was exceedingly strange, capable of ensnaring the mind and able to split itself. We had stationed hidden sentinels, but one slipped through, breaching the inner courtyard." Shun Fong spoke with a tremor of fear. It was closing in on the young lady, yet she repelled the creature. Li Chun looked up, her eyes wide with concealed astonishment. A pure golden light erupted from the young lady, as if it were tangible, instantly engulfing the monstrous being. The creature did not even utter a cry before it was reduced to ash. Not only that, Shun Fong continued. A colossal golden lotus bloom materialized around her, radiating countless tiny points of light that spread throughout the estate. Those servants who had been affected by the demon's influence seemed to find solace, sleeping more soundly than ever. Pei Tingyun's gaze quivered, disbelief washing over him as he looked at the small figure in bed. Shun Fong nodded. Indeed. Could this birthmark be a manifestation of the condensed golden light? "My lord," Li Chun hesitated for a moment. The demon we encountered was far stronger and more bizarre than what is recorded in the archives. It appeared to be a collective manifestation of malevolent forces. Moreover, it appears to be specifically directed at us. The traps near the ancient temple seemed to resonate with this. Pei Tingyun's gaze turned icy, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from his eyes. Investigate the practitioners of witchcraft in the southern frontier. We must thoroughly examine this matter. No one associated with the southern witchcraft shall be spared. Yes, the two replied in unison. At that moment, Yulin suddenly stirred, her tiny hand reaching instinctively towards Pei Tingyun. He immediately bent down and grasped her small hand. Yulin's lips parted slightly, her murmurs indistinct. Pei Tingyun focused intently, and a single phrase floated into his ears: "Merit is not delicious." As the golden light of merit brushed against Yulin, it streamed into her diminutive body like a gentle current. The glow was faint yet imbued with an indescribable warmth, flowing along his cool arm and continuously nourishing the feeble infant in his embrace. The once feverish flush upon Yulin's face, which had been alarming, began to visibly fade. Her rapid breaths gradually steadied, and the delicate rise and fall of her chest became more rhythmic. Suddenly, Yulin's tiny hand moved unconsciously, tightening around one of Pei Tingyun's fingers. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. They were as clear as newly formed crystal, now distinctly reflecting Pei Tingyun's somewhat weary, yet still handsome visage. Pei. Chapter 14. A night of strange changes at the Pei residence. The little qilin brimming with fortune. A soft, babyish call, imbued with the innocence of awakening, resonated clearly in Pei Tingyun's ears. His body stiffened abruptly. The tension from a sleepless night was suddenly stirred by this voice, transforming the rigidity into unexpected softness. He responded softly. Yulin grinned, revealing a few newly emerged milk teeth, her smile pure and untainted. "I chased away the bad things." She waved her little hand about, as if driving away some invisible entity. Pei Tingyun's fingertip gently brushed against her forehead, the warmth palpable, contrasting with the earlier heat. He noticed a faint wisp of black mist in the corner, dissipating with a nearly imperceptible shriek as if burned by sunlight. "Did you chase it away?" he inquired, maintaining his composure. Yulin proudly nodded, raising her chin. "Yes." The filthy things flew away. As she spoke, the faintly red mark on her forehead, resembling a lotus bud, seemed to subtly unfurl, a fleeting glimmer of golden red light shimmering across it. A trace of a smile flickered at the corners of Pei Tingyun's lips, but was quickly repressed. He asked solemnly, "Does it hurt?" Yulin shook her head, nuzzling her little head against his palm, resembling a young beast seeking comfort. Pei is warm." She contentedly patted her small belly. Pei Tingyun's heart stirred with ripples at this small display of dependence, yet it was tinged with an inexplicable weight. He recalled the hundreds of citizens he had rescued outside the ancient temple last night, their faces radiating gratitude and joy at their newfound lease on life. Could it be that those so-called good deeds had converged into a force beyond his comprehension, now serving as the source of healing for this little one? This thought struck him as somewhat absurd, yet he could not entirely dismiss it. If that is indeed the case, will the act of doing good and accumulating virtue in the future not only serve to clear the family's grievances, but also provide a bright sky for this unexpected little being who has intruded into his life? Yet, what is this power, and is it within one's control? Outside the door, the hushed exclamations of Shun Fong and Li Chun could be heard, clearly having caught the commotion within. Pei Tingyun did not turn around, but heard Yulin twist her little head and smile brightly in the direction of the door. Chun, hello?" The two iron-willed men, usually decisive on the battlefield, were momentarily rendered bashful like youngsters. Through the door, Shun Fong's slightly hoarse voice carried a hint of tension. "As long as the young lady is well, that is sufficient. I shall arrange for heightened security immediately." Li Chun added, "My lord, should we conduct a thorough search of the residence, just to be safe?" At that moment, Fu Bo entered, followed by a panting physician carrying a medicine box. "Young master, the physician has arrived." The physician immediately spotted Yulin seated on the bed, her small face flushed, her big, sparkling eyes curiously observing him, devoid of any sign of the fever that had once plagued her. He was momentarily taken aback. This young lady's fever Fu Bo was equally astonished, glancing at the lively Yulin and then at the composed Pei Tingyun, his mind brimming with confusion. Pei Tingyun waved his hand, his tone indifferent. It is no longer a concern. I apologize for the physician's unnecessary trip. Though the physician was filled with suspicion, he dared not inquire further and could only bow in resignation, internally muttering about the peculiarities of the Pei residence under this commander. Fu Bo's gaze fell upon the little red mole on Yulin's forehead, and observing her current vivacious demeanor, he was left speechless. Young lady, you just spoke? Upon hearing this, Yulin beamed a sweet smile at Fu Bo, her voice clear and melodious. Yes. Hello, Fu. Fu Bo felt a warm surge course through him from head to toe, nearly moved to kneel. Heaven has opened its eyes. This truly is a divine child descended to bless our Pei household. Pei Tingyun gazed intently at Yulin, pondering her origins. How could she repel the formidable creatures that even his meticulously trained elite guards were helpless against? And why, in a single night, could she articulate human speech? Furthermore, the color of the little mole on her forehead had intensified since their first meeting, its lotus bud shape exuding an inexplicable air of nobility that commanded respect. Yulin seemed to sense his penetrating gaze, gently patting the back of his hand with her small palm, her voice sweet yet remarkably clear. Pei is not afraid. Yulin is here. Pei Tingyun felt a sudden warmth in his heart, as if softly nudged by something tender. He reached out and gently squeezed Yulin's warm little face. Thank you for protecting the people in the residence. Proudly, Yulin puffed out her tiny chest and nodded vigorously. Yes, Lin is powerful. Pei Tingyun nodded, a hint of unrecognized indulgence in his tone. Indeed, our Yulin is the most powerful. Outside the door, Shan Fong and Li Chun exchange a glance, each detecting profound astonishment and a subtle hint of worry in the other's eyes. This usually cold-faced and iron-fisted commander, decisive in his actions, was exhibiting a tenderness that could only be described as gentle toward the mere child. The seemingly innocuous little child displayed a formidable power last night, evoking a sense of caution that could not be overlooked. Yulin stifled a small yawn, rubbed her eyes, and murmured, Pei, hold me. Pei Tingyun naturally lifted her into his arms. Immediately, Yulin nestled like a contented kitten in his embrace, her little head nuzzling against his chest as she closed her eyes in satisfaction, softly murmuring, Yulin is sleepy. Her voice gradually faded, soon transforming into rhythmic breaths of slumber. Pei Tingyun gazed down at the sleeping child in his arms. His expression softened beyond belief. He instructed Fu Bo, please prepare some light and nourishing food. When she awakens, she is likely to be hungry. Fu Bo promptly bowed and quietly exited, holding Yulin close. Pei Tingyun diverted his gaze from her peaceful face and called out to Li Chun, who was about to join Shan Fong in fortifying their defenses. Wait. His tone reverted to its usual coldness. Adjust the alert level back to Jingzha and keep watch over Yulin from the shadows. Pei Tingyun lowered his head, his fingertips gently brushing over the delicate red lotus bud mark on Yulin's forehead. It seemed to harbor boundless mysteries while also serving as an overt, covetable sign. Such an anomaly could not escape the notice of the discerning, particularly those adept in dark arts. It was imperative that the witchcraft practitioners of the southern wilderness remain oblivious to her uniqueness. Pei Tingyun slowly lifted his head, a glimmer flashing in his eyes as he turned to Shan Fong. You must personally visit the Qintian monitoring station and summon Master Xijing. Inform him that I have captured a demon last night, whose methods are peculiar and likely extraordinary, requiring his assistance to investigate the lingering malevolent energy and trace its origins. Shan Fong and Li Chun both felt a chill at this revelation. The Lord personally intervened to capture a demon? When did this occur? This explanation clearly served to obscure Yulin's unusual circumstances while simultaneously leveraging the power of the Qintian monitoring station to uncover the truth. The two responded in unison, yes. Pei Tingyun cast another glance at the red mark on Yulin's forehead, which seemed to glow even more vibrantly than before, faint flickers of light shimmering within. Was it a protection or a harbinger of disaster? At that moment, a faint chirp of a bird echoed from outside the window, distinct from ordinary sparrows. It was a unique signal from the shadow department. Pei Tingyun's gaze sharpened, directing his cold words to an empty corner. Report. A shadow, nearly indistinguishable from the air, quivered slightly, and a voice, strained to the utmost, emerged, reporting to the master. The brothers tracking the escaped demon last night have reported that it completely vanished near the land temple in the west of the city. But traces of the southern wilderness's 5 immortals sect's soul-binding technique were discovered. Furthermore, the capital's garrison has sent word that unidentified individuals from the southern wilderness have recently been active throughout the capital, seemingly searching for something. Pei Tingyun tightened his grip around Yulin, a surge of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The southern wilderness's 5 immortals sect is searching for a soul-binding technique. We must ascertain the identities and intentions of these southern rats. Alive, they must reveal their purpose. Dead, they must yield all information. The shadow silently acknowledged, its presence dissipating entirely. Chapter 15. The morning mist of the Pei residence, the qilin cub, and rare treasures. In the early morning at the Pei residence, the mist lingered like an unending veil, entwining the eaves and treetops, rendering even the daylight hazy. At this hour, the estate should have been bustling with activity. With smoke rising from the kitchens, sounds of sweeping and washing, and voices mingling in lively chatter. Yet today, an unusual silence enveloped the place. It was a stillness that felt rather unsettling. In the courtyard, the young servant, Zhang Sanzi, stood rigidly at the center, his hands cradling a broom with an almost ceremonial grace. His demeanor was not that of a laborer, but rather akin to one presenting an offering. His eyes sparkled, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly murmured, "The young lady wishes for sweet cakes, fragrant and soft." His expression radiated warmth and unwavering focus. Cutie, in charge of the cleaning, caught sight of this peculiar scene from a distance and was taken aback. The bucket she held clattered to the ground, splashing water up her pant leg. Summoning her courage, she stepped closer and, lowering her voice, inquired, Zhang Sanzi? What on earth is going on? Why are you kneeling here so early?" Zhang Sanzi appeared lost in his own reverie, oblivious to Chui Auntie's calls, maintaining his stance with a contented smile. Not daring to approach further, she turned and hurried to find Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, just rising himself, was puzzled by the unusual tranquility of the estate. Even the normally boisterous birds were silent, and a sense of unease began to settle in his heart. Upon hearing Chui Auntie's tearful account, anxiety gripped him, and he hastily made his way to the front courtyard. Upon arrival, Uncle Fu was equally astonished. Not only was Zhang Sanzi in this state, but several other young servants and maids were similarly entranced, cradling various items and wearing that same gentle, slightly dazed smile. Some held rags, tenderly stroking them while murmuring about cleaning for the young lady. Others conversed with the flowers and plants, remarking how the young lady adored beauty. The content of their musings was consistently entwined with the young lady and her favorite things. What could possibly be happening? Uncle Fu wondered, pondering what delightful dream had captivated them so completely. As he contemplated this, a young servant responsible for purchasing supplies, Li Si, entered the estate. Cradling an oil paper package as if it were a treasured possession, his steps light and buoyant. His expression bore a mix of joy from having acquired a prize and a hint of the lingering haze of sleep. Without waiting for Uncle Fu to ask, he eagerly approached and presented the package, his voice earnest. "Uncle Fu," the young lady said she wanted to eat Wang's sugar oil cakes, with plenty of sesame. Uncle Fu accepted the still warm sugar oil cake, a heaviness settling in his heart. This could not be mere coincidence. Shortly thereafter, Aunt Wang from the kitchen emerged, carrying a bowl of steaming, fragrant milk custard. The custard was exquisitely smooth and tender, adorned with a somewhat clumsy design of a little qilin made from purple sweet potato puree. Upon seeing Uncle Fu, her face broke into a wide smile, though her gaze remained a touch vacant. "Uncle Fu, I made this for the young lady. in my dream, she said she wanted something soft and sweet. Uncle Fu's emotions grew increasingly complex. One by one, more individuals arrived from various corners of the estate. Lu Xiaojia, responsible for sewing, held a newly crafted little cloth tiger, its stitching endearingly clumsy. Mr. Sun from the accounts office carried a thumb-sized jade abacus, its beads smooth and warm, explaining that the young lady had complained in her dream about his slow calculations. Old Chun, the caretaker of the flowers, cradled a pot of budding purple flowers, claiming they were a special request from the young lady in her dreams. Even the usually reticent stableman, Old Zhao, brought forth a newly crafted pony made of willow branches, proudly declaring that the young lady had expressed a desire to ride it in her dreams. Each person held a cherished item, their faces adorned with a similar gentle smile. They animatedly recounted the scenes from the dream, filled not with fear or bewilderment, but with a joyous satisfaction at fulfilling the young lady's wishes. Old Fu, they said, the young lady was exceptionally well behaved in her dream. She mentioned feeling a bit hungry last night and wished for the egg custard I made. Aunt Wang beamed with delight. Indeed, Old Fu, the young lady also remarked that my sweet oil cakes were the most delicious. Li Si wore a proud expression. My cloth tiger. The young lady cuddled it to sleep in her dream. Lu Xiao's voice quivered slightly, touched by the young lady's sense of dependence. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Old Fu observed the growing crowd and the items they held, each representing a wish from the young lady's dream. A sudden clarity struck him, as if a thread in his mind resonated with a profound understanding. The strange force from the previous night, the vibrant lotus mark on the young lady's brow, it all made sense. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his excitement. This was not an evil spell or some supernatural phenomenon. This was the auspicious sign of their Pei household, the true little qilin, expressing her affection and seeking attention in her own unique way. Old Fu felt a warmth in his heart, charmed by the little one's innocence. Such a small child, making unspoken desires known, even ordering items in others' dreams. Clearing his throat, his voice tinged with uncontainable amusement, he exclaimed, "Very well. I understand everyone's intentions. These are all for our young lady, correct?" The crowd nodded vigorously, their faces brightening as if awakening from a daze, filled with excitement and anticipation. What are we waiting for? Old Fu gestured emphatically. Let us carefully deliver these to our young lady. Let her be joyous. Suddenly, Li Si slapped his forehead. Old Fu, the young master worked hard last night too. Let us set aside some of these delicacies for him to enjoy. The crowd echoed in agreement. Yes, yes. The young master should have a taste too. Old Fu's smile deepened at their sincerity. Ah, these earnest souls. In the past, whenever there was something good in the household, it was always prioritized for the young master first. Now, however, the young lady's single dream request had shifted the priorities, placing her first and the young master second. His heart swelled with sweetness, surpassing even honeyed delight. A few nimble young servants were summoned, carefully categorizing the offerings brought by everyone. Food was placed in containers, toys tucked into brocade boxes, and the pot of purple flowers was cradled with care. In no time, they assembled into a grand procession. Old Fu led the way, accompanied by the group, toward Pei Tingyun's courtyard. In Pei Tingyun's chamber, the morning light was soft. Yulin had awakened, her tiny body nestled against his chest. The chubby little hand clutched a stray lock of ink-black hair that lay scattered on the pillow, twisting and kneading it with unrelenting delight. The tiny red lotus bud-shaped birthmark on her brow deepened in hue overnight, its colors flowing like water, delicate and ready to drip. A soft murmur escaped her lips, her voice a sweet, indistinct lilt. Her small head nuzzled against his solid chest, exuding the languor and complete dependence of a kitten. Pei Tingyun's gaze lowered, and in his typically cold and clear eyes, a glimmer akin to the first light of dawn flickered. He extended a long finger, gently brushing aside the damp strands of hair from her forehead. "Are you awake?" he inquired, his voice carrying the unique huskiness of early morning, tinged with a barely perceptible concern. "Are you hungry?" Little Yulin nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grains. Her small hand pressed against her noticeably sunken belly, which emitted a loud protest, announcing its emptiness. The The slight curve at the corner of Pei Tingyun's mouth was nearly imperceptible, yet undeniably present. Just as he was about to call for milk, the voice of Uncle Fu penetrated from outside, brimming with excitement that could hardly be contained. "Young master, have you and the young lady risen?" Pei Tingyun's brow lifted slightly. This old steward's tone revealed a joyous exuberance, as if he had unearthed a trove of gold. He responded in a deep voice, "What is it?" "Qilin." Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Uncle Fu respectfully replied, "Yes, young master." He gently pushed open the bedroom door, stepping aside to allow several young servants, each carefully cradling an assortment of food boxes and exquisite items, to enter. The fragrant aroma of pastries and fresh broth, mingled with a hint of herbal freshness, rushed into the air, filling their nostrils. Upon these items, a soft shimmer danced. Yulin, nestled comfortably in Pei Tingyun's embrace, hummed softly, waiting to be fed. As the complex and intoxicating aroma wafted into her nostrils, her round, watery eyes sparkled with newfound life. Her petite form straightened from Pei Tingyun's hold, her fluffy head peeking out. With her small nose twitching eagerly, she sniffed delicately, focused like a puppy on the trail. Her mouth opened, issuing a bright and clear proclamation. "Wow, so much delicious food. Is it all for Lin Lin?" The door swung wide open. Uncle Fu, his face aglow, stepped in first, his wrinkles transforming into a blooming chrysanthemum of joy. Behind him, a line of servants laden with an array of items nearly blocked the doorway. Pei Tingyun raised his gaze. The spectacle before him was indeed grand. The threshold of the bedroom almost trodden flat. His brows barely shifted. Yulin was utterly entranced. Her small mouth agape, her round, glistening eyes widened in awe, taking in a vibrant array of food and toys piled high. "Wow!" she exclaimed again, her innocent voice brimming with pure joy, free from any trace of pretense. "Young master, this is a small token of affection from everyone in the household." Uncle Fu bowed, his smile radiating from every deeply etched wrinkle. "Everyone says it is to comfort the young lady and also to help replenish your strength." As he spoke, he emphasized the phrase, "to comfort the young lady," his tone lingering with significance. Sugar oil pancakes, steamed milk egg custard, colorful rattles, endearingly clumsy clay dolls, and a newly crafted wooden horse made of willow branches. Finally, a pot of blooming daisies, its petals layered gracefully, was carefully brought in and placed at the corner of the table. Pei Tingyun's gaze slowly swept over the nearly overflowing offerings filling half the bedroom, as well as the faint ethereal glow emanating from those items, deepening the hue of his eyes. The servant's spontaneous actions were likely not merely expressions of fondness, but rather a manifestation of the unconscious power held by this little being. Yulin, however, was blissfully oblivious to such thoughts. Her entire attention had been firmly captured by the delightful array of treats and toys before her. Her little finger accurately pointed to the bowl of steamed milk egg custard, still emitting wisps of steam and a rich milky fragrance. She then indicated the vividly colored rattle adorned with a majestic qilin design. "Yay! Yay!" The unclear yet fervent sounds of her excitement spilled from her slightly parted lips. "Do you wish to have that?" Pei Tingyun inquired, lowering his head to her, his voice unconsciously tinged with indulgence. Yulin's little head nodded vigorously, her eagerness palpable. Pei Tingyun then instructed Uncle Fu in a low voice, "Leave the food, and take the rest of the side hall for now." Uncle Fu responded promptly, "Yes," and quickly directed the servants to place the food boxes carefully on the small table, while the toys and other items were gingerly held and prepared to be moved to the side hall as per the young master's command. Soon, the small table in the bedroom was piled high with an assortment of exquisite breakfasts, the aroma almost forming a tangible presence that filled the air. Yulin was securely nestled in Pei Tingyun's embrace, comfortably seated on his lap. He picked up the bowl of steamed milk egg custard and carefully scooped a spoonful with a delicate silver spoon. He attentively brought the spoon to his lips, gently blowing away some of the heat to test the temperature before cautiously offering it to Yulin's small mouth. With a little ah, she opened her mouth wide and devoured the full spoonful of custard. "Yum, delicious," she mumbled, her cheeks puffing up with satisfaction, a blissful expression adorning her face. Pei Tingyun patiently fed her one spoonful at a time, observing the pure joy blossoming on her small face as she savored each bite. He himself barely touched the congee before him. Uncle Fu stood respectfully to the side, his gaze falling upon the harmonious scene of the large and the small. His heart flooded with mixed emotions. He had already heard a rough account of the dramatic event from last night in the manor from Shun Fong and Li Chun. Now, witnessing the extraordinary sight of the entire household contributing offerings spontaneously, the exceptional nature of the young lady was undeniably evident. This was indeed a sign of auspicious protection. The Pei family was destined for prosperity, and the grand plan devised by the young master would surely come to fruition. After a satisfying meal, Yulin began to fidget restlessly. Her little hands explored this and that, her eyes sparkling with the wonder of newfound discoveries. Ultimately, she grasped the rattle adorned with the qilin design in her tiny hands. She would occasionally shake it vigorously, filling the room with the crisp, resonant sound of dong, 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 echoing continuously. Pei Tingyun watched her delight in her own little world, his gaze unconsciously softening further. This little being indeed possesses a peculiar enchantment, capable of instantly infusing the surroundings with vibrant and luminous hues. Shun Fong and Li Chun, their forms as ethereal as smoke, silently materialized outside the door. Upon stepping into the courtyard, they beheld Uncle Fu directing the servants, busily transporting the mountain of infant toys and assorted delicacies. The two exchanged a tacit glance, their pupils reflecting a shared astonishment, secretly marveling at the astonishing spectacle. The little young lady's grandeur has undeniably evolved, becoming increasingly remarkable. They inhaled deeply, adjusted their attire, and then stepped into the chamber. As they entered, they witnessed the usually stern and imposing commandant, cradling the little Miss Yulin with utmost care upon his lap. Yulin joyfully clutched a rattle, shaking it with uncontainable delight, the rhythmic thumping echoing throughout the room. The commandant, displaying an unexpectedly tender side, occasionally extended his hand to wipe the remnants of food from her mouth with a handkerchief, his movements both natural and practiced. A faint twitch flickered at the edge of Shun Fong's left eye, almost imperceptible. Li Chun, however, momentarily stiffened, his gaze sharpening as he lowered his eyelids to conceal the fleeting surprise, his back straightening with a sudden rigidity. He had never witnessed the commandant in such a domestic light. The young lady was indeed extraordinarily exceptional. "Sir," Shun Fong spoke first, his voice firm, imbued with the steadiness characteristic of a soldier. Pei Tingyun acknowledged with a slight nod, gesturing for them to dispense with formalities. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yulin immediately ceased her rattle, turning her little head towards the two at the door. Recognizing them, she broke into a wide, radiant smile. "Shun Shun, Kun Kun," she exclaimed, enthusiastically waving her rattle in greeting. For a moment, the usual curve at the corner of Shun Fong's mouth seemed to freeze, a faint ripple of emotion passing through his eyes. Li Chun kept his gaze lowered, though his hand, unconsciously gripping his sword, seemed to shift its hold slightly. Faced with the unexpected, exuberant greeting from the little one, even their iron-hearted souls could not help but feel an indescribable impact. "Little miss, I hope you are well." The two spoke almost in unison, their tones laced with an ineffable awkwardness and stiffness. Pei Tingyun cast a casual glance at them, the corners of his mouth lifting imperceptibly, indicating a good mood. After hearing Shun Fong and Li Chun's report regarding the southern frontier and the astronomical bureau, Pei Tingyun nodded. "We must keep a close watch on the southern region." His voice regained its usual cold and grave tone. "Should the personnel from the astronomical bureau arrive, do not announce them. Bring them directly to me." "Understood." The two responded in unison. Just as Shun Fong and Li Chun prepared to bow and take their leave, unexpectedly, Yulin slipped off Pei Tingyun's lap. She scampered towards them on her short legs, her chubby little face uplifted, her curious, glistening eyes observing them with untainted clarity. Her tiny hands rummaged through the assortment of pastries piled upon the nearby table, ultimately seizing a bright red, sugar-coated hawthorn stick, and then carefully picking up a piece of sweet-scented osmanthus cake. Then, she trotted back to them, her small steps echoing lightly, raising her hands high to present what she held. For you to eat. Her voice was sweet and innocent, her little face bearing an earnestness that was impossible to refuse. Shun Fong froze, gazing down at the vibrant candied hawthorn skewers before him. These hands, accustomed to the cold grips of weapons and having interrogated countless heinous criminals, had never before touched such a childish delight. Li Chun was equally transfixed, his gaze fixed on the delicate osmanthus cake, as if it were not a confection but a scalding iron. Noticing their stagnant state, Yulin pouted slightly, a flicker of displeasure glinting in her eyes. It's sweet, really delicious. She attempted to promote it once more. Pei Tingyun coughed gently from the side, shattering the tense atmosphere. Ahem, since it's a gift from Yulin, you should accept it. Shun Fong and Li Chun, as if awakening from a deep slumber, quickly bowed and carefully accepted the candied hawthorn and osmanthus cake from Yulin's small hands. Thank you, miss, for your generous gift. Your kindness is appreciated. Holding these two light items, they felt a weight heavier than receiving an imperial decree. Upon seeing them finally accept her gifts, Yulin's face brightened with joy, her earlier discontent evaporating in an instant. She gleefully trotted back to Pei Tingyun, nimbly climbing onto his lap and settling comfortably. Shun Fong and Li Chun, as if granted a reprieve, silently bowed and withdrew. Once outside the courtyard, Shun Fong lowered his gaze to the colorful candied hawthorn in his hands, lost in deep contemplation, his expression complex and indecipherable. Li Chun, on the other hand, carefully tucked the osmanthus cake into his bosom, moving as if handling a rare treasure. The little mistress of the commander's residence was becoming increasingly irresistible and enigmatic. In the bedroom, Pei Tingyun watched Yulin, who was seated on his lap, eagerly nibbling on a sugar oil cake, her face nearly buried in the pastry. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted in a smile. He extended his hand, gently brushing away the crumbs stuck at the corner of her mouth with a tender motion. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Yulin paused in her eating, her dark, grape-like eyes suddenly lifting to the door. Uncle Fu's voice, brimming with barely contained excitement, almost erupted. Young master, the chief of the Astronomical Bureau has arrived. Chapter 17. The Astronomical Bureau discerns demon tracks. The little qilin presents treasures. Uncle Fu led the way, each step imbued with careful caution. Bai Shu, the chief of the Astronomical Bureau, entered the main hall of the Pei residence clad in a faded white robe. He was lean and handsome, exuding an aura of aloofness that seemed to keep others at bay. His dark, profound eyes appeared capable of piercing through the veil of destiny, yet they held a disinterest in all things mundane. Upon his entrance, the previous lightness in the hall dissipated instantly, the air thickening with tension. The servants bowed their heads in silence, afraid to disturb this ethereal figure. Pei Tingyun sat at the head of the table, his dark attire accentuating his cold demeanor. In his arms, Yulin had just finished a piece of osmanthus cake, her little mouth glistening with oil. Her large, glistening eyes blinked as she tilted her little head to scrutinize the newly arrived brother in white robes. Ah, this brother exuded a refreshing aura, akin to the crispness of snow-covered mountains, distinctly chilling. Bai Shu stepped into the hall and offered a slight bow to Pei Tingyun, his movements imbued with a unique rhythm. Commander Pei, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, he stated, his voice cool and devoid of emotion. His gaze lingered briefly on Pei Tingyun before sweeping over the delicate figure cradled in his arms. Upon meeting the pure, untainted glimmer of Yulin's crystal-clear eyes, a faint rune mark on Bai Shu's brow flickered subtly, almost imperceptibly, like a fleeting illusion. Pei Tingyun nodded slightly, acknowledging Bai Shu's courtesy. He gestured towards the side hall, prioritizing urgency over pleasantries. Last night, a creature infiltrated the mansion, employing bizarre methods. Regrettably, it vanished without a trace, yet residual malevolence lingers. I have summoned you to investigate and discern whether we can trace its origins. His tone remained unperturbed, as if merely discussing the capture of a rat. Yulin was no stranger to terms like creature and malevolence. Suddenly, she leaned out from Pei Tingyun's embrace, her fair fingers pointing at Bai Shu's smooth forehead, more specifically at the almost vanishing rune mark nestled between his brows. Hmm? She uttered with a curious hum, her little face brimming with inquiry. Bai Shu's cold countenance revealed the faintest hint of hesitation for the first time. He momentarily faltered, his once placid gaze now reflecting discernible ripples. The way he looked at Yulin shifted from a courteous glance to one imbued with genuine scrutiny and caution. This child could perceive the concealed mark of the heavenly eye. Pei Tingyun felt a stir within him, though it did not manifest on his face. He gently pressed down on Yulin's tiny hand. Yulin, one must not be impolite to guests. The little one's sensitivity to unusual energies was indeed extraordinary. Yulin obediently withdrew her hand, her large eyes still contemplating Bai Shu's forehead. Pei Tingyun lifted Yulin in his arms. By sieging, please. The group swiftly made their way to the side hall. This was the site where the brain-devouring creature's avatar had dissipated last night. Despite having been cleared, the air still bore a lingering chill that sent shivers down one's spine. A few guards clad in brocade stood watch at the entrance, their faces pale. As Bai Shu stepped into the side hall, he barely discerned a frown forming on his brow. He produced a palm-sized bronze compass from his sleeve, its edges inscribed with intricate runes, with a jade needle at its center shimmering faintly. The moment the compass appeared, the needle spun wildly, as if provoked, emitting a faint buzzing sound. Yulin wrinkled her little nose at this moment, waving her hands in front of her, as if brushing away something. Such a domineering and peculiar malevolent force. Bai Shu fixated on the compass, muttering softly to himself. Observing the residual aura, he noted the intertwining of resentment and death. Yet it bore a hint of an otherworldly panic in its dispersal. It seemed to be fearful of something. He lightly tapped the edge of the compass with his slender fingers, and the scales and runes on its surface were suddenly enveloped by a chaotic fusion of black and red light, revealing fleeting, mournful shadows. Yulin suddenly exclaimed towards the empty space with a childlike voice tinged with understanding. The bad thing has flown away. Pei Tingyun hastily covered the child's mouth, yet her delicate, high-pitched voice still betrayed her. Bai Shu abruptly turned his head, his gaze sharp as lightning, directed at Yulin. Was this place purified of evil by the young lady? Within the lingering demonic aura, there were unmistakable traces of having been forcefully eradicated by a power of utmost purity and brilliance. Pei Tingyun drew Yulin closer to her, shielding her from that penetrating stare. He nodded slightly, stating that she had been somewhat extraordinary since birth. He briefly recounted the events of the previous night, omitting the phantom of the qilin, merely mentioning that she had emitted golden light, repelling the demons. Bai Shu listened quietly, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the blood-red lotus bud birthmark on Yulin's brow. The mark glowed with a lustrous sheen, exuding a sense of sanctity in the dim light of the side hall. His expression shifted several times, from scrutiny to contemplation, then to realization and hidden astonishment. So that is the source, Bai Shu murmured softly to himself. He finally comprehended where that pure power, capable of crushing evil, originated. This was no ordinary blessing of protection. It was a sign of celestial destiny. His tone was calm, yet imbued with a certainty that pierced the veil of fate. The young prodigy of the Astronomical Bureau took a deep breath, adjusted his robe, and with a solemn expression, performed a profound bow to Yulin, who was still nestled in Pei Tingyun's embrace, gazing at him earnestly. This phenomenon was one the humble monk had never witnessed, rendering him momentarily unable to discern its significance. The young lady possessed the pure yang qilin aura, born of the righteous energy of heaven and earth. Impervious to malevolent forces, this was her ordained fate. Her arrival in this world was predestined. In that bow, he honored the manifest principles of the universe and the rare, pure vitality within this mortal realm. Yulin watched him perform such a grand gesture, her bright, round eyes blinking curiously. She struggled to escape Pei Tingyun's arms, and he gently set her down. The little one scampered over, her short legs pattering as she approached Bai Shu. She lifted her rosy face, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on him. Then, she extended her chubby little hand, rummaging through her sleeve pocket embroidered with a design of small koi fish. After a moment, she produced a piece of malt candy, slightly misshapen and dusted with remnants of osmanthus cake. With utmost seriousness, she offered the candy to Bai Shu. Her voice sweet and clear. "This is for you, it's a good thing." Bai Shu regarded the candy, then looked into Yulin's pure, glassy eyes. A fleeting, almost imperceptible shade crossed his typically stoic features. Ultimately, he slowly extended his hand and accepted the piece of warm candy, imbued with her warmth and the lingering taste of pastries. "How thoughtful," Bai Shu murmured softly. He tucked the candy into his sleeve with a natural grace. At that moment, the jade needle on the compass trembled slightly as the candy was received, pointing toward an indistinct direction before resuming its chaotic dance. Chapter 18. Tracing the powdered enigma within the skull, the awakening returns to protect the young master. Bai Shu concealed the misshapen piece of malt candy, his expression swiftly reverting to its customary rigor and coldness. "Commander Pei," he began, his tone steady, "may I have a look at the powder obtained from Chun Zheng and the other skulls?" Pei Tingyan nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Wei Qi, standing nearby, had already understood the implication and bowed, retrieving an oil paper-wrapped package from his sleeve, presenting it with both hands. Bai Shu extended his hand cautiously, taking the item with careful deliberation. He gently unfurled the oil paper, his fingertips delicately caressing its surface. An almost imperceptible, faintly sweet yet fishy scent mingled with an aura of death, abruptly wafting into the air. Yulin, initially curious, twitched her little nose, only to suddenly pale, her chubby hands swiftly covering her mouth and nose as she recoiled repeatedly into Pei Tingyun's embrace. "How dreadful!" her youthful voice expressed with unmistakable aversion and resistance. The little one even shivered, as if that odor could permeate her skin and freeze her very marrow. Bai Shu remained unperturbed by her reaction. He retrieved a special silver needle, entirely translucent and white, from his sleeve, lightly dipping its tip into the powder. To his astonishment, the powder seemed almost alive, with tiny particles attempting to cling to the needle. With a barely perceptible flick of his finger, an invisible force dispersed the errant movements. He then procured a palm-sized piece of bright yellow talisman paper, gleaming with a faint golden luster, and meticulously placed the tainted powder in the center. His lips moved slightly as he uttered a series of archaic syllables. In an instant, the yellow talisman ignited spontaneously, releasing a wisp of ethereal green smoke. The smoke curled and twisted in the air, faintly outlining a distorted and menacing beastly visage. The moment the apparition took form, it emitted an intangible, yet psychologically jarring shockwave, causing Wei Qi to grunt involuntarily, his figure swaying as his countenance turned pale. Even Pei Tingyun felt a slight pain in his brow. Yulin gasped, and the lotus mark on her forehead suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, exuding a vast and pure aura that instinctively resisted the malevolent energy targeting their souls. However, being but a child and having expended considerable energy the previous night, she faltered under the immense malevolence concentrated in the beastly apparition, her little face paling instantly as she let out a muffled sound. Lin, Pei Tingyun's heart tightened, and he swiftly pressed his fingertip to Yulin's brow, channeling a gentle stream of vital energy into her. Bai Shu's expression shifted slightly, his left hand swiftly forming a gesture as he pointed at the wavering, beastly visage. With a soft, crackling sound, the apparition let out a reluctant wail before dissipating. The talisman paper, too, crumbled to ash. This object harbored a deeply resentful intent, clearly crafted through malevolent sorcery. Bai Shu's voice lowered, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Pei Tingyun cradled Yulin closer to his neck, shielding her from the sight of the ominous apparition, his gaze dark and contemplative. Bai Shu focused on the dissipating green smoke, taking the opportunity to speak, his tone more grave following the recent events. Even mere remnants can possess such ferocity. The power of the living curse is evident. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping over Pei Tingyun, then continued. The essence of this powder aligns closely with the descriptions of a long-lost soul-devouring curse recorded in ancient texts, specifically targeting the spirit. It likely complements the brain-devouring demon, mutually nourishing each other to create such sinister power. Soul-devouring curse? Pei Tingyun's eyes turned icy, the pressure around him dropping sharply. While continuing to soothe Yulin, he pressed on with urgency. Is there a way to break it? Or can we trace its origin? Yulin gently lifted her small head, her pale face still showing signs of distress as she clutched tightly to Pei Tingyun's clothing. Bai Shu shook his head lightly, his brow furrowing with concern. This poison was exceedingly tyrannical. Once it manifested, it would directly consume the host's soul and brain, transforming them into the essence that nourished the motherworm. This powder was the residue left behind after the soul-eating worm feasted, heavy with resentment. Yet tracking the motherworm would be an arduous task. However, if a trace of the motherworm could be found, perhaps it would lead to further revelations. Pei Tingyun fell into deep contemplation. The southern wilderness, the five immortal sect, the brain-eating demon. The fragmented clues regarding military provisions pointed toward the truth that was becoming increasingly clear and perilous. At that moment, a faint metallic scratch, almost imperceptible, sounded from outside the side hall. Following this, a subtle, malevolent, probing intent slithered in like a cold serpent. Pei Tingyun's gaze sharpened, poised to take action. A figure, hard as steel, appeared silently at the side hall entrance like a ghost. The newcomer was tall and robust, clad in dark attire. And a faint scar at the corner of his right eye added an ominous aura in the dim light. This was Jingzhe, one of the 24 shadow guards who had been summoned back immediately. Upon entering, he knelt on one knee before Pei Tingyun, his voice steady. My lord, I sense several strange auras lurking around the estate on my way back, and have already dealt with 2 of them. Their methods are treacherous, seemingly aimed at the Pei residents. I apologize for my tardiness. Please punish me, my lord. Yulin, having just regained her composure, was now cradled in Pei Tingyun's arms, curiously observing this suddenly appearing figure in black. There was an air of cleanliness and sharpness about him that she found less disagreeable than the bad powder. He was not a bad person. Pei Tingyun's expression remained impassive. Rise. Jingzhe complied, straightening his posture like a pine tree. From this day forth, you shall not leave her side. Protect Yulin. Pei Tingyun's command brooked no dissent. For a fleeting moment, Jingzhe's body stiffened, but he immediately responded, Yes, my lord. His hawk-like eyes finally turned towards the small infant in Pei Tingyun's embrace. When his piercing gaze met Yulin's innocent and clear eyes, an almost imperceptible discomfort flickered across his usually stoic face. Yulin tilted her little head, gazing earnestly at him. Suddenly, she exclaimed and extended her delicate, white fingers, first pointing at the light scar at Jingzhe's right eye, then gleefully indicating her own smooth, full forehead, with a rosy mark resembling a lotus bud seemed to brighten. She moved her little mouth, as if attempting to convey something. Jingzhe's body froze entirely. Pei Tingyun observed Yulin's actions, his gaze sharpening. He remembered that scar on Jingzhe's eye. It was a wound inflicted years ago when Jingzhe had protected him, nearly piercing through his eye socket. Now, being pointed at so innocently by this little girl was a poignant reminder. Yulin suddenly wriggled out of Pei Tingyun's embrace and reached out her small hand, gently placing her rosy lotus bud mark against Jingzhe's scar. Her soft, unclear babble filled the air. A faint yet exceptionally pure warmth seeped in from the point of contact with the marks and scars. Jingzhe felt a tingling itch from the old wound, which had lain dormant for years, as if the lifeless flesh was being roused, and his once dim vision seemed to regain clarity. He shuddered, as if struck by lightning, momentarily forgetting all reactions. Pei Tingyun observed this scene, repositioning himself to cradle the playful Yulin, who was mischievously making faces at Jingzhe. Bai Sijing turned to Bai Shu, stating that this matter would likely require your utmost attention. Should there be any discoveries regarding the soul-devouring goo or matters pertaining to the southern wilderness, inform me at once. Bai Shu nodded, assuring Pei that he would certainly do his utmost. His gaze once again lingered, filled with complex emotions, on Yulin. With auspicious signs descending, malevolent spirits followed. The waters of the capital were indeed on the verge of becoming thoroughly muddied. This little qilin cub, from a moment of its birth, was destined to be at the eye of the storm. Chapter 19. the contrasting charm of the god of slaughter's guardian. The qilin cub gains little brothers Jing Zhu officially assumed the role of Yulin's personal guardian. An aura of forbidding menace surrounded him, instilling fear in all who dared to intrude, even in the sweltering summer heat. The servants of the Pei residence were rendered silent in his presence, wishing they could shrink away and meld into the walls, fearing that any misstep might lead to dire consequences. Yet, our little qilin cub, Yulin, remained undaunted. She gazed at Jing Zhe with her obsidian-like eyes, blinking innocently. This man, clad in deep black, possessed a countenance as cold and unyielding as ancient iron, his words sparse and guarded. Yet, the fierce yet pure aura emanating from him inexplicably provided her with a sense of security. As dawn broke, the first rays of light timidly crept up the window sill. Yulin rubbed her sleepy eyes and stifled a small yawn. Upon opening her eyes, she spotted Jing Zhe, standing like a statue of cast iron, motionless not far from her bed, evidently having kept vigil throughout the night. "Good morning, Zhe," she called out in a sweet, babyish voice, shaking her little head and bestowing upon him a radiant smile. For a fleeting moment, Jing Zhe's typically frozen expression faltered. He managed to utter a few words through clenched teeth. "Good morning, Mississippi." His voice retained its sharp, metallic quality, yet curiously lacked the lethal chill it usually bore. When Pei Tingyun entered the chamber, the sight before him caused a barely perceptible flutter in his brow. His most formidable weapon, the resolute and unhesitating Dark Guard leader, Jing Zhe, was now awkwardly crouched on the floor. Meanwhile, the small Yulin stood on her tiptoes, her chubby little hand clutching a piece of osmanthus cake, misshapen and glistening with sweet moisture, stubbornly offering it to Jing Zhe's lips. "Ah, it's delicious. Open your mouth, Zhe," Yulin urged, her cherubic face reflecting pure intent to share her treasure, coupled with a hint of mild grievance for his apparent misunderstanding of her feelings. Jing Zhe's expression had transformed from icy sculpture to one of complete petrification, showing signs of cracking. Instinctively, he recoiled from the unfamiliar sweetness of the treat and the drool of a child, every pore of his being screaming in resistance. Yet those clear and innocent eyes, filled with unwavering trust and anticipation, resembled two small flames that left him with no avenue of escape. His pleading gaze was firmly locked onto his master, as if it were a nail driven deep. Master, this was far more suffocating than charging into a battalion. Pei Tingyun suppressed the almost imperceptible curve at the corner of his lips, raising a hand to cover his mouth as he cleared his throat softly, concealing his evident amusement. "Jing Zhe," he said with a calm demeanor, devoid of any discernible emotion, "since it was given to you by Yulin, you should taste it." This was a command. Upon hearing this, Jing Zhe obediently closed his eyes and opened his mouth with the resolve of one ready to embrace death. Yulin immediately cheered, her small hand extending to deftly insert the ghastly piece of osmanthus cake into his mouth. The cloyingly sweet flavor, mingled with the unique fragrance of a young child, erupted in his mouth. Jing Zhe chewed expressionlessly, savoring the unprecedented and indescribable taste. Even the taut line of his jaw seemed to tremble at that moment. In the warm afternoon sun, Yulin played beneath the begonia tree in the courtyard, reveling in her newly treasured rattledrum. With an exuberant flick of her wrist, she accidentally sent the rattle drum soaring, landing squarely on a jagged rock of a nearby artificial hill. Being petite, she could not reach it, and in her frustration, she hopped in place, exclaiming in distress. A clumsy maid who was sweeping saw this, and, eager to please the young mistress, hastily set down her broom and attempted to climb the rocky hill. "Stop!" A chilling voice emerged from behind, devoid of warmth. The maid trembled in fear, her legs turning to jelly, frozen in place. Jing Zhe had appeared behind her, his gaze as cold as a frozen pond. A single look sent beads of sweat trickling down her back. In the next moment, everyone felt a blur, as if a gentle breeze had swept past. Jing Zhe's figure had magically materialized atop the precarious rock, confidently grasping the rattledrum. Almost instantaneously, he vanished, returning silently to Yulin's side, handing back the rattledrum. The entire sequence unfolded like flowing water, so swift that it seemed he had never moved, merely conjured the object back into existence. Yulin giggled as she received the rattle drum, her eyes crinkling with joy. She reached out her chubby hand and hugged Jingja's sturdy leg, nuzzling her little head against his neatly pressed trousers, akin to a spoiled kitten expressing pure delight and gratitude. At that moment, Jingja's entire being stiffened like iron, his limbs uncertain of where to settle. He wished to evade, but that soft, milk-scented head pressed against him, an unfamiliar, tingling warmth radiated from his legs to every fiber of his being. In the end, he remained still, nearby, unclefu watched in astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Good heavens! This usually formidable Jingja, who resembles the king of hell, is utterly flustered before our little miss. Our Pei family's little qilin truly lives up to her reputation as a harbinger of good fortune. As dusk descends, Yulin peacefully slumbers in the inner chamber, her small chest rising and falling rhythmically, emitting faint snores. Meanwhile, Pei Tingyun is engrossed in reviewing an avalanche of secret correspondence from the Jinui in his study. Suddenly, Yulin seems to sense something in her dreams. Her delicate brows furrow in unease, and she lets out a soft, discontented whimper. Almost simultaneously, a peculiar sound pierces the air. A pitch-black crow, its eyes gleaming with an eerie crimson light, crashes against the half-open window, exuding a faint yet nauseating stench of malevolence. Its sharp talons aimed directly at the inner chamber. Pei Tingyun's gaze sharpens, and he prepares to rise. Before he can make a move, Jingja, hidden in the shadows, darts forth like an arrow released from its bow. A cold gleam, more chilling than the moonlight, flashes through the air. The sinister crow seems to be momentarily hindered by an invisible force, letting out a brief, piercing cry. This minuscule delay grants Jingja the perfect opportunity for a lethal strike. The crow barely manages to emit a complete scream before plummeting to the ground, where it bursts into a wisp of foul-smelling black smoke, dissipating into the air. Only a leaf-shaped dart, stained with a few drops of dark blood, lies quietly on the ground, alongside a small, peculiar black token, neither metal nor wood, etched with twisted serpentine patterns, which fall from the dissipating smoke, producing a subtle sound upon impact. Jingja's figure retreats into the shadows, as if he had never appeared. Yulin, startled awake by the commotion, rubs her sleepy eyes and peeks her little head out from the inner chamber, gazing blankly out the window, her tiny mouth pouting in displeasure. Jingja steps forth from his hiding place, swiftly retrieving the leaf-shaped dart and the token, and meets Yulin's clear, innocent gaze. Untouched by the world, a rare moment of unnatural stiffness crosses his eternally frozen visage. After a pause, he dryly utters 2 words, "Bad bird." His voice remains cold and firm, yet somehow conveys an awkward attempt at reassurance. Pei Tingyun hastens to join them, solemnly accepting the black serpentine token from Jingja, his fingertips tracing its cool, slick surface. "Southern frontier," he states, his voice low and laced with an icy resolve. Chapter 20. Turmoil in the Court. Malicious words against the qilin before dawn. The bluestone path in front of the palace gates is soaked with morning dew, the chill biting to the bone. An ordinary black carriage quietly halts 100 paces from the palace gates. The curtain is lifted, revealing Pei Tingyun, serene as a deep abyss, stepping out. Clad in the dark robes of a Jinui commander, adorned with golden threads depicting flying fish poised to take flight. The 3-foot-long blade at his waist silently narrates the iron will of its master. Despite days of recuperation, his complexion still bears the pallor of illness. It does nothing to diminish his commanding aura. His gaze sweeps over the towering palace walls, cold and focused like 2 distant stars. Shun Fong and Wei Qi follow closely behind, flanking him like his most loyal shadows. Shun Fong retains his gentle smile, concealing a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes, while Wei Qi emanates an aura as frigid as walking ice. The trio strides toward the area where civil and military officials await their audience. "Ah, is that our esteemed Commander Pei?" A voice calls out. "It's been a few days, yet your brilliance remains undiminished." A shrill and piercing voice shattered the tranquility of dawn, dripping with unabashed sarcasm. Pei Tingyun did not falter in his stride, nor did his eyelashes quiver in the slightest. To him, that voice was merely the raucous cawing of a crow. However, the moment he stepped into the area bustling with officials, the air around him abruptly thickened. Countless gazes, some bright, some dim, some inquisitive, others disdainful, converged upon him. Whispers surged like a tide. Is the esteemed Pei in good health? Oomph! How extraordinary that the commander of the Jinui should be ambushed right at his doorstep. Indeed, now we are scrutinized at the city gates, as if we are grains of chaff, and the citizens of the city are voicing their grievances. Cursing the ancestors of the Jinui, these remarks, neither too loud nor too soft, were crystal clear, penetrating Pei Tingyun's ears with precision. He remained impassive, as if untouched by the turmoil around him. Shun Fang's habitual smile now bore an icy edge, while Wei Qi emanated an even greater chill. As his piercing gaze swept across the crowd, several officials who had been most vociferous in their discussions felt a shiver creep down their spines, instinctively falling silent. At that moment, an emaciated elder clad in a scarlet official robe, with a tuft of goat-like beard on his chin, pushed through the crowd and strode directly before Pei Tingyun. It was Lu Cheng, the vice minister of the censorate, who had always been at odds with Pei. Presently, his face bore a facade of insincere smiles, while his eyes glinted with a serpent-like coldness. Commander Pei, it has been some time since we last met. You appear to have grown rather precious in your health. Lu Cheng elongated his words, each syllable dripping with sharpness. Pei Tingyun finally halted, casting a detached gaze upon him. Lu Cheng, seeing his attention, grew even more self-satisfied, raising his tone a notch. However, one wonders how such a precious figure as yourself could fail to apprehend a mere assassin. Now, it seems the assassin has vanished without a trace, leaving the entire capital in turmoil and the populace in uproar. He paused dramatically, surveying the crowd before continuing to stoke the flames. While we toil in the court for the nation's welfare, Commander Pei, you are here adding to our troubles and causing the common people to suffer. Such ineptitude in your duties would have led a lesser official to lose their cap long ago. His words elicited several muffled agreements. Indeed, what Lu Durin says is quite true. The Jinui has yet to even catch a glimpse of the assassin. It is utterly incompetent. I suspect that the assassin has escaped the capital due to Commander Pei's negligence. Mockery echoed back and forth. Pei Tingyun's expression remained as icy as ever. Yet the chill in his deep-set eyes intensified. Observing that Pei remained silent, Lu Cheng took it as a sign of guilt and emboldened himself further. With a cold sneer, he let his gaze roam over Pei, seemingly appraising him, before speaking with a malicious tone laced with inquiry. Commander, Pei must be quite busy with official matters, leaving little time to attend to family affairs. I presume? I have heard that your household has recently welcomed a new addition. Yet, the manner of this addition is rather peculiar, as it appears you have taken in someone from outside. Upon witnessing Pei Tingyun's expression darken, his eyes shifted, confirming that he had struck a nerve. His voice escalated, laced with unmasked malice. I have also heard that there is a girl picked up from some obscure corner. As these words fell, an immediate hush enveloped the surroundings. All gazes converged upon Pei Tingyun. The fact that the Pei family had adopted an infant was no longer a secret, yet none dared to mention it so brazenly before him. At that moment, Pei Tingyun's pupils turned as frigid as the depths of winter, capable of freezing one's very soul. His fingers gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist, knuckles whitening with the force of his grip. Lu Cheng, however, seemed to have struck the very core of Pei Tingyun's anguish, growing more audacious. Commander Pei, as a prominent official of the court, how can you be so oblivious to propriety? Who knows what filth that unknown wild child carries? Should this tarnish the nobility or sully this sacred hall, it would indeed be an unforgivable sin. His words dripped with venom, each syllable piercing Pei Tingyun's innermost sanctum like a poisoned dagger. In that instant, the carefully maintained facade of calm surrounding Pei Tingyun did not shatter. Instead, it crystallized into a deeper, more profound cold. A tide of murderous intent surged within him, a tumultuous undercurrent of rage. He could bear insults directed at himself. But his precious Yulin was off limits. She was his beloved child, a treasure bestowed upon the Pei family by the heavens. How dare this old scoundrel besmirch her with such vile language? Lu Zhongqing. Pei Tingyun finally spoke, his voice low yet resonant, akin to ice striking jade, clear and piercing. He took a single step forward. Just that one step rendered Lu Cheng as if grasped by an invisible hand around his throat, his smug expression instantly freezing, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The surrounding officials felt the suffocating pressure, retreating in fear of being caught in its wake. At this moment, they awakened to the true nature behind Pei Tingyun's seemingly frail facade. How could they forget that he was the sharpest blade in the emperor's hand? The god of death of the Dali dynasty? Wei Qi had already placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, a soft sound echoing as the blade slid slightly from its sheath, a glimmer of cold light revealing itself. He fixed his gaze upon Lu Cheng, as if poised to cleave him in two at any moment. The genie Wei, known for their swift execution, were not mere words. Shen Fong maintained a smile upon his lips, yet the mirth did not reach his eyes, instead resembling honey laced with poison. Lord Lu, tread carefully. Some words, once spoken, come with a price. Lu Cheng, intimidated by Pei Tingyun's imposing presence and sensing Wei Qi's unabashed murderous aura, trembled within. Yet, having uttered his words, he found himself unable to retreat, forcing himself to maintain his stance. Well, what I said is entirely true, is it not? An unknown origin, silence. Pei Tingyun's voice thundered, like the rumble of distant storms. His sharp gaze pierced Lu Cheng's eyes. Lu Cheng, remember this. I shall not forget you. His voice suddenly dropped to a somber tone, each word striking Lu Cheng like shards of ice, echoing in his mind. Today's words, in the future, will surely make you have your wish fulfilled. Lu Cheng, trembling at the unabashed malice and threat, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing, his complexion as pale as parchment. Pei Tingyun let out a cold snort, a resolute thought crystallizing in his mind. He must host an extraordinarily grand first birthday banquet for Linlin. He intended to invite all the officials from the court, ensuring everyone witnessed the unparalleled preciousness of his daughter, Pei Tingyun. He even wished for the emperor's presence. Lu Cheng, you old cur, let you live a few more days, so you can witness how foolish you are today. At this tense moment, the melodious yet solemn chime of bells rang out from deep within the palace, reverberating beneath the morning sky. It was time for the morning court. This chime served as a pause, prompting the officials to adjust their attire and temper their expressions. Lu Cheng, feeling as if granted a reprieve, shot Pei Tingyun a fierce glare before awkwardly turning to follow the throng toward the palace, his steps somewhat unsteady. Pei Tingyun, maintaining his composure, led Shen Fong and Wei Qi, blending into the crowd as they entered the hall. At this juncture, a middle-aged general clad in military garb, with a square countenance, subtly gestured towards Pei Tingyun and inclined his head slightly. The newcomer was General Zhao Yi, an old acquaintance of the Pei family. Lowering his voice to a volume only the two could discern, Zhao Yi spoke with urgency. Tingyun, be extremely cautious during today's audience. Pei Tingyun lifted his gaze slightly, his calm eyes settling on him. Zhao Yi's expression grew increasingly grave as he quickly elaborated. I have received news that the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue are likely to initiate significant actions concerning the military fund for the Northwest today. The focus seems to be subtly directed toward His Highness, the Prince of Rue, and it may even involve the assassination attempt you previously encountered. There are those who wish to exploit this situation. Northwest military funds, Prince Rue, assassination. Pei Tingyun's pupils constricted. It appeared that today's court would not be tranquil. Just as he was about to inquire further, the sharp voice of the inner court attendant rang out ahead. His Majesty has arrived. Chapter 21. The Emperor presides over military affairs. The venomous tongue of scoundrel receives retribution. As dawn broke, the dragon carriage came to a steady halt. Emperor Jingheng, donned in a bright yellow dragon robe adorned with 12 symbols, entered the Golden Lawn Hall, surrounded by a throng of attendants and palace maids. His demeanor was serene, with long eyebrows arching into his temples, and his phoenix eyes, when opened and closed, radiated imperial majesty. The officials within the hall had already lined up, and, upon witnessing his arrival, knelt in unison, chanting long live your majesty. All rise, Emperor Jingheng commanded, his voice steady and low, infused with a hint of morning hoarseness. As his gaze gradually swept across the officials at the foot of the steps, it lingered momentarily on Pei Tingyun at the forefront of the military ranks, accompanied by a barely perceptible nod. This subtle gesture, akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirred turbulent waves in the hearts of those astute enough to comprehend the intricacies of court politics. Once the emperor settled into his throne, the head eunuch raised his high-pitched voice. If there are matters to report, step forward. If not, roll up the curtains and dismiss the court. The morning assembly commenced with the discussion of various trivial matters from different departments. A disaster in a certain region, river works in another, without any significant commotion. The emperor listened intently, occasionally murmuring an acknowledgement, his expression indifferent. Pei Tingyun stood with his head bowed, his complexion still pale from illness, yet his brow retained an undeniable sharpness. The Minister of War, Song Qi, emerged from the ranks, holding an ivory tablet, and respectfully addressed the emperor. Your Majesty. Recent disturbances along the northwestern borders indicate that the Walla tribe appears to be gathering forces to the south. I believe it is prudent to take early precautions. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, underscoring the frequent drills of the stationed troops in the northwest, which had led to a significant depletion of resources, including provisions, arms, and horses. He shifted his tone, revealing a hint of difficulty. I estimate that to ensure the stability of the northwestern defenses, an additional budget of at least 500,000 taels of silver is required. Moreover, reports from the front indicate that the supply of military provisions seems to be somewhat delayed, causing discontent among the soldiers. The atmosphere within the hall suddenly grew tense. 500,000 taels. Supply delays. Many officials exchanged glances between Minister Song, the Minister of Revenue, and several officials aligned with the princes. The Duke of Rue, absent due to illness, left his faction's expressions subtly altered. Pei Tingyun did not lift his eyelids. Behind him, Shun Fong maintained a gentle smile, though a flicker of understanding passed through his eyes. Wei Qi remained as motionless as a statue. Emperor Jingheng lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest of the dragon throne, producing a dull sound. What is the response from the Ministry of Revenue? Minister Qian, a man well past his 50s, stepped forward with a pained expression, the wrinkles on his face almost squeezing out tears. Your Majesty, I am to blame. The national treasury is indeed in a dire state. He lamented. Last year, the southern floods required the court to allocate 1 million taels in disaster relief. This year, the Yellow River has breached its banks, necessitating substantial funds for repairs. The demands for money from various regions are relentless, and, as the Minister of Revenue, I am akin to a cook without rice. He wiped at non-existent tears with his sleeve, asserting that the 500,000 taels could not be dispersed unless the emperor graciously approved cuts to other expenditures or sought alternative means for revenue. Upon hearing this, several officials within the hall exchanged knowing glances, perceiving this as a proposal to extract funds from other departments. The Inspector General, Liu Cheng, who had been nursing resentment after being publicly rebuked by Pei Tingyun, saw an opportunity in the announcement of military budget constraints and the Ministry of Revenue's lamentations. He considered linking the recent turmoil in the capital, caused by the assassination attempt on Pei Tingyun and the ensuing commotion from the Imperial Guards, to the military funding shortages, thus accusing Pei of neglecting public duty for private grievances, which resulted in excessive expenses for maintaining order in the capital, indirectly impacting military funding. A cold smile crept into his heart as he cleared his throat and prepared to step forward. However, Wei Qi, standing behind Pei Tingyun, keenly observed Liu Cheng's malevolent glance directed at the emperor, and his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, a fleeting chill flashing in his eyes. Already sensing that this old schemer was about to stir trouble, Liu Cheng took a deep breath, just as he was about to speak when, suddenly, he felt a sharp sting on his upper lip. followed by an intense burning itch. Instinctively, he reached for his mouth, only to discover in horror that a shiny, red blister had formed at an alarming rate, approximately the size of a fingernail. The blister swelled with a translucent sheen, emanating a nauseating oily gleam, its edges inflamed, as if countless tiny insects were gnawing within, causing both itching and pain, a fiery torment. Lu Cheng gasped in pain, his lips trembling uncontrollably. He attempted to articulate a defense or call out in agony, yet only muffled whimpers escaped his throat, the words lodged in his swollen throat. The blister grew larger and increasingly hot, leaving his mind a blank canvas. What was happening? Before he could ponder further, the swollen blister emitted a soft pop and burst. A pale yellow fluid mixed with blood trickled down, clinging to his goatee and exuding an indescribable stench. Lu Cheng's spirit fled in terror, fearful of losing face in front of the emperor. He hurriedly wiped with his sleeve, only to make matters worse, the pus smearing across half his face, the foul odor permeating the air. In that moment, he appeared both ludicrous and revolting, devoid of any semblance of an imperial censor's dignity. Such a disgrace in the Golden Hall. Should he be impeached for causing disorder in the court and disturbing the emperor, his fate would be sealed. Lu Cheng trembled with fear, desperately covering his mouth, his face flushed, cold sweat beading on his forehead, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Wei Qi's sharp gaze, like a cold blade, fixated on Lu Cheng's disarray until the blister burst and pus flowed. Only then did the faintest hint of a smirk, tinged with icy satisfaction, appear at the corner of his otherwise impassive face. "Serves you right for your insolent words, slandering Commander Pei and attempting to implicate the young miss." Wei Qi felt a wave of relief wash over him. This retribution had come most timely. The frustration stirred by Lu Cheng dissipated considerably. The image of the young miss, with her delicate face and sweet smile, brought an unexpected warmth to his icy demeanor. The newly opened peach blossom cake shop on East Street would surely delight her. As for Lu Cheng, he deserved his fate. Emperor Jingheng, perceptive to the commotion and muffled laughter below, subtly furrowed his brow, a fleeting look of disdain crossing his features. He held no fondness for censors like Lu Cheng, who lacked substance and only sought to attack their peers. He diverted his gaze, unwilling to be distracted by such trivial matters. Those officials who had long been at odds with Lu Cheng secretly relished his public humiliation, deeming it a fitting retribution. The tense atmosphere in the hall softened considerably due to Lu Cheng's sudden affliction. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Jingheng spoke slowly. The military affairs of the Northwest concern the safety of the nation. They must be approached with caution. I'm already aware of the reports from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. This matter is significant and shall be discussed later. With a gentle wave of his hand, he temporarily set aside this hot potato. The topic swiftly shifted to other matters. Lu Cheng, utterly disheveled, huddled among the crowd, clutching his painfully hot mouth, consumed by fear and anger, along with an indescribable sense of dread. Today's events were exceedingly strange. Suddenly, he recalled cursing the young girl from the Pei household outside the palace gates, calling her a filthy creature, a bastard, and the nearly predatory gaze of Pei Tingyun. Could it truly be that enigmatic girl from the Pei family? He recalled the sinister curses mentioned in ancient texts, capable of afflicting one with ailments without a trace, coupled with Pei Tingyun's unusual regard for that girl. Could it be that she was not a blessing, but rather a being imbued with strange powers? If that were the case, keeping her in the household would be akin to inviting disaster into the heart of the court. The more Lu Cheng pondered, the more fearful and resentful he became. No. If that girl is indeed a wicked creature, keeping her would inevitably lead to calamity. She must be eradicated to sever Pei Tingyun's roots. A sinister and malicious thought rapidly took shape in his mind. Such a monster cannot be allowed to remain. For the sake of the great Li's realm and the tranquility of the court, he must devise a way to eliminate this potential threat, simultaneously cutting off Pei Tingyun's support. A flicker of extreme malice shone in Lu Cheng's eyes, his hand covering his mouth, clenched into a tight fist from rage and fear, his knuckles turning pale. "Pei Tingyun, and your abominable offspring, We shall see what unfolds. He roared within. Chapter 22. The first birthday invitation flies across the city. The Empress Dowager bestows gifts concealing sharp edges with a single decree from Pei Tingyun. The entire Pei residence began to operate at an accelerated pace. The celebration for the young Miss Yulin's first birthday must be grand and extraordinary. The invitations were crafted to perfection, adorned with gilded edges and subtle patterns, exuding understated opulence. These invitations fluttered like snowflakes toward the residences of the city's powerful elite. Whether they were political adversaries of Pei Jiwei or distant relatives with no connection, everyone received one without exception. Pei Tingyun's intention was to announce to the world in the most ostentatious manner that his daughter was of unparalleled worth, deserving of utmost respect. Once the news broke, the capital erupted in excitement, more bustling than a beheading at the market. Officials supporting Pei Tingyun nodded in agreement, praising the general's devotion to his daughter as evident as the sun and moon. However, those who harbored resentment towards Pei Tingyun, such as the recently disgraced Lu Cheng, were fuming in their own households. Lu Cheng, clutching his still festering, oozing mouth that itched unbearably, mumbled curses through gritted teeth. This impudent child. Such actions will surely bring disaster. Just wait and see. His aged face contorted with fury and pain, resembling a pickled vegetable freshly pulled from a brine vat. He pondered within, sensing that Pei Tingyun's recent actions were laced with a peculiar malevolence, particularly that festering sore on his mouth, which renowned physicians could not heal. And neither Buddha nor Tao could offer relief. Perhaps someone within the palace could seize this opportunity to teach him a lesson. He had already discreetly dispatched individuals to establish connections with the Sinang Palace. This commotion naturally reached the palace as well. In the long quiet Sinang Palace, the Empress Dowager, upon hearing of this matter, merely offered a faint sound of acknowledgement, not even lifting her eyelids. Yet, within a few days, the Sinang Palace sent an unfamiliar old eunuch, bearing a substantial gift, to the Pei residence in grand procession. The eunuch, with his delicate fingers and elongated voice, announced, "The Empress Dowager has heard of the little county princess's birthday celebration and specially bestows a jade Buddha to pray for the young princess's blessings, health, and longevity." The jade Buddha was cradled in bright yellow satin, and upon its appearance, the temperature in the front hall seemed to drop several degrees. Though the statue was a Buddha of jade, the jade had an eerie crimson hue, resembling congealed blood. Its entire form was blood red, with a texture that seemed neither entirely jade nor otherwise, chilling to the touch, and upon closer inspection, it carried a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood. The craftsmanship was undeniably bizarre. The Buddha's face was indistinct, its smile frozen, emanating an aura of malevolence. The announcing eunuch wore a respectful smile, yet within the depths of his gaze lay a hint of barely concealed mockery. Pei Tingyun maintained a facade of calm, his profound gaze lingering momentarily on the blood jade Buddha before him. Then he clasped his hands in gratitude. "I, on behalf of my daughter Yulin, express my sincere thanks to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager for her generous endowment." Internally, he scoffed at the old woman's underhanded tactics, which remained unrefined. Fubo, ensure that the jade Buddha bestowed by the Empress Dowager is properly enshrined. He deliberately emphasized the term enshrined. Fubo understood, promptly summoning the servants to cautiously carry the ominous blood jade Buddha away, delivering it to the innermost corner of the storeroom. Shortly thereafter, Pei Tingyun discreetly sent a message requesting by Shu from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau to come and thoroughly inspect this precious jade Buddha. Meanwhile, at a suburban villa, the scheming Rue Wang Jinka, who was ostensibly under house arrest, yet constantly plotting a comeback, received news of Yulin's first birthday banquet. He caressed a jade pendant inscribed with the character for endurance, a cold and cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. A first birthday banquet? Huh. My dear fourth brother certainly knows how to create a spectacle for that little wretch. A glimmer of calculation flickered in his eyes as he recalled the bloody accounts of the South's secret arts of soul binding, a sinister technique capable of forcibly tethering living souls to inanimate objects. Once executed, the bound individual would fall under the dominion of the practitioner, enduring a fate worse than death. Through clandestine channels, a command was quietly dispatched. The spies from the south, long concealed within the capital, had recently become increasingly active, their objectives sharply focused on the Pei residents, seemingly confirming the target of the soul-binding technique. The ominous aura surrounding Jingzhe intensified, and the vigilance surrounding the Pei household reached its zenith. Even a fly would need to consider its mortality before attempting entry. Yet, the central figure, the little protagonist Yulin, remained blissfully unaware of the impending grand affair. Her daily joys consisted of clinging to Pei Pei and teasing Zhe. "Pei Pei, hug me. Zhe, lift me high." The flowers and plants in the Pei family's rear garden, once drooping, now flourished as if invigorated, their buds significantly larger than in previous years. Fu Bo observed this transformation daily, his mouth agape in astonishment. He surreptitiously discussed with the steward, "This young miss is indeed a celestial being. Even the flora seems to be imbued with her spirit, blooming more vibrantly than ever." The steward nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting similar wonder. Upon receiving Pei Tingyun's message, Bai Shu swiftly made his way to the Pei residence in secret. As he beheld the blood jade Buddha, his typically serene and unruffled countenance grew unusually grave. His fingertips brushed against the Buddha, and a runic mark on his forehead glimmered faintly. This artifact possessed an unusual material, imbued with a heavy aura of malevolence. If kept near a young child for an extended period, its chilling energy would continually erode the child's pure yang constitution, leading to ailments or, in severe cases, premature death. He declared with certainty, "The Empress Dowager's intentions are far from benevolent." Upon hearing this, Pei Tingyun's eyes darkened like a frigid abyss, his presence exuding an oppressive aura capable of freezing the very air. One audacious old crone. How dare she so brazenly scheme against my Linlin? Understood, he replied, his tone calm and devoid of emotion, betraying neither joy nor anger. Thank you, Bai Sijing. He had already formulated a plan, intending to turn the tables. Pei Tingyun then commanded the retrieval of a specially crafted black iron box, its interior etched with runes designed to ward off malevolent forces. He delicately placed the blood jade Buddha into the box, sealing it meticulously to ensure that not a trace of its malevolent aura could escape. Let it remain in the storeroom, where it may enjoy its peace. A faint, cold smile graced Pei Tingyun's lips. Meanwhile, Shun Fong brought news regarding the Grand Secretary Liu Cheng. Your Majesty, ever since Liu Cheng developed blisters on his lips in the court, he has sequestered himself away. He has sought the finest physicians in the capital and prayed fervently, trying every remedy. Yet the blisters have not improved. Instead, they have worsened, becoming painfully infected. It is said that he suffers unbearable itching and pain daily, unable to eat or drink, in a pitiful state. A subtle smirk played on Shun Fong's face, to which Pei Tingyun merely responded with a mild acknowledgement. On the other hand, Wei Qi, typically taciturn, managed to steal a moment of leisure amidst his duties. From some obscure corner, he had gathered an assortment of curious trinkets for Yulin. Among them was a bamboo whistle crafted from fine green bamboo. A gentle blow produced remarkably realistic bird calls. Enchanted by this treasure, Yulin could not part with it, incessantly tooting throughout the day, much to the chagrin of Jingzhe, who found himself twitching at the corners of his eyes. On the eve of the birthday banquet, the night was dark and windy. A stealthy shadow, blending seamlessly into the darkness, silently evaded the layers of guards surrounding the Pei estate, purposefully making its way toward the storeroom. This individual moved with an uncanny grace, clearly intent on verifying whether the blood jade Buddha was indeed enshrined in the prominent position as desired by the Empress Dowager. However, as soon as he approached the storeroom's perimeter, a chill more frigid than the night itself locked onto him. Jingzhe emerged like a specter from the shadows, a short blade glinting in his hand, aimed directly at the shadow's vital points. The shadow, realizing the danger, swiftly dodged, engaging in a brief exchange of blows with Jingzhe. After a series of metallic clashes, the shadow, recognizing its disadvantage, feigned a strike and retreated, vanishing into the deep night. Jingzhe did not pursue further. Instead, he retrieved a slender, glimmering poison needle from the spot where the shadow had disappeared, the tip imbued with venom, a common tactic from the southern regions. Beside the needle lay a torn fragment of fabric embroidered with a peculiar mandala design. Jingzhe pocketed both the fabric and the needle, his lips pressed into a thin line. As the night deepened, Yulin slept soundly, her small mouth pouting slightly, occasionally smacking her lips. Suddenly, her little brow furrowed, as if ensnared in a troubling dream. In her slumber, the blood-red jade Buddha, which had unsettled her during the day, loomed larger than life, resembling a small mountain. Its face, no longer bearing that rigid and eerie smile, wept two streams of blood tears. A sorrowful, ancient voice echoed repeatedly in Yulin's dream. "Save me, save me. They wish to use me to harm others." In her dream, Yulin emitted a faint whimper, her tiny body restlessly shifting. A crystalline tear slipped from the corner of her eye, soaking her pillowcase. Chapter 23. Guests fill the door with hidden intentions. The qilin's words cut off the roots of calamity on the day of the first birthday banquet. A red carpet unfurled before the gates of the Pei residence, accompanied by the resounding sounds of drums and music. Carriages flowed in like a dragon, and guests poured in like a swift stream. Almost everyone of note in the capital had received the gilded invitation from the commander of the Jinui, Pei Tingyun. Everyone was eager to witness how this powerful figure would celebrate the first birthday of a girl he had taken in. Of course, there were also some who came reluctantly, merely compelled by Pei Tingyun's authority, pinching their noses as they entered. Lu Cheng, the deputy censor, mingled among the crowd, his half-closed mouth still swollen and oozing, exuding a faint stench. His countenance was dark, filled with malice, and he occasionally cast glances deeper into the Pei residence. Today, he harbored a belly full of ill intentions, seeking an opportunity to vex Pei Tingyun. From the Empress Dowager's side, an unfamiliar old eunuch was sent, accompanied by a retinue of palace maids, to observe the festivities with great fanfare. The old eunuch wore a smile, shrewd calculations spilling from the narrow corners of his eyes, though his body remained still. His gaze roamed over Pei Tingyun and the assembled guests, brimming with scrutiny. What was ostensibly a celebration was, in truth, a means of surveillance. The confined Prince Rue, Jingku, sent a generous gift. Upon unrolling it, they discovered a painting depicting a tiger descending from the mountain. The tiger in the artwork was vibrant and imposing, its eyes fierce and filled with menace, its gaping maw seemingly ready to burst forth with ferocity. Pei Tingyun received the scroll with a mere cursory glance before instructing his servants to carefully store it away, lest it disturb the little miss. His actions were nonchalant, yet tinged with disdain. Such ominous objects were unworthy of tainting Lin's gaze. As the auspicious hour approached, the melodious sounds of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air. Within the banquet hall, the lights shone brilliantly, and cups clinked in a lively exchange. Just as everyone awaited with bated breath, Pei Tingyun entered, cradling the day's birthday star. In that instant, the entire banquet hall fell into a momentary silence. Dressed in a dark-patterned brocade robe, Pei Tingyun's demeanor appeared even more refined and aloof. In his arms was the exquisite little girl, Yulin, the guest of honor. Clad in a pomegranate red embroidered jacket adorned with floral patterns, her collar and sleeves trimmed with pure white rabbit fur, her delicate face was rosy and plump. Two charming little hair buns adorned her head, each tied with bright yellow ribbons, the ends of which bore tiny golden bells that jingled softly with her subtle movements. Cradled securely in Pei Tingyun's embrace, her shiny, curious eyes surveyed the gathered guests. There was no fear on Yulin's face, only the innocent and pure expression unique to children, as if she could cleanse away all impurities. A gasp escaped from an unknown individual, quickly followed by a chorus of awe. This was the little miss of the Pei residence? Truly, she was a paragon of grace and beauty. Just look at her features, her poise. She was certainly not the child of an ordinary family. How fortunate was Commander Pei? Praise flowed endlessly. The ladies present were particularly enamored. wishing they could rush forward to pinch that chubby little face. Despite the many eyes upon her, Yulin remained unperturbed. She nestled her petite head against Pei Tingyun, her small hand clutching the lapel of his garment, softly calling out, "Pei Pei." That gentle utterance melted the hearts of all present in the hall. Pei Tingyun looked down, the frost on his countenance thawing, as he tenderly brushed his fingertip against her little nose. The warmth of their father-daughter interaction left many spectators astonished. Who would have imagined that the formidable commander of the Jinui, known for his decisiveness and instilling fear in the hearts of many, could possess such a tender side? Lu Cheng, observing this scene from a corner, felt a sharp pain from the ulcer at the corner of his mouth, his venomous thoughts surging. How pretentious! An unknown, illegitimate child, deserving of such lavish affection. The banquet officially commenced, filled with harmonious music and dance. After several rounds of wine, a captivating dancer, adorned in the distinctive attire of the southern regions, was arranged by the chief eunuch beside the Empress Dowager to perform. She moved gracefully, her figure as supple as a water snake, and with each twirl, she exuded an allure that was utterly mesmerizing. In her hands, she waved vibrant silk ribbons, and, as they fluttered, a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance wafted through the air. At first, the aroma was rich and intoxicating, refreshing the spirit, yet upon closer inspection, it revealed an inexplicable and eerie undertone. Yulin, who had been indulging in a morsel of peach blossom cake fed to her by Pei Tingyun, abruptly paused her nibbling upon catching the scent. Her delicate nose twitched as she pointed toward the dancing southern dancer. "Pei Pei," Yulin exclaimed in a sweet, childlike voice, articulating clearly, "It smells good and bad." She scrunched her petite brows, a hint of distaste evident on her rosy face, as she nestled closer into Pei Tingyun's embrace, seemingly repulsed by the odor. At her words, the music in the hall faltered. The dancer's movements momentarily stilled, a flicker of panic coursed through her spine, quickly masked by her enchanting smile. Pei Tingyun felt a jolt of alarm in his heart, yet his expression remained impassive. He gently patted Yulin's back, soothing her, while discreetly signaling to Jingzhe and Shunfeng, who stood nearby, to remain vigilant. In the guests' seating area, Bai Shu furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed on the dancer, sensing something amiss. The dancer, too, was acutely aware that her peculiar fragrance might have been unveiled. Gritting her teeth, she attempted to compensate with an even more fervent performance and a more beguiling smile. Yet, Yulin's innocent declaration of smells good and bad rippled through the hearts of some like a stone cast into a tranquil pond. At that moment, a flushed official seated at the lower end, intoxicated and emboldened, suddenly rose to his feet. This man, Wang, an assistant minister from the Ministry of Works, had long harbored grievances against Pei Tingyun. Now, influenced by the enchanting scent, his malicious thoughts magnified. His face flushed, he began to shout nonsensically, "This woman is surely a harbinger of calamity. Pei Tingyun, how dare you bring such an ominous being into your home and celebrate her birth so ostentatiously? What are your intentions? I believe the recent disasters in the Dali dynasty have arisen because of this witch." At these words, the hall erupted in uproar. No one anticipated that someone would dare to behave so recklessly at Commander Pei's banquet, directly accusing the young lady of being a demon. Pei Tingyun exuded a chilling aura of impending wrath, ready to unleash his fury. In his arms, the jade-like Lin seemed startled by the roar of the Wang Yuanwei, her small frame trembling slightly. The little bamboo whistle she had been playing with slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground and rolling to the feet of Wang Yuanwei. Engrossed in his tirade, he instinctively looked down. His flushed face met the pure visage of Yulin. In that fleeting moment, the raging anger and manic behavior of Wang Yuanwei were extinguished as if doused with a bucket of icy water. A violent pain erupted from his brow, confusion and madness receding like a tide, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread and bewilderment. His lips quivered, cold sweat pouring down. What did I just say? He observed his own discomposed demeanor, acutely aware of the myriad gazes around him, filled with shock, disdain, and schadenfreude. With a thud, Wang Yuanhuai's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, face ashen. Yulin tilted her little head, seemingly puzzled as to why this fierce uncle had suddenly seated himself upon the floor. She pointed at the fallen bamboo whistle, glancing at Pei Tingyun, her small mouth pouting as if to say, "Pei Pei, the whistle has fallen." The southern dance maiden's complexion turned pale. The soul-eating incense had been effortlessly unveiled by the innocent girl's light utterance, and her Navi gesture had easily neutralized it, even causing a backlash that instantly revived Wang Yuanhuai. How could this be possible? The girl's power far exceeded her understanding. If she was not silenced immediately, both she and the forces behind her would be exposed. Her body tensed abruptly, murderous intent surging. The colorful ribbons she had been gracefully wielding now resembled venomous serpents, snapping taut and darting towards the vulnerable throat of the prostrate Wang Yuanhuai with blinding speed. Chapter 24. The Southern Gu Master unleashes fury. The enigmatic porcelain figure emerges the dance maiden's ribbons, akin to a serpent striking from its lair, targeted Wang Yuanhuai's face, intending to faint. A cold glint flickered in Jingzha's eyes as he stood unwaveringly beside Yulin. With a swift motion of his wrist, a teacup lid from the table transformed into a streak of dark light, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Clang! In a crisp sound, the teacup lid struck the tip of the ribbon with unerring precision. The ribbon was forced to veer sharply, narrowly missing the hem of Wang Yuanhuai's clothing. And with a hissing sound, it embedded itself an inch deep into the solid Nanmu floor behind him. The dance maiden, having missed her strike, paused momentarily, yet her murderous intent surged forth palpably. Without a moment's hesitation, she advanced towards the throng of onlookers. A suppressed growl escaped her throat, and a thick, inky black mist erupted from within her, swirling and exuding a nauseating stench that mingled the sweetness of decayed nectar with the foulness of aged blood, instantaneously saturating the entire banquet hall. Yulin wrinkled her delicate nose in discomfort, hastily burying her small head into Pei Tingyun's warm embrace. The oppressive, dark scent was far more repugnant than the previous fragrant yet foul aroma of the loathsome Wang Yuanhuai. It was only at this moment that the guests began to awaken from their stupor. This enchanting and beguiling dancer was, in truth, a nefarious sorceress from the southern frontier. Her true objective was not the disoriented Wang Yuanhuai, nor the delicate Princess Yulin. Rather, she intended to exploit the commotion instigated by Wang Yuanhuai to stealthily disseminate a far more potent and insidious soul-devouring powder within this heavily guarded banquet hall. Amidst the swirling black mist, there mingled an imperceptible, colorless, and odorless fine dust. Several nearby guests, in their startled attempts to evade, had already inhaled this lethal powder. Their movements visibly slowed, their breathing became increasingly labored and rapid. A guttural growl, reminiscent of a wounded beast, escaped their throats, their eyes bloodshot, pupils dilated, as if the last vestiges of reason were being ravenously devoured by an unseen force. My head is splitting. I must kill you all." Cries interspersed with profound agony and madness erupted suddenly, transforming the once orderly banquet hall into chaos, as panic spread like a plague, threatening to spiral completely out of control. Pei Tingyun felt a chilling aura envelop him, the murderous intent almost palpable. He held Yulin tightly in his embrace, his voice steady as iron, clearly resonating in the ears of every royal guard present. "Shun Fong, immediately seal off the banquet hall. No one is permitted to enter or exit without authorization. Those who defy this order will be dealt with ruthlessly. Wei Qi, apprehend that sorceress, regardless of her fate. Jingzha, do not stray a step. Protect Yulin." "Yes." The three figures responded in unison. The elite guards, poised and ready, sliced through the tumultuous crowd like drawn blades, each fulfilling their duty. Meanwhile, Bai Shu, standing among the guests, furrowed his brow in concern. He swiftly retrieved a stack of yellow talismans inscribed with vermilion symbols from his sleeve, chanting an arcane incantation that eluded the comprehension of others. With a commanding shout, dozens of talismans ignited spontaneously without flame, instantly transforming into warm, gentle golden specks of light. These golden rays seemed to possess a will of their own, accurately targeting the frenzied guests on the verge of complete chaos. Those touched by the golden light trembled, their erratic movements abruptly stilled, evidently subdued temporarily by the talisman's power against the sorcery within them. Observing her meticulously prepared, soul-devouring powder being so effortlessly contained, the southern sorceress displayed no hint of alarm. Instead, she curled her lips into a sharp, piercing grin. She reached into her bosom and produced a small, palm-sized black porcelain figurine. The craftsmanship was exceedingly crude, its limbs contorted in grotesque positions, and its eye sockets embedded with two tiny crimson blood gems, which now flickered with a disquieting red glow. An even more intense, chillingly malevolent aura, surpassing the previous dark miasma, surged forth from the figurine like a tidal wave. Upon catching sight of the small black porcelain figure, Yulin's face instantly tightened, her petite frame trembling uncontrollably, betraying her profound discomfort. A sudden warmth enveloped the crimson lotus mark upon her brow, the golden-red radiance flickering with urgency. A pure and vast aura instinctively surged forth from within her, clashing against the extreme malevolence exuded by the porcelain figure. How detestable this dark entity is, she mused, sensing it harbored countless cold and viscous malevolent thoughts, far more ferocious than the loud-mouthed Uncle Juan. The sinister energy surrounding the porcelain figure seemed to be slightly disturbed by the luminescence emanating from Yulin's brow, the red light flickering erratically, momentarily hesitating. This was, in fact, another form of the nefarious South Border secret art known as the brain-eating demon, specifically designed to remotely control the large-scale outbreak of soul-devouring parasites. Upon its appearance, the porcelain figure appeared to be instantly imbued with life. Two blood-red orbs rotated slightly, its rudimentary mouth silently opening to emit an inaudible yet piercing wail that could strike directly at the soul. The guests with slightly weaker cultivation felt a stabbing pain in their heads, their spirits unsettled on the verge of nausea, as the previously subdued parasitic toxins began to show signs of resurgence. At this critical juncture, an unexpected transformation occurred. Among the crowd, several seemingly panicked and inconspicuous guests suddenly erupted with terrifying killing intent, simultaneously launching their assault. Their movements were swift and fierce, displaying a remarkable synergy, clearly indicating they were well-trained assassins. Their target was not the malevolent South Border sorcerer, nor the powerful Pei Tingyun, or the treasure-bearing Yulin. Instead, they all unerringly aimed at the brain-eating demon porcelain figure, radiating boundless evil. This sudden emergence of black-clad assassins further complicated the already chaotic situation. Pei Tingyun became acutely aware. The South Border sorcerer and these assassins had struck almost simultaneously, with their objectives intricately linked to the enigmatic porcelain figure. This could not be mere coincidence. Behind this, there undoubtedly lurked a far more colossal and astonishing conspiracy. Wei Qi's figure had already lunged toward the South Border sorcerer like a hunting leopard, and the two were instantly entangled in combat. The sorcerer's methods were exceedingly treacherous and venomous, with poisonous snakes hidden in his sleeves, toxic powders at his fingertips, and mesmerizing smoke from his mouth. Various insidious devices emerged in relentless succession, creating an even match against Wei Qi. Meanwhile, Shun Fong had drawn his waist knife, its blade gleaming like snow, commanding the Imperial Guards in their embroidered attire, engaging in fierce combat with the suddenly appearing black-clad assassins. The clash of blades and the splattering of blood resounded like thunder within the banquet hall. Yulin, startled by the sudden chaos and bloodshed, tightened her small arms around Pei Tingyun's neck. She buried her little face deep in his neck, absorbing the familiar and reassuring scent. The small lotus mark on her brow, unnoticed by others, glimmered with an increasingly rapid and intense golden red light. A barely perceptible warmth began to emanate from her, enveloping Pei Tingyun and instilling within him a peculiar sense of tranquility and strength amidst the carnage. He keenly sensed that the surrounding malevolent aura had thinned slightly as it approached within a few feet of him. Amidst the chaos, A black-clad assassin seized a fleeting opportunity and, driven by a reckless ferocity, forcefully broke through the blockade of several Imperial guards. Like a ravenous wolf fixated on its prey, he recklessly lunged towards the Southern Gu Master, who was fiercely entangled with Wei Qi, his target unmistakably the dark porcelain figure in her grasp. The Southern Gu Master, noticing the assassin's reckless charge, inexplicably curled her lips into an eerily enigmatic smile. Her movements betrayed no hint of panic. Rather, they were infused with a cruel anticipation. The brain-devouring porcelain figure, having absorbed enough life essence, appeared to possess a vague semblance of autonomy. It suddenly broke free from the skeletal hand that held it, emitting a sharp, ear-piercing wail, akin to the mournful cry of a night owl. In an instant, it transformed into a tangible stream of black light, disregarding the nearby Gu Master and forsaking the guests ensnared by poison. The black light's target was unmistakably the Jade Unicorn, cradled tightly in Pei Tingyun's arms, its lotus mark flickering with a golden-red radiance, exuding a pure aura. The black light surged forth with astonishing speed, like a maggot burrowing into flesh, trailing a thick malevolence. Aiming directly for the unicorn's brow. "Little miss," Jingzhe cried out in alarm, her figure blurring into a shadow. Chapter 25. The hidden strategy of the King of Ruin and the convergence of demonic and Buddhist forces. Just as the brain-devouring porcelain was struck by the pure golden light emanating from the unicorn's brow, it let out a piercing wail of despair. The once brazen ferocity that enveloped it was doused as if doused in a bucket of ice water, abruptly halting its advance. The speed that had been ghostly quick as it lunged towards the minister visibly slowed, as if trapped in an invisible mire. Bai Shu's eyes narrowed, and with a swift flick of his wrist, he unleashed several pre-prepared bright yellow talismans like bolts of lightning. The talismans ignited spontaneously in mid-air, instantly transforming into chains shimmering with golden halos, which clanked as they precisely ensnared the brain-devouring porcelain, binding it securely for the moment. The Southern Gu Master's complexion turned ashen, her pupils constricting sharply. How could a mere infant, seemingly still in its nursing phase, possess such power to restrain her innate Gu creature? This was utterly unprecedented. In a fit of rage, she curled her fingers like claws, attempting to forcibly summon the brain-devouring porcelain back to her. Meanwhile, Wei Qi had firmly ensnared the Southern Gu Master. His swordplay was sharp and relentless, each strike aimed at her vital points, compelling her to retreat repeatedly. Yet the Southern Gu Master was no easy adversary. Although Wei Qi had gained the upper hand, her movements were erratic, her sleeves concealing poisonous substances, and a continuous stream of Gu insects emerged as she chanted incantations, unleashing invisible threads or hallucinatory mists towards Wei Qi. He had to balance his exquisite martial prowess with constant vigilance against her ceaselessly emerging treacherous tactics, though he temporarily held the advantage. Subduing her completely proved to be a challenging endeavor. On the other side, the steward of the King of Ruin wore a grim expression. He quickly retrieved a specially crafted bone whistle from his pocket, raised it to his lips, and blew forth a series of sharp and eerie notes. However, the porcelain figure was initially wounded by the golden light of Yulin, causing it to lose some of its spiritual essence. Subsequently, it was ensnared by the layers of talismans and golden chains wielded by Bai Shu, rendering its responses to the whistle alarmingly sluggish. It could only twist restlessly in place, unable to break free from its bindings, while a flicker of resentment flashed in the steward's eyes. Pei Tingyun's dark phoenix eyes gleamed with a chilling light, akin to a tangible blade, slicing through the steward's countenance. His voice, though not raised, resonated with the weight of 1,000 hammers, piercing the ears of all present. It is the first time I have come to know that within the residence of His Highness, the Crown Prince of Rue, there exists a master well-versed in the Gu technique of the southern frontier. With this single statement, he ruthlessly unveiled the clandestine collusion between the Crown Prince Jinka and the Southern Gu Master. The steward's face instantly turned as pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His identity was utterly exposed. Falling into the hands of the Jinyui would certainly lead to a fate worse than death. Rather than being captured and humiliated, his gaze darted towards the imprisoned brain-eating demon and then met the eyes of the Southern Goo Master engaged in a distant struggle, reading a hint of determination and madness in his opponent's gaze. A darker, more sinister scheme began to take shape within him. Destroy all evidence? No. He intended to offer an even greater surprise. A frenzied ferocity flickered in his eyes as he twisted his tongue, the acrid sweetness surging in his throat. With a violent expulsion, he sprayed a mouthful of rancid, poisonous blood towards the trapped, brain-eating demon porcelain figure. This was the forbidden technique of sacrificing one's life to feed the goo. Once the dark porcelain figure was tainted by the steward's toxic blood, it ignited with a ferocity akin to being doused in boiling oil. Its blood-red eyes flared with an intensity that seemed ready to bleed, and the malevolent aura surrounding it surged tenfold. Crack! Crack! The golden talisman chains that ensnared it emitted a series of unbearable snapping sounds. The golden light rapidly dimmed, fracturing piece by piece. A heart-stopping terror radiated wildly from the porcelain figure, and the temperature in the banquet hall plummeted, as if one had fallen from the mortal realm into a frigid abyss. The guests were already terrified beyond belief. Some collapsed to the ground, wetting their garments in fear. Others, disregarding decorum, crawled and rolled in a desperate attempt to escape this hellish scene, screams and cries mingling with the sounds of overturned tables and chairs. The porcelain figure broke free from the talisman's restraints, emitting a horrifying howl from its throat. It transformed into a solid, blood-tinged, sinister black-red streak of light, completely ignoring the nearby Jiui and Goo Master, and shot toward a direction deep within the Pei residence. The speed was such that it left behind only an afterimage. Almost simultaneously, from the depths of the Pei residence's storeroom, the blood jade Buddha, enshrined within an iron box and bestowed by the Empress Dowager, began to tremble violently without warning. A deep, oppressive hum resonated from the iron box, as if some primordial beast were on the verge of awakening. Following this, a wave of terrifying sinister energy, far colder and more malevolent than that of the brain-eating demon, violently broke through the iron box's confinement, spreading recklessly. In the banquet hall, Yulin, tightly held in Pei Tingyun's embrace, trembled violently. In her pair of clear, innocent eyes, a palpable sense of anxiety and restlessness emerged for the first time. She anxiously squirmed her petite body, her delicate fingers pointing towards the direction where the sinister crimson light had vanished, the very direction from which the malevolent energy of the storeroom emanated. With a voice that was both indistinct and filled with urgency, she cried out to Pei Tingyun, "Pei Pei, the red Buddha is eating. Grandmother, the wicked Buddha is bullying grandmother." Though the little one struggled to articulate her thoughts, her palpable urgency was unmistakable to Pei Tingyun. At that moment, Bai Shu's expression shifted to one of grave concern. "This is dire," he exclaimed. "My lord, the blood jade Buddha has undoubtedly been completely stirred by the presence of the brain-eating demon. Their malevolent energies are nearly of the same origin. The brain-eating demon seems to serve as a catalyst, while the blood jade Buddha is likely the true core of this evil source. That creature intends to devour the blood jade Buddha, and should the two converge, the consequences would be unimaginable." As he spoke, a barely perceptible tremor crept into his voice. He had sensed the malevolence of the blood jade Buddha, but had not anticipated its profound connection to the southern region's sorcery. Upon witnessing the brain-eating demon transform into light and sensing the familiar malevolent aura emanating from the storeroom, the southern sorcerer and the steward of the Rue, Wang, displayed no sign of frustration at their plans being disrupted. Instead, a morbid, almost frenzied joy illuminated their faces. The steward of Rue, Wang, coughing up blood, erupted into a hoarse, maniacal laugh. "Ha ha ha! It has come to pass. Pei Tingyun, this is the true grand gift. My lord's great scheme has advanced ahead of schedule. Ha ha ha!" Bai Shu's expression shifted once more. It became evident that the toxic blood he had expelled earlier was not intended for mutual destruction, but rather, he had sacrificed his own lifeblood as a means to forcibly invoke the forbidden technique that would merge the demon with the blood Buddha, All previous actions were likely laid as groundwork for this moment of eruption. A cold glimmer flickered in Pei Tingyun's dark phoenix eyes. He carefully entrusted the jade unicorn in his arms to Jingzhe, who had been steadfastly protecting him, and spoke with a calmness devoid of any tremor. Jingzhe, at all costs. Protect the jade unicorn. He then took a deep breath, his figure shifting as he prepared to personally head to the storeroom to thwart the convergence of the brain-eating demon and the blood jade Buddha. The jade unicorn watched as the sinister black-red light disappeared into the depths of the night, feeling the uncomfortable presence of the red Buddha emanating from the storeroom. Her small mouth pouted in discontent. Crystal tears instantly filled her glass-like eyes, threatening to spill over. She reached out her tiny hand, futilely grasping at Pei Tingyun's clothing. Her voice thick with nasality, both aggrieved and fearful, as she cried, "No, no, don't eat the red Buddha." Pei Tingyun paused, his heart jolted, instinctively glancing at the little one in his arms. The jade unicorn suddenly wriggled free from Jingzhe's embrace, lunging forward, only to be tightly held back by Jingzhe. She desperately stretched out her small hand, pointing towards the storeroom, her glass-like eyes brimming with tears, sparkling with a heart-wrenching urgency and sorrow that Pei Tingyun had never witnessed before. With all her might, her small voice, broken with emotion, yet remarkably resolute, cried out, "Wicked! The red Buddha is eating grandmother. Grandmother is in pain." A surge of intense, vivid thoughts surged into Pei Tingyun's consciousness, penetrating the depths of the blood jade Buddha. Within, a hazy figure of an elderly woman, emanating a faint golden glow, writhed in agony, enveloped by a thick, dark crimson malevolence. The contours of this woman bore an uncanny resemblance to the Grand Empress Dowager. Pei Tingyun's pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 26. The merging of the demon Buddha and the unforeseen anomaly qilin had never encountered the Grand Empress Dowager. How could she perceive all this? Was it possible that her years of serene retirement were not as tranquil as they appeared? The subtle, dissonant changes he occasionally sensed in her presence, could they be connected to this bizarre blood jade Buddha? A ludicrous yet chilling thought burgeoned wildly in Pei Tingyun's mind. At that very moment, within the banquet hall, the Southern Gu Master and the steward of the Rue, Wang sensed a familiar, terrifying aura emanating from the storeroom, resonating with the sinister presence of the brain-devouring demon. Rather than displaying any annoyance at the disruption of their plans, their faces revealed a morbid, almost frenzied delight. The steward of Rue Wang, coughing blood, rasped with a maniacal laugh. "Ha! It has succeeded. Pei Tingyun, this is the true gift." A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. "My lord's grand scheme has advanced ahead of schedule. This conspiracy has indeed been long in the making. Its ultimate aim is to establish a deadly connection between this even more horrifying blood jade Buddha and the Grand Empress Dowager, who remains far away in the palace." At this moment, Wei Qi had cornered the Southern Gu Master into a desperate situation. His blade flashed with increasing urgency, each strike slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, aiming for fatal blows mercilessly. The Southern Gu Master, aware of her impending doom, displayed a fierce resolve and deep resentment in her eyes. She suddenly bit down on her tongue, spewing forth a jet of thick, foul black blood, aimed like an arrow at the nearby Wei Qi. Wei Qi reacted swiftly, dropping low to narrowly evade the toxic spray. The blood splattered against a pillar behind him, corroding it with a hissing sound and creating a fist-sized crater, releasing nauseating black smoke. Simultaneously, the Southern Gu Master emitted a piercing shriek. The countless hidden goo worms within her body were forcibly detonated. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled explosions erupted from within her, scattering flesh and blood. She intended to perish in this horrific manner, taking Wei Qi down with her. However, Wei Qi had been prepared at the moment the Gu Master detonated the worms. He had already retreated several paces like a wraith, simultaneously hurling his blade. The gleaming edge struck true, piercing through the heart of the Southern Gu Master, pinning her firmly against the pillar. The deranged smile on her face froze instantly, her vitality swiftly fading, leaving only resentment and unwillingness in her eyes. Her head tilted, and she fell silent forever. Meanwhile, Shenfang had already commanded the elite Imperial Guards to swiftly subdue the panicking guests within the banquet hall. The remaining assassins sent by the Rue Wang were utterly powerless against the Imperial Guard's thunderous methods, quickly eradicated without a trace. The entire banquet hall, save for the scattered plates and a faint scent of blood, was devoid of any living enemies. As the situation turned dire, the mad smile on the face of Prince Rue became increasingly sinister. He fixed his gaze on Pei Tingyun, as if to etch the latter's visage into his very bones. Pei Tingyun, just wait for me. My master will surely avenge us. Before he could finish his words, he abruptly crushed the poison pouch he had prepared. Dark blood gushed forth from his 7 orifices, and his maniacal laughter was abruptly silenced. His body convulsed a few times before he breathed his last, collapsing into a pool of blood. The crisis within the banquet hall, for the time being, had subsided. The air was thick with the stench of blood, the acrid scent of medicine, and a faint, ominous aura, leaving chaos in its wake. Pei Tingyun suppressed the tumultuous waves stirred within him by the vision transmitted from Yulin. Taking a deep breath to steady his voice, he turned to Yulin, who was tightly cradled in Jingzha's arms, her tear-filled eyes wide and her pale little face stubbornly pointing towards the palace. Yulin's small body still trembled slightly, evidently shaken by the images and the malevolent energy she had sensed, which had taken a significant toll on her fragile constitution. The faint, auspicious aura belonging to the qilin seemed to instinctively resist the evil presence, yet this struggle had drained her considerably, leaving her particularly weak. Pei Tingyun's heart ached as if pierced by needles. He stepped forward swiftly, taking Yulin from Jingzha's embrace and gently patting her back. "Be good, my dear, do not cry. Tell father what happened." Yulin sniffled, her small nose twitching as she pointed towards the palace with a quivering voice. "Wu, Pei, grandmother is in trouble. The Red Buddha in the palace wants to eat grandmother. Wu, grandmother is in so much pain." Pei Tingyun exchanged a glance with Bai Shu, who had rushed over, his expression equally grave. Considering Yulin's extraordinarily abnormal behavior and the bizarre blood jade Buddha, which was currently stirring within the Pei family treasury, a terrifying hypothesis that had previously seemed unthinkable began to take shape in Pei Tingyun's mind. If the spirit of the Empress Dowager was indeed trapped within that blood jade Buddha, the collusion between Prince Rue Jinka and the southern frontier was nothing short of horrifying. Their intentions extended beyond mere chaos. They aimed for regicide. To seize control over the Empress Dowager in such a nefarious manner was utterly appalling. Pei Tingyun's gaze turned as frigid as eternal ice. He focused intently on the direction Yulin was pointing, where the Ci Ning Palace stood. His voice, though not raised, carried an undeniable resolve and chilling authority as he articulated, "Prepare the horses. Immediately seal off all information. No one is to utter a word about today's events. Those who disobey shall face execution without mercy. Shenfang, Wei Qi, Jingzha, assemble the royal guards and follow me into the palace. Our target is the Ci Ning Palace." Chapter 27. The Imperial Guards rush to Ci Ning Palace. Innocent words unmask the disguised. Pei Tingyun's gaze sharpened, his mind resolute. He commanded in a deep voice, "Shenfang, completely seal off the Pei residence. All guests from the banquet must be closely monitored. Not a whisper of the events shall escape. Externally, we declare that the banquet proceeded normally and concluded successfully." Shenfang acknowledged the order and swiftly departed to execute it. The operational efficiency of the Pei household was on full display at that moment. Meanwhile, Pei Tingyun turned toward another shadow, from which emerged a leader of the Imperial Guards clad in dark armor, his demeanor calm and composed. He bowed deeply and addressed Pei Tingyun, "My lord. I have been ordered by His Majesty to assist you in addressing any unforeseen circumstances." Pei Tingyun spoke with remarkable rapidity, yet each word was crystal clear as he conveyed the shocking turn of events at the banquet, the cruelty of the southern region's sorcerers, the peculiar reaction of Yulin, and the earth-shattering speculation regarding the relationship between the Blood Jade Buddha and the Empress Dowager. The leader of the Imperial Guards listened intently, veins on his forehead bulging. His eyes filled with disbelief. The Empress Dowager. The implications were indeed vast. Jing Hong had already discerned, through secret reports, the undercurrents swirling around the Pei family banquet, suspecting that some nefarious individuals might seize the opportunity to cause trouble. Therefore, he had implemented precautions and responses both within and outside the palace. Upon hearing that Yulin, the little lucky star, was headed directly towards Xinang Palace and possibly linked to the Empress Dowager, the young emperor hesitated no longer. A secret order was dispatched at the utmost speed, summoning all lurking Imperial Guard forces within the palace to fully cooperate with Pei Tingyun's every action. Meanwhile, Jing Hong had quietly made his way to a hidden stronghold within the palace, poised to oversee the situation and await further news. The night was as dark as ink, and a sense of impending danger loomed. Pei Tingyun, Bai Shu, Jing Zhe, and Wei Qi moved like phantoms through the shadows. In Jing Zhe's arms lay the small Yulin, who seemed to sense the invisible pressure and malevolence surrounding them. The little one began to squirm restlessly, emitting faint whimpers that betrayed her evident discomfort and agitation. Her tiny face contorting in distress. Xinang Palace loomed in the distance. Its exterior remained as serene and solemn as ever, exuding an aura of royal majesty. Yet, Pei Tingyun's keen perception quickly detected something amiss. The guards at Xinang Palace were more formidable than usual, their numbers significantly increased. In the air lingered a faint, unfamiliar scent, sweet yet metallic. Among the guards, several unfamiliar faces glared with sharp eyes, emanating a heavy atmosphere of hostility. As they drew closer to Xinang Palace, Yulin's reactions intensified. Her little face was taut, and her large, glistening eyes reflected anxiety and profound resistance. She clutched tightly at Jing Zhe's clothing, her small frame writhing incessantly as she murmured indistinctly, "Bad things, so many bad things. Grandma is scared." The tender voice carried an unmistakable fear, almost breaking into tears. Pei Tingyun's heart tightened at her words, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Jing Zhe. Understanding the silent communication, Jing Zhe softened his steps, pulling Yulin closer for protection. Pei Tingyun slightly inclined his head, signaling Bai Shu. Bai Shu nodded, swiftly forming several intricate gestures. His eyes closing momentarily as the rune on his forehead began to faintly glow. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes abruptly, his expression grave and solemn. "My lord, the commander," Bai Shu lowered his voice, his tone laced with a subtle tremor. Within the Xinang Palace, there indeed exists a formidable presence of malevolent energy, akin to that of the southern region's Gu master at the banquet, as well as the aura of the blood jade Buddha found in the Pei family's treasury, almost of the same origin. The remnants of the poison are unmistakable. However, he paused, his brow furrowed. Beneath this sinister energy, there faintly lingered a weak, suppressed aura of tranquility, barely perceptible. This serene essence, pure and warm, stood in stark contrast to the surrounding chill. A heavy silence enveloped the hearts of those present. It seems that Yulin's intuition was not misplaced. Like silent owls of the night, the group stealthily infiltrated the main hall of Xinang Palace. The hall was brightly lit, the flickering candlelight illuminating the vast space as if it were daylight. Yet, beneath this brightness lay an unsettling stillness that sent shivers down the spine. The expansive hall echoed only their soft breaths, a silence so profound it was almost terrifying. Upon the phoenix throne sat a figure, the current Empress Dowager. Clad in resplendent royal attire and adorned with a phoenix crown, she exuded an air of dignified composure. A beautiful maid, her features imbued with a gentle grace, carefully attended to the Empress Dowager, presenting her with a cup of fragrant tea. Everything appeared seemingly normal, the maid's smile even perfection itself. However, at the moment when Jia entered the hall with Yulin in her arms, Yulin's previously anxious expression turned as pale as a sheet. She froze, as if confronted by something exceedingly dreadful. In the next instant, she abruptly raised her small finger, pointing directly at the maid, who was holding the teacup with a charming smile. "Zha." Yulin's voice, tinged with tears and the fury befitting a sacred beast, sliced through the oppressive silence of the hall. "Strike!" Strike her, wicked sister. The tender voice resonated like a red-hot iron, searing into the hearts of those present. The beautiful maid's hand trembled violently, causing the scalding tea to spill onto her delicate wrist, yet she seemed utterly oblivious. Her gentle smile froze instantly. An expression of utmost shock and venomous hatred surged forth from the depths of her eyes, akin to a striking serpent. Though fleeting, it was keenly perceived by Pei Tingyun. Yet, she reacted swiftly, forcibly suppressing that flicker of emotion, replacing it with a fa-ade of alarm, her voice sharp as she admonished, impudent. Which rascal dares to intrude upon Sinang Palace at this hour, disturbing the Empress Dowager's tranquility? The Empress Dowager slowly lifted her head, her movements deliberate, maintaining an air of composure and authority. However, each slight motion appeared somewhat stilted, reminiscent of a marionette, lacking the usual fluidity and vivacity. Her well-maintained visage bore a tranquil expression bordering on numbness, her once tempestuous eyes now unnaturally calm, even vacant, as if shrouded in an invisible mist, devoid of their former sharpness and vigor. The Empress Dowager's gaze mechanically shifted to Pei Tingyun, her tone placid, carrying a barely discernible hint of monotony. As if reciting lines, "Commander Pei, what brings you here at this late hour, gathering such a multitude? What is your purpose?" Her voice retained its regal tone, yet it had lost all warmth and emotional fluctuations of a living being, resembling a meticulously programmed doll. At the moment when Yulin's sharp words fell, there was no need for Pei Tingyun to issue any further commands. In Jingzha's keen, hawk-like gaze, a surge of murderous intent erupted. The young lady in his arms was his Achilles heel, with a suppressed growl escaping Jingzha's throat, akin to a beast unleashed. His form darted forward like a released arrow. No, swifter than an arrow. He burst forth like a bolt of black lightning, ghostly and swift. The fierce gust of his palm, accompanied by a shrill sound that tore through the air, was devoid of any embellishments, aiming directly at the heart of the wicked maid identified by Yulin. Astonishingly, the maid met Jingzha's thunderous assault without a trace of fear in her eyes. She did not flinch or evade. Instead, a chillingly eerie smile crept upon her lips. In the blink of an eye, a needle as fine as a cow's hair, gleaming with a ghostly blue light, silently slipped from her sleeve, expertly pinched between her fingers. Her target was not the incoming Jingzha, but rather the calm visage of the Empress Dowager seated upon her throne. In that fleeting moment of exposure, she intended to obliterate this most vital puppet. "You shall all perish." A sharp and venomous hiss erupted from her lips. Chapter 28. The qilin purges evil and reveals divine powers. The true spirit returns to Sinang's shock. The wicked maid, also known as the Gu Master from the southern border, witnessed her identity fully exposed, and the last semblance of disguise shattered with a resounding crash. Her eyes gleamed with ferocity, the dagger drawn from its sheath. The poison-laden silver needle in her hand shimmered with a chilling blue, deathly glow, and without hesitation, she viciously lunged towards the Empress Dowager's temple. In this critical moment, she aimed to entirely destroy this most crucial puppet, ensuring that all evidence perished with it. In that instant, Bai Shu, who had been on high alert, was already prepared. He recited incantations in a hurried whisper, his words almost inaudible. A solid golden light shield materialized out of thin air, forming instantaneously before the Empress Dowager's forehead. Clang! A resounding metallic clash reverberated through the grand hall. The malicious silver needle, as if colliding with an invisible iron wall, was forcefully deflected and fell helplessly onto the cold tiled floor. With her attack thwarted, the southern border Gu Master was compelled to abandon her control over the Empress Dowager, twisting her body in a strange manner to narrowly evade Jingzha's lethal strike. Almost simultaneously, Wei Qi's figure approached like a specter from the opposite side. His strike was ruthless and his angle cunning, forming a net of encirclement with Jingzha, determined to capture the witch without granting her a moment's respite. Pei Tingyun's profound gaze remained steadfastly locked onto the still-dazed Empress Dowager on the throne. His voice was steady, imbued with an undeniable authority as he proclaimed aloud, If the Empress Dowager still possesses her spirit, please give me a sign. He sought to awaken the true soul of the Empress Dowager, potentially suppressed by dark sorcery. At that very moment, Yulin, who had been cradled protectively in Jingzha's arms, suddenly began to struggle fiercely. As the moment of awakening approached, she gently relaxed her embrace, ensuring the utmost safety of her surroundings. The little one stumbled forward like a wobbly fledgling, making her way to the feet of the Empress Dowager. With her chubby little hands, she anxiously patted the Empress Dowager's cold, lifeless hands, exclaiming, "Grandma, Grandma doesn't hurt." Her voice was laced with a childlike cry. "L-N-L-N is here. Bad sister, chased her away. Chased her away." Despite her small stature, she radiated a pure and captivating aura reminiscent of a qilin. This essence, akin to the gentle warmth of spring sunshine, quietly permeated the Empress Dowager's icy form, initiating an instinctive purification and expulsion of the malevolent energies that lingered within her. Under the combined assault of the formidable duo, Jingzha and Wei Qi, the southern region's sorceress found herself at a perilous disadvantage, her body marred by numerous grievous wounds. A flicker of madness and despair gleamed in her eyes as she emitted a shrill, piercing scream. Suddenly, a more potent wave of noxious black mist erupted from her, its foul stench seeking to sow chaos once again in a desperate bid for survival. "Oomph! Does this fiend dare to wreak havoc once more?" Bai Shu scoffed, swiftly retrieving a palm-sized Baoan mirror inscribed with intricate runes from his sleeve. Chanting incantations, he infused the mirror with his magical energy. The mirror's surface gleamed brightly, emanating a radiant beam of pure light that quelled all malevolence. The beam enveloped the swirling black mist, firmly constraining it within a confined area, rendering it unable to expand regardless of how violently it thrashed. At this moment, Pei Tingyun had procured a heavy iron box from his bosom. Upon opening the lid, a bone-chilling aura surged forth, revealing the enigmatic blood jade Buddha. His gaze hardened with resolve, for he understood that the key to rescuing the Empress Dowager lay within this sinister Buddha and the seemingly naive child in his arms. Upon sensing the familiar aura of the red Buddha emanating from the iron box, Yulin's tear-streaked face suddenly hardened. She ceased her weeping, turning her head to lock her crystal-clear eyes onto Pei Tingyun. Then, extending her chubby little finger, she pointed towards the glowing iron box and then at the motionless Empress Dowager on her throne. In a surprisingly firm voice, she declared, "Pei Pei, it is bad. Grandma cannot come out." Her words struck Pei Tingyun and Bai Shu like a thunderclap. Indeed, L-N-L-N could see through the true nature of this malevolent Buddha. Without hesitation, Pei Tingyun carefully placed the iron box on the ground. As the blood jade Buddha was released from the box, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees, the sinister light flickering ominously. Yet, Yulin displayed no trace of fear. She took determined strides toward the blood jade Buddha, extending her delicate little hand. The crimson lotus mark on her forehead flared with a dazzling golden-red radiance, almost blinding to behold, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Yulin's small hand boldly pressed against the center of the blood jade Buddha's forehead. A resonant hum filled the air. The resplendent golden-red light of the qilin clashed fiercely with the sinister crimson glow emanating from the blood jade Buddha, igniting a silent yet intensely fierce confrontation at their point of contact. The dazzling radiance intertwined and flickered, casting the entire Sinang Palace into a state of intermittent illumination and darkness, reflecting the extreme opposition of these two formidable forces. At this moment, the small visage of the jade qilin bore an unexpectedly solemn and sacred expression, as if a deity from the heavens had descended, forbidding any malevolence to prevail. Simultaneously, the other tiny hand of the jade qilin gripped tightly onto the cold, rigid palm of the Empress Dowager. A vast, pure, and overwhelming power of the qilin surged forth, utilizing the innocent form of the jade qilin as a flawless conduit. This force bifurcated, one side radiating like a magnificent sun, relentlessly purging the endless malevolence that resided within the blood jade Buddha. The other side flowed like a gentle spring, tender yet resolute, cascading towards the Empress Dowager's body, cleansing the malevolent marks sown deep within her soul. With a creaking sound, the extraordinarily solid blood jade Buddha emitted a piercing wail, reminiscent of unbearable agony. Under the continuous assault of the qilin's divine light, cracks began to appear upon its surface, rapidly spreading forth. The dense, dark red malevolence accumulated within was like snow meeting its nemesis, being purified, dissolved, and dispersed. Meanwhile, the previously puppet-like Empress Dowager began to tremble violently upon her phoenix throne. Gradually, a glimmer of vitality and spirit returned to her once hollow eyes. Witnessing the imminent destruction of her meticulously cultivated malevolent Buddha, the southern region's Gu master was consumed by extreme resentment and madness. With a desperate scream, she recklessly detonated the last of her life essence within, exclaiming, "Ah, little wretch, let us perish together." In an instant, her body expanded and exploded, transforming into a foul, blood-colored remnant, rushing toward the jade qilin with a resolve to take everything down in flames. Chapter 29. 6 Years of Grievances Resolved Today. The secret of the Blood Buddha shocked the Emperor's heart. The blood-colored remnant, embodying the will to perish together, surged towards the jade qilin. "Youngness!" Jingzhi shouted angrily, his eyes ablaze. He abruptly moved like an iron tower, placing his flesh and blood form as a shield before the jade qilin. With a thud, the blood shadow collided with Jingzhi's broad back. He trembled violently, a metallic taste filling his throat, and blood gushed forth. The moment the blood shadow invaded his body, a soft yet inviolable golden-red halo exploded around the area where he shielded the jade qilin. The auspicious energy of the qilin instinctively protected its master, dissipating much of the venomous and malevolent force. Nevertheless, Jingzhi suffered severe internal injuries, his complexion as pale as paper. Observing Jingzhi's color drain, the small face of the jade qilin tightened with concern. Without hesitation, she summoned the life-preserving essence granted by the heavenly queen from her palm and gently placed it upon Jingzhi's chest, transferring the purest warmth of vitality. This divine energy would temporarily safeguard his heart's pulse and stabilize his injuries, relying on his own gradual nurturing for recovery thereafter. In a flash, Wei Qi's hawk-like gaze had already locked onto the body of the Gu master. At the moment when the blood shadow was momentarily hindered by the divine light of the qilin, his blade transformed into a swift and chilling specter. With a crack, the Gu master's grotesque and unwilling head soared into the air, while the headless corpse collapsed in silence. Thus perished the infamous poison matriarch of the southern wilderness. Simultaneously, Yulin pressed her small hand against the blood jade Buddha on her forehead, which emitted a mournful wail under the relentless purification of the qilin's divine light. With a thunderous boom, the blood jade Buddha, which had imprisoned the soul of the Empress Dowager and feasted upon countless grievances, shattered spectacularly. The crimson jade powder exploded, touching the auspicious aura of the qilin, swiftly dissolving into harmless dust. The overwhelming malevolence that had lingered dissipated into nothingness. Upon her phoenix throne, the Empress Dowager's exquisitely crafted body trembled violently. In her hollow, numb phoenix eyes, a glimmer of life gradually coalesced. Yulin's small hand remained tightly clasped around the Empress Dowager's cold palm. The lotus mark on her forehead radiated a gentle golden-red glow, nourishing the frail soul like a warm current. The Empress Dowager's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, no longer vacant and lifeless. Confusion gave way to clarity, followed by an overwhelming astonishment at the sight of the delicately carved little girl before her. She beheld Yulin gazing up at her with earnestness. As Yulin noticed her awakening, her large, dark eyes blinked, and she broke into a pure, innocent smile. "Grandma, do not be afraid." This smile, akin to a gentle spring breeze, melted away the frost and fear that had accumulated in the Empress Dowager's heart for years. An inexplicable warmth of closeness and gratitude surged from deep within her. "Child," the Empress Dowager rasped, her lips trembling as tears streamed down her cheeks. Within the side hall of the Sinang Palace, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. Emperor Jingheng, dressed in his customary attire, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression somber like the depths of water. He had received an urgent message from Pei Tingyun and rushed here under the secret protection of the Imperial Guard. Witnessing firsthand the Goom Master's downfall, the shattering of the Blood Jade Buddha, and the final moments of his grandmother's awakening left him in profound shock. Like a tempest raging within his heart, a young child, whom he had developed a slight fondness for, had shattered his disbelief in the existence of the Qilin's descendants. The Empress Dowager gradually sat upright, her spirit returning, leaving her utterly exhausted. Were it not for the continuous flow of qilin energy from Yulin, she would scarcely have had the strength to open her eyes. She gazed upon the imposing figure of her grandson, the young Emperor Jingheng, and then turned to Pei Tingyun, who stood by his side, her expression cool yet equally filled with concern. The pent-up grievances, pain, anger, and unwillingness of 6 years erupted violently. Jingheng Tingyun, the Empress Dowager's voice was hoarse, tears streaming down her aged face as she trembled and reached out. Grandmother, Jingheng quickly stepped forward to grasp her hand, his voice quivering. Your Highness, Pei Tingyun bowed respectfully. Yulin stood obediently to the side, her small hand still gently held by the Empress Dowager, sensing her sorrow, her small brows furrowing slightly. Help me up, the Empress Dowager gasped. Jingheng and Pei Tingyun promptly helped her steady herself. I have much to say. The Empress Dowager took a deep breath, her phoenix eyes filled with endless sorrow and trepidation. She began to recount the astonishing secret that had lain buried for 6 years, starting with the illness of the late emperor 6 years ago, and how her grandson, Prince Jingyan, had governed in his stead. The Empress Dowager gazed at Jingheng, her expression filled with sorrow. That ungrateful son, Jing Ku, who was then the Prince of Rui, harbored malicious ambitions that had long been brewing. He secretly colluded with the demonic beings of the southern frontier, promising that once his plan succeeded, he would assist them in establishing a nation, all the while ensnaring those fiends to acquire the terrifying art of soul manipulation. Jingheng's pupils constricted. The ambition to establish a nation in the southern frontier was indeed colossal. Pei Tingyun felt a profound shock in her heart. The southern frontier and dark sorcery. That ungrateful son was well aware of the Empress Dowager's deep faith in rituals and Buddhism. Her voice dripped with seething hatred as she recounted how he presented a jade Buddha crafted through soul manipulation to the palace. That jade Buddha was not the blood-red, terrifying figure it had become now, but rather a benevolent white jade statue. He claimed it was for the Empress Dowager's blessings and for the prosperity of the Great Li dynasty. At that time, the Empress Dowager felt an unease and occasional irritability, attributing it merely to her advancing age, never delving deeper into the matter. Regret etched across her face. She lamented that his true intention was to use that malevolent Buddha to erode her spirit and ultimately gain complete control over her. Once crowned Prince Jingyan, or the late emperor, ascended to the heavens, he would force her to issue edicts to elevate that treacherous wretch to the throne. The hall fell into a profound silence. Soon after, Jingyan unexpectedly passed away. The Empress Dowager's voice choked, tears streaming down her cheeks. Pei Tingyun suddenly raised her head. Crown Prince Jingyan. That was shortly before the calamity befalling the Pei family. The Empress Dowager knew that it was no mere accident. It must have been the poisonous hand of that ungrateful son, Jing Ke. The late emperor, already in fragile health, was struck with grief upon hearing this devastating news, succumbing to illness, leading to unrest in the court. Just as that ungrateful son, Jing Ke, prepared to unleash his dark sorcery fully and seize control over the Empress Dowager. A fierce determination flickered in her eyes. The will of the Empress Dowager, along with her dignity as the Grand Empress Dowager of the Great Li, allowed her to momentarily break free from his malevolent grasp at the most critical juncture. She sensed something was amiss. That jade Buddha was indeed problematic. She could never allow herself to become a puppet of that ungrateful son, a sinner who would bring chaos to the Great Li dynasty. Thus, she resolutely hurled herself against the dragon pillar in the hall. She pointed to the faint scar on her forehead, her voice trembling. In that moment, she sought only death. Hoping to break the impasse with her demise, she fell into a deep unconsciousness immediately. Emperor Jingheng clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Pei Tingyun's complexion turned ashen, her fury surging. What a wretched prince of Rue, Jingke! Such wickedness! In the days that followed, the Empress Dowager's spirit was engulfed in haze, as if trapped in a nightmare, possessing only a vague perception of the outside world. It was precisely because of her collision that led to her prolonged unconsciousness, thwarting the schemes of that ungrateful son. It was her frail body that delayed his plans. Later, it was you, Hanger, with the support of the remaining loyal and courageous souls of the Pei family and some faithful ministers in the court, leveraging the esteem and covert instructions your elder brother had for you, along with your own military achievements and talents, who ultimately stabilized the precarious situation and ascended to the throne, turning the tide. The Empress Dowager looked at Jingheng, her eyes a blend of comfort and trepidation. Both Emperor Jingheng and Pei Tingyun listened to this earth-shattering narrative, their expressions growing increasingly somber. The past 6 years of the Empress Dowager's various favoritism toward Prince of Rue Jingku and her certain difficulties imposed on Emperor Jingheng finally unraveled a chilling explanation. It turned out that this was never the Empress Dowager's true intention. What they have been confronting is merely a shell manipulated by dark sorcery. The Empress Dowager extended her withered hand, trembling as she pointed at the blood jade Buddha reduced to powder on the ground. Her voice laced with the terror of surviving a catastrophe and boundless fury. That Buddha, that blood jade Buddha, has been the prison confining my soul for 6 long years. Over these years, the being that has existed within this body is not I. My spirit has been ground down by that malevolent Buddha, shackled day and night. I am but a marionette controlled by that rebellious offspring. Pei Tingyun felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Suddenly recalling a matter, his heart raced, and his voice, strained to the extreme, turned hoarse. Your Majesty. 6 years ago, when the entire Pei family was falsely accused of treason, why did you issue such a decree? This is the deepest wound in his heart. It is the pain that haunts him in the dead of night. The Empress Dowager, upon hearing his words, was instantly overwhelmed with profound sorrow, rage, and deep remorse. She clutched Pei Tingyun's sleeve tightly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Listen, my child, that was also the wicked scheme of that rebellious son, Jinka. He sought to eliminate your most crucial support after you ascended the throne. He aimed to frame the loyal and virtuous, casting blame upon the Pei family. Then, using my name as a puppet under his control, he issued that heart-wrenching decree, effectively severing the last threads of hope for the Pei family to clear their name. My child, I am so deeply sorry for you, for the loyal souls of the entire Pei family. The Empress Dowager wept inconsolably, her heart shattered. Pei Tingyun stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 30. The Mask of Deception revealed after 6 years. The rebellious king's ambitions unquenchable. The Empress Dowager, enveloped by the divine aura of the qilin, resembled one long confined in a frigid abyss who has just glimpsed the dawn. Her chaotic thoughts, after a violent turmoil, struggled to coalesce, finally revealing a glimmer of clarity. She inhaled sharply, her eyes filled solely with desolation and boundless hatred. That rebellious son, Jinka, he is no longer human. Her voice was hoarse, each word dripping with iciness. Since your ascension, he has only intensified his malice. This Sinang palace has long since been turned upside down by him. Her bony fingers trembled, pointing at the kneeling palace attendants within the hall. Do you think they're still mine? A nearby eunuch's eyes flashed with malevolence, suddenly lunging forth. The short blade in his sleeve struck towards the Empress Dowager like a venomous serpent. Protect the Empress Dowager! Pei Tingyun shouted fiercely. Wei Chizhua, ever vigilant, sprang into action, drawing his sword with the swiftness of a ghost. A chilling light flashed. With a thud, the eunuch gasped, blood spraying onto the golden bricks. The remaining palace attendants lowered their heads even further, trembling like chaff in the wind. The Empress Dowager did not even glance at the corpse. With a sorrowful smile, She declared, "Do you see? This is what my Sinang palace has become over the past 6 years. They are all Jinka's spies, insatiable wolves." Jingxing and Pei Tingyun were both shaken to their cores. The Sinang palace had decayed to such an extent. The Empress Dowager's gaze shifted to the corpse of the southern region's sorceress, a blend of hatred and fear swirling within her, especially that enchantress. She is but a pawn manipulated by Jinka. For 6 entire years, I have been a marionette, my every word and action dictated by her. The cunning enchantress employed devious tactics, not only mimicking the handwriting of the Empress Dowager, but also imitating her voice, and even emulating her subtle habitual gestures to astonishing perfection. Coupled with her beguiling sorcery, had the truth not been revealed today, who could have fathomed that beneath this facade lay a malevolent spirit? Jing Heng's mind exploded with realization. 3 years ago, during the winter solstice, he had gone to pay his respects, and the Empress Dowager graciously bestowed upon him a bowl of broth. The flavor had been peculiar. In retrospect, the smile on the Empress Dowager's face that day had indeed seemed forced. That wicked woman, employing her insidious sorcery in conjunction with evil Buddhism, had insidiously eroded the Empress Dowager's mind, seizing control of her body. Pei Tingyun's mind was in turmoil. A painted skin, a living guise acted out for 6 years. The Empress Dowager's tears flowed uncontrollably, her voice choked with emotion. Can you imagine? I witnessed myself uttering insincere words and engaging in absurd actions, complicating matters for hunger and reproaching loyal ministers and valiant generals. I wished to cry out, yet no sound escaped my lips. I longed to move, yet my body remained immobile. My soul felt as if it were nailed to a blood-soaked altar. Tormented day and night by malevolent forces, helplessly observing my own plight. That was not me. It could not have been me. She struck her chest in utter despair. A chill surged from Jing Heng's feet to the top of his head. For the past 6 years, countless disputes, imperial edicts, and vexations had all been directed at a mere puppet. The most inscrutable of grandmothers was, in fact, the most innocent of victims. This realization pierced deep into the heart. The Empress Dowager's voice was hoarse. Her eyes reddened as she stepped forward to offer support. Pei Tingyun trembled violently and suddenly looked up. Bloodshot eyes reflected his anguish. His voice rasping from the depths of unbearable pain. "Your Majesty, are you saying that during that time you could not resist even the slightest against the decree that condemned the Pei family to eternal damnation?" This was the deepest thorn in his heart, the pain that haunted him in the midnight hours. The Empress Dowager wept bitterly. That was also Jing Ku's malicious plot. He understood that the Pei family was your strongest ally, your sharpest sword. Thus, he meticulously schemed to frame the loyal and virtuous. By utilizing you, he issued that heart-wrenching decree. He wanted the world to believe that you could not tolerate the Pei family. At that time, my mind had already been partially under his control, and that decree was never my intention. I am deeply sorry for you and for the loyal souls of the Pei family. The Empress Dowager's cries were heart-wrenching. Pei Tingyun felt as if the world was spinning. His mind blank. So this was the truth. He had always believed the Empress Dowager to be senile and the imperial power to be merciless. Yet behind it lay such a vile conspiracy. Jingke, 6 years, a full 6 years. The blood feud of the Pei family, the disgrace and torment he had endured day and night, had all been part of this absurd and malicious scheme. It turned out that the Empress Dowager was not senile, but rather a victim of circumstance. That decree, which condemned his entire family to hell, had been a tool wielded by Jingke. A tide of hatred and indignation nearly engulfed him. Moreover, recalling how Jingke had the audacity to bestow this blood jade Buddha, which shackled the Empress Dowager's soul, upon Linlin, intending to harm his beloved Yulin, intertwined with old grievances, ignited a fury that surged through him. Pei Tingyun's fists clenched tightly, pale with rage, as an overwhelming desire for vengeance and bloodlust erupted, causing the very air around him to thicken. The Empress Dowager continued her accusations. The ungrateful son, Jingke, has long harbored ambitions for the throne. He believes that the late emperor favored him, that it is I, that it is the crowned Prince Jing Yin, that it is you loyal ministers who obstructed his path. Born of humble origins, his mother endured hardships in her youth, which has fostered his twisted and obsessive nature, leading him to feel that the world owes him a debt. Had it not been for my desperate collision with the pillar to disrupt his grand scheme back then, the Great Li dynasty would have already changed hands. Thus, his hatred for me, and for you, whom he perceives as a usurper, has only deepened, and his methods have become increasingly ruthless. Jing Cheng's face turned ashen, his heart ablaze with fury. He looked towards Pei Tingyun, his voice hoarse with rage. Pei Qing, we have grossly underestimated this Prince Rue. Not merely underestimated. We were utterly blind. He is clearly a malevolent spirit masquerading in human guise. Yulin wriggled free from the Empress Dowager's embrace, scampering on his short legs to Pei Tingyun's side. Noticing the veins protruding from his tightly clenched fists, the child frowned slightly. He extended his chubby little hand and gently patted Pei Tingyun's fist. Raising his small face, he gazed at him with his glistening eyes, speaking in a soft voice. Pei Pei's hand hurts. His tone was laced with concern. The violent killing intent within Pei Tingyun, upon encountering Yulin's pure gaze, was miraculously soothed to some extent. He took a deep breath and gently lifted the little one into his arms. Yulin then turned to look at the tearful Empress Dowager, reaching out to pat her hand. "Grandma, don't cry," he said, offering his clumsy comfort in the most innocent manner. The Empress Dowager regarded Yulin, a flicker of warmth crossing her eyes. At this moment, Bai Shu spoke up, his voice cold and grave. "Your Majesty, esteemed officials, the soul-drawing and soul-devouring insects of the southern wilderness are both tyrannical forbidden techniques, exceedingly difficult to control. For Jing Ku to command the insect masters of the southern wilderness for 6 years, he must have paid an enormous price." Jing Cheng's brow furrowed. What insight does Bai Qing possess? What are the insatiable desires of the southern wilderness? Bai Shu bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, the tribes of the southern wilderness have always been rebellious, their greatest desire being to break away from the Great Li and establish their own nation. If they were to serve Jing Ke for 6 years and employ such forbidden techniques, ordinary riches and positions would be utterly insufficient." He paused. "Based on my conjecture, the price demanded by the southern wilderness is certainly not trivial. Such malevolent sorcery bears great backlash, without enticing benefits that could shake the very foundations of our nation. The sorcerers of the southern wilderness would not act lightly. What Jing Ke has promised may have already shaken the core of our Great Li, possibly even jeopardizing the stability of our realm." Jing Cheng gasped sharply, his fury intensifying. Pei Tingyun's eyes gleamed with a cold light, akin to a blade unsheathed. "The southern wilderness, Prince Rue Jing Ke, this blood debt must be settled, principal and interest alike." His voice was not loud, yet each word resonated with thunderous intensity. New grievances and old grudges, all of them warranting the annihilation of 9 clans. "Jing Ke, your time of reckoning has arrived." The Empress Dowager's expression changed drastically as she seized Jing Cheng's hand, fear etched in her features from having navigated the treacheries of the palace. "Chenger, Jing Ke is cunning and devious, having operated in the palace for many years. He must have amassed a considerable faction. Before I was trapped, he had already begun to covertly win hearts. Now 6 years have passed. As you mobilize troops, exercise utmost caution and vigilance. He is adept at setting traps, and you must not fall into his schemes." Jing Cheng's expression hardened as he turned to Wei Qi, his voice steady and authoritative. "Wei Qi, at your service. Bearing the Imperial Gold Medal, I will personally lead the Imperial Guard to seal all palace gates. No one shall enter or exit without permission. Dispatch my secret edict to Commander Gao Wanshan of the Dragon Cavalry. Assemble all 3,000 of my personal soldiers, and have them await outside the Qingtian Gate within half an hour. Furthermore, I command the Jingzhou Yin to collaborate with the patrol battalion, enforcing a citywide lockdown to apprehend the remnants of the southern border rebels and any suspicious individuals associated with the Rue Wang residence." Obeying the command, Wei Qi turned and swiftly departed. Chapter 31. The Turn of Fate with the Arrival of the Divine Unicorn. The emperor's fury as news of the impending palace coup reached Jing-Ku. He displayed no sign of panic. Instead, a cold smirk crept across his lips. Did the traitors truly believe I could be trifled with? The Empress Dowager, having regained her senses, clearly unveiled all of Jing-Ku's sinister plots. This revelation granted him an undeniable moral and informational high ground. Heaven is aiding me. No, it is the precious unicorn of the Great Li that is my true ally. Exchanging a glance with Pei Tingyun, both understood the unyielding resolve reflected in each other's eyes. A comprehensive trap targeting Jing-Ku and his faction was swiftly unfolding in their minds. Jing-Ku's lips curled into a chilling smile. Since he wishes to stage this grand drama, I shall allow him to perform it to the fullest. But the conclusion must be penned by my hand. Pei Tingyun's Jinyui had already infiltrated various corners of the capital like an invisible web. They had long sensed the unusual movements among certain generals in the northwest military camp. However, no one anticipated that Jing-Ku would act so recklessly, putting everything on the line. The Empress Dowager gazed lovingly at the precious unicorn, cradled in Pei Tingyun's arms, curiously nibbling on her tiny fists. Her eyes filled with affection and trepidation. Were it not for this child, she trembled with the weight of survival. I fear the realm of Great Li would have already fallen into the hands of that traitor. Bai Shu bowed respectfully beside her. Your Highness speaks truly. The young lady is indeed a divine unicorn, bearing unparalleled auspiciousness. Her very presence radiates brilliance, impervious to all malevolence. The sinister artifacts that Jing-Ku has meticulously cultivated, whether the soul-devouring goo or the malevolent blood jade Buddha, would crumble before the pure and magnificent aura of the unicorn, akin to snow under the fierce sun, utterly fragile. The young lady does not deliberately wield her divine powers. Rather, her existence itself subtly restores order and purges all foulness and evil. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's tearful lamentations and recalling the various intrigues at the banquet, as well as the unicorn's unusual reactions, Jing-Ku's anger surged even further. He turned to Pei Tingyun and said, "Thus, Jing-Ku's arrangements at the banquet were all a prelude to today's coup. His intentions are worthy of death." At this, Pei Tingyun cast a glance down at the little darling in his arms, his heart tumultuous. He had survived, the poison at the banquet had been dispelled, and the Empress Dowager's spirit had been liberated. All of this fortune was brought forth by the arrival of the little unicorn. Every scheming step taken by Jing-Ku had been silently thwarted and dismantled since the arrival of their precious Linlin. As Bai Shu's words faded, Pei Tingyun's eyes turned icy as he interjected, "If that is the case, then Jing-Ku's sudden incitement of that southern border, which at the banquet likely served a deeper purpose, to further ascertain the authenticity of Linlin's unicorn essence. If Linlin truly possesses the ability to subdue malevolent forces, he would stop at nothing to exert control. Should he fail, the immediate course of action would likely be to eliminate the threat on the spot. Concurrently, this move could serve to disseminate the soul-eating goo on a grand scale amidst the chaos, ensnaring the high-ranking officials attending the banquet, transforming them into his puppets, a masterstroke of cunning. As for the nefarious blood jade Buddha, it is a scheme that Jinka believes to be foolproof." Jing Heng, with a grave expression, turned to Bai Shu and inquired, "Bai Qing, the blood jade Buddha is so treacherous. If Linlin does not intervene, what will be the consequence if we attempt to destroy it by force?" Bai Shu bowed and responded, "Your Majesty, the blood jade Buddha and the soul-eating goo share a common origin, and the malevolent energy and resentment contained within are deeply entrenched. Without the purification of a young lady's qilin divine light, should we forcibly shatter it, the immense power of the soul-eating goo contained within would unleash a catastrophic explosion instantaneously. Its power would be sufficient to devastate the entire Pei residence and even affect a large portion of the capital. I dare to speculate that Jinka has calculated that Lord Pei would inevitably sense the anomaly of the blood jade Buddha and attempt to destroy it, at which point he could reap the rewards, reappearing as the savior to clean up the aftermath. This plot is exceedingly wicked, intricately crafted, yet he has underestimated the little qilin cub, Yulin, who can directly purify such ancient malevolent artifacts. Jingheng gazed at Yulin's exquisitely sculpted little face, filled with indescribable gratitude and trepidation. This small qilin cub is not merely his little lucky star, but rather the stabilizing force of his great empire. He silently resolved that regardless of the cost in the future, he must ensure Yulin's safety. Should anyone dare to harm a single hair on his beloved Linlin, I shall annihilate his entire clan. Pei Tingyun, wielding the imperial sword bestowed by Jingheng and adorned with the military token symbolizing command, emanated a chilling aura of lethal intent. Leading the elite of the Jinhui and a contingent of the emperor's most loyal troops, he became a vengeful blade in the dark of night. With swift decisiveness, he seized control of the 9 gates of the capital. Subsequently, the army divided into several factions, surrounding the Prince of Rui's residence and the homes of the military leaders implicated in the rebellion, sealing them off completely. A thunderous purge targeting the traitorous faction of the Prince of Rui commenced silently and bloodily in the pre-dawn capital. The formidable advantage of the Jinhui was vividly showcased at this moment. They possessed an omnipresent intelligence network throughout the capital and an efficiency that was astonishingly ruthless. They were acutely aware of the hiding places of every individual on the traitor list and their loyal followers. The arrests were executed with precision and speed, encountering almost no significant resistance. A team of Jinhui, led by the deputy commander Shun Fong, kicked open the gates of a certain minister of war's residence. By imperial decree, we are here to apprehend those affiliated with the Prince of Rui. Those who resist shall be dealt with mercilessly. Shun Fong's perpetually icy expression was now etched with frost, his voice colder than the winter winds. He regarded the bleary-eyed Minister of War with a tone devoid of warmth. Minister Wang, there is no need to feign ignorance any longer. The Empress Dowager has regained her senses. Prince Rui Jinka has colluded with the demons of the southern frontier to conspire against the throne. His crime is deserving of death. As a member of the same faction, do you choose to surrender meekly, or do you wish to test the methods of the Genie Way? Upon hearing this, the Minister of War was struck as if by lightning. The arrogance he intended to display instantly extinguished, and his previously refined countenance turned foul. Resembling the stench of a filthy latrine, his face ashen. No, it cannot be. How could the Empress Dowager, His Highness, the Prince Rui? He collapsed to the ground, as if his very bones had been extracted, muttering incoherently. All was lost. The Jin Iwei approached with impassive expressions, the cold iron chains clanging as they were mercilessly fastened around his neck, and he was dragged away. Such scenes unfolded simultaneously throughout the capital. Prince Rui Jinko paced anxiously within his opulent residence, eagerly awaiting tidings from the palace. He envisioned chaos reigning within the palace, that scoundrel Jingheng would either be captured or slain. The old crone, the Empress Dowager, would soon be reduced to a mere puppet in his hands. However, what he received was not the joyful news he anticipated from his confidants, but instead the heavy, clanking sound of armor and the synchronized footfalls outside his estate, accompanied by the chilling command of the Genie Wei. Stand aside, civilians. He realized the tide had turned against him. All his ambitions and schemes crumbled into nothingness in that moment. He felt utterly drained, his visage as pale as ash. Clad in imposing red and gold armor, Jingheng, flanked by loyal guards including Pei Tingyun, appeared before the grand vermilion gates of the Prince Rui's residence. He observed Jing Ke being escorted out, looking disheveled and stripped of his former arrogance, confronted by the fierce Genie Wei. His gaze was devoid of any trace of emotion. Jing Ke was roughly forced to kneel. When he raised his head, he beheld the cold, steely expression of Jingheng, adorned in military garb. Behind him stood the Empress Dowager, whom he had believed he could manipulate, now vibrant and filled with disdain and hatred. And there was the infant Yulin, securely cradled in Pei Tingyun's arms, gazing at him with wide, curious eyes. Upon seeing Jing Ke, the little one immediately scrunched his brows, wiggled his tiny nose, then pointed a finger at him, exclaiming in a high-pitched voice to Pei Tingyun, Pei, bad guy. He is so much black, uncomfortable stench. Jing Ke's mind was engulfed in a thunderous roar, as if struck by a heavy hammer. All rational thought and hope shattered in that instant. His eyes burned with rage, emitting a primal, beast-like cry of defiance. Impossible. This cannot be happening. How could you? The Empress Dowager gazed upon the grandson who had nearly brought ruin to her and the dynasty. Her voice weary, yet exuding undeniable authority as she slowly spoke. Yin Kiskiviko. Do you know that when your father was gravely ill and Crown Prince Jing Yin had passed away, I once issued a secret edict alongside your father? In that edict, the one designated to inherit the throne was neither you nor the current Jing Hang. The Empress Dowager's words struck like a thunderclap. Everyone present, apart from her, including Jing Hung and Pei Tingyun, was momentarily stunned. Such a revelation? Chapter 32. The secret edict shatters the Emperor's thoughts. The storm of the imprisoned Prince Rui. Boom! A great thunder seemed to explode in Jing Heng's mind, leaving a deafening buzz. It cannot be him, or could it be that madman Jing Ke? Then who could it possibly be? Pei Tingyun furrowed his brow, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the child in his arms, who was gnawing on his little fist and looking around in confusion. Could the auspicious aura of this child truly unveil long-buried secrets? The Empress Dowager's gaze drifted into the void, as if lost in distant memories. In my time with the late Emperor, we chose Prince Ning Jingyu. Jing Hung, that fifth brother Jingyu, the one who gets a headache at the sight of memorials, and whose eyes light up at the sight of beautiful women, living a life of leisure with dreams of traveling the seas and savoring delicacies? Father, grandmother, are you serious? Let him govern the country? The great realm of Dali would surely change its surname within 3 days. The Empress Dowager seemed to perceive the tumult and silent roar within him, her tone remaining calm. Jingyu possesses a gentle and unassuming nature, disliking strife. Both the late emperor and I hoped that once he ascended the throne, he would embrace his other brothers, ensuring that our royal family would not witness the tragedy of fratricide once more. Alas, the small body of Yulin stirred in Pei Tingyun's embrace, suddenly extending his chubby little finger toward the direction outside the hall, babbling softly, his clear eyes filled with a hint of confusion. Pei Tingyun followed his gaze. The night outside was thick and dark, without any unusual signs. Yet, a chill ran through his heart. Lin Lin's intuition had never been wrong. He discreetly signaled to Jing Zhe, who was stealthily guarding outside the hall, to pay attention to movements in that direction, while maintaining an expression of focused calm. The Empress Dowager pulled her thoughts back, a trace of bitterness appearing at the corners of her lips. It is a pity that Jingyu is too indifferent by nature, and the late emperor knew that he might struggle to bear such weighty responsibilities. Furthermore, in his later years, the late emperor became increasingly suspicious, and the matter of the secret edict was never made public before he ascended to his final rest. Ultimately, it faded into obscurity. My intention in mentioning this today is not to alter anything. I only wish for you to understand that the struggle for the throne has never been a matter of mere public sentiment. Jing Heng's heart was a tumult of emotions, boiling like oil in a raging fire. He lowered his gaze to Yulin's innocent and untainted eyes. Then, he glanced at Pei Tingyun, who stood beside him, his expression stern yet resolutely determined. Finally, his gaze pierced like a drawn sword, aimed directly at the subdued Jing Ke. The murderous intent within him threatened to erupt. To hell with the secret edict. To hell with fraternal harmony. This beast Jing Ke must die today. Upon hearing the name Prince Ning Jingyu, Jing Ke first stared in shock, then erupted into a frenzied laugh, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. Ha ha ha! Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! His face twisted in rage, veins bulging on his forehead like worms, his voice hoarse and strained. Father clearly values me the most. It is I, Jing Ke. You old crone, do not think you could deceive me with such nonsense. He appeared frantic, yet the iron grip of the Jinyui rendered him immobile. As his gaze swept over the silent Pei Tingyun, a fleeting flicker of incredulity and contemplation glimmered within the depths of his deranged eyes. So swift it seemed almost an illusion. Old crone, you must be intent on preserving the usurper Jing Hung. Jing Hung, disinterested in further dialogue, spoke with a voice as cold and unyielding as ice. The Prince Rue, Jinka, is guilty of treason and usurpation, a crime of the gravest nature. Henceforth, his titles and privileges shall be revoked, and he shall be cast into the dungeon, under strict surveillance. Until all his accomplices are captured, I shall personally interrogate him. Take him away. The Jinui, fierce as wolves, immediately advanced, hoisting the limp Jinka and dragging him outside. Jinka, still unwilling to submit, struggled violently, his mouth spewing forth a torrent of foul invectives. When he was dragged before Yulin, his bloodshot eyes fixed upon her, the venomous light within them seemingly ready to ignite. "It is all you're doing, you little demon. All you're doing." Yulin, startled by his ferocious countenance, instinctively shrank towards Pei Tingtian. Yet in the next moment, she gathered her courage, peeking out from Pei Tingtian's shoulder, wrinkling her delicate nose at Jinka, as if to ward off an unpleasant presence. Jinka almost choked, nearly collapsing from the lack of breath. The Empress Dowager, having endured this upheaval and exerted herself to speak so much, was already exhausted in both body and spirit. The palace attendants carefully supported her, preparing to return to the inner hall to rest. Before departing, she trembled as she extended her hand, tightly grasping Yulin's warm little hand. Her eyes filled with the relief of survival and an overwhelming affection and gratitude. Good child indeed. Were it not for this celestial blessing, I, a frail old woman, would likely have been ground to dust by that rebellious son. This child is truly a divine being, radiating an ethereal aura. Jingheng dismissed all the palace attendants. Within the grand hall remained only him, Pei Tingtian, Bai Shu, and Yulin, who was nestled in Pei Tingtian's embrace, gnawing on her tiny fist. The atmosphere grew heavy. Jingheng broke the silence, turning to Bai Shu, his brow furrowed. "Bai Qing, today's events must have made the situation abundantly clear to you. To what extent has the influence of the southern demons infiltrated our Dali? Regarding the blood-jade Buddha and the soul-devouring goo, are there further hidden dangers we remain unaware of?" Bai Shu's expression was grave, as if he could wring water from it. He bowed deeply. "Your Majesty, the sorcery of the southern region has always been exceedingly bizarre. What has been revealed today is likely merely the tip of the iceberg, although the blood-jade Buddha has been purified and destroyed by the young lady's divine light. The malevolent methods employed in its creation and the scope of its implications likely far exceed our imagination. Its source must be thoroughly investigated. Otherwise, we shall face endless repercussions." Jingheng's face darkened as he turned to Pei Tingtian. "Tingtian, this matter shall be entrusted to you and the Jinui. Ensure that all infiltrators from the south are eradicated without mercy." Pei Tingtian replied solemnly, "I shall obey your command. However, the southern demons act with cunning and complexity, and it will not be a swift endeavor to cleanse them. I will begin by investigating the accomplices of Prince Rue." As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. A shadowy figure clad in a night cloak, a secret agent of the Jinui, hastily rushed in, kneeling on one knee, his voice tinged with urgency. "Your Majesty, I have just received an urgent report from the Northwest military camp, 800 li away. There seems to be unusual movements in the camp. Preliminary investigations suggest possible collusion with the southern frontier. Furthermore, a messenger is currently racing through the night, galloping towards the capital, claiming to possess confidential military intelligence, and urgently requests an audience with your Majesty." "What?" Both Jingheng and Pei Tingyun's expressions changed dramatically. Chapter 33. The Beacon of War at the Border. Loyal subjects weep for imperial grace. The urgent military intelligence from the Northwest camp struck like a thunderclap in the recently calmed imperial hall. Jingheng's temples throbbed. The imperial throne felt perilously hot beneath him. He uttered in a low, grave tone, "Summon him." Omens lete. A man clad in the attire of a Northwest scout stumbled into the hall, nearly colliding with the throne. His once formidable armor lay in tatters, darkened by congealed blood. His face bore an uncanny shade of bluish-black. Upon seeing Jingheng seated upon the throne, the scout's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees, his forehead striking the cold golden bricks with a heavy thud. His voice, hoarse and laced with blood, cried out, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty, save us! Save the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians in the northwest. Save General Yang. Jing Heng's heart tightened, his voice cold as iron. Rise. What is happening in the northwest? In Pei Ting Yun's embrace, the little girl Yulin, with her glistening eyes, had been curiously observing the hall. At this moment, her brows knit tightly, and her petite nose twitched anxiously. She pointed her chubby little finger directly at the scout's chest. Pei Pei, look, he has bad bugs inside his tummy. So many black bad bugs biting people. I don't like it. Her innocent, melodious voice sent chills down the spines of all present. The scout's already feeble body quaked violently. Terror and despair engulfed his gaze. He knew all too well the poison coursing through his veins. He had believed he could endure just long enough to relay the critical intelligence. However, he had not anticipated that this delicate child would so bluntly unveil the grim reality of life and death. A bitter smile twisted the corners of the scout's mouth. Time was running out. He implored with his last breath, filled with sorrow and rage. A few days ago, the sorcerers from the southern frontier suddenly appeared in the northwest military camp, employing the most vicious methods. Those cursed demons have tainted the drinking water of the camp and all surrounding villages with their sinister poisons. Now the lives of hundreds of thousands hang by a thread. The Northwest is a land of mourning. General Yang Jizhong, in a bid to protect the soldiers and the people, has been forced to feign cooperation with the sorcerers. His loyalty and bravery are as bright as the sun and moon. He has dispatched us, his most trusted, on a perilous mission to seek reinforcements. Before he could finish, the scout suddenly gasped, blood gushing from his mouth, staining the pristine floor of the golden hall with a gruesome mark. He trembled as he withdrew a blood-soaked letter from his bosom, raising it high above his head, his breath barely a whisper. Your Majesty, this is a personal missive from General Yang. The letter details all the nefarious schemes of the southern barbarians. They are coercing General Yang with the lives of hundreds of thousands. White Shu, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward, extending his long arm to swiftly grasp the scout's wrist. He concentrated his energy at his fingertips, taking the scout's pulse. After a moment, White Shu released his grip, his expression gravely serious as he bowed to Jing Heng. Your Majesty, this man has been afflicted by an exceedingly treacherous binding curse from the southern barbarians. Should the afflicted leave the control range of the mother curse, within 3 days, the inner curse will violently retaliate, gnawing at the host's heart and vital organs, leading to death. This curse is ruthless. A common person would surely perish within 3 days. However, this individual's willpower exceeds that of an ordinary man, and his vitality suggests he has consumed rare life-preserving elixirs, managing to suppress the curse's poison to this extent. Though he is now at the end of his strength, truly a miracle. The scout, aware of his impending doom, revealed a faint, grim smile. He summoned the last vestiges of strength from his core, his voice hoarse and strained. Your Majesty, the southern barbarians demand General Yang to feign a plea for peace following a military defeat, intending to lure our imperial army into the meticulously laid traps of their poisonous net. This scheme is exceedingly vile, Your Majesty. The scout's eyes brimmed with blood, his voice growing weaker. The root of this calamity lies with Vice General Chen Zheng, who has already met his demise. Chen Zheng, greedy and debauched, has long been corrupted by the southern sorcerers with wealth and allure, becoming a pawn of the south, inviting disaster upon the northwest. Even more infuriating, Chen Zheng was once favored by the usurper Jing Ku, who promised him a lucrative post in the capital after the completion of certain tasks, in exchange for facilitating his unscrupulous dealings. Yinkiskivik, the fury within Jing Heng erupted like flames, surging to his brow. You traitor, I have confined you. Out of the last remnants of brotherly affection, how dare you conspire with foreign enemies, attempting to undermine the very foundation of our nation, attacking from within and without. If I do not flay you alive, dismember your body, my heart will never find peace. He trembled with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking, wishing he could rush into the dungeons and tear that beast to shreds with his own hands. At that moment, Pei Tingyun, who had been silently observing, spoke with a voice as cool and steady as shattered ice striking jade. "Your Majesty, please remain calm. In my humble opinion, the scout's words may not be entirely truthful. The southern barbarians are notoriously cunning. Is General Yang truly loyal to the court, or has he already been completely ensnared by the south? All of this may merely be another treacherous trap set by the southern sorcerers, and it is unwise to make hasty judgments." Pei Tingyun's words pierced through Jing Heng's boiling anger like an ice pick. Indeed, the cunning of the southern barbarians had been painfully evident today. The dying scout's breath had weakened to the utmost. Struggling, he lifted his head, his murky gaze transcending Pei Tingyun, and fixed directly upon the jade qilin cradled in Pei Tingyun's embrace. In his eyes, there was no longer the fear of facing an emperor, nor the reverence for a powerful minister. Instead, there was a near-desperate plea and glimmer of hope. It seemed that the fabled lucky star, capable of bestowing boundless fortune, was the last beacon of hope for him. Yulin appeared to sense that fervent wish. She blinked her clear, innocent, glass-like eyes, her petite frame stirring in Pei Tingyun's embrace. Noticing her anxious expression, reminiscent of the earlier warning, Pei Tingyun felt a stir in his heart. Holding her close, he stepped a few paces closer to the scout. Just as Pei Tingyun lowered his head, intent on discerning any final words from the scout, Yulin suddenly leaned forward. Slipping from his arm, she wobbled and ran to the side of the scout. A pang of alarm gripped Pei Tingyun, and he instinctively reached out to pull her back. However, he was met with the sight of her small face, filled with urgency and an undeniable resolve. The lotus mark on her brow seemed to shine even brighter than usual. Pei Tingyun hesitated for a moment, his gaze sharp and focused on Yulin and the scout, his energy surging to its peak, prepared for any unforeseen developments. In a flash, Yulin extended her delicate, chubby little hand. Without hesitation, she gently tapped the already cold chest of the scout with a soft sound. In that instant, a faint yet extraordinarily pure golden red light flashed from the point where her tiny palm met the scout's breast. Chapter 34. Young Lin uses her powers to exorcise evil. The Emperor weighs the decision for the Western expedition. A forceful nasal sound escaped Yulin's small mouth. Suddenly, the rosy lotus mark on her brow erupted with a blinding golden red radiance. A pure aura, imbued with an undeniable majestic authority, surged from her small hand into the scout's body like a tidal wave. The scout felt a warm current explode from his chest, instantaneously enveloping his limbs and body. Far more comforting than soaking in a hot spring during the coldest winter. The excruciating pain, akin to countless small blades frantically stirring within his heart and abdomen, miraculously subsided. The binding worms, which had wreaked havoc within him, were now confronted with this pure and radiant qilin energy, akin to a mouse facing its predator. No, it was as if they had encountered the nemesis of their ancestral lineage. The worms emitted terrified, desperate shrieks, frantically writhing, seeking to escape the soul-chilling aura. With a sudden gasp, the scout expelled a torrent of foul blood, teeming with countless tiny black insect corpses, shooting forth like a geyser. Those worms, forcibly expelled by the qilin energy upon touching the ground, disintegrated into a stinking, lifeless puddle of black water. The sinister, toxic atmosphere was swept away by the golden-red brilliance. "Young miss." Jingzhi reacted swiftly, snatching Yulin into his arms, protecting her closely. His vigilant eyes scanned the polluted ground, fearing the escape of any remaining threats. The scout, having expelled the poisonous blood, felt a lightness wash over him. Though still weak, the shadow of death that had clung to him had genuinely dissipated by more than half. This life had indeed been snatched back from the clutches of the king of hell. He trembled as he raised his head, gazing at the curious little Yulin, cradled in Jingzhi's arms, who was intently observing the dark water below, her tiny mouth making a soft popping sound. In that moment, his murky eyes were overwhelmed by an intense wave of shock, ecstatic joy, and boundless gratitude. Thud, thud, thud. With all his might, he bowed 3 times heavily in Yulin's direction. His forehead struck the cold, hard golden bricks, producing a dull sound, yet he felt no pain. "Thank you, my little lucky star, for saving my life," Such great kindness and grace. In my next life, I shall toil like a beast, and I can offer no greater repayment. Jingheng and Pei Tingyun witnessed this miracle firsthand, their hearts already tumultuous with awe. Jingheng felt a profound tremor within. The poison of the southern frontier seemed to melt away before her. Heaven bless the great Li. Heaven bless my precious Yulin. Pei Tingyun's phoenix eyes also reflected a grand tumult, though he maintained a facade of composure. Indeed, my Yulin is extraordinary. This little one's abilities continuously surpass his expectations. Jingheng took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and fixed his sharp gaze upon Pei Tingyun, his voice trembling. Tingyun, the matters of the Northwest cannot be delayed. The ambitions of the southern frontier are glaringly apparent. The remnants of the ruined king have yet to be eradicated. I am resolute. We shall march west immediately, ensuring this calamity is thoroughly quelled. His tone was firm and authoritative, exuding imperial majesty. Then, he shifted his focus to Yulin, gently cradled by Jingzhe, his voice tinged with a hint of guilt and concern. However, the journey to the northwest is long and the warfare perilous. Yulin is still so small. It pains me to send this precious little dumpling into danger. Yet, her ability to counter the southern frontier's poison is undeniably pivotal to the situation at hand. Just as Jingheng was torn in dilemma, Yulin, hearing the words westward expedition and quelling, her big, glistening eyes suddenly sparkled with radiant excitement. Wow, more bad guys to fight? So many dark forces and pests for her to purify. Does that not mean endless merit beckoning to her? The little one's face flushed with exhilaration as she clapped her chubby hands, her voice sweet yet resonant. Let us go. Yulin wants to go. Fight bad guys. Fight the big bad guys. Merit. So much merit. Yulin wants it all. Her eagerness, as if she had caught a whiff of boundless merit, lightened the tense atmosphere within the palace. Pei Tingyun looked at his daughter, her merit radar activated once again, feeling both amused and helpless. He understood while the near-overwhelming restraint Yulin possessed against the southern frontier's sorcery, making her an invaluable strategic asset for the impending Northwest conflict. This mission concerned the safety of the Great Li and the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians. After a moment's contemplation, a decisive glint flashed in his profound phoenix eyes as he nodded firmly to Jingheng. Your Majesty, I am willing to escort Yulin to the Northwest personally, coordinating with the army's maneuvers. His voice was calm, yet resolute. Yulin's safety I shall bear entirely. Jingheng gazed intently at Pei Tingyun, then cast a glance at the little jade unicorn in his arms, who was waving its tiny fists as if determined to amass great wealth. The young emperor felt a tumult of emotions swelling within him. Drawing in a deep breath, he spoke with unwavering conviction, each word resonating from the depths of his chest, imbued with the force of thunder. Very well, I have made my decision. His gaze burned with intensity as he fixed his eyes upon Pei Tingyun, each syllable pronounced with utmost seriousness. Tingyun, as you journey to the northwest, upon your triumphant return, I shall personally vindicate the Pei family and rectify their grievances. I will ensure that all the world knows that loyalty and righteousness must not be sullied. Good and evil shall ultimately be rewarded. The illustrious reputation of the Pei clan shall shine throughout history. At these words, Pei Tingyun was struck with a sudden tremor in the depths of his profound phoenix eyes. A tempest surged forth. 6 long years, a full 6 years, he had borne the weight of deep-seated enmity, endured humiliation and hardship, navigating treacherous paths. All for this very moment, all for the chance to cleanse his family's name and to console the spirits of his unjustly departed kin. At this instant, all his patience, all his strategies, all his hopes surged forth like a torrent, flooding his being. He tightly embraced the little jade unicorn, the source of his boundless hope and miracles, and the harbinger of the long-awaited opportunity for redemption. His eyes brimmed with unshed tears, a warmth beginning to thaw the icy burdens he had carried for 6 years. Yet, he remained the resolute commander of the Imperial Guard, unflinching in the face of calamity. Pei Tingyun inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, and knelt before Jingheng. his voice steady yet tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "I, Pei Tingyun, receive your command. I shall not betray your majesty's trust, nor the hopes of the people, as I venture to the northwest, if I do not vanquish the demons of the southern borders. If I do not restore the clarity of our realm." He suddenly raised his head, fire igniting in his eyes. "I shall present my head for judgment." Chapter 35. The Emperor's Promise, forging the soul of the army. The shadow guards protect the young sovereign. The little jade unicorn, cradled in Jing's arms, blinked its sparkling eyes, curiously observing the sudden gravity that enveloped the hall. The small creature seemed to sense the ceremonial weight of the moment, attempting to mimic Pei Tingyun by twisting its tiny body, eager to descend from Jing's embrace to pay its respects. As soon as the little one began to move, Jingji anticipated its intent and carefully set it down. Once steady on its feet, the jade unicorn endeavored to bow like Pei Tingyun. However, its petite form wobbled precariously, threatening to topple backward. "Oh dear!" Jing hung, quick of reflex, extended his long arm and securely steadied the little creature. He could not allow such a precious little being to truly kneel before him. "Does Lin wish to pay respects to the Emperor, uncle?" The jade unicorn tilted its exquisitely carved face upward, nodding earnestly. "Yes, Pei bows and Lin bows too." The innocent, sweet voice elicited faint smiles from both Jing Hung and Pei Tingyun, lightening the previously taut atmosphere wrought by the Emperor's promise. Jing Hung swiftly composed himself, his expression turning serious once more, authoritative and resolute. "Convey my decree. General Zhao Yi of the Ming Dynasty, designated as the commander, swiftly assemble an army of 100,000, with provisions and arms immediately set for transport. In 3 days, the Grand Army will stealthily depart, embarking on a campaign to the northwest, with the imperative to quell the insurrection in the southern territories decisively." "As commanded," echoed the resolute voices from beyond the hall, reverberating with solemnity. Jing Heng's gaze shifted toward Pei Tingyun, sharp as an eagle. "Pei Tingyun, at your service. You are to oversee the full might of the Jinui, coordinating seamlessly with the army's movements. Furthermore, the safety of Yulin is entrusted entirely to you. There must be no lapse." "Understood." Pei Tingyun was acutely aware of the gravity of this mission. The journey to the northwest was long and fraught with complexities. The southern territories were rife with unpredictable sorcery. Moreover, Yulin was but a tender child. He must select the most capable and trustworthy guardians for her. His mind traversed the silhouettes of the 24 shadow guards under his command, each individual's strengths, accomplishments, and even weaknesses vividly etched in his memory. After a brief moment, he reached a decisive conclusion. "Jingzhe," Wei Qi Pei Tingyun called out, his voice steady. 2 figures materialized within the hall like phantoms, kneeling silently as if born from the shadows. Subordinates present. Jingzhe, with a robust physique and keen eyes akin to unsheathed blades, bore a faint scar at the corner of his right eye that glimmered in the hall's light, reminiscent of a coiled serpent ready to strike. As he accepted the command, a subtle sound emanated from his knuckles, mingling with a faint scent of rust that hung in the air. Wei Qi maintained his characteristic stoic demeanor, his long, powerful fingers marked by calluses, a silent testament to countless battles fought. He merely inclined his head slightly, issuing a low syllable in response, which conveyed more conviction than any spoken word. "You two shall accompany Yulin closely, never leaving her side, until the matters in the northwest are resolved." As ordered, their voices were resolute, devoid of hesitation, as though the command was etched into their very bones. One was the sharpest blade in Pei Tingyun's arsenal, having tasted the blood of countless foes. The other, a master of operations, adept at achieving success in the most improbable of circumstances. Both were elite warriors forged in the crucible of conflict, and Pei Tingyun's most trusted martial guardians. With their presence, Yulin's safety was significantly fortified. Soon after, Pei Tingyun issued another covert command. "Summon Guyu and Chun Funisimi at once." Moments later, the beaded curtain stirred softly as 2 women entered the hall, their movements as graceful as willow catkins. One, clad in simple yet elegant attire, with a healthy complexion and refined features, bore a faint herbal fragrance. Gu, well-versed in the arts of medicine and poison. She cast a glance at Yulin, cradled in Pei Tingyun's arms, who was curiously observing her. A flicker of unexpected tenderness crossed her gaze, contrasting sharply with her usual intense focus when studying toxins. The other, with delicate features and a lively, astute demeanor, bore a prominent vermilion mole on her neck. Chun Fun, an expert in disguise and subterfuge. Her eyes sparkled with confidence, revealing a keen interest in the challenging task ahead, her lips curling into a hint of mischief. We pay our respects to the commander. We pay our respects to the commander. As the rain of grains falls, Gu, skilled in the art of medicine and poison, with a meticulous mind, is entrusted with the daily care of Miss Yulin, ensuring her protection against any potential toxic threats. Pei Tingyun's voice remains calm and unyielding. Gu slightly bows, her gaze lingering for a moment on Yulin's delicate visage, affirming her duty to safeguard the young lady with utmost diligence. Chun Fun, agile and adept at disguise, is tasked with providing cover for Miss Yulin in the event of any perilous encounters along the journey, ensuring absolute security. Chun Fun blinks, her voice bright and clear. Rest assured, my lord, it is in my capable hands. I will guarantee that no harm shall come to the lady. Not even a single strand of her hair. Regarding the affairs in the capital, Pei Tingyun has made prior arrangements. He has left Commander Shen Fong and the most composed and reliable of the 24 shadow guards, Li Chun, behind. Shen Fong, with his square countenance and piercing yet tranquil gaze, nods slightly, indicating his understanding. Li Chun stands tall, his eyes as serene as a deep ancient pool. The faint scar on his right ear a testament to his loyalty, silently narrating tales of past sacrifices. Pei Tingyun assigns them the task of investigating the remnants of the Rue Wang faction in the capital to stabilize the situation. He instructs, if there are any unusual movements, send a carrier pigeon to inform me immediately. We understand, they reply in unison. With all arrangements in place, they await the departure of the army in 3 days. Yulin, brimming with excitement for the forthcoming journey, displays her anticipation on her cherubic face. In her small spirit creature's perception, this signifies the presence of various impurities ahead. Awaiting her cleansing, each purification shall transform into the pure and virtuous light that nourishes her celestial form. Wow, does that mean there will be countless warm and comforting sparkles awaiting me? The little one, unable to contain her joy at the thought, nuzzles against Pei Tingyun, emitting a satisfied sigh. On the eve of departure, the moonlight is as clear as water, exceptionally cold. Pei Tingyun meticulously examines the maps and preparations for their western expedition in his study. The candlelight flickers quietly before him, occasionally emitting a faint crackling sound. Suddenly, the flame leaps, casting a dancing light that distorts his shadow on the wall, adding an air of enigma. Pei Tingyun's fingers pause slightly on a mark on the map's northwestern border, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. A hurried report from the guards outside shatters the midnight stillness. My lord, Lord Baishu from the Astronomical Bureau requests an urgent audience. He claims to have a matter of utmost urgency and appears extremely agitated. Baishu, a member of the Astronomical Bureau, so unsettled at this late hour? Pei Tingyun sets down his brush and beckons him to enter. Baishu stumbles in, his normally immaculate robe in disarray, hair slightly askew, and his usually composed face now marked by rare gravity and anxiety. He barely has time to observe the formalities before urgently exclaiming, his voice hoarse, Lord Pei, this humble servant has observed the celestial phenomena and conducted an urgent divination, foreseeing that Miss Yulin's journey to the northwest may encounter grave peril. Pei Tingyun's pupils suddenly constricted upon hearing those words, and an icy aura enveloped him. As if the very air were on the brink of freezing, he sprang to his feet, striding towards Baishu with an intense, dangerous tone, demanding, clarify your words. What calamity? Cold sweat cascaded down Baishu's forehead as he trembled, gesturing towards the southwest, the very region of the southern wilderness. This calamity appeared to be linked to a legendary sacred object from that area. The rune mark on Baishu's brow, usually faint and elusive, flickered ominously with a crimson glow. His voice, laced with a hint of trepidation, conveyed the gravity of the situation. This matter entailed vast implications. It seemed that a powerful entity had obscured the celestial mechanisms with secretive arts. With his current divination abilities, any attempt to pry into this matter resulted in backlash. He suddenly erupted into a violent cough, blood splattering onto his plain robe, a stark, vivid contrast. Pei Tingyun quickly supported him. Bai Shu waved his hand dismissively, swallowing the blood in his mouth. I can only glimpse a mere fragment of the iceberg. The omens are shrouded in chaos, making it difficult to ascertain the ultimate fortune or misfortune. All I can discern is a sea of bloodlight and the jade unicorn ensnared within a thick, suffocating black mist. Struggling, Bai Shu retrieved a charred, cracked tortoise shell from his robe, its surface riddled with fissures, rendering it utterly useless for further divination. This object is ruined, making further calculations impossible. Yet, the power of that sacred artifact is formidable. It seems capable of suppressing all auspicious energies, posing a grave threat to Miss Yulin. He gasped for breath, clutching at Pei Tingyun's sleeve, his eyes bloodshot. This calamity is not to be trifled with, Lord Pei. It is imperative that Miss Yulin steer clear of all seemingly ordinary tributes or so-called sacred relics, especially those from the southern wilderness. Pei Tingyun steadied the faltering Bai Shu, taking the still warm, charred tortoise shell into his hands, feeling its bone-chilling coldness. He gazed out at the heavy nightfall, contemplating the black mist of the southern wilderness suppressing auspicious signs. His knuckles whitened as he clenched them tightly, and finally, after a moment, he managed to utter 5 words. This official understands. Chapter 36. The unicorn's heart leaps with anticipation for travel, supported by the Sinang Palace. The night was as dark as ink, casting a shadow over the eaves of the Pei residence. In the study, candle flames flickered gently, illuminating Pei Tingyun's stern visage. He thumbed through an urgent report from the northwest, its sparse wording heavy with the portent of an impending storm. The sacred object's calamity, demonic miasma, ascends. It seemed Bai Shu's words held truth. There were already those in the northwest who had sensed a deeper crisis, indicating that this was far more than mere poison. Father Pei, are there more wicked villains to fight? A youthful voice shattered the stillness of the study. Yulin, having awoken unbeknownst to him, stood at the doorway, cradled in the arms of her wet nurse. Her glass-like eyes sparkled brilliantly in the candlelight, and her small frame wriggled with excitement. Is a lot of merit? She chirped, her words slightly garbled, yet brimming with an insatiable yearning for virtue. The frost in Pei Tingyun's brow thawed slightly at the sound of her innocent voice. He rose, gently taking Yulin from the nurse, weighing her lightly in his arms. Indeed, many villains await our Yulin to gather merit, he replied in a low voice. Merit, merit. Yulin flailed in his embrace, her tiny hands clapping with a delightful sound, as if she had already foreseen a scene bathed in golden light. Pei Tingyun gently caressed her soft hair, his gaze profound. At that moment, a voice announced from outside. My lord, the spring equinox and grain rain have arrived. Let them in, he commanded. Moments later, 2 figures quietly entered the room. The first, clad in a vibrant yellow attire, moved with agility, spring equinox. Her features were delicate, and her expressive eyes sparkled with vitality. Upon entering, her gaze discreetly swept across the study, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. The other was Grain Rain, dressed in a modest green gown, exuding a gentle and serene aura. Her steps slow and measured, accompanied by a faint herbal fragrance that calmed the spirit. Yulin curiously examined her new sisters, her little head swiveling as her bright, round eyes roamed over them. Observing this, Spring Equinox smiled radiantly, bringing her right hand up to form a delicate gesture, her fingertips flicking in the air. A copper coin sprang forth from her fingers, tracing an unusual arc as it twirled around Yulin before gracefully returning to her fingertips. The entire spectacle unfolded with the swiftness of lightning, yet possessed a captivating rhythm. Wow, how impressive! Yulin exclaimed, her delight evident as she reached out with her chubby hand to grasp the coin. Spring Equinox took the opportunity to embrace Yulin, lightly tapping her brow. Little miss, the journey ahead is long, and spring equinox will ensure your safety. Grain Rain stepped forward, first scrutinizing Yulin's complexion and breath before gently placing her slender fingers on the child's tiny wrist. After a moment, she nodded slightly, her voice soft yet assured. Little Miss possesses abundant vitality and a spirited demeanor, but she shifted her gaze to Pei Tingyun. It seems her constitution differs slightly from others, making her more sensitive to the spiritual energies of the world. Given the disturbances in the northwest, we must exercise great caution. Grain Rain produced a small porcelain vial from her sleeve and handed it to Pei Tingyun. My lord, this is a specially crafted herbal calming pill, formulated with morning dew from myriad blossoms and dozens of tranquil herbs, refined over 49 days. It will aid the little miss in focusing her energy, dispelling malevolent influences, and alleviating the fatigue of travel. Pei Tingyun accepted the vial, tucking it away with a solemn expression. In this journey to the northwest, I entrust Yulin's safety to the four of you. His gaze swept over spring equinox, Grain Rain, and the attendants Jingzhe and Weiqi standing nearby. Jingzhe was responsible for close protection, while Weiqi oversaw perimeter security. Spring equinox, your keen intellect will be essential in managing unexpected situations and intelligence gathering. Grain Rain, you are fully responsible for the little miss's diet, medicinal needs, and any potential ailments that may arise. Pei Tingyun's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. From Yulin's daily routines to any threats we may encounter along the way, even her tendency to kick off the covers at night. I expect you all to be thoroughly informed, leaving no room for error. He paused, refraining from elaborating on Yulin's unique attributes, which they would soon witness for themselves. This journey required vigilance, not only against the malevolent forces of the Northwest, but also against certain restless hands in the capital. The moment of awakening and Weiqi remained silent, yet their upright postures and tightly gripped daggers silently proclaimed their resolve. Spring equinox and Grain Rain responded in unison, affirming their allegiance. Their gazes directed toward Yulin were imbued with a profound sense of protection. This diminutive figure represented the sole faith of their journey. Meanwhile, deep within the Forbidden City, the Palace of Compassion was ablaze with light. The Empress Dowager reclined on a soft couch draped in bright yellow brocade, delicately toying with a string of sandalwood prayer beads. Though her complexion was still somewhat pallid, her eyes, weathered by time, gleamed with the sharpness of an eagle. After merely a few days of regaining her composure, she had secretly summoned several trusted old aides from years past. The faction of the Prince Rue was deeply entrenched within the court, its roots entwined, and although the prince was confined to the dungeons, his minions were poised to act in the shadows, possibly stirring up trouble and plotting against the realm while His Majesty and Lord Pei ventured westward, leaving the capital vulnerable. An elderly minister knelt below, his voice trembling as he reported. The Empress Dowager closed her eyes momentarily. 6 years. She had been manipulated by that sorceress for a full 6 years. During this time, to what extent had the court of the greatly been corroded? Regarding the Pei family, the Empress Dowager slowly opened her eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them. The treachery of Jing Ku in framing the entire Pei family could not have succeeded without external assistance. It was utterly impossible for him alone to topple a family renowned for generations of loyalty and valor overnight. Investigate thoroughly. I demand to know who is behind this. Attempting to undermine the very foundation of the Great Li, she recalled the Pei family's long-standing defense of the borders, their illustrious achievements, and their unparalleled standing in the military. Without concrete evidence of treason, coupled with the highest decree from the palace as a facade, how could such a scheme be easily executed? Behind that wretched Jing Ku undoubtedly lurked even more sinister forces. Those wolves and tigers coveting the splendid realm of the Great Li. Your Majesty, I have identified several critical positions where the spies planted by the Prince Rue are located, another confidant whispered. The Empress Dowager's gaze hardened, devoid of hesitation. Do not make it public. Handle it discreetly. I shall make those individuals understand that this palace is not a place for their impudence. She inhaled deeply, casting her eyes toward the oppressive darkness outside. With Rang Air and Ting Yun heading northwest, the capital lay exposed, and those lurking serpents would likely seize the opportunity to strike. She must secure a retreat for them. Though her years were many, she had not yet succumbed to folly. Come forth. The Empress Dowager's voice, though not loud, carried an air of authority. An elderly maid approached with a bow. Deliver the items I have prepared to the Pei residence immediately, placing them in Commander Pei's hands. Yes, Your Majesty. On the eve of departure, the study of the Pei residence glowed with light throughout the night. Pei Tingyun gazed at the ancient sandalwood box before him, within which lay an aged military token engraved with the emblem of the Pei family's mystical bird. His fingertips instinctively brushed over the familiar totem of the mystical bird, the cold sensation evoking a searing warmth that stirred his emotions. This token had once been a symbol of honor for his grandfather and father, and now it returned to him in such a manner. Beside the token, a sealed letter with red wax awaited his attention. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and unsealed the confidential letter. The paper bore only 4 ink characters, their strokes powerful and penetrating, awaiting the tides of change. What profound intention lay behind the Empress Dowager's action? Was it a test, a gesture of goodwill, or perhaps a more sinister scheme? As he pondered, the sound of hurried yet composed footsteps echoed from outside the study, accompanied by an incredulous report. My lord, urgent news from the prison. Pei Tingyun abruptly raised his gaze. Li Chun entered, kneeling on one knee, his voice hoarse with urgency. Prince Rue, Jinka, has mysteriously vanished. Chapter 37. The Deceptive Prince Unveils Hidden Turmoil. The Tiger Token and Jade Pendant reveal secrets. The news of Prince Rue's disappearance struck like a venomous dagger, silently piercing the heart of the capital. Within the Chengtiang Hall, Jinghong's roar reverberated, shaking the glazed tiles. In the Pei residence, the study remained tense. Pei Tingyun's fingers nervously clutched a black piece, hesitating to place it down. Outside, the sky loomed dark. Jinka's cunning tactics and the depth of his entanglements exceeded all expectations. In his arms, the previously tranquil Yulin began to stir restlessly. Her tiny nose sniffed at Pei Tingyun's neck, and her chubby hands instinctively grasped. Pei, she murmured, her voice tinged with urgency. With trembling fingers, she pointed towards the storeroom in the rear courtyard. So fragrant and warm, her tone resembled that of a child who had discovered the sweetest candied hawthorn. Taken aback, Pei Tingyun looked down at Yulin. Her cheeks were flushed, and her big, lustrous eyes shimmered with yearning, her little mouth unconsciously smacking. Pei, fragrant, she reiterated. A sudden jolt coursed through Pei Tingyun's heart. Yulin's instinct for delightful things had rarely faltered. He set down the game piece, cradling the child more securely. Let's take a look. The storeroom was thick with dust, the air stagnant. Countless dusty boxes and objects lay quietly stacked. Yulin seemed oblivious to her surroundings. Her small head stubbornly tilted towards one direction, her little nostrils flaring like a tracking beast. Ultimately, her gaze fixed upon an inconspicuous Zeton wood box in the corner. There. Yulin's small voice was filled with certainty. Pei Tingyun approached, brushing aside the thick layer of dust. The lid of the box opened, revealing a jade pendant, the size of a baby's palm, lying quietly within. The jade was warm and smooth, its hue a gentle yellow, intricately carved into the shape of a qilin, exuding an ancient charm. This was the warm jade qilin pendant, a treasure bestowed upon the Pei family by their ancestors. Wow! Upon seeing the pendant, Yulin's dark eyes sparkled with excitement. She joyfully exclaimed, extending her chubby hands to seize the jade pendant into her embrace. The warm jade pressed against her delicate skin, and the little one squinted in delight, her cherubic face nuzzling the pendant affectionately. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The crimson lotus mark on Yulin's forehead unexpectedly radiated a gentle golden-red aura. The glow rippled like water, harmonizing with the soft luminescence of the warm jade qilin pendant. A subtle and indescribable warmth circulates quietly between a person and a jade pendant. Pei Tingyun's pupils constrict suddenly. This jade pendant he has seen before. Yet never has it exhibited such an extraordinary phenomenon. Could it be that this generationally inherited qilin pendant possesses some profound connection with his little qilin? He recalls that Baishu had once suffered backlash for forcibly divining the fate of the jade qilin and, before departing to recuperate, had solemnly advised him, "The young lady is bound by extraordinary ties. Should she encounter cherished heirlooms that resonate, it is best to let nature take its course, as it may yield benefits." At the time, he assumed it was merely a comforting remark, never anticipating that the day of departure would arrive amidst a turbulent and ominous atmosphere in the capital. Prince Rui Jingku had escaped from the dungeon, akin to a colossal stone cast upon a tranquil lake, with ripples that remain unsettled. Pei Tingyun's heart, too, hangs in suspense. General Zhao Yi, clad in heavy black iron armor, astride a magnificent steed, brandished a thick-bladed steel knife, exuding an imposing presence. The grand army, adorned with flags like a forest, carried weapons like snow, creating a magnificent spectacle. Pei Tingyun, accompanied by the Jade qilin and his trusted confidants, Jingzhe, Wei Qi, Chun Fun, and Gu Yu, stealthily blended into the vast military procession aboard a seemingly unremarkable yet meticulously modified carriage. Inside the carriage, thick soft cushions were laid, and the warm jade qilin pendant was delicately tied with soft silk thread, resting against the neck of the jade qilin. The warm jade appeared to possess a calming effect, as the little one was mostly well-behaved, unlike ordinary children who often cried. In the initial days, the march was tense and solemn. Pei. The jade qilin pointed at a bird flying past the window, her clear eyes brimming with curiosity. Pei Tingyun responded, yet his gaze inadvertently lingered on the jade pendant. Lost in thought, there indeed seemed to be a wondrous connection between the pendant and the qilin. Chun Fun, seated opposite, would occasionally perform small tricks to amuse the jade qilin. Her nimble fingers could transform an ordinary handkerchief into a fluttering butterfly or a hopping little rabbit. Chun, rabbit. The jade qilin giggled, reaching out with her chubby little hand to grab, filling the carriage with her joyful sounds. Chunfun would sometimes mischievously alter her features, transforming into a child or a woman, which would first bewilder the jade qilin, followed by peals of laughter. Gu Yu, in contrast, remained much quieter, always carrying a faint herbal fragrance that brought comfort. She would meticulously prepare special rice porridge and fruit puree for the jade qilin, and occasionally present fragrant dried flowers for her to smell. Gu sweet. The jade qilin was always filled with anticipation for the food in Gu Yu's hands. Gu Yu would smile gently, producing a small piece of cake made with honey and herbs, her voice soft. "Little qilin, try this, it will invigorate you." She would carefully observe the qilin's reactions, ensuring all was well. Jingzhe and Wei Qi typically rode protectively alongside the carriage, their expressions stern and vigilant of their surroundings. Yet, whenever the army set up camp, they would allow themselves a moment of respite. One evening, just as the camp was established, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, followed swiftly by flashes of lightning and torrential rain. Pei Tingyun was in the main tent discussing military affairs with Zhao Yi, while the jade qilin sat on a low couch adorned with soft cushions, playing with a few small wooden figurines that Chunfun had carved for her. The awakening of spring stood like an iron tower at the entrance of the tent. A blinding flash of lightning tore across the sky, swiftly followed by a thunderous roar. The figure of Jingzhe trembled imperceptibly, his fingers instinctively tightening around the hilt of his sword, and the faint scar at the corner of his eye seemed to tense as well. This subtle reaction went unnoticed by most, yet Yulin blinked and caught sight of it. She set down the puppet in her hands, tilting her little head to observe Jingzhe. Then she wobbled to her feet, her short legs carrying her step by step to his side. She extended her pudgy little hand and gently patted Jingzhe's hardened greaves. "Awakening of spring," she said in a clear and earnest little voice. Not afraid. As she spoke, she leaned her small head against Jingzhe's leg, resembling a kitten seeking comfort, her fluffy head nuzzling against him. Jingzhe stiffened, looking down at the delicate child by his feet. A strange emotion surged within him, unfamiliar yet profound. He remained still and silent, yet the tension in his shoulders eased slightly. Inside the tent, Pei, Tingyun, and Zhao Yi exchanged knowing glances, choosing to remain silent. Later, Zhao Yi mused aloud. Goodness, this little girl is truly a divine spirit, isn't she? Wei Qi, however, remained even more taciturn, like a shadow blending into the surroundings. While other children might have feared his indifference, Yulin seemed drawn to him, often approaching with cheerful determination. On one occasion, as the army rested by the forest's edge, Yulin, clutching a piece of malt candy given to her by Guyu, waddled over to Wei Qi, who was inspecting the horses. "Kiki," she exclaimed, wanting to touch the nose of a large horse. Just as Wei Qi assumed she had come to feed the horse, she held up the candy, standing on her tiptoes to offer it to him. Wei Qi merely cast her a fleeting glance before resuming his task. Undeterred, Yulin continued to hold out the candy, though her arms grew weary from tiptoeing, so she grasped Wei Qi's belt with one hand while continuing to pet the horse, content in her own joy. After some time, Wei Qi paused his actions, and his scarred fingers, accustomed to wielding a blade, reached out to accept the piece of candy. He did not eat it. Instead, he delicately pinched the sweet morsel as if cradling a rare treasure. Upon seeing him accept it, Yulin beamed with satisfaction, as if she had accomplished something monumental. Meanwhile, General Zhao Yi stood out among the group like a rushing torrent. His voice boomed with exuberance, his presence announced before he even arrived at Pei Tingyun's tent. "Hey boy, how is our little lucky star today?" Initially, Yulin was startled by his thunderous voice, but soon realized that this towering, robust general was not to be feared. One evening, feeling a bit under the weather and refusing to eat, Yulin was unresponsive to Pei Tingyun's attempts to cheer her up. Neither the spring equinox's tricks nor Guyu's calming soup proved effective. Zhao Yi happened to arrive for a meeting and, upon noticing her condition, waved his large hand like a fan. "Come, let old Zhao give it a try." Pei Tingyun instinctively tightened his embrace around his daughter, a scrutinizing glint flashing in his cool phoenix eyes. "You?" Zhao Yi, with an air of confidence, seated himself and took the child, Yulin, into his arms with an unexpectedly proficient steadiness. To everyone's surprise, he began to hum a tuneless nursery rhyme, gently bouncing Yulin while singing a lullaby learned from an unknown source in his rough, gravelly voice. In my younger days, Uncle Zhao, used to soothe my own children in this very manner." A touch of tenderness unexpectedly graced his weathered face, etched with the marks of time and hardship. Strangely enough, as Yulin nestled against his broad chest, her furrowed brow relaxed, and before long, she drifted off to sleep with a soft sigh. Zhao Yi glanced at Pei Tingyun with a triumphant raise of his brow. "Did you see that? When it comes to dealing with little ones, old Zhao has his ways." Pei Tingyun couldn't help but smile at the sight. A few days later, the army continued its march, traveling by day and resting by night, heading westward. The terrain ahead began to grow treacherous. Wei Qi, with a grave expression, swiftly returned from the scouting party, whispering outside the carriage, "My lord, we have arrived at the entrance of the Wind Gorge." Chapter 38. Secrets Hidden in the Wind Gorge. The celestial realm awaits the rest of Yulin after several days of travel. The army finally reached a perilous location known as the Wind Gorge. Towering cliffs rose sharply on either side, piercing the clouds and casting a foreboding shadow that made it difficult to breathe. A narrow, winding path meandered through the gorge, where wisps of miasma lingered in the air. Though not overwhelming, it carried a faintly putrid sweetness. As soon as little Yulin entered the gorge, she squirmed uncomfortably in Pei Tingyun's embrace, scrunching her tiny nose and displaying clear distaste, mumbling, Pei, it smells bad. Lin doesn't he like it?" She nuzzled against Pei Tingyun, her chubby little finger suddenly pointing to a mountain hollow obscured by tangled rocks and thick vines. Pei, her small voice rang out, clear and resolute. "There, it's comfortable." Pei Tingyun lowered his gaze to the little one in his arms. Yulin's large, glistening eyes sparkled with certainty, her tiny face radiating conviction. He felt a stir of intrigue and exchanged a glance with General Zhao Yi, who, with his dark complexion and robust frame, wore an expression of curiosity. Let us go see, Pei Tingyun said in a low voice, personally cradling Yulin as they, along with Jingzhe and Wei Qi, pushed aside the entangled vines. Beyond the vines lay a remarkably concealed, natural stone platform. This platform was backed by the steep cliff, with only an exceedingly narrow passageway providing access, resembling a natural fortress. "Goodness gracious!" Zhao, he exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers, his rugged face alight with delight. "The young miss is indeed our great fortune in the Dali dynasty." He rubbed his hands together excitedly. This place could accommodate tens of thousands of troops. It would serve as a formidable stronghold against any forces from the southern regions. Those rascals wouldn't stand a chance. An impromptu military meeting was convened beside this newly discovered treasure. Zhao, he gestured emphatically, his words spilling forth with fervor. "It is settled. I shall personally lead the 8,000 main forces to secretly camp here, build our defenses stronger than iron walls, cut off all possible escape routes and reinforcements for those southern sorcerers. Command immediately. The army shall spring into action." The once somber marching contingent was invigorated by this unexpected delight. However, this buoyant mood did not endure for long. The scouts, spurring their steeds with urgency, returned with dire news of utmost importance. "Report, General, my lord. A few dozen miles ahead, the sole water source beside the official road has been contaminated." The scout's face was ashen, his voice trembling. After drinking from it, the livestock became frenzied and bloodthirsty, attacking anyone in sight. Several of our brothers have already fallen victim, their bodies turning black, frothing at the mouth, resembling madmen. This news fell upon them like a bucket of icy water. The water source is the lifeblood of our march. In the temporary camp at Enfone Gorge, Guyu meticulously examined a sample of water source from the tainted supply. Arrayed before her were various exquisite silver needles, jade tubes, and powders emanating peculiar aromas. As the silver needle dipped into the water, the tip instantly darkened and trembled slightly. Jingzhe and Wei Qi stood nearby, their expressions impassive, yet their tightly gripped weapons revealed their inner vigilance. Pei Tingyun held Yulin in his arms, standing solemnly behind Guyu. Yulin seemed to sense the oppressive atmosphere, nestling obediently in Pei Tingyun's embrace, clutching his garment with her small hand, her large eyes fixated on Guyu. After a long while, Guyu raised her head, her formerly serene and elegant visage now marred by unprecedented gravity. "My lord," she spoke with difficulty, "the poison in this water is highly virulent. Furthermore, she inhaled deeply. It can be transmitted through skin contact. The toxicity will regenerate continuously, rendering conventional purification methods utterly ineffective." She pointed to a cage nearby, where a military dog that had merely touched the contaminated water was now convulsing violently, its skin rapidly darkening, eyes bulging with blood, emitting a heart-wrenching howl. The dog had only brushed its paws against the water, and in mere moments had succumbed to such a fate. Its throat emitted a ghastly rasp, black foam oozing from its mouth, clearly on the brink of death. Guyu's voice quivered with an unrecognized tremor. Those afflicted by the poison will initially become frenzied and bloodthirsty, unrecognizing of kin. Within half an hour, they will bleed from all 7 orifices, their organs turning to pus, meeting a most tragic end. Even though she was accustomed to various exotic poisons, a hint of chill crept into her tone. This poison was exceedingly tyrannical and malevolent. Pei Tingyun's countenance grew increasingly grave. Yulin, sensing the tension within the tent, wriggled free from Pei Tingyun's hold and hurried over to the ailing military dog. The little one extended her chubby hand and, with a soft slap, gently patted the dog's head. A fleeting golden-red warmth enveloped the creature. Astonishingly, the dog that had been writhing in agony grew calm, the encroaching darkness receding at a visibly rapid pace. Although still weak, the ferocious and bloodthirsty aura had vanished without a trace. Guyu and the commanders within the tent stared in disbelief. Yet, while Yulin could save one dog, perhaps even a few individuals, it was but a drop in the ocean against the thirst of 100,000 soldiers. The impure water source will soon lead to the inevitable collapse of the army without a fight. Pei Yun's brow furrowed in deep contemplation, pondering over a solution, when suddenly a gentle breeze swept through the camp, carrying with it a refreshing mist. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm far beyond the clouds, the enchanting fairy of hibiscus was meticulously pruning a brilliantly blooming pair of hibiscus flowers in her garden. Abruptly, her delicate fingers hesitated, as an inexplicable feeling stirred within her heart. The fairy calculated with her fingers, her brows slightly furrowing. When Yulin was first sent to the northern lands of the mortal realm, she could not help but worry for this little ancestor. So she discreetly imparted a fragment of her divine consciousness to a hibiscus flower in the Pei family's backyard, allowing her to observe from afar. The breathtaking scene of blooming flowers in the Pei residence was merely a playful trick she had conjured to amuse Yulin. Later, a serendipitous event occurred. Some of the pollen that had absorbed her celestial essence silently clung to Yulin's everyday garments. At this moment, it was through this subtle connection, imperceptible to others, that the fairy of hibiscus could truly sense her precious little Yulin, who was far away in the northwest of the mortal realm, ensnared by the noxious miasma and toxic waters. Even worse, she could distinctly perceive that the nearby water source had been tainted by a particularly malicious and sinister curse. That force was saturated with malevolence. My darling Yulin, the fairy of hibiscus suddenly opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze crystallizing with frost, a mix of profound sorrow and thinly veiled wrath. How dare they allow my Yulin to be sullied by such filth? Such mortals truly do not comprehend the vastness of the heavens. The vile creatures of the mortal realm have dared to disturb her cherished little treasure. Once, the emperor himself had found it troublesome, often being tugged at by this little ancestor, who would play with elixirs, causing chaos throughout the celestial realm, leaving everyone helpless. Now, she was enduring such suffering in the mortal world. The more the fairy of hibiscus thought about it, the angrier and more heartbroken she became. No, her Yulin, born of noble lineage, could not drink such tainted water. She abruptly rose, her brows arched, and called out urgently into the empty pavilion, her voice imbued with undeniable urgency. Lord of clear waters, come forth at once. My Yulin requires pure water. Chapter 39. The fairy of hibiscus urgently summons the water lord. Yulin purifies the chaotic spring outside the hall of tranquil heart. The mist swirled, and the ancient stillness was shattered by hurried footsteps. Lord of clear waters, the fairy of hibiscus, her skirts held high, her cheeks flushed, burst in without hesitation. Inside the hall, the Lord of clear waters sat cross-legged beside the celestial spring, guiding the water to cleanse the jade Rui. Upon hearing her voice, his movements paused. Dressed in a moon-white robe adorned with water patterns, untouched by dust, his long ink-blue hair was simply fastened with a silver hairpin, exuding an aura of chilly serenity. His autumn-like eyes narrowed slightly in displeasure. Who dares to disturb his tranquil meditation? The fairy of hibiscus had already rushed to stand before him. Water Lord, something terrible has happened. She gasped for breath, her makeup slightly disheveled. The Water Lord's brow furrowed even deeper as his gaze swept over the hem of her skirt, now tainted by the dust of the mortal realm. Fairy of hibiscus, the Hall of Tranquil Heart is not your backyard. His voice was crisp, laced with iciness, yet a faint blush tinged his ears. Alas, what time this is! The fairy, growing frantic, stamped her foot. Is my Yulin. She is in the northwest of the mortal realm. In the water, there is utterly filthy. She requires clean water. Yulin? The Water Lord's movements came to a complete halt. That plump, fragrant little qilin, who delighted in drooling over the hem of his robe, with a subtle flicker of his fingers. A wisp of divine thought reached the shadowy winds of the jade qilin's realm. In the next instant, the Water Lord's eternally stoic, ice-cold visage turned a deep shade of fury. How outrageous! A low growl reverberated through the hall, as the humidity seemed to freeze in the air. Utterly filthy, the noxious vapors rose to the heavens. It was nothing short of sacrilege against the purity of water. In his icy gaze, a tempest of rage brewed. How dare mortals taint the waters that his cherished little qilin might touch with such vile substances? The Fairy of Lotus, intimidated by his imposing presence, let out a sigh of relief. Anger is good. It will lead to action. Water Lord, you must think of a way. The little qilin is still young. Oof. The Water Lord snorted coldly, already rising to his feet. He pointed his fingers like a sword, gently touching the void. Purity. In that moment, a column of pure azure light, infused with the essence of the world's most pristine energy, erupted from the celestial hall of tranquility high above. The beam pierced through the clouds, precisely targeting the northwestern border of the Great Leap Dynasty, the Shadow Wind Gorge. In the mortal realm at the Shadow Wind Gorge, the atmosphere in the military camp was tense. Guyu gazed at the bowl of poison water before her. Even with the Jade Qilin's recent miraculous intervention, the malevolent aura in the water had only slightly diminished, not fully dissipated. She retrieved a silver needle once more and plunged it in, only to find the needle tip quickly cloaked in a faint layer of dark hue. This won't do. Guyu shook her head, her voice tinged with gravity. This poison is deeply rooted in the water source. The young lady's powers can save lives, yet they cannot purify such an extensive source. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. The Jade Qilin was indeed formidable, but she was merely a small child. It was unreasonable to expect her to strike at the water bags of 100,000 soldiers one by one. What a burden that would be for the little one. Pei Tingyun observed his daughter's innocent expression, glancing at the bowl of still ominous poisoned water, his brow furrowed in concern. A lack of water in the military is a grave taboo. This ploy from the Southern Front was indeed insidious and ruthless. The atmosphere within the tent was stifling, everyone's expression somber. At that moment, a faint breeze seemed to sweep through the tent, carrying with it a hint of exceptionally refreshing moisture. The little Qilin's nose twitched, her bright eyes peering toward the entrance, her tiny mouth letting out a curious hum. Above the water's surface, wisps of fine black gas were forcibly expelled, emitting a faint sizzling sound before vanishing into thin air. In the blink of an eye, the bowl of water had regained its crystalline clarity, devoid of any trace of the previous filth and poison. What is this? Zhao, Yi, and the others stared in astonishment. Guyu sprang to her feet, hastily stepping forward to dip the silver needle into the water once again. This time, the needle emerged pristine, showing no signs of alteration. She then took out a small white jade mouse, dipping in the water to offer it a taste. The white jade mouse emerged unscathed, even extending its tiny pink tongue to lick its lips. The water is clean. Guyu's voice brimmed with incredulous delight. Pei Tingyun felt a surge of shock within, instinctively lowering his gaze to the little Qilin nestled in his arms. The small creature was tilting her face upward, babbling towards the tent's ceiling, her chubby hands waving as if greeting someone. Her clear, glass-like eyes sparkled with joy. Wow, water, fragrant. She squirmed, eager to be set down. Pei Tingyun placed her by a recently purified stream. The water flowed gently, crystal clear. Yulin giggled, extending her chubby little hand into the stream. With a simple flick, water splashed everywhere. The water that she touched became even more translucent and vibrant, the surface shimmering with faint, iridescent hues. A few withered grasses by the stream visibly sprouted green shoots at an astonishing pace. Sweet. Yulin cupped her hands to drink, licking the water with delight, her eyes squinting in satisfaction. Pei Tingyun's phoenix eyes revealed profound waves of emotion. This was no ordinary feat. He gazed towards the heavens, pondering if Yulin had assisted them. Zhao, Yi, and the other soldiers were left astounded, gathering around in awe. Truly, the young lady was a celestial being. This water surpassed any spring water we have ever tasted. A soldier exclaimed after sampling the water, his surprise evident. The others followed suit, finding it sweet and refreshing. May the heavens bless the great Li. May the heavens bless the young lady. Zhao, he knelt on one knee, bowing deeply to Yulin. The others followed suit, their expressions filled with reverence and gratitude. Pei Tingyun approached Zhao, Yi. General Zhao, the water source is secure. Proceed as per the original plan. Zhao, he promptly rose. My lord, please give your orders. You and I shall lead 300 elite soldiers to patrol the borders under the banner of the Jinui. first entering Yulin City to ascertain the truth and investigate the connection of Chun Zheng's case with the southern frontier. Pei Tingyun's gaze was sharp, directing the remaining troops and vice commanders to stay at a distance, ready to support us at any moment. Understood. Spring Equinox pulled a bottle and tools from small pack. My lord, General Zhao, please bear with us for a moment. After a brief pause, Pei Tingyun transformed into a weary, middle-aged scholar with shrewd eyes, his chin adorned with a tuft of goat's beard. Zhao Yi became a robust, brawny military officer, his expression straightforward. Yulin pointed at Pei Tingyun's fake beard, laughing joyfully. Fuzzy. Pei Tingyun smiled faintly, helplessly stroking his chin. Spring Equinox then produced a patched-up old cotton jacket for Yulin to wear, applying a special potion to her small face, which instantly took on a waxy pallor, reminiscent of one recovering from a long illness, before covering the red mole on her forehead with a unique dressing. Little miss, you are now the sickly daughter of a distant relative of Lord Pei, Spring Equinox whispered. Yulin blinked her big eyes, obediently nodding. Guyu carried a small medicine box, disguised as a maid. Jingzhe and Wei Qi transformed into inconspicuous lieutenants, blending in with the elite soldiers. The group donned lightweight attire and quietly departed the main camp, urging their horses towards Gyuan City at a swift pace. The hooves trampled the desolate land, raising clouds of dust. Yulin was cradled in Pei Tingyun's arms, wrapped in a cloak, with only her bright, sparkling eyes peering out, observing the vast scenery. In the celestial realm, at the Pure Heart Palace, Lord Qingyuan of the Waters withdrew his hand. The water mirror before him reflected the scene of Yin Wind Gorge. Seeing Yulin joyfully playing by the stream, the corners of his lips, long encased in ice for millennia, subtly lifted. Oof. His tone carried a hint of unacknowledged pride. The filthy water is unworthy of touching the young qilin. He watched Yulin play with the stream, enhancing its vitality, and his gaze softened momentarily. Very well. Considering the discerning nature of this little one, the water can be deemed passably clean. With a flick of his sleeve, the water mirror dissipated. He cast a fleeting glance at the Lotus Maiden before turning back into the hall. The Qingxin Hall returned to its tranquil silence. The fairy, Furong, stood by in astonishment. Is this truly the fastidious water lord, whose obsession with cleanliness is almost intolerable? He actually smiled and remarked that the water was barely clean. This little darling, Yulin, certainly hold an excessive amount of influence. As evening fell, the sunset painted the sky in resplendent hues. Pei Tingyun and his companions appear beneath the towering walls of Gyuan City. The closer they approached the city gate, the heavier Pei Tingyun's heart grew. The gate stood firmly shut, the drawbridge suspended high above. On the battlements, a few disheveled guards leaned against the wall, their movements sluggish, faces blank, eyes hollow, like marionettes on strings. An eerie silence pervaded the entirety of the fortifications. Pei Tingyun reined in his horse, his nostrils flaring slightly. The air was thick with the scent of sand and a faint trace of blood, accompanied by a chilling, malevolent aura. Something was amiss. His voice was low and grave. Zhao Yi also sensed the oddity, his expression grave. These guards seemed to have lost their souls. Chuanfin and Guyu exchanged wary glances. In the inner hall of the magistrate's residence in Gyuan City, a sorcerer from the southern border, clad in an elaborate black robe and adorned with bizarre totems, regarded the obsequious magistrate with a chilling smile. The sorcerer toyed with a pitch-black jade cicada, its eyes shimmering with a crimson glow. Fear not, my lord. The guards have all been fed a specially crafted obedient curse, more compliant than dogs. The magistrate wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Could it be that the Jinyui are coming? Ha! The southern sorcerer chuckled hoarsely. Excellent. He brought the jade cicada to his lips and exhaled gently. A flash of red light flickered in its eyes. Let them come and go without return, and they shall taste the essence of our newly refined, obedient curse. The sorcerer's smile turned vicious. Perfect. We shall use these courthounds to honor the sacred relic that is about to re-emerge in the world. Chapter 40. Tension in Gyuan City. The magistrate's covert signals of peril. The walls of Gyuan City loomed, bathed in the waning light of the sunset, steeped in an atmosphere of death. Pei Tingyun and his party reined in their horses beneath the city gate. Now, he was Master Pei, with a scruffy beard yet still possessing keen eyes. Zai, clad in the guise of a formidable military officer, shook with unrestrained bravado, playing the part of the naive fool. Jingzhe stepped forward, brandishing the Jinhui inspection token. By imperial decree, we are here to inspect border affairs. Open the gates at once. On the battlements, a few guards, their armor askew, sluggishly peered down, their vacant stares revealing a lack of comprehension. The subordinates below, appearing equally listless, stammered a few hesitant shouts. The heavy iron gate creaked open reluctantly, revealing a narrow slit. A musty odor mingled with dust, and an undefinable stench assaulted their senses. Pei Tingyun's gaze darkened slightly. This Yulin city was indeed peculiar. The group led their horses into the city. The streets were sparsely populated, each passerby gaunt and haggard, with sunken eyes and faces bearing an eerie numbness. Their movements were rigid, as if their souls had been forcibly extracted. The majority of shops were shuttered, their doors coated with dust. Those few that remained open were desolate, with shopkeepers sitting vacantly, their gazes unfocused. Pei Tingyun cursed inwardly while maintaining a calm facade. Yulin, cradled carefully by Guyu, felt profoundly uncomfortable upon entering the city. Her delicate nose wrinkled incessantly. The little one, Yulin, murmured in a soft voice, nuzzling her small head against Guyu's embrace. She expressed her aversion to the many black worms, her chubby little fingers stealthily and resolutely pointing towards the crevices of the nearby houses, the corners of the walls, and the dark drainage ditches. Pei Tingyun's heart sank. Lin's intuition had never been mistaken. He exchanged a glance with Wei Qi, who remained as silent as stone, subtly adjusting his saddle while moving along the flanks of the group. His hawk-like eyes scanned every corner that Yulin had indicated. Indeed, beneath the concealed crevices, amidst the damp corners where moss thrived, and within the filthy mud of the drainage ditch, Wei Qi discovered an exceedingly fine black powder. Upon closer inspection, he perceived a faintly fishy odor that was akin to the scent wafting from the city gates. Goo worms. Moreover, they were adept at concealment. Pei Tingyun's heart grew heavy. This city of Yulin was rotten to its core. 2 constables loitered at the entrance of the county office, appearing as mere shadows of themselves. The county magistrate, Qian Mingyuan, personally stepped out to greet them. He was in his 40s, slender as a reed, his official robes swaying. His sunken eyes and waxy complexion hinted at a depletion of vitality. Upon seeing Pei Tingyun's imposing presence, a rigid smile forced its way onto his face. I did not realize the esteemed envoy had arrived. I beg your pardon for not receiving you properly. He clasped his hands, furtively examining Pei Tingyun's entourage with cautious, fearful eyes. Pei Tingyun lacked the patience for pretense. There is no need for such formalities, County Magistrate Qian. His voice was low yet laden with pressure. I am here on the Emperor's secret decree to inspect the military discipline and governance of the northwest border. The focus is a thorough investigation into the collusion of Vice Commander Chenzheng of the original Yulin, who has been conspiring with the southern regions, engaging in corruption, and undermining the border defenses. Pei Tingyun deliberately emphasized the words colluding with the southern regions, fixing his gaze on Qian Mingyuan. Cold sweat broke out on Qian Mingyuan's forehead. His face paled further. I assure you, I will fully cooperate with your esteemed self. He stammered. As he led the way to the back hall, he loudly instructed, Quick, prepare accommodations for the esteemed envoy and the gentleman. Then go to Fumanlu to arrange the finest banquet to welcome and cleanse the dust. His urgency resembled that of someone eager to rid themselves of a plague. In the back hall, the group took a moment to rest. Pei Tingyun dismissed Jingzhe and the others, leaving only Guyu, who cradled Yulin, in the inner chamber. He summoned Qian Mingyuan for a private audience. Once the door was shut, the facade of authority that Qian Mingyuan had been maintaining crumbled. He could hardly stand upright. Your Excellency, he said in a voice barely above a whisper. Pei Tingyun lifted his teacup, fingers tracing the rim, his expression serene yet solemn. County Magistrate Qian, this Yulin city does not resemble the pivotal stronghold described in the intelligence reports. The people in the streets seem utterly devoid of spirit. What is amiss? Qian Mingyuan trembled, his cold sweat intensifying. Your Excellency, it is indeed troubling. The citizens seem to have lost their vitality, as if possessed by malevolent spirits. He furtively glanced out the window, lowering his voice to a near whisper. Recently, some guests have arrived in the city. Their business is substantial, and their methods are particularly unorthodox. Qian Mingyuan's facial muscles twitched, his eyes filled with terror and despair. I am powerless against them. They're not individuals I can contend with. His hands twisted together, knuckles turning white. You, being a noble from the capital, may not realize the sheer number of them, and their methods are nearly impossible to defend against. The official, along with his entire family, was abruptly silenced, shaking his head fervently, his eyes dimmed with despair. Pei Tingyun set down his teacup, producing a soft clink. Guests? He inquired in a nonchalant tone. Are they visitors from the southern frontier? At this remark, Qian Mingyuan shuddered violently, his complexion turning ashen, lips trembling, unable to articulate his fear as he cast a terrified glance at Pei Tingyun. He nodded slightly, then quickly shook his head in denial. Your Excellency, I dare not speak recklessly. I truly cannot, he stammered, his voice cracking. Pei Tingyun understood. Qian Mingyuan was thoroughly terrified. Where are those guests now? He pressed. Qian Mingyuan trembled even more. They are, right here in the city, Your Excellency. They are numerous and everywhere. You must be extremely cautious. They are not to be trifled with, truly not. He faltered, afraid to elaborate further. Pei Tingyun waved his hand dismissively. I am aware. You may leave now. The banquet will proceed as planned. Qian Mingyuan, as if granted a reprieve, scurried away, stumbling slightly at the door. That evening, the back hall of the county magistrate's office was brightly illuminated. The welcoming banquet featured an abundance of dishes, yet the atmosphere was uncanny. Qian Mingyuan occupied the main seat, feeling as if he were perched on needles, his smile more grotesque than a frown, his hands trembling as he spilled most of his drink. After several rounds of toasting, Qian Mingyuan wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a smile towards Pei Tingyun. Lord Pei, several influential herbal merchants from the southern frontier have come to pay their respects upon hearing of your esteemed arrival. His gaze wandered, his voice quivering. Pei Tingyun raised his glass, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh, southern frontier herbal merchants? I am indeed curious to see what unique qualities these herbs from the northwest possess. Before he could finish his sentence, Yulin, who had been quietly holding a warm jade qilin pendant and nibbling on specially made snacks, suddenly lifted her little head. Her bright, round eyes blinked, reflecting the shadow of the screen opposite. Her tiny mouth still bore crumbs from the treat. She turned to Pei Tingyun, her voice sweet and clear. Pei. Many dark and wicked people are coming. More than the bugs we encountered outside the canyon last time. Even worse. Her small brows furrowed, her expression earnest. Pei Tingyun's hand holding the wine glass paused slightly. His gaze instantly turned icy. He immediately signaled to Jingzhe, Wei Qi, Chuanfin, and Guyu. The four of them subtly adjusted their stances almost simultaneously, preparing for all possible angles of attack. Pei Tingyun set down his cup, his expression still that of the weary yet astute Lord Pei. Internally, he smirked. Very well. He was eager to see whether these southern frontier merchants were here to pay their respects or to meet their doom. A chilling, raspy laughter echoed from outside the hall, sending shivers down the spine. He, upon hearing that esteemed guests have arrived from the capital, we, the merchants of the southern frontier, have come to extend our greetings. As the voice trailed off, several figures emerged from behind the screen. The leader, clad in a complex black robe adorned with sinister blood-red totems, bore a face painted with grotesque colors, revealing only a pair of hawkish, piercing eyes. Those eyes, sharp as a serpent's fang, locked onto Pei Tingyun the moment they entered. Following him were 4 or 5 similarly attired southern frontier individuals, each exuding a foreboding aura. At the sight of these figures, Qian Mingyuan's face drained of color, his body uncontrollably trembling, nearly sliding off his chair. Just before the herbal merchants stepped into the hall, Qian Mingyuan summoned all his strength, taking advantage of their inattention. Silently mouthed 3 words to Pei Tingyun, "No. Eat this." Chapter 41. A hidden danger at the feast, Yulin's ingenious solution to the poison in the meal. Pei Tingyun clearly read Qianming Yuan's silent warning. "No. Eat." A cold smile crept into his heart. He was eager to see what kind of gift these southern herbal merchants had brought. Emerging from behind the screen were several figures, each exuding an aura of forbidding malevolence. The leader, who called himself Wu Gu, was around 40, lean with an eagle-like nose and triangular eyes that sparkled with malice. The grease paint on his face appeared even more grotesque in the candlelight. With a grin that failed to reach his eyes, Wu Gu remarked, "We have heard that Lord Pei has traveled a great distance. We, the merchants of the south, have come to pay our respects and offer a modest drink, a token of our regard." Meanwhile, Wu Gu's mind was racing with calculations. Though Qianming Yuan had not explicitly stated it, his words insinuated that these officials from the capital were merely conducting routine inspections, likely focused on the superficial aspects of the Qinzheng case. His gaze flickered over Pei Tingyun's seemingly astute yet fatigued face, as well as Zhao Yi's typical martial demeanor, and he snorted inwardly. What pretentiousness! They must think themselves formidable characters. If they're truly here for a few trivial account books, they will be easily dismissed. Little did he know that the court was already well aware of the secrets surrounding Guyuan City. Zhao Yi maintained a straightforward, martial demeanor, grinning broadly and booming. "Well said. You gentlemen are too polite." Yet internally, he cursed, "These scoundrels do not seem trustworthy. What is Lord Pei planning?" The few men behind Wu Gu offered 4 smiles, their eyes brimming with arrogance. "Lord Pei has traveled a long way," Wu Gu said, lifting a silver wine jug to fill Pei Tingyun's cup. The wine was clear and fragrant. "This is our southern region's floral brew. Do sample it. It will surely refresh you." He also filled Zhao Yi's cup, striving to paint a picture of peace and prosperity, boasting of Guyuan City's flourishing trade and simple folk. All thanks to the governance of County Magistrate Qian and the esteemed officials present. With a deft shift in topic, he boasted of the rare medicinal herbs available in the south. "If Lord Pei is interested, we have many extraordinary herbs that greatly benefit one's health." He hinted that should Pei Tingyun take it easy on the Qinzheng case, there would be rewards to reap. Pei Tingyun lifted his cup, his fingertips grazing the rim, a smile playing on his lips. "Oh, I have heard of the southern herbs. They indeed possess remarkable efficacy." Dishes flowed forth like a river. Sot-ed wild rabbit, oil-braised mountain chicken, steamed river fish, and several unknown wild mushrooms and vegetables, all meticulously prepared and aromatic. Guyu, masquerading as a servant, stood beside Yulin with her hands at her sides, her nostrils flaring slightly. Her sensitivity to the properties and toxicity of herbs surpassed that of ordinary folk. Within the wine and several dishes, she detected a faint but insidious poison. Colorless and tasteless, it was difficult for an ordinary person to discern with prolonged ingestion. It could manipulate one's mind. Such ruthless tactics. Pei Tingyun remained unflappable, glancing at Yulin, who was nestled in Guyu's embrace, curiously examining the dishes. Suddenly, he smiled. "My little niece has a delicate constitution. The doctor has advised her not to indulge too much." He pointed at Yulin, saying, "Having encountered so many delectable dishes today, I simply cannot resist the temptation of tasting them." Little did he know, she was quite the glutton. Yulin, cradled by Guyu, had changed into an old cotton coat, her small face pale, with a red birthmark on her forehead cleverly concealed. She appeared to be a frail girl. Upon hearing Pei Tingyun mention her, she blinked her big, shiny eyes in response, her small mouth slightly agape, embodying a desire to eat yet hesitating to indulge. Pei Tingyun picked up his chopsticks and lightly dipped them into the floral wine, then symbolically sampled each dish, bringing the tips of the chopsticks close to Yulin's small mouth. He gently said, "Lin Lin, darling, just taste a little to satisfy your craving." Yulin obediently opened her mouth, taking a bite off the tips of the chopsticks. Her tiny hand also brushed against the chopsticks, along with the wine and sauce that clung to them. At that moment, the red birthmark on her brow, covered by ointment, and the warm jade qilin pendant in her arms both faintly emanated a delicate golden-red glow. The radiance flickered and vanished. All the toxins from the chopsticks, both from the wine and the dishes, instantly dissipated, transforming into the pure essence of food. Yulin smacked her lips, mumbling indistinctly sweet. She then extended her small chubby hand, pointing at a plate of osmanthus cake, exclaiming cake. Pei Tingyan laughed heartily. All right, let us try the cake as well. Using the same method, he allowed Yulin to taste the osmanthus cake. Zhao Yi, observing Pei Tingyan's antics while entertaining the child, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. My lord Pei, what role are you playing here? Though this little ancestor could indeed dispel toxins, the way you're feeding her is far too blatant. Internally, he was filled with sarcastic thoughts, yet he maintained an expression of blissful ignorance, savoring the meal. Ha! Lord Pei's little niece is truly adorable. Zhao, he lifted his wine cup and drank it down in one gulp. This floral wine indeed lived up to its reputation. What fine drink! Then, with his large chopsticks, he indulged in the dishes, relishing every bite as if it were a delicacy of the world. The taste, however, was more akin to chewing wax in his mouth. This was not merely dining. It felt like an elaborate performance. As a rough man, engaging in such theatrics was utterly exhausting. Pei Tingyan also raised his cup for a moderate sip, remarking, indeed, this wine is exquisite. He leisurely picked up several more bites of food, eating with composure. Wugo noticed that Pei Tingyan and Zhao Yi appeared unaffected after consuming the wine, and even Zhao Yi was loudly praising it, which only deepened his disdain. The obedient poison from his southern lands showed no immediate signs. It merely lulled one into a false sense of security. After a few hours, the effects would gradually seep in, manifesting as initial confusion and compliance. Wugo and his companions exchanged triumphant glances, confident that this imperial envoy from the capital was no more than a pawn in their game. Under the influence of their obedient poison, wouldn't he be at their mercy? Chunzheng's mess could easily be concealed as well. Seated nearby, Qian Mingyuan was filled with anxiety, cold sweat beading on his pale, waxy face, his hand trembling as he held the cup. He attempted several times to speak up, even to signal discreetly. However, upon meeting Wugo's cold, serpent-like gaze, the words died in his throat. The lives of his entire family rested in the hands of these malevolent beings. He could only silently pray for Lord Pei's fortune to see him through this ordeal. After several rounds of wine and an array of dishes, the atmosphere was thick with tension. As Wugu observed the old master Pei indulging in drink, the keen glint in his eyes seemed somewhat dulled by the effects of the alcohol, replaced by an air of fatigue and relaxation befitting his scholarly persona. Meanwhile, the military officer boisterously raised his voice, his actions more uncouth, thumping his chest and laughing heartily, thus revealing his bravado devoid of strategy. A malicious grin spread across Wugu's lips as his disdain for these nobles from the capital deepened. Umph. Indeed, the officials from the capital are nothing but drunken gluttons. A few cups of potent liquor and a handful of flattery have rendered them careless. And even the seemingly inconspicuous servants and family members have become mere fish in a barrel, unable to stir up any waves. Now that the wine has flowed and the dishes have been savored, these fools are on the verge of becoming Wugu's obedient puppets. He ceased his overt flattery, adopting a tone laced with sarcasm, brimming with the amusement of a cat playing with a mouse. Ah, Lord Pei, Wugu swirled his wineglass, casting a disdainful glance over Pei Tingyan's attire. How do you find the delights of our southern lands? Pei Tingyan set down his chopsticks, dabbed his lips with a napkin, and replied nonchalantly, "It is acceptable." Wugu grinned maliciously, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. To be candid, the most renowned treasures of our southern region are not these ordinary herbs. He paused, his voice suddenly rising with an eerie excitement, but rather this mystical and unfathomable art of sorcery. With a loud clap, Wugu slammed his palm on the table, causing the wine in his glass to splash. He grinned wickedly. Today, Lord Pei, as our esteemed guest, we shall allow you and your companions to witness something extraordinary. Behold, the true sacred relic of our southern lands. It is not only the source of our power, but also the ultimate treasure that will aid us in achieving great deeds in the future. As his words echoed, heavy footsteps could be heard approaching from outside the hall. Several robust men from the southern region entered, laboring together to carry a massive object shrouded in thick black cloth. The iron cage they bore was immense, nearly 10 feet in length and width, and as they set it down in the center of the hall with a thud, the ground trembled slightly. A pungent odor of blood and decay, mingled with an oddly sweet fragrance, wafted from the gaps in the black cloth. Within the cage, faint, chilling sounds of scratching could be discerned, accompanied by the labored breathing of some suppressed creature. Upon seeing the iron cage, Qian Mingyuan let out a startled cry, nearly collapsing in fear. Wu Gu's eyes glimmered with a cruel and fervent light as he gazed at Pei Tingyan. Slowly, he extended his hand, grasping a corner of the heavy black cloth. In a voice that seemed to echo with a ghostly whisper, he asked, "Lord Pei, are you prepared? You are about to witness something that will shatter your understanding." With a sudden yank, Wu Gu tore the cloth away. Chapter 42. The Sacred Relic Reveals a Captive Beast. Yulin's sorrowful cry resonates with pain. Listening to Yulin's innocent accusations, a flicker of malice crossed Wu Gu's triangular eyes. He let out a sinister laugh, infused with a pathological fervor, and suddenly raised his hand. With a swift motion, the heavy black cloth was forcefully pulled aside. A massive, rusted iron cage, exuding an oppressive aura, was abruptly laid bare. The candlelight in the hall seemed to dim under an evil influence, flickering ominously. Inside the cage curled a mass that was less a creature than a twisted amalgamation of suffering. The skin, a grotesque mosaic of crimson and azure, was marred by festering sores and congealed black blood, as if it had been seared by flames and steeped in the waters of decay for a millennium. A few clumps of filthy, tattered feathers clung to the rotting flesh, while countless writhing black maggots infested other areas. These vile creatures surged and burrowed within the decayed flesh, producing a chilling, rustling sound that sent shivers down the spine. The figure knelt in a position of utter humiliation, its limbs grotesquely contorted, rendering its original form unrecognizable. Its head hung low, matted hair entwined with tattered cloth and coagulated blood. Between the strands, one could catch a glimpse of a pair of horrifying blood-red eyes, large, hollow, and filled with desolation and despair. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of its collapsed chest, one might easily mistake it for a mere corpse. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood and decay, mingled with an oddly sweet, cloying aroma, which surged violently from the iron cage. Qian Mingyuan retched at the sight, his complexion paling, as he attempted to retreat, only to be obstructed by the shadowy figure of Wu Gu. Wu Gu, greatly pleased by the reactions of the onlookers, particularly the astonishment etched on the faces of Master Pei and General Zhao, pointed triumphantly at the abomination within the cage, his voice shrill with delight. "Behold, this is the sacred Gu God fetus, painstakingly cultivated by our great witch of the southern wilderness over a century, using unparalleled secret arts. It can independently gestate myriad extraordinary Gu, impervious to blades and flames. It is the very wellspring of our southern Gu arts, the foundation of our power." Greed glinted in Wu Gu's eyes. With its presence, our southern Gu arts shall soar to unprecedented heights. In the future, it will become an unparalleled treasure for our new master. He deliberately concealed the origins of this sacred fetus. Yulin, initially curious, peered out from Gu Yu's embrace. The moment her large, glistening eyes beheld the creature within the iron cage, her small mouth formed a dismayed pout. A suppressed, sorrowful whimper escaped her throat, laden with profound grief. Her chubby little hands instinctively clutched her chest tightly, her tiny brows knitting together in anguish. "It hurts so much." Her tender voice carried a heart-wrenching cry, as if the unfathomable suffering of the creature within the cage resonated within her very being. Crystal tears cascaded uncontrollably from her luminous eyes, splattering down her pale cheeks. Her delicate face trembled, her tiny body quaked, overwhelmed by heart-rending pain. At that very moment, The warm jade qilin pendant nestled in her garments erupted with a dazzling golden-red radiance, subtly illuminating the contours of her attire. This brilliance, though only partially revealed, emanated an indescribable, vast aura of auspiciousness that surged like a tidal wave toward the iron cage at the center of the hall. This pressure was pure and sacred, wielding an absolute restraint against all filth and malevolence. As the one stone-like figure within the cage encountered the might of the qilin's aura, its rigid head struggled to lift, albeit slightly. A fleeting glimmer of confusion flickered in its blood-red, typically vacant eyes. No, it was not merely confusion. Following that moment of bewilderment, there surged an inkling of incredulous desire, as if, amidst the boundless darkness and despair, it had caught sight of a sliver of dawn piercing through the ages. Wugo and his minions, witnessing Yulin's sudden outburst of tears, dismissed it as a typical child's fright. Ha ha ha, look at that. Even a mere child understands the might of our goo god. This little girl exhibits an excessive amount of fear. They not only show no compassion, but revel in their triumph. No one pays heed to the peculiar movement of the warm jade qilin pendant, nor contemplates why such a small child experiences such profound sorrow. Pei-Ting-Yun's expression had long turned as cold as ice. He tightly embraced the sobbing Yulin, whose breaths came in gasps, and gently patted her trembling back with his large hand. "Be good, my dear Lin Lin, do not fear, father is here." In his deep phoenix eyes, a chilling glint akin to a blade revealed a looming menace. This so-called goo god sacred embryo, with its malevolent and vengeful aura, far exceeded his imagination. Coupled with the prophecy of the emergence of the Baishu sacred artifact and the impending calamity, Pei-Ting-Yun had already drawn a connection between the two. The southern bandits, with their wolfish ambitions, employ such inhumane methods to fabricate such evil entities. Their hearts are deserving of punishment. General Zhao had already placed his hand on the hilt of his waist knife, his knuckles turning slightly white, his gaze locking onto the black-boned figure like a hawk. County Magistrate Qian Mingyuan was already pale with fear, his legs trembling like leaves in the wind. Slumped in his chair, barely daring to breathe. His sole thought was how unfortunate he was. The atmosphere in the hall reached an eerie climax. On one side, the southern shaman's gleeful, sinister laughter. On the other, Yulin's heart-wrenching cries, alongside the suppressed rage of Pei-Ting-Yun and his companions. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, the poison man in the iron cage suddenly stirred, a sound rolling in his throat. Following that, an extremely faint, hoarse wail, imbued with an unusual, desolate cadence, struggled forth from his mouth, nearly caked with goo worms and filth. The sound, delicate as a thread, seemed to pierce through a century of pain and confinement, carrying endless sorrow and unwillingness, striking heavily and profoundly into the very souls of everyone present. The candle flames in the hall flickered violently with the mournful cry, dimming significantly in an instant. The smile on the black-boned figure's face suddenly froze, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Chapter 43. The long mourning touches the heart of the qilin, a child's initial trial of the immortal talisman. The triumphant smile on the black-boned figure's face became rigid. "What is this?" He abruptly turned his head, glaring furiously at the iron cage. That wretched thing was supposed to have been devoured by goo worms to the brink of death, barely able to move. How could it still emit a sound today? That cry was unsettling. Several southern shamans exchanged anxious glances, their expressions flustered. Since the goo god sacred embryo was refined, it had only struggled initially before becoming increasingly numb. Today's sudden wail was jarring and soul-stirring. Upon hearing the lament, Yulin, cradled in Pei-Ting-Yun's arms, cried even harder. "Wah?" The little one's face turned pale, tears streaming down, instantly soaking Pei-Ting-Yun's chest. Her chubby little hands clutched tightly at his garment, as if trying to embed herself deeper into her father's embrace. "It hurts so much." Yulin's childish voice quivered, each word laced with heart-wrenching sobs. "Ooh, Lin also hurts, so much pain." Her small chest heaved violently, her tiny body trembling in Pei-Ting-Yun's arms. This anguish emanated from the depths of her soul, transcending species. Yulin not only heard the sorrowful wails, but also personally endured the relentless torment and despair inflicted upon the creature confined within the cage. Fragments of shattered images flickered through her mind. Amidst an infinite sea of flames, a colossal bird spread its wings, feathers shimmering with iridescent hues, singing a triumphant melody. What pride and splendor it embodied! The scene shifted to one of darkness, cold chains, and grotesque insects, an unending cycle of gnawing and torment. The stark contrast between brilliance and despair severed Yulin's tender heart. "Father Pei, please save him," Yulin cried, breathless, her tiny finger pointing towards the iron cage. Pei Tingyun felt a profound ache in his heart as he tightly embraced his daughter. It was the first time she had earnestly pleaded with him in such a manner. His warm hand gently caressed her trembling little back. "Lian, be good. Do not fear. Father is here. Everything will be all right with me around." His deep voice sought to dissipate her fears. He lifted his gaze, his profound phoenix eyes scanning the likes of Wugo and others. His tenderness transforming instantly into a frigid resolve. A surge of murderous intent roiled within him. These Southland scoundrels! How dare they frighten his Lian with such vile creatures? They had concocted this abominable, sacred fetus. Pei Tingyun had already sentenced Wugo and his companions to death in his heart. One by one, none of them would leave the city of Guyuan alive today. Yulin continued to sob, her small head buried in Pei Tingyun's neck, leaving a warm, damp spot. She felt utterly wretched, as if the pain would tear her body apart. In her daze, a smiling face flashed in her mind. Lord Xiaoming, the celestial Xiaoming, who loved to hold her and share tales of the celestial realm, performing enchanting tricks to amuse her. Pieces of memory emerged. Once, while playing in the garden of the celestial lord, she was bitten by a tiny celestial insect. She pouted in grievance. Lord Xiaoming conjured a wisp of celestial energy, twirling it delicately around his fingertips, transforming it into sparkling little runes. He touched her tiny finger with his. "Lian, be good. The celestial lord will draw you a pain-free talisman. From now on, those little bugs won't dare bite you, and even if they do, it won't hurt at all." At the time, Yulin found it amusing and hardly remembered the talisman. As a qilin, a creature of auspiciousness, her memory and comprehension were beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. Now, under the weight of profound sorrow and the intense desire to aid the creature in the cage, the dormant memory of the talisman awakened with miraculous clarity. Talisman! Yulin choked back her tears, droplets cascading down like a string of pearls. She tilted her tear-streaked face upwards from Pei Tingyun's embrace. The little one extended her delicate pinky, earnestly recalling the elegant motions of Lord Xiaoming, awkwardly gesturing in the air before her. Her movements were innocent and clumsy, her small brows furrowed in intense concentration, as if she were undertaking the most important task in the world. Each stroke and curve seemed devoid of structure, yet resonated with a mystical rhythm. With every point she traced with her tiny finger, the warm jade qilin pendant concealed beneath her garments began to radiate a gentle warmth. A nearly imperceptible golden red halo seeped from the jade pendant, as if drawn by an unseen force, quietly gathering at her fingertips. The light initially flickered weakly like a firefly. It had bore an extraordinarily pure and warm aura of auspiciousness. Gradually, the radiance swirled and coalesced at her fingertips, slowly forming the semblance of a rune. No larger than a grain of rice, slightly distorted, yet shimmering with a hidden golden glow. The rune was so minuscule that it was nearly imperceptible, its form twisted and seemingly on the verge of vanishing. Yet, it undeniably manifested, suspended at the trembling tip of Yulin's tear-stained pinky. Gazing at the glistening sprout on her fingertip, Yulin's sorrow transformed into a smile, her face still bearing traces of tears, yet her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. "Father, Lenine has drawn a pain-free talisman," she reported softly to Pei Tingyun, her voice tinged with a nasal tone and a hint of pride. "The immortal Lord Xiaoming said a pain-free talisman means no pain. If I give a pain-free talisman to the one trapped in the cage, will it not feel a little better? With determination, Yulin aimed to cast this talisman, imbued with compassion and empathy, towards the iron cage nearby. Suddenly, an ominous change transpired. A chilling, formidable aura, more sinister than that emitted by the goo god's sacred fetus, enveloped the banquet hall with terrifying intensity. The candlelight flickered violently, casting shadows that darkened the space. The air thickened, suffocating those present. An elderly man clad in an intricately woven black robe, adorned with bizarre blood-red runes, appeared silently behind Wugo, his visage gaunt, eyes sunken, gleaming with ghostly light. He seemed a specter, as if he had always been there, materializing from thin air. The Grand Shaman of the Southern Wilderness. This high-ranking figure, rarely seen in public, had graced the gathering with his presence. His abyss-like eyes, shimmering with ghostly flames, cast a cold glance at the goo god's sacred fetus, which had slightly lifted its head within the cage, registering a barely perceptible ripple of emotion. His gaze then shifted to Pei, Tingyun, and the others. Wugo's casual display of the sacred object incited ire in the Grand Shaman, who emitted a hoarse, disdainful grunt that resonated like a dull blade scraping bone, sending shivers through all the Southern Wilderness shamans present. Wugo felt the overwhelming pressure from behind, his legs trembling. The Grand Shaman, he nearly succumbed to the urge to kneel, forcing himself to remain upright, though his waist bent lower in submission. "Great Shaman, please calm your wrath," Wugo stammered, his face contorted in a sycophantic grin. "I assure you, it was solely for the sake of ensuring absolute safety." He hastily claimed credit. "Great Shaman, I have administered our latest obedient goo to them, including that little child. The effects should have already taken hold. They will soon become our most loyal servants, entirely at our command." Upon hearing this, the Grand Shaman's withered visage subtly shifted, though his countenance remained grim. The fierce light in his eyes became somewhat less menacing. His gaze, like that of a venomous serpent, slowly swept over Pei, Tingyun, and Zhao Yi. Pei's face perfectly exhibited a blend of terror and a hint of confusion, as if dulled by alcohol and goo poison, yet deep within his eyes lay a frozen calculation. He deliberately slowed his breathing, rendering himself seemingly feeble and harmless. The military official, however, stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, utterly petrified, as if his soul had fled. The Grand Shaman scoffed inwardly. While the obedient goo might suffice against ordinary adversaries, it would falter against those of resolute will. Yet, observing the scholar and the military official before him, he discerned their essence, though possessing some martial prowess. They were far from capable of resisting his meticulously crafted goo poison. He was, for the moment, somewhat satisfied with the state of the two individuals. At least for the time being, they were powerless to resist. Once the obedience talisman took effect, even a celestial being would find it difficult to detect, let alone an ordinary person. The sacred object must be returned to the Wangu pool and kept under strict surveillance. The Grand Shaman finally spoke, his voice hoarse and laced with an undeniable command. "This is the key to the revival of our sect. No further mistakes shall be tolerated." "Yes, yes." The subordinates responded dutifully. The dark-skinned man, as if granted a reprieve, nodded repeatedly. Several shamans from the southern region hurried forward, hastily draping a black cloth over the iron cage, preparing to carry it away. The atmosphere in the banquet hall grew eerie and tense with the Grand Shaman's presence. Pei Tingyun, holding the jade unicorn, wore a solemn expression, his mind racing with calculations. The Grand Shaman's arrival disrupted his immediate plans. It had also confirmed that the waters of Guyuan City ran deep and mysterious. The so-called sacred object held significance beyond expectation. At that moment, the Grand Shaman, who had previously seemed somewhat satisfied with the effect of the obedience talisman, casually swept his withered gaze across the hall, ready to order the departure of the captured individuals. However, when his eyes fell upon the girl in Pei Tingyun's arms, who was sobbing and whose small face was flushed, his sunken, ghostly eyes momentarily narrowed, as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil pond. A flicker of incredulous surprise and scrutiny flashed deep within his gaze. "Hello?" Guttural sound escaped the Grand Shaman's throat, laced with a barely perceptible gravity. This girl seemed to exude an aura of extraordinary purity, starkly contrasting with the surrounding malevolence. Although faint, it was enough to evoke an inexplicable discomfort in someone like him, who had long dealt with the sinister. Could it be that this girl? His raspy voice trailed off, now imbued with a tone of cautious inquiry, tinged with peculiarity. Chapter 44. The Goo Mother's silence disrupted. Pursuing the lair in the dark night, the Grand Shaman's sunken pupils, resembling two flickering ghostly flames, fixated on the jade unicorn in Pei Tingyun's arms. An aura of chilling darkness emanated from him, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. The jade unicorn trembled under his gaze, her cries abruptly ceasing. Whoa! She then erupted into an even louder wail, desperately burrowing into Pei Tingyun's embrace. Pei, Batman, I am scared. Her tiny hands clutched tightly at Pei Tingyun's clothing, while the other instinctively tightened around her small, misshapen talisman, which now seemed almost imperceptible, save for a faint trace of warmth. Pei Tingyun's heart constricted sharply. Instinctively, he held the jade unicorn closer, shielding her from the Grand Shaman's scrutiny with his back. The small body in his arms trembled violently with fear. The Grand Shaman's gaze swept over the jade unicorn. Indeed, there was a disconcerting purity about this little creature, faint yet striking. However, what threat could a wailing infant pose? Perhaps she merely carried an item for warding off evil. This thought prevailed. The officials and the sacred object before him were the true priorities. The sacred object must be returned to the Wangu pool and kept under strict surveillance. The Grand Shaman finally spoke, his voice hoarse. This is the key to the revival of our sect. No further mistakes shall be tolerated. Yes, yes. The dark-skinned man nodded repeatedly. A number of sorcerers from the southern frontier stepped forward, shrouding the iron cage with a dark cloth before hastily carrying it away. Qian Mingyuan, nearly falling over himself, respectfully escorted Pei Tingyun and her companions back to their chamber. As soon as the door closed behind them, he felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing, and he trembled as he withdrew. The weariness that had marked Pei Leoi's face vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. The banquet of destiny this night grew ever more intriguing. Yulin, cradled gently by Guyu, had already succumbed to a deep slumber, likely exhausted from the earlier fright at the feast and her unconscious attempts to concentrate on the pain-free talisman. At this moment, her delicate visage still bore a hint of pallor, and her brows remained slightly furrowed, occasionally releasing a few indistinct murmurs from her rosy lips. Pei talisman, no pain. Followed by a scrunched nose as she pouted. So many bad black line worms go away. Clearly, the day's experiences had left a profound imprint upon her tender consciousness. Pei Tingyun's gaze sharpened. Meanwhile, the Grand Sorcerer of the Southern Lands had returned to the dilapidated mansion beneath the city, descending into the underground chambers. The stench of blood and decaying herbs permeated the air, accompanied by the incessant sounds of crawling insects. The Grand Sorcerer sat regally upon a chair fashioned from human bones, his eye sockets glimmering with an eerie light. The young girl from the banquet, with her ethereal purity, stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Wugo! His voice echoed like that of a nocturnal owl. Wugo hurriedly crawled and knelt. Great Sorcerer, your subordinate is here. At the hour of the rat, summon the obedient worm. The Grand Sorcerer's eyes sparkled with a cold light. Ensure that the envoy departs for the capital immediately. Draft their letter. Gu Yuan is safe, and regarding the Chunjung case, the evidence is irrefutable. No further investigation is necessary. A sinister grin spread across Wugo's face. Yes, the Grand Sorcerer is wise. I shall attend to it at once. He carefully retrieved a palm-sized, entirely black jade box from his bosom. The box felt icy to the touch, its surface intricately carved with countless writhing patterns of tiny worms, as if they were living entities slowly shifting. Tendrils of black mist coiled around the box like a venomous serpent, exuding a disquieting aura of malevolence. Upon its emergence, the other insects in the chamber seemed to sense something, stirring restlessly. This was the fabled mother worm capable of controlling countless subordinate worms, a truly insidious entity. Wugo placed the jade box in the hollow center of a black stone altar. He cut his fingertip, allowing several drops of thick black blood to fall into a ceramic bowl brimming with a foul liquid, lighting 3 black incense sticks that emitted an unusual fragrance. The smoke spiraled into tiny skulls. He muttered incantations, his withered fingers swiftly forming intricate seals. "Oh, worm god above, heed my command. I decree the subordinate worms." The tone was sharp. The black mist enveloping the jade box seemed to thicken. Success! Wugo felt a surge of elation. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths. The jade box upon the altar remained utterly still. The mother worm, which usually thrummed restlessly within the box, now lay as motionless as a piece of petrified amber, curled upon the velvet lining at the bottom. Its surface had lost all luster, and even its normally slightly moving mandibles were tightly shut, as if trapped in the deepest state of petrification, devoid of any vitality in response to external stimuli. Wugo's incantation abruptly halted. He recited the spell again, this time louder, pressing the seals with greater fervor. The jade box still showed no sign of reaction. What is happening? Cold sweat beaded on Wugo's forehead. He leaned closer to the jade box, prying open a narrow crevice. The normally lively mother insect lay languidly at the bottom of the box, utterly motionless. Beside him, an elderly wizard adorned with feathered ornaments and etched with deep blue runes on his face darkened in countenance. With a forceful shove, he pushed aside the helpless figure of Wugo, seizing the jade box for himself. From his waist, he retrieved a bone whistle fashioned from human phalanges, bringing it to his lips to emit a sharp, jarring, and discordant sound that stirred the caged venomous insects into a frenzy. His eyes widened, fixating intently on the mother insect within the box, as he began to chant an ancient and obscure incantation, his voice raspy like sandpaper against wood. After a prolonged moment, seeing the mother insect still unresponsive, the elderly wizard's expression hardened. He bit through the tip of his tongue, allowing a stream of dark red, foul-smelling blood mixed with saliva to splatter onto the mother insect. Yet, even after being tainted with his lifeblood, the mother insect remained as lifeless as a withered twig, showing no signs of revival. The atmosphere within the underground chamber grew eerily tense, as a suffocating chill descended upon them. The Grand Wizard of the Southern Frontier appeared before the altar like a specter, his ghostly eyes locked onto the jade box. Useless. Wugo and the others trembled, sinking to their knees in unison. The Grand Wizard, with his emaciated fingers, lightly tapped the box's lid, which opened silently. He gazed intently at the slumbering mother insect, his brow furrowed deeply. Moments later, a flicker of doubt and fury flashed in his eyes. The mother insect was not dead. His fingers rested on the edge of the jade box, his eyes momentarily closed, the crimson vertical mark on his forehead pulsing subtly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a blaze of fury igniting within them. Yet, its sole essence was ensnared in an unprecedented, strange silence, as if it were enveloped and suppressed by a force of utmost purity and brightness. The spiritual threads connecting it to all its offspring had been forcibly severed by an external power. What? Wugo and the others exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched upon their faces. To sever the bond between the mother insect and its offspring? How could this be possible? The Grand Wizard's expression turned ashen as he abruptly raised his head, his eyes ablaze with rage and horror. Their plans had been exposed. That batch of envoys was compromised. The obedient insect had been thwarted. A vivid image of the heart-wrenching, weeping girl from the banquet flashed through his mind. The faint yet unsettling aura of purity and auspiciousness surrounding her was indeed the nemesis of all malevolent insects and poisons. Could it truly be that seemingly harmless infant? Meanwhile, at the opposite end of Yulin City, the county office appeared tranquil, yet currents of intrigue swirled beneath the surface. Pi Tingyun, Zai, Zink Ze, and Wei Qi had already slipped away like shadows in the night. Within the guest room, Chun Fun and Guyu remained behind with Yulin. Chun Fun had set up intricate disguises and warning devices both inside and outside the room. Guyu gently patted Yulin's back, The little one had fallen asleep, her brow slightly furrowed, occasionally murmuring in her dreams, "Ouch, bad egg." The fright from the banquet and the impact of the sacred artifact had left her in a state of unrest. Relying on Jing's precise assessment of the hidden sentinels within the city and Wei Qi's keen insights into the routine of the lifeless guards, the group managed to evade all potential eyes and ears, swiftly slipping out of Yulin City like wisps of smoke. Based on Yulin's previous identification of the densely populated areas of the black line insects within the city, along with the insights revealed by Qian Mingyuan regarding the nocturnal habits of the guests, and considering the penchant of the southern region's sorcerers for places steeped in malevolence, they set their sights on the outskirts of the city, specifically a desolate and ominous ancestral hall rumored to be anything but tranquil. Wei Qi paused behind an inconspicuous tombstone, scrutinizing it for a moment before gesturing to Pei Tingyun. Jing just stepped forward, probing beneath the tombstone. With a soft crack, the ground behind the tombstone fissured, revealing a dark, gaping hole, an underground passage. The four exchanged glances before descending in turn. The passage was narrow and damp, spiraling downward. The further they descended, the more the air became pungent with the stench of blood, decay, and an overwhelming odor of medicinal herbs. Faintly, the oppressive sounds of anguished cries, the metallic clanking of chains, and the rhythmic dripping of liquid echoed from deeper within. Pei Tingyun's heart sank gradually into despair. The winding passage extended approximately 100 feet downward before culminating in a natural cave entrance, expertly concealed by dense vines and jagged rocks. Pei Tingyun signaled for silence and approached the cave mouth. Parting the vines, he peered inside. Instantly, his pupils constricted in shock. The cavern was vast, illuminated by flickering torches. Dozens of rudimentary wooden cages held several ragged villagers captive. Regardless of age or gender, each bore a vacant expression, their eyes hollow, their skin riddled with festering sores. They trembled slightly, emitting incomprehensible wheezing sounds from their throats. Several sorcerers from the southern region, clad in dark, blood-stained robes, moved through the cages with twisted, frenzied grins. They held crude black pottery bowls filled with writhing, multicolored insects. The sorcerers acted violently, seizing the villagers by their hair, forcing their heads back, prying open their tightly sealed mouths, and barbarically pouring the contents of the bowls, along with a dark brown medicinal liquid, down their throats. The villagers being fed the insects immediately screamed in agony, their bodies contorting violently, their skin turning an alarming shade of bluish black, their veins writhing beneath the surface like worms. Moments later, their struggles ceased, their gazes becoming even more vacant, reduced to soulless puppets. Beasts! Zhao Yi's teeth ground together, his eyes ablaze with fury. Pei Tingyun's expression darkened to a near palpable shade of despair, an aura of lethal intent radiating from him. This was the grim reality of the despondent citizens of Guyuan. This was the nefarious trade of the southern scoundrels in the northwest. Zhao Yi's gaze suddenly fixed upon the smallest cage tucked away in a corner. Inside curled a frail, pitiful figure, clad in tattered clothing, with disheveled hair. It was unmistakably a child, no more than 7 or 8 years old. The child's face was swollen and dark, eyes wide open, pupils unfocused, with a trace of black drool at the corner of its mouth. The small body twitched uncontrollably, emitting faint, desperate whimpers akin to a mewing kitten. This scene seared into Zhao Yi's heart like a red-hot iron. His mind erupted in chaos. Before him, he envisioned his own young children in the capital, reaching out with tiny hands. The heart-wrenching pain and overwhelming fury obliterated all vestiges of his rationality. Zhao Yi clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale, and squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. Kill them all. Chapter 45. Pursuers arrive, trapped in despair. Stumbling into an ancient cave to see the light. 2 sorcerers from the southern frontier perked up their ears, leading a pitch-black dog with glowing green eyes, directly closing in on the rocky shelter of Pei Tingyun and his companions. The cursed dog sniffed the air, making guttural sounds. The ominous growl drew closer. Zhao Yi's hand rested on the hilt of his knife, his teeth clenched tight. Pei Tingyun's gaze turned icy. The moment of surprise was upon them like an intangible wisp of blue smoke, advancing in an instant. As the sorcerer poked his head out, a sharp crack echoed, a brief, muffled sound of bone cracking. The strike from Jingzha's hand found its target at the sorcerer's nape. He offered no sound, collapsing lifelessly. Almost simultaneously, Wei Qi moved. The ferocious cursed dog lunged forward, but a cold gleam flashed like a shooting star. A specially crafted dagger embedded itself deeply into the dog's throat. With a whimper, the cursed dog convulsed and died. The coordination was flawless, a lethal strike. Yet, it was a moment too late. The soft thud of the sorcerer's fall, combined with the dog's faint, dying cry, had already alerted the depths of the cave. Pei Tingyun's heart sank. Who? An ambush. Inside the cavern, the southern sorcerer's furious shouts resounded like thunder. The cacophony of hurried footsteps and the clanging of weapons echoed relentlessly. They had stirred a hornet's nest. Pei Tingyun's eyelid twitched anxiously as shadows flitted deeper into the cave. Dozens of southern sorcerers armed with curved blades, bone staffs, and glowing cursed artifacts charged out with fierce shouts. The foremost among them exuded a chilling aura, clearly the elite of their ranks. From the depths of the cave, more voices could be faintly heard. Zhao Yi's scalp prickled. Good heavens, there are truly a lot of them. Pei Tingyun's voice was cold as ice. Retreat. If we do not leave now, we will surely perish today. Split up. He spoke rapidly. Zhao Yi, Jingzha, cover our retreat. Wei Qi and I will break through into the depths of the forest to draw their main force. We will regroup 10 miles east of the city at the ruined temple. The plan was set in an instant, and they acted immediately. Understood. Zhao Yi and Jingzha responded in unison, their voices steady. Obedience was their only option at this moment. My lord, go. Za Yi Belovit. His voice booming like thunder as he unsheathed his thick-bladed steel knife, creating a dazzling arc of light. With a powerful stomp, he kicked up a cloud of rubble, charging fiercely at the first wave of sorcerers like a tiger descending a mountain. His blade moved with great force, each swing infused with immense power. The clang of metal rang out as the first two sorcerers were forcefully pushed back several steps, their chests heaving, temporarily disoriented, creating an opening for Jingzha's swift maneuvering. Jingzha darted through the enemy ranks like a ghostly shadow, skillfully weaving in and out, avoiding direct confrontation. His speed reached its zenith, and his strikes were both ruthless and precise. He targeted the moments when sorcerers were chanting spells or when their energy was spent, exploiting their vulnerabilities. A flash of cold light, followed by a cry of pain, or the abrupt end of spell. He pierced through the weak points of their formation like the sharpest dagger, sowing chaos and delaying the pursuers. Pei Tingyun and Wei Qi exchanged glances and swiftly turned towards the depths of the forest. Their task was to lure away the majority of the pursuers. Over there. Don't let them escape. Capture them. The chief sorcerer promised a generous reward for the capture of that official. The sorcerers of the southern frontier were indeed captivated by Pei Tingyun and Wei Qi, their horde of followers howling in relentless pursuit. The moon concealed itself, and the forest was shrouded in darkness. Pei Tingyun and Wei Qi executed their lightness skills to perfection, darting swiftly through the dense thicket. Behind them, the sorcerers pressed on, their shouts piercing the night. The sheer number of sorcerers and the malevolence of their poison-laden insects was daunting. Colorful scorpions and centipedes occasionally shot forth from the shadows or descended quietly from the branches. A massive spider with a human-like face descended upon them. But Pei Tingyun flicked his sleeve, sending it crashing away with a loud thud. The commander of the Yi Wei had never felt so beleaguered. Wei Qi, closely following his side, wore a grim expression, wielding his short blade in a shimmering dance, dispatching the approaching insects with remarkable efficiency. He spoke little, yet his strikes were decisively lethal. Pei Tingyun's eye caught sight of a narrow and steep slope, below which lay a tangle of dense thorns. He abruptly signaled to Wei Qi. The two exchanged positions, with Wei Qi forging ahead to divert attention. Pei Tingyun took cover behind a great tree, abruptly changing direction. With a flick of his wrist, he silently launched several bone-piercing needles, glowing with a ghostly blue light, toward the nearest pursuing sorcerers. The foremost sorcerer, sensing danger, was momentarily slowed by a flicker of dark energy. The needle penetrated his shoulder, eliciting a muffled grunt. Two other sorcerers failed to evade in time, shrieking as they were struck in the legs or arms, stumbling to the ground. The wounds rapidly darkened, infused with potent poison, rendering them incapable of continuing the chase. The remaining sorcerers were taken aback, their assault momentarily faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Pei Tingyun leapt several times and regrouped with Wei Qi, widening the distance once again. Yet, the pursuers remained tenacious, clinging to them as shadows, refusing to relent. They were nearing exhaustion. More effort. Capture him, and the reward shall be doubled. Pei Tingyun scoffed coldly. How foolish to think they could seize him. Suddenly, the path ahead opened into a sheer precipice, a chasm cleaved like a giant axe, rising straight into the night sky. Below lay a bottomless gorge, swirling with dark mist, the wind howling like the cries of the damned. A dead end. Pei Tingyun's heart sank. The light of torches from his pursuers drew closer. Nowhere to run. A sorcerer cackled menacingly. In a moment of peril, Wei Qi's hawk-like gaze suddenly sharpened. He pointed to a section of the cliffside cloaked in dense, blood-red vines. His voice, hoarse yet urgent, called out, "My lord, there!" Pei Tingyun's eyes swept over the area. Behind the thick vines, a shadowy cave entrance emerged. There's a glimmer of hope. "Let us go." Pei Tingyun exchanged a knowing glance with Wei Qi. The hidden entrance was positioned on the cliffside, about a person's height from the top, with several protruding rocks nearby for leverage. The two barely touched the cliff face, their movements agile as apes, and in a few graceful leaps, they ascended to the cave entrance and swiftly slipped inside. The cave Wei Qi had indicated was already exceedingly concealed, largely hidden by the thick blood-red vines, and the entrance was narrow. Once inside, Pei Tingyun quickly assessed the surroundings and discovered several easily movable rocks near the interior of the entrance. Together with Wei Qi, they shifted the stones to obstruct the view further, hastily adjusting the outer vines to appear even more natural. Almost no trace of their entry remained. Before long, the panting pursuers arrived at the edge of the cliff. The torch flickered erratically, illuminating the densely tangled vines that cloaked the cliffside and the profound chasm below. Where is everyone? Could they have jumped down? Such a height would surely lead to death or disfigurement. A group of sorcerers cursed as they scoured the cliff's edge for a while. Some even dared to lean precariously over the precipice to inspect the wall. The torchlight danced over the thick vines, yet yielded no unusual discoveries. One of the leaders among the sorcerers muttered, "The cliff is steep and the vines are chaotic. If someone is truly concealed within, they will be difficult to find. Let us set it ablaze. The Grand Sorcerer is still awaiting news. We cannot afford to delay. Let us return and report." The other sorcerers, though reluctant, understood the need for haste and departed with a sense of disappointment. Their footsteps gradually faded away. Within the cavern, Pei Tingyun and Wei Qi simultaneously exhaled in relief. For the moment, they were safe. The cave was engulfed in darkness, where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. The air was thick with a heavy, damp scent of earth, mingled with an unsettling stench of fresh blood and a peculiar herbal decay that made one feel nauseous. Several dozen miles away, in the county office of Guyuan City, the young girl Yulin was abruptly awakened from her dreams, her small face pale, her large, glistening eyes brimming with tears and lingering terror. She wriggled anxiously, her tiny hands clutching tightly to Guyu's garment. The warm jade qilin pendant nestled against her chest, radiating a slight heat. She sniffled, her words tumbling out in a stammer. "Pei, so many black sharp teeth biting. Pei, stinky. Lin doesn't tea like it." Pei is in pain. It seemed she sensed a profound unease and danger emanating from afar. The images were fragmented, making it difficult for her to articulate her fears and anxieties, which she could only express in broken phrases. At nearly the same instant, deep within the cavern, Pei Tingyun produced a fire starter, igniting it with a faint hiss. The dim light dispelled a portion of the darkness. This was a naturally formed, vast cavern, its ceiling soaring high with numerous bizarre stalactites hanging down ominously. The stone walls bore large patches of ancient, charred marks, as if a great fire had once raged here long ago. The repulsive stench and blood odor, however, were evidently recent and grew increasingly intense. Something has transpired here, Pei Tingyun murmured to herself. Wei Qi nodded, his gaze remaining vigilant as he tightened his grip on his dagger. Suddenly, Pei Tingyun paused in her tracks, breathing, a sound, exceedingly faint yet heavy and oppressive, a breath not of human origin. The exhalation carried a heart-stopping pressure, as if an ancient beast was stirring in the darkness. Pei Tingyun's pupils dilated in alarm, and Wei Qi's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 46. The young master seeks kin in the secret realm. The divine wall reveals the phoenix shadow. Chuanfen and Gu Yu exchanged grave glances. Something has happened to Lord Pei. Chuanfen's voice was taut. Gu Yu, having spent time with Yulin, was convinced of her perceptive abilities. Yulin nuzzled against Gu Yu, her small hand firmly pointing in a direction. Over there, to find the Lord. Chuanfen swiftly retrieved an ointment, transforming her appearance into that of a middle-aged woman. Gu Yu also morphed into a simple-minded maid. Yulin was enveloped in an old swaddling cloth. Search. The Grand Sorcerer has commanded. The officials from the capital may still be alive. Search carefully. The footsteps and shouts from outside drew closer. Southern Border Sorcerer. Chuanfen's expression hardened as she gestured for Gu Yu to silence. Quick, don't overlook the corners. The voices outside grew louder. A cold glint flashed in Chuanfen's eyes as she retrieved a smoke pellet, igniting it with a match and tossing it through the crack of the door. A faintly sweet, greenish smoke began to waft. What is that? Hypnotic incense? A commotion erupted outside, the voices gradually fading. Let us go, Chuanfen whispered urgently. The two of them, cradling Yulin, stealthily climbed out through the back window, moving as silently as cats. Chuanfen led the way, while Yulin occasionally wrinkled her little nose, pointing. There are many bad guys over there. The route was adjusted multiple times, narrowly avoiding patrolling sorcerers and searching cursed insects. At last, they escaped from Juanyuan City. The moonlight was serene, and the dense forest loomed darkly. Yulin pointed towards the depths of the mountains, where the qilin pendant's guidance became increasingly distinct. They dared not linger. Following the trail, the stench of blood and decay grew more intense. It was indeed Pei Tingyun, the direction of Wei Qi's breakout. Their hearts raced. Ahead, the path opened to a sheer cliff. Adults. Gu Yu's voice trembled. Chuanfen scanned their surroundings. The cliff's edge bore marks of cut vines, with several fresh footprints. Yulin squirmed in Gu Yu's embrace. In the depths of the cave, small hands pointed at the cliffside. There, once covered in blood-red vines, now lay fresh, charred remnants, evidently burned not long ago. Upon closer inspection, a dark, gaping opening was revealed. How could the vines have burned? If the sorcerers returned, would it not be evident? Without a moment's hesitation, they began to climb towards the cave entrance. Inside, it was pitch black. Adults? Chuanfen whispered. Pei Pei. Yulin's voice quivered with distress. Suddenly, a figure emerged, fierce and vigilant. Wei Qi. Upon seeing Chuanfen, Gu Yu, and Yulin, the long-frozen expression on his face softened slightly as he relaxed his grip on his blade. You shouldn't be here. Wei Qi's voice was hoarse. Pei Pei. Yulin. Yulin had already wriggled free from Gu Yu's arms, her little legs dashing deeper into the cave. In the darkness, another tall figure began to rise slowly. The faint glow of the match illuminated Pei Tingyun's cold visage. Pei Pei. Yulin cried, her little legs stumbling as she rushed towards the towering figure. Pei Tingyun caught the little one in his arms, holding her tightly. He carried a faint scent of blood, with dark, sticky remnants on his sleeves, clearly having just survived a fierce battle. Adults. Chuanfen and Gu Yu hurried to catch up, watching Pei Tingyun while warily glancing into the depths of the cave. There, in the dim light of the match, a massive shadow lay slumped on the ground. The intense stench of blood emanated from that very spot. Pei Tingyun gently patted Yulin's back, his tone steady yet tinged with an imperceptible weariness. It's all right. He nodded towards the shadow. We just encountered this creature. The fresh blood on Wei Qi's short blade glinted ominously in the firelight. The creature that had earlier breathed heavily now lay on the ground, finally revealing its true form in the flickering light, a colossal python as thick as a water bucket. Its serpentine body had become indistinguishable from scales or flesh, entirely enveloped by a thick layer of writhing maggots that eroded it, as if the two had grotesquely fused into one, exuding an utterly nauseating stench. The massive python's head was impaled from top to bottom by a sharp blade, nailed to the ground, lifeless beyond any possibility of revival. Yulin nestled against Pei Tingyun, her little nose twitching, then pointed at the deceased giant python, her infantile voice accusing. "Bad snake." Scared Pei. Tears still lingered on her small face, yet a semblance of comfort had begun to settle in. Wei Qi silently turned his head, blowing the firelight brighter. Chuanfin and Guyu exhaled in relief, revealing smiles. Yulin remained nestled in Pei Tingyun's embrace for a while, feeling reassured, her large, curious eyes surveying the cave. Peeking out from Pei Tingyun's arms, her short legs grew restless. Pei, it's so dark here." Pei Tingyun gently set her down. Like a bird released from its cage, Yulin scampered about the cave, her little hands exploring and poking, filled with curiosity about the stalactites. "The stones are cool." She stopped in front of a massive black stone wall, which dominated one side and was marked with thick, charred black traces. Yulin sniffed vigorously, her small brow immediately furrowing. "Pei, it smells burnt and bad here." This odor reminded her of the repulsive maggots of the southern shaman. Tilting her little head, she seemed to sense a faint, sorrowful call emanating from deep within the stone wall. She gazed up at the dark wall, feeling it was unclean and uncomfortable. Thus, the little one extended her chubby hand and lightly slapped the cold stone wall with a decisive clean. As her words echoed, a miracle occurred. A gentle halo, reminiscent of the radiant aura of a qilin, emanated from the palm of Yulin's hand. The halo rippled like water, softly brushing against the massive black stone wall. The thick, solidified black soot on the wall began to visibly fade at the touch of the halo, as if an invisible hand were gently wiping away the grime, reversing time and cleansing the impurities. Pei Tingyun, Wei Qi, Chuanfen, and Guyu watched in astonishment. What was this? What celestial phenomenon had little Yulin conjured? Oblivious to the adult's shock, Yulin clapped her tiny hands in delight upon seeing the black wall become clean. "Wow, it's clean. It's clean." She clapped twice more against the stone wall, urging, "Hurry up, all clean." With each of her innocent commands, the radiance from her palm intensified, and the speed at which the wall became pristine quickened. In a mere moment, the heavy black filth had completely vanished, revealing the wall's original hue, a peculiar rock that shimmered with a faint jade-like luster. Even more astonishing was that, when all the black had receded, intricate and exquisite murals astonishingly emerged upon the wall. These murals spanned the entirety of the stone surface, grand in scale and imposing in presence. Although the colors appeared somewhat dull due to the passage of time, with portions even flaking away, the lines that outlined the images remained clear and fluid, exuding an ancient and mysterious charm. The scene depicted within the mural is so vivid that it seems as though it might step forth from the stone wall itself. Pei Tingyun and her companions held their breath, captivated by the sudden emergence of this artwork. The light from their torch was limited, compelling them to draw closer for a detailed examination. The mural appeared to unfold like a series of sequential images, narrating an ancient tale. The opening illustration occupied the most prominent central position of the mural. In this image, a divine bird basked in a cascade of golden rays. Its form was breathtakingly exquisite, characterized by an elongated neck and a proud head. Its plumage showcased 5 pure and resplendent colors: red, blue, yellow, white, and black. Each feather seemingly formed from pure flames and radiant light, shimmering with brilliance and extraordinary grace. It spread its vast wings, soaring across the boundless sky. Below it lay an expansive and serene landscape, adorned with picturesque mountains, meandering rivers, and fields dotted with well-placed villages. Under the protection of the divine bird, the people toiled diligently, cultivating the land and flourishing in their lives. Their faces radiated simple yet profound happiness. Children frolicked along the field paths, while elders smiled gently, stroking their beards at the village entrance, creating a scene of tranquil joy. In another section of the mural, the people constructed a towering altar, laden with sumptuous fruits and grains. They knelt upon the ground, their expressions filled with reverence and awe, bowing down to pay homage to the multicolored divine bird in the sky, praying for favorable weather, bountiful harvests, and the safety of their kin. It was evident that this divine bird served as the guardian spirit of the land. Pei Tingyin felt her heart stirred. The style of this mural was ancient and robust, clearly not the work of recent years. What secrets lay hidden within this cave? Yulin, with her small head tilted back and her bright, round eyes wide open, gazed intently at the colorful bird depicted in the mural. Her petite mouth slightly agape, she seemed entranced by the bird's magnificence, exclaiming in her sweet, childish voice. Suddenly, she appeared to recall something, her small brow furrowing slightly as she reached out with her chubby little hand to touch the splendid, colorful phoenix in the mural. Then, she lowered her gaze, her hand brushing against the warm jade qilin pendant nestled close to her, still faintly glowing with warmth. Following this, her tiny finger pointed toward the direction of the banquet hall of the former county magistrate of Yulin, where the source of her profound pain, the cursed sacred fetus, had been imprisoned. A look of confusion and deep sorrow crossed her small face. Yulin turned to Pei Tingyin, her clear, glassy eyes filled with bewilderment and sadness. She pointed at the phoenix in the mural, then indicated her warm jade qilin pendant. Her tiny hand struggled to gesture toward the direction of the banquet, clearly referring to the sacred object confined within an iron cage. Did it share the same pain? Chapter 47. The mural weeps blood, relaying past sorrows. As deities are ensnared by the devouring curse, just as everyone held their breath, awestruck by the sudden appearance of the mural. The sound of scurrying footsteps and hushed conversations echoed once more from outside the cave. Search this area thoroughly. Damn it, those officials from the capital are as slippery as eels. The sorcerers of the southern frontier. Pei Tingyun's gaze sharpened, swiftly gesturing for silence among the group. Wei Qi, like a stealthy cat, crept to the cave's entrance, obscuring the remaining vines once more and peering out through the gaps. After a moment, he returned, giving Pei Tingyun an almost imperceptible nod. The pursuers were merely conducting their routine search along the cliff's edge. The dimming light had prevented them from discovering the cave entrance, and they cursed as they walked away. The few people inside the cave breathed a sigh of relief. Their attention was soon drawn back to the enigmatic stone wall. Little Yulin's small hand still clutched tightly to Pei Tingyun's clothing, her clear eyes filled with confusion and sorrow. Birdie whispered softly to her, seemingly responding to the silent lament depicted in the mural. Pei Tingyun felt a tightening in his heart. The answer to Yulin's earlier question, is it the same pain, was likely concealed within this mural, which had remained silent for centuries. The light from the fire starter flickered across the stone wall, revealing a subtle transformation in the mural style. Initially, the scene depicted a harmonious atmosphere, with divine birds soaring and the populace in reverence. However, it gradually became overshadowed by a sense of oppression and heaviness. The once simple and pious faces of the people began to display complexity. Figures clad in garments far more ornate than those of ordinary villagers appeared. Some wielded bone staffs carved with bizarre patterns, while others inscribed distorted symbols on the ground with unknown pigments. Their gazes shifted from pure awe and supplication before the divine bird to an inquisitive exploration of the resplendent feathers of the phoenix, its overwhelming divine power, and an insatiable greed that seemed ready to overflow from the mural. These figures likely represented the nascent form of sorcery in the southern frontier, the so-called sages and tribal leaders. In the mural, they gestured animatedly towards the populace below, passionately proclaiming something. Perhaps they were inciting the hearts of the people, asserting that the phoenix's power should not merely be invoked for favorable weather. It could bestow more tangible and potent forces. Indeed, it could be wielded by mere mortals, The expressions of the crowd transitioned from initial piety to a hint of confusion, and then to a fervent, restless desire. The subsequent images took a grim turn. Some audacious individuals, guided by those sages, began to approach the phoenix. No longer did they kneel from a distance and worship. In their hands, crude ropes, enormous nets, and even glimmering metallic objects with a ghostly hue began to emerge. Reverence, under the fervent catalyst of desire, swiftly corroded, collapsed, transforming into a blatant sacrilege against the divine. Finally, a horrific scene unfolded before their eyes. The phoenix appeared to be undergoing a rebirth, engulfed in raging flames. Yet this time, the flames were not the brilliant golden hue symbolizing rebirth and hope, but rather a foreboding, chilling dark red. It was ensnared by countless specially crafted black chains adorned with flickering, enigmatic runes. Beneath its feet, the ground was etched with a vast and intricate array, emanating an unsettling aura of malevolence. The once mighty wings of the phoenix, which could obscure the sun, now hung limply, their splendid feathers charred beyond recognition. Its eyes were filled with anguish, fury, and a profound sense of betrayal and incomprehension. Its rebirth had faltered, ensnared by the very people it had once ardently protected. Employing the most despicable of methods, Pei-Ting Yun's heart twisted painfully, a tumult of indescribable rage and sorrow surging within him. The subsequent mural brutally unveiled the avarice and ugliness inherent in humanity. Those wise men, or rather the early shamans of the southern regions, appear to have gleaned a forbidden secret from the phoenix's failed rebirth. They discovered that they could directly siphon the pure and immense divine power from the phoenix itself. In their eyes, the phoenix instantaneously transformed from a guardian deity into an inexhaustible repository of power to be exploited at will. In the imagery, one could see individuals wielding sharp bone knives, cruelly tearing the vibrant, resplendent feathers from the phoenix's body. Feathers stained with the phoenix's blood were fashioned into accursed talismans and staffs, radiating a dense aura of malevolence. Others employed specialized sharp tubes to pierce the phoenix's flesh, extracting its sacred blood. The boiling divine blood was used to cultivate various grotesque and highly toxic insects. The phoenix emitted piercing and mournful cries that penetrated the stone walls, echoing as if still resonating within the cavern. Yet, to those consumed by greed, these cries sounded like anthems heralding their burgeoning power. The depiction of the phoenix grew increasingly tragic. Its once vibrant feathers, which could reflect the world's most resplendent hues, became sparse, dull, and tattered. Its body was infested with grotesque, vividly colored insects, which densely covered its flesh, burrowing into every wound, even occupying its hollow plumage, feasting upon its flesh and divine essence. Once as light as the wind, its wings could no longer rise, weighed down by the burdensome insects. It was forced to humbly crawl upon the cold, damp ground, its massive form trembling under the weight of endless suffering. The muralist, with a near-cruel meticulousness, captured the evolution of the phoenix's gaze, from initial anger and bewilderment upon capture, to the sorrow and despair of enduring ceaseless torment day after day. And finally, those once clear and radiant eyes, which held the essence of the sun and moon, were left only with a haunting void of heart-wrenching numbness. It seemed as though its soul had been utterly crushed and consumed. In the final scene, figures adorned in intricately woven black robes, embroidered with sanguine totems, emerged. Their visages bore a striking resemblance to the dark figures Pei-Ting Yun encountered at the banquet, including that enigmatic grand shaman, yet they appeared more ancient, primal, and sinister. They encircled the imprisoned, barely surviving phoenix, conducting various vile and repulsive dark rituals. They greedily siphoned the sacred power that continually drains from the phoenix, seemingly to prolong their filthy existence or to augment their malevolent sorcery. The final scene of the mural caused Pei-Ting Yun's pupils to constrict sharply, a chill surging from his feet straight to the crown of his head. The image crystallizes into a chilling tableau. The once soaring, multicolored phoenix, revered by all, now lies entirely enveloped by a thick, writhing mass of black sorcery insects. These insects, akin to flowing shadows, utterly obscure the phoenix's original form, leaving only a vague outline of a coiled, twitching figure discernible. It is imprisoned within an immense, rusted iron cage. Even more horrifying, around the iron cage, figures are painted in a posture of kneeling worship. How ironic! This cage, in its design and size, along with the twisted, dark red, rusted bars, bears an uncanny resemblance to the one Pei Tingyun had witnessed during the banquet at the magistrate's office, which held the so-called sacred fetus of the sorcery deity. The truth is glaringly evident. That so-called sacred fetus is not some malevolent entity birthing myriad strange insects. It is, in fact, the multicolored phoenix depicted in this mural, which once protected the land but was betrayed, imprisoned, and tormented by its own people for a century. Yulin's delicate face had turned as pale as paper, her small body trembling in Pei Tingyun's embrace. The final scene of the mural pierced her heart like an invisible dagger. Her large, glistening eyes filled instantaneously with tears. The crystalline droplets cascaded uncontrollably, one by one, splattering onto Pei Tingyun's chest, rapidly soaking a patch. She buried her little head deeply into Pei Tingyun's arms, her small shoulders heaving. She understood now. She had finally grasped the tragic fate that had befallen the beautiful bird. This was not merely a story or a painting, but a brutal reality that had unfolded and persisted for a century. Pain. Oh, the pain. This anguish was not solely for the bird. It stemmed from her once innocent and pure world, now reflecting the unfathomable malice of humanity for the first time. Having grown up in the ethereal essence of the celestial realm, the little qilin, cherished by the celestial lords, could hardly fathom the existence of such malevolence and such abhorrent torture in the world. Oh, how the bird suffers! Her small hands clutched tightly at Pei Tingyun's sleeve, as if to share in the unfathomable anguish endured by the phoenix depicted in the mural. Pei Tingyun's heart felt as though it were gripped by an unseen hand, the pain rendering him almost breathless. He finally comprehended why Yulin had wept so heartbreakingly upon seeing that sacred fetus of sorcery. The qilin and the phoenix, both ancient divine beasts, share a close origin and a profound connection. What Yulin felt was the endless lament and despair of the phoenix, imprisoned and tormented for countless years. Chuanfen and Wei Qi also bore expressions of shock and overwhelming fury. The southern sorcerers had resorted to such inhumane methods against the divine bird that once sheltered them. It was utterly deranged. In the depths of the cave, the atmosphere was oppressively tense, as all present were engulfed in the profound impact and sorrow elicited by the mural. While intently studying the intricate details of the artwork, Guyu suddenly pointed to an inconspicuous dark purple plant, meticulously illustrated yet tucked away in a corner, exclaiming in a hushed tone of disbelief. Her voice trembled with excitement, her complexion paling slightly. This plant, along with the ancient script inscribed beside it, bore the symbol of the fabled god-eating saliva, long thought to be lost to time. Her eyes were wide with astonishment. This substance was specifically designed to suppress the spiritual essence of divine beasts, corroding their souls, gradually diminishing their powers until they were rendered entirely mundane, an insidious poison. Pei Tingyun's pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 48. Blood-red eyes and the soul-eating spider, desperation in the abyss. Guyu's mention of the god-eating saliva struck like a chilling bolt of lightning, instantly dispelling the last vestiges of doubt in the hearts of the onlookers, replaced swiftly by a bone-chilling dread and an uncontrollable fury. The mural depicted a divine bird, the phoenix, imprisoned upon a shadowy altar, beset by countless grotesque parasites gnawing at its once resplendent feathers. The 3 words inscribed revealed a gruesome truth: beasts. Within the cave, the soft sobs of the little jade were particularly poignant. The small creature's mouth quivered, its tear-filled eyes fixated on the tragic fate of the phoenix depicted in the mural, its tiny fists clenched in silent resolve. The bad people are bullying the bird. It whimpered, its innocent voice quaking yet imbued with a tremulous determination. I don't like it. Pei Tingyun embraced the little one tightly, gently patting her back. Dear, I understand. he murmured, leaning down to place a tender kiss on her smooth forehead. His voice, though low, resonated with conviction. We shall seek justice for that phoenix. At this moment, Chuan Fin, Gu Yu, and Wei Qi wore expressions as dark as storm clouds, their eyes ablaze with fury and intent. The rescue of the spiritual beast, the phoenix, was a matter of celestial justice and a test of their moral integrity. Moreover, the thought that the southern shamans dared to desecrate such a sacred creature with such cruelty raised grave concerns. Who could say they would not cast their equally vile gaze upon the auspicious yet seemingly vulnerable? This anxiety weighed heavily on Pei Tingyun and each of his guardians. Gu Yu inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure amidst the overwhelming shock. A newfound gravity settled upon her brow as she redirected her gaze to the mural, meticulously discerning every detail of the bizarre plants and the shaman's incantations depicted therein. After a moment, she spoke with solemnity. This substance can forcibly suppress the spirit of divine beasts and continually erode their souls. To save the phoenix, we must first eliminate all parasites from its surface and within, then devise a means to completely eradicate or at least mitigate the persistent toxicity of the god-eating saliva. The final step, the most arduous of all, is to assist it in gradually restoring its severely weakened divine power. Each phase is fraught with challenges and must be undertaken without delay. A flicker of determination crossed Chuan Fin's eyes as she rapidly envisioned a preliminary plan of action in her mind. She turned to Pei Tingyun, her voice lowered, yet imbued with unwavering determination. My lord, we must find a way to infiltrate the lair of the southern wilderness sorcerers to ascertain their internal conditions, especially regarding that enigmatic new master and the specific location and guarding forces of the sacred artifact, the Phoenix. Dozens of miles away in Guyuan City, the county magistrate's courtyard lay in ruins. The grand sorcerer of the south wore a grim countenance, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. Incompetence, he rasped, bellowing as he sent a nearby sorcerer flying with a single strike. The unfortunate soul crashed against a broken wall, blood gushing from his mouth, his life hanging by a thread. Wugu and his companions knelt in terror, trembling like leaves in the wind. The listening curse has been broken, and the sacred artifact is nearly exposed. If a few officials from the capital cannot be contained, what use are you to me? Wugu repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. Great sorcerer, please quell your wrath. Those officials are exceedingly cunning, and that infant possesses an oddity. Oddity? A glimmer of cold light flickered in the grand sorcerer's eyes as he suddenly recalled the young girl from the banquet. The faint yet intensely unsettling purity emanating from her, coupled with the unprecedented eerie silence of the mother curse at this moment, ignited a sinister thought within him, swiftly followed by an overwhelming greed. He suddenly roared, his voice emerging as if forced through clenched teeth, tinged with a chilling madness. No matter what peculiarities she possesses, immediately find those officials from the capital, and that girl. Seal off the entire city. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we shall unearth them. He paused, a darker glint flashing in his eyes. Alive, I want to see them. Dead, I want their corpses. No. The grand sorcerer abruptly amended his command, his voice hoarse yet tinged with a morbid excitement. I desire the girl alive. A cruel smile crept upon his gaunt visage. As for whether she would be missing an arm or a leg by then, it mattered not. Yes, yes. Wugu and the others scrambled to obey his orders. Qian Mingyuan was dragged out of the magistrate's office by a group of fierce, bloodthirsty southern sorcerers, forced to lead the way as they conducted searches from house to house. His already sallow face turned as pale as paper, cold sweat beading on his brow. Each time a door was violently kicked open, and he heard the sorcerer's harsh commands, the clattering of objects, and the terrified cries of women and children. His heart felt as if it were being mercilessly sliced by a dull blade, nearly suffocating him. His legs trembled like withered leaves in the wind, barely able to support him. Had it not been for the impatient pushing from the sorcerers behind, he would have collapsed on the ground. He feared that Pei Tingyun's group would indeed be discovered by these malevolent fiends, sealing his own fate. Yet, deep within, He fervently hoped that the noble individuals from the capital would escape unscathed and one day bring these scourges plaguing Yulin to justice, restoring peace to the common folk. In the dim cave, Pei Tingyun gently set down Yulin. The southern sorcerers had established their influence in Guyuan City for many years, their power deeply rooted. We are few in number and cannot afford to confront them directly. His tone was calm, outlining their primary objective: to weaken their power within the city and disrupt their plans. Guyu, you must dedicate your efforts to devising a method to rescue the Phoenix. Furthermore, we must remain vigilant against their new master and any potential conflicts that may arise. As soon as he finished speaking, Yulin suddenly stretched out her chubby little hand and tugged at his sleeve. The small child, with her tear-streaked face and glossy, round eyes, fixed her gaze unwaveringly on a particular corner of the mural. Her tiny finger pointed to the remnants surrounding the charred altar, the ashes that sparkled like stardust. Glowing faintly with a golden hue, remnants of the Phoenix's first failed rebirth. Pei, Yulin's voice, sweet and nasally, emerged as she leaned out from his embrace, her small hand indicating the mural where the Phoenix's ashes lay scattered. Look, it shines. Her little brows furrowed slightly in concentration, and her large, glistening eyes radiated pure perception as she asserted, "The bird says it needs that which is good to it." A flicker of realization ignited within Paitingian as he followed Yulin's tiny finger. The golden remnants scattered after the failed rebirth? Yulin possessed a keen sensitivity to pure energy. Could these remnants be the key? Just as he was about to invite Guyu to explore this further, Yulin suddenly lifted her head, her round eyes peering up into the dark cavern ceiling. Her voice, tinged with uncertainty and fear, was barely audible. Pei, why are there so many red, shining eyes up there? They're all staring at Linlin. Chapter 49. The spider's shadow seeks the soul. The innocent child discerns life and death. As soon as Yulin uttered the words red eyes, Paitingian's heart exploded with alarm. He abruptly raised his head. At the top of the cavern, a multitude of crimson points glimmered. No, they were pairs of blood-red eyes. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of them. The owners of those eyes revealed their grotesque forms. Monsters, resembling large grinding wheels adorned with eerie, human-like patterns and 8 furry, elongated legs, were descending from the ceiling. Human face spiders. Their mandibles clicked ominously, emitting a hissing sound, and viscous venom dripped from them. Yulin's small face turned ashen, her little body shivering in Paitingian's embrace. Her round eyes filled with disgust and unease at the malevolent aura of these creatures. Her tiny nose scrunched up tightly, and with a quivering voice, she said to Paitingian, "Pei, they're so ugly, so stinky. Linlin doesn't tea like them. Why do they have so many legs and crawl upside down?" His arms tightened suddenly as he felt her small body tremble violently from fear and revulsion. He immediately pressed Yulin's little head tightly against his chest, shielding her view with his broad hand, and spoke in a deep, steady voice, "Linlin, dear, do not look at these filthy creatures. Father is here." Human-faced goose spiders. Their venom is exceedingly potent and insurmountable. Paitingian lowered his voice, urgently commanding everyone, retreat deeper into the cavern. Quickly, Wei Qi reacted the fastest, his icy demeanor unyielding. With a flick of his wrist, a cold glimmer flashed. Thud! The short blade in his hand struck precisely at the head of the first human-faced spider that lunged down. The spider emitted a piercing scream, its 8 legs flailing wildly before it crashed heavily to the ground. Corrosive, dark green venom splattered everywhere. The ground was instantly scorched, leaving behind small pits that emitted wisps of white smoke. The toxicity was utterly overwhelming. Pei Tingyun swiftly drew the embroidered spring knife from his waist. The blade shimmered like a silver ribbon, carving a fierce arc through the dim cave. With swift motions, several resilient spider silk threads snapped, shielding the flanks of the group. Chuanfin was equally resolute, remaining composed in the face of danger. She quickly retrieved a pouch of peculiar powder from her bosom and hurled it towards the pursuing swarm of spiders. Whoosh! The powder ignited upon contact with the wind, instantly forming a flickering wall of fire. Though the flames were modest, They effectively impeded the relentless advance of the man-faced spiders, granting the group a precious moment to catch their breath. The actions of these man-faced spiders were not merely predatory. Guyu deftly evaded the lunging spider legs and venomous saliva while meticulously observing the formation and tactics of the swarm, her voice urgent yet coherent. Their assaults appeared fierce, yet they always left room to maneuver, seemingly intent on driving them deeper into the cave. Within the depths of the cave lay their guarded treasures, or perhaps even greater traps. A throng of individuals was pursued relentlessly by these repulsive spiders, forced to retreat deeper into the cavern. The passage grew increasingly narrow and treacherous. The light dimmed to the point where one could scarcely see their own hand. The hissing of the man-faced spiders echoed ominously behind them, a haunting specter that lingered close. Just as the group was about to be cornered into a seemingly inescapable narrow crevice, with Pei Tingyun feeling the foul wind of the spiders almost brushing against his neck. The little creature, Yulin, who had been tightly clinging to Pei Tingyun's neck, suddenly stirred. The little one sniffed intently with its tiny nose, then extended its chubby little finger towards a dark, shadowy fork in the path ahead. Pei Pei, it chimed in a sweet, childlike voice, tinged with a hint of pride. Over there, there are no stinky spiders. Pei Tingyun's heart raced. Memories of Yulin's previous accurate intuitions flashed through his mind. In that moment, he hesitated not at all, stating firmly, "We shall go that way." Regardless of what lay ahead, Yulin's instinct was their only lifeline. Without a word, Weiqi immediately adjusted their course, leading the way. He reached the end of what appeared to be a stone wall and tapped it with his palm. Leaning in to listen closely, his gaze sharpened. As Weiqi meticulously explored the seemingly solid wall, his fingers glided over the cold rock, his brow furrowed. Yet he could not discern any evident mechanisms. Just as he was about to forcefully breach the stone barrier, Yulin and Pei Tingyun's arms stirred once more, pointing to an inconspicuous corner on the left side of the wall, affirming in its tiny voice, "Pei Pei, over there, it's cool there, a little light is flashing. It's trying to deceive us. It doesn't want Yulin to pass." Pei Tingyun immediately signaled to Weiqi with a gaze like lightning. Weiqi focused on the spot indicated by Yulin, observing closely. Indeed, the shadows of that section of the wall differed from the rest, faintly revealing a subtle undulation. Without further delay, he pointed like a sword, concentrating his inner strength at that very spot and gently tapping it. With a gentle hum, the stone wall rippled as if it were the surface of water, revealing a narrow entrance just wide enough for a single person to pass through. The edges of the entrance shimmered with flowing runes, which dimmed the moment the passage opened. Beyond the illusory stone wall lay a brand new, even deeper corridor. The group filed in, momentarily escaping the relentless pursuit of the odious spiders behind them. Yulin pressed her small face against Pei Tingyun's broad chest, inhaling the familiar and reassuring scent of her father. In a soft voice, tinged with curiosity and confusion, she whispered to him, "Father, it seems there's a vast house inside, so dark and cold. I can hear it crying softly, and it sounds so sad, as if it harbors countless grievances and pains within, unable to express them. The great stone walls have turned icy and damp, as if they too share in this sorrow." Shedding silent tears. Upon hearing this, Pei Tingyun felt a wave of perplexity. A house crying? Images of the imprisoned phoenix on the stone wall, wailing and weeping blood, flashed through his mind, along with the heart-wrenching sorrow Yulin displayed upon first encountering the sacred deity of the curse. Could this weeping house be intricately connected to the captive divine bird? He lowered his head, gently stroking Yulin's soft hair, his voice growing even more somber. "Do not fear, Lin, for your father is here. Let's see why this house weeps." He led the group onward, his gaze resolute as he heightened his vigilance, delving deeper into the corridor. This passage was considerably more spacious and drier than the previous one. After traversing for what felt like the duration of an incense stick, they suddenly found themselves in a wide open space. A colossal stone door loomed before them, imposing and formidable. Chapter 50. The rune light breaks the deceptive formation. The dark passage reveals its divine power. The stone door exuded an aura of grim desolation. The totems carved upon its surface were grotesquely twisted. Upon closer inspection, one could discern countless grotesque insects entwined with figures in excruciating agony, compared to the murals depicting the early sorcery of the southern region on the outer stone walls. These designs bore an even more primal bloodshed and a maddening malevolence. Pei Tingyun narrowed his phoenix-like eyes. This must be the stronghold of the southern region's witchcraft, or perhaps a forbidden domain. The deeper they ventured, the more perilous the surroundings became, far exceeding their earlier encounters. Wei Qi's sharp gaze fixated on the ground beneath the stone door. He crouched down, his long, bony fingers lightly brushing against the surface. He noticed several barely perceptible scratches and a few stones slightly darker than the surrounding ones that had not escaped his notice. "Sir, there are pressure traps below." Wei Qi's voice remained as low and gravelly as ever. "If we misstep, the consequences would be dire, either pierced by a rain of arrows or plunged into a pit swarming with venomous insects." Both Chuanfin and Guyu's expressions grew grave. Merely gazing at the stone door sent shivers down their spines. Just as the group held their breath in focused anticipation, Yulin, who had been quietly nestled in Pei Tingyun's embrace, suddenly stirred. The little one's bright, glimmering eyes fixated unwaveringly on the stone door. Her brows furrowed slightly as if deep in thought. Abruptly, she broke free from Pei Tingyun's arms and scampered a few steps toward the stone door. Pei Tingyun's heart tightened suddenly, almost causing her to spring forward to retrieve the child. Yet, the pressure mechanism seemed to disregard the weight of a small child. As Yulin swiftly darted to the door, unharmed, Yulin extended her chubby little finger, confidently pointing to an inconspicuous indentation at the center of the stone door, roughly the size of a palm. "Pei Pei," she called out, tilting her small face up with a sweet voice. "There, if we place something shiny there, the door will open." "Something shiny?" The corners of Pei Tingyun's mouth twitched slightly. Wei Qi, Chun Fun, and Guyu all wore expressions of confusion. What glimmering gems or jade could they possibly possess? Seeing the adults still perplexed by her mention of something shiny, Yulin pouted her rosy lips, her big, glistening eyes flashing a hint of innocent exasperation, as if to say, "You're all so foolish for not knowing this." She recalled how the celestial Lord Zhaoming had once taught her how to create something shiny to attract the little celestial deer. No longer expecting the adults to grasp her meaning, she decided to take matters into her own hands, extending her delicate little fingers, her small face filled with earnest determination. She concentrated on the tricks the celestial Lord had taught her. Brother Celestial Lord said to do it like this," Yulin murmured, her tiny mouth forming the words as her little finger danced in the air before her. Though her movements were clumsy and childlike, they exuded an inexplicable, mystical rhythm. With each gesture of her tiny finger, strands of faint yet pure crimson golden light began to emanate from her fingertips. The light swirled and coalesced, gradually forming a minuscule rune, awkward in shape yet radiating a pure golden-red glow, hovering delicately at her fingertip. Phew! Yulin seemed to have completed this grand creation, releasing a long breath as beads of fine sweat appeared on her smooth forehead. She presented her little finger proudly before Pei Tingyun. "Pei Pei, look, Lin Lin has drawn something shiny." Brother Celestial Lord said, "It can take Yulin anywhere she wants to go." Pei Tingyun gazed at the barely formed glimmer at the tip of Yulin's finger, and despite having witnessed her many wonders, she couldn't help but harbor a moment of mortal caution regarding the efficacy of the Celestial Lord's so-called trick. Could this distorted rune, even more crooked than a sprout, truly unlock the ominous stone door adorned with malevolent totems? Yet Yulin paid no mind to such doubts. She raised her little symbol high, her short legs straining as she pressed the tiny light into the indentation at the center of the stone door. "Go, open the door." The crimson golden rune shot forth like a minuscule meteor, darting toward the stone door. Everyone held their breath. And then, a miracle unfolded. At the moment the misshapen opening rune melded into the indentation, a faint tremor resonated from within the stone door. It was as if an ancient core, dormant for millennia, had been awakened. A gentle and pure beam of white light gradually emerged from the depths of the recess. strikingly reminiscent of the golden-red halo emanating from the fingertips of the jade qilin. Soon, a palm-sized, warm, and translucent piece of jade, seemingly imbued with a millennium of spiritual essence, slowly ascended. The surface of the stone shimmered with a flowing radiance, revealing intricate and ancient runes that flickered in and out of visibility, clearly indicating the pivotal role of this stone door. Following this, a series of heavy and archaic mechanisms whirred to life, resonating thunderously from behind the stone door. The massive portal, engraved with countless sinister totems, indeed began to open, revealing a narrow gap just wide enough for a person to slip through sideways. Pei Tingyun was taken aback. Even Wei Qi's perpetually icy demeanor seemed to show a hint of fissure. Chunfin and Guyu were so astonished that they instinctively covered their mouths with their hands. This was nothing short of divine intervention. Their little lady was not merely a rare beast, but a qilin, wasn't she? As Pei Tingyun gazed at the door that was slowly parting, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. He stepped forward to gently caress the soft hair of the jade qilin, feeling once again the shock brought forth by her diminutive presence. The corners of his lips subtly lifting, his qilin seemed to effortlessly shatter all norms. After the initial astonishment, a profound sense of pride and deep reverence for the unfathomable powers of that distant celestial realm quietly took root in his heart. Truly, the means of the divine were extraordinary. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what other astonishing gifts the celestial beings who dote on his little ancestor had bestowed upon her. Gifts that could miraculously save lives in critical moments. However, as the gap widened, an overwhelmingly pungent stench of blood and decay mingled with a disturbingly sweet aroma surged forth from behind the door. This scent was strikingly similar to that which emanated from the sacred iron cage of the goo god he had encountered at the county magistrate's office, only 100-fold more potent. A chilling light flickered in Pei Tingyun's profound eyes. They were now closer than ever to the truth and to danger. "Stay alert," he commanded in a low voice. He cradled the jade qilin tightly in his arms for protection, then cautiously maneuvered sideways to slip through the narrow opening. A wave of cold, damp air greeted him. Behind the door lay an unfathomably deep spiral staircase, winding downward. The walls flanking the staircase were densely engraved with even more twisted and grotesque patterns of insects. In the feeble light of the torch, the insects appeared to writhe on the walls, sending shivers down one's spine. The little qilin's head peeked out from Pei Tingyun's embrace, her tiny nose wrinkling in discomfort at the chilling stench that permeated the air. From the depths of the staircase, an almost imperceptible rustling sound seemed to echo faintly. Chapter 51. Life and Death on the Edge of a Precarious Cliff. The child ingeniously unravels the deadly array. The spiral staircase twisted downward, shrouded in an oppressive darkness. At the corner, as the poisonous mist began to envelop the surroundings, the delicate nose of the little qilin twitched vigorously, her brows furrowing slightly. Imitating the gestures taught by the celestial lord, she extended her tiny hand and gently waved it forward. The warm jade qilin pendant in her embrace flickered with a brief glimmer, causing the toxic fog to retreat as if it possessed a will of its own, disappearing into the crevice. After taking a few more steps, a faint glow shimmered in the shadows of the stone wall, indicating the onset of an illusionary array. The little one pouted slightly, expressing her discontent. "This circle is not to my liking." Mimicking the earlier drawing of symbols, her petite finger concentrated a faint golden red light, which she cautiously directed towards the core of the illusion. With a soft pop, akin to a bubble bursting, the brilliance of the illusion faded into oblivion. Pei Tingyun, accompanied by the elite guards of the Jinui, had come prepared for a fierce battle, yet now found himself merely serving as a means of transportation for the little one in his arms, with little opportunity to engage in combat. His mind raced with thoughts. Could it be that the celestial lord had entrusted the qilin to him, foreseeing the perils of this journey, and that the qilin was the key to unraveling the crisis? Such extraordinary matters were beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Wei Qi, Chun Fun, and Guyu exchanged glances, already numb to the unfolding events. With the little miss present, even in the face of a dragoness den or a tigeress lair, there seemed to be a heightened chance of turning danger into safety. Suddenly, the petite figure of the qilin came to a halt. She inhaled deeply, her round, dark eyes gazing into the depths of the darkness. Pei. Her voice carried a hint of confusion and an imperceptible sadness. There's so many people crying down there. They sound so heartbroken. I want to cry too. As her words lingered, they arrived at the end of the staircase. Before them lay an astonishingly vast underground cavern. In the center of the cavern, a broad platform was entirely paved with countless bones. The stark white remains were densely packed, with skulls, ribs, and leg bones forming a terrifying foundation several feet high. Pei Tingyun's pupils constricted in horror. How many lives had this platform consumed? The color drained from the qilin's small face, her tiny hands clutching Pei Tingyun's garment tightly. Pei, so many bones, they're in so much pain. Her voice trembled as her small frame shook violently. Pei Tingyun pressed her little head firmly against his chest, shielding her from the sight, his heart ablaze with fury. Wei Qi, investigate, he commanded in a low tone. Wei Qi's gaze turned icy as he scanned the layers of white bones, both new and old, bending down to examine a recently added skeleton, scrutinizing the remnants of clothing and skeletal features. His voice was hoarse. Commander, these are not just from the people of Dali, but also from the southern frontier. Chun Fun's complexion turned ashen, her nails nearly embedding into her palms. They have even turned against their own. Gu Yu covered her mouth, her stomach churning, nearly on the verge of retching. Pei Tingyun took a deep breath, gently enveloping the qilin in his arms, his palm resting on her trembling back. Do not be afraid. My little qilin, for your father is here. He raised his gaze towards the opposite end of the platform. A colossal stone wall, towering several dozen feet high, loomed before them. The surface of the wall was riddled with numerous holes of varying sizes, resembling an enormous beehive magnified 1,000-fold. Each hole was a dark abyss. The only path from the bone-laden platform to the stone wall was a peculiar ground emanating a ghostly phosphorescence. The surface was intricately patterned with dark, intertwining lines, forming a massive chessboard-like labyrinth. Wei Qi's focus sharpened as he prepared to advance. Wait! Pei Tingyun firmly grasped Wei Qi's arm, his voice as cold as iron. This is the soul-devouring formation. His expression was as somber as water. It summoned countless vengeful spirits from beneath the earth. A single misstep could lead to the shattering of one's soul and the obliteration of one's bones. Wei Qi's movements came to an abrupt halt. The dark patterns on the phosphorescent ground were, astonishingly, shifting at a visibly discernible pace. Each transformation held the potential to create a new deadly trap. Chuanfin's countenance grew grave. The formation resonated with celestial phenomena. Each alteration corresponded to a different perilous door. Yet we lack the time to deduce. Gu Yu's voice quivered. A heavy silence enveloped the group. At that moment, Yulin peeked out from Pei Tingyun's embrace, straining to avert her gaze from the clusters of bones. She pointed at the capricious phosphorescent ground, her round eyes blinking. Pei, her soft, mellifluous voice carried a hint of delight. This seems like the hopscotch I played in Sister Baitsao's garden. Hopscotch? The four of them were momentarily taken aback. This place, littered with bones and rife with danger, was likened to a game of hopscotch. Yulin tilted her little head, earnestly trying to recall. In Sister Baitsao's garden, there were many luminescent fairy herbs. She had said that to prevent mischievous little fairy beasts from pilfering, she had laid out a path of shifting stone slabs around the garden. Her small brow furrowed slightly as she sympathetically added, but Sister Baichao sometimes becomes so engrossed in forging that she gets lost inside. And the Emperor sent me to hop on those slabs to guide her out. As Pei Tingyun listened, his thoughts raced. Baichao, the fairy of Baichao, to create such a formation in her own garden, and to often become ensnared within it. The daily life of the celestial realm was indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. Pei Tingyun gazed at the phosphorescent flickering before him, concealed danger lurking within the soul-devouring formation, then looked at the little Yulin in his arms, her face alight with eagerness, as if she were merely preparing for a game of hopscotch. An unprecedented sense of absurdity intertwined with a faint glimmer of hope surged within him. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within his heart. At this juncture, It seemed there was no other recourse but to trust Yulin. The little one's remark about Sister Baichao's garden requiring this for safety, coupled with her frequent entrapment, and the Emperor permitting her to play hopscotch to lead her out, though it sounded ludicrous, subtly suggested that Yulin was not entirely ignorant of this formation, perhaps even possessing some experience. However, how could he possibly allow her to venture alone into the soul-devouring formation? Pei Tingyan crouched down to meet Yulin's gaze, striving to make his voice gentle. Yulin, he pointed at the strange ground. This hopscotch, playing alone would make me very lonely. He looked into Yulin's clear, innocent eyes and earnestly asked, would you play together with Pei Pei? Yulin blinked her round eyes, glancing between Pei Tingyun and the glimmering squares. Playing together? Her little head nodded, seemingly grasping Pei Tingyun's intent. Naturally, she was delighted at the prospect of playing with Pei Pei. Observing Pei Tingyun's composed yet tense expression, she unhesitatingly extended her small hand, tightly clutching his larger hand, her soft touch conveying trust. All right, in a voice filled with exuberance. The little one beamed with a broad smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Linlin and Pei Pei engaged in a delightful game of hopscotch. Pei Pei was to obediently follow Linlin's instructions. Wherever Linlin indicated, Pei Pei would leap without deviation. Her cherubic face radiated joy and excitement, as if the imminent challenge were not a perilous trial of life and death, but rather a long-anticipated game. In that moment, Pei Tingyun's heart found an unexpected tranquility. He lowered his gaze, meeting the little one's trusting eyes, and clasped her hand tightly. Chuan Fun, Guyu, and Wei Qi felt their hearts rise to their throats. To send a mere child into the treacherous, unpredictable maw of the soul-consuming array, where a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. This thought swirled in their minds, laden with absurdity and profound concern. Chuanfin's lips moved, the admonition of adults on the tip of her tongue, yet when she met Pei Tingyun's calm, yet resolute gaze, all words caught in her throat. She understood that the adults had made their decision. Wei Qi's eagle-like eyes were fixed on the phosphorescent ground, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he gripped the hilt of his weapon, his muscles taut, ready to defend at any cost. Guyu instinctively tightened his grip on the medicinal pouch at his waist, his fingertips trembling slightly, silently reciting various antidotes and protective formulas, hoping for a chance of salvation. They all understood that Pei Tingyun had staked all their hopes and their very lives on Yulin, including his own. Pei Pei, follow Linlin. Chapter 52. The lucky koi descends to solve the puzzle. The fortunate star skillfully breaks the 9 links. The little one leaped onto a square, turning back to Pei Tingyun with a giggle, her voice sweet and innocent. Pei Pei, don't be afraid. Pei Tingyun's breath caught in his throat. He followed closely, stepping onto the same square. An undercurrent of energy surged around him, and the phosphorescent glow beneath his feet seemed to dim slightly. Yulin, however, was blissfully unaware of the life and death mysteries beneath her tiny feet, finding the game of hopscotch as delightful as a heavenly playground. Pei Tingyun strained his voice, his tension rendering it somewhat hoarse, guiding her. Linlin, slow down, wait for me. Yet little Yulin continued to bounce forward, advancing towards the skeletal platform. One square, another square. With each new square Yulin's delicate feet touched, the phosphorescence noticeably dimmed, as if that ethereal glow were being neutralized by an immensely pure power. Pei Tingyun followed closely, each step precise, his mind intensely focused. He clearly sensed that beneath the squares Yulin had traversed, the faint aura of vengeful spirits significantly weakened. The entire operation of the soul-consuming array experienced an imperceptible stutter due to this little child's intrusion. Could it be that his Yulin could disrupt the array merely by walking? Chuanfin, Guyu, and Wei Qi held their breath, their attention unwavering, following in sequence. Each of their steps meticulously mirrored Yulin's, not daring to deviate by even the slightest margin. An unfathomable scene continued to unfold before their eyes. As long as one follows the path of Yulin, the soul-eating array, surprisingly, does not unleash any attack. Chuanfin trails at the end of the procession, observing the lively little figure ahead. She notices that wherever Yulin treads, the phosphorescence dims and the malice dissipates. Lowering her voice, she speaks to Guyu beside her. Guyu, look closely at the ground beneath the young lady. It seems this formation has no effect on her. Guyu concentrates for a moment, a flicker of understanding crossing her eyes. She replies in a solemn tone. Ancient texts state that the qilin is a beast of supreme benevolence and auspiciousness, its essence pure and radiant, capable of purging all malevolent and tainted energies. Despite the ferocity of the soul-eating array, at its core, it thrives on the endless grievances and resentments of vengeful spirits. The auspicious aura surrounding the young lady naturally counters these malevolent energies, much like the blazing sun melts away snow, rendering evil unable to sustain itself. Pei Tingyun, overhearing the whispered conversation behind him, felt a surge of pride. Truly, his Yulin is a walking talisman, a bane to these demons and specters. Yulin, with her cheeks flushed and her spirits soaring, suddenly releases Pei Tingyun's hand. She crouches slightly before leaping toward a distant square. The jump is clearly exerted with effort. Upon landing, her small frame wobbles precariously, teetering on the brink of losing balance. Pei Tingyun's breath catches, his heart racing. Chuanfen, Guyu, and Wei Qi gasp in alarm, nearly rushing forward. Yet, Yulin steadies herself, turning back to them with her hands on her hips, a gleeful smile illuminating her face as she exclaims in a sweet, high-pitched voice, This is so shiny. Yulin likes it. Pei Tingyun feels a vain throb at his temple. This little darling is truly a handful, but upon closer inspection, it is evident that she has landed on a crucial node of the formation, one that should have triggered a deadly attack. The moment her tiny foot touches the ominous square, the phosphorescence erupts with blinding brilliance. Below the dark square, countless vengeful shadows roar, nearly tearing through the ground to escape. A chilling, bone-piercing aura, as if capable of freezing one's very soul, transforms into a tangible blade, hurtling toward the nearest little Yulin. Pei Tingyun's pupils constrict, and he channels his protective energy to its utmost limit. Wei Qi's expression shifts dramatically as he unsheathes his sword to shield her. However, in this moment of peril, merely a breath passes. The flashing phosphorescence and the surging malevolence are as if caressed by an invisible yet gentle hand. All impending dangers and the vengeful roars inexplicably, astonishingly, calm beneath Yulin's little foot. The storm subsides. Nothing occurs. Only the phosphorescence of the square she stepped upon dims, even more profoundly than those she had previously traversed. Nearly extinguished, cold sweat instantly soaks the backs of everyone present. Pei Tingyun swiftly steps onto the square where Yulin stands, scooping the still joyous little one into his embrace, allowing his racing heart to finally ease. Thus, they continue their journey, fraught with excitement but ultimately safe, guided by the exuberant leaps of little Yulin. Pei Tingyun and his companions, against all odds, successfully traversed the fearsome Wanhun Shirgu formation. They finally arrived beneath the towering hive-like stone wall, riddled with countless holes. Pei Tingyun exhaled a long, deep sigh, feeling as though he had just emerged from icy waters only to be scorched by fierce flames. He glanced down at the exuberant Yulin in his embrace, her rosy cheeks bright with anticipation, gazing up at him as if awaiting praise, her expression intricate. This daughter, whom he had fortuitously acquired, was indeed a little lucky star, evoking both love and trepidation. Yet, what secrets lay concealed within this enigmatic hive-like stone wall? Chapter 53. Behind the hive wall lies a grim scene. The god-eating saliva spreads throughout the netherworld at this moment. Pei Tingyun and his party stood beneath the peculiar hive-like stone wall, its myriad holes deep and foreboding. From the depths of these openings emerged a faint rustling sound, reminiscent of countless small insects scuttling, or perhaps the mournful whispers of desiccated bones. Yulin's small face drained of color, her once bright eyes now clouded with an overwhelming sorrow and intense revulsion. Her tiny hand clutched Pei Tingyun's clothing tightly, her knuckles turning white. With her other small hand, she pointed toward the slightly larger entrance high on the stone wall, her voice trembling with a hint of resistance. It's so dark inside. They are crying. I don't like it here. Wei Qi stepped forward silently, not drawing his weapon, but instead he extended his fingers like a sword, tapping rhythmically on the stone wall. Channeling his inner strength through his elongated fingertips, he listened intently, his eagle-like gaze sweeping across the wall in tandem with the sound of his knocks. As he struck near the large opening Yulin had indicated, his eyes suddenly sharpened, noting the echo that was hollow and ethereal. Upon closer inspection, the seams of several nearby rocks appeared unnatural, as if hastily mended. "There's a door." Wei Qi nodded almost imperceptibly to Pei Tingyun. He sheathed his blade, his biceps taut, channeling his inner power into his palms. Pressing both hands against the stone slab, Wei Qi inhaled deeply and then, with a sudden, silent force, pushed inward. With a soft crack, the mechanism gave way. The stone slab, weighing as much as 1,000 pounds, slowly yielded to Wei Qi's strength, revealing a pitch-black opening emanating a bone-chilling cold. Pei Tingyun instinctively tightened his embrace around Yulin. What unspeakable horrors lay hidden within this lair of the southern sorcerers? As the slab fully opened, the entirety of the cavern behind it was unveiled. Even Pei Tingyun, the seasoned captain of the Imperial Guards, accustomed to witnessing myriad tortures and bloodshed, felt his heart constrict at the true nature of the floral scene that lay before him. Instantly, his aura turned icy, and he pressed Yulin's small head down with his large hand. Wei Qi's eternally frozen visage cracked for the first time upon witnessing the scene within, the veins on the back of his hand bulging with tension around the hilt of his blade. Chuanfen abruptly pulled Guyu behind her, her other hand resting on her waist. Ready to draw her soft whip, and through gritted teeth, she spat out 2 words, "beasts." Meanwhile, Guyu, as a healer, was rendered pale as paper by the overwhelming impact of the grotesque purple scene, her stomach churning violently, struggling to stifle her reaction, desperately covering her mouth to maintain her composure. Beyond the stone wall lies an unimaginably vast underground cavern. Within this chamber, there are no stalactites, no dark rivers, nor even a semblance of solid ground. Instead, an endless sea of dark purple flowers stretches as far as the eye can see. Countless bizarre dark purple blossoms surge from the ground, the stone walls, and the ceiling proliferating wildly from every corner. They are densely packed, layered upon one another, completely enveloping the cavern and forming a suffocating purplish hell. The feeble glow of a torch casts its light upon them. Each dark purple petal flickers with an eerie luminescence, evoking an unsettling sensation. The intense purple seems to devour all light, rendering the air oppressive and hard to breathe. Pei Tingyun's temples throb incessantly. These dark purple flowers do not grow haphazardly. They're arranged in a peculiar order, each one remarkably robust. The enormous flower heads at the top are as large as a basin, with overlapping petals curling outward, emanating a faint purple glow. Pei Tingyun suppressed the surging blood within him, his hand holding the torch steady without the slightest tremor. He stepped forward slowly, the flame driving away the layers of purple shadows, resolutely illuminating the roots of those flowers. As the firelight penetrated the layers of purple, revealing the base of several nearby flowers, Pei Tingyun felt a chilling sensation surge from his feet to the crown of his head. His pupils constricted suddenly. Those so-called flower pots and their so-called soil were, astonishingly, complete or fragmented, bone-white human skulls. Countless in number, the dark purple, thick roots twisted grotesquely, emerging viciously from the base of the flowers. They were deeply embedded in the eye sockets, nasal cavities, and ear holes of each skull, even penetrating through the openings at the top of the cranium. The surface of the roots, illuminated by the torchlight, revealed minute pulsations. It was as if they were living entities, drawing the last remnants of sustenance from these skulls, draining every last ounce. Within the hollow eye sockets of the skulls, a dim purple light flickered, reminiscent of hellish ghost flames. A wave of nausea roiled in Pei Tingyun's stomach. The southern border shaman, he spat out a few words through clenched teeth. "Cursed be this place." Chuanfen, fighting against her own revulsion, cautiously approached a few steps closer. She scrutinized the skulls that served as flower pots. Some skulls bore remnants of dried, darkened flesh, and a few strands of hair clung to them. Judging by these remnants, The owners of the skulls had not been dead for long. They were likely the recently missing citizens of Yulin city. Guyu also leaned down, her face paler than the stone walls. She plucked a small amount of dark, moist soil from near a particularly lush cluster of dark purple flowers. Bringing the soil close to her nose, she mustered all her strength to take the faintest whiff. But just that slight inhalation caused her body to stiffen suddenly. The soil at her fingertips felt as heavy as a mountain, making her tremble uncontrollably. Her stomach churned violently. The stench of decay intermingled with blood surged to her brain, and she could no longer contain herself, doubling over in a fit of dry heaving. Pei Tingyun's heart sank, and he called out sharply, "Guyu, what is wrong?" After a struggle to suppress her retching, Guyu raised her head, her tranquil face now etched with horror and disgust. The adult's voice trembled. As if articulating a diagnosis she herself could scarcely believe. The soil nurturing these sinister blooms was composed of human bone powder, intermingled with an abundance of decayed adipose tissue. She abruptly halted, her pupils constricting as if she had glimpsed something more terrifying than death itself. Her voice shattered, tinged with a sharp note of despair. "No, it is not ordinary adipose tissue. It is brain matter. That peculiar, sickly sweet odor is from the brain. They utilize human skulls as vessels, fertilizing with brain matter." Chapter 54. Living beings as vessels for malevolent growth, souls dissipating and memories fading. The stench, almost palpable, mingled with the bizarrely sweet aroma of the purple, devouring nectar, caused Pei Tingyun's temples to throb. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, and a tempest of fury boiled within him as he cursed. What a vile place this is! In his arms, the little jade unicorn suddenly murmured softly. The small creature poked its head out from his garment, and Pei Tingyun pressed down gently on its little head to shield its gaze from the horrors. Nevertheless, the little unicorn sniffed intently, its brow furrowing slightly. Pei, it seems there are many people inside, crying softly like in a dream. I cannot make out what they are saying, but they sound so very sad." Upon hearing the unicorn mention the sound of weeping, a glint of cold light flashed in Pei Tingyun's phoenix eyes as he spoke in a grave tone. "In this ominous place, if there are truly people here, their fate may be dire," he commanded solemnly. "Wei Qi, Chun Fun, scout the surroundings with caution. Observe the situation ahead. Guyu, stay close to me and be wary of toxins." The two obeyed, stealthily parting the drooping, plump tendrils of devouring nectar as they ventured deeper into the cavern. Guyu followed closely behind Pei Tingyun, one hand resting on the pouch at his waist while the other gripped several silver needles, prepared for any eventuality. As they navigated through clusters of suffocating dark purple flowers, the cloying sweetness of the unusual fragrance intensified, almost penetrating their very innards, prompting Pei Tingyun to instinctively hold his breath. After traversing several dozen paces, the scene before them transformed dramatically. Even for someone like Pei Tingyun, accustomed to the bizarre and the macabre, his pupils dilated in shock, and his breath caught in his throat. Ahead lay not the flowers sprouting directly from human skulls, but instead a series of rudely constructed stone beds made from rough mountain rocks. At least 20 or 30 of them. Each stone bed bore the lifeless form of a person. Their eyes were tightly shut, their faces devoid of color, skin exhibiting a sickly pallor reminiscent of those steeped in medicinal tinctures. A faint rise and fall of their chests indicated that they still clung to life. Most horrifyingly, upon each living person's head sat a dark purple wreath woven from devouring nectar. Rather than merely resting upon them, it seemed to have grotesquely sprouted from their very skulls. Countless dark purple, twisted rootlets embedded deeply into their temples and crown, even extending from the corners of their eyes and behind their ears. The surface of the roots pulsed slightly, as if greedily consuming something. The flowers of the devouring nectar bloomed decadently above them, each petal glimmering with a spectral purple light, exuding that nauseatingly sweet fragrance. This was unmistakably parasitism, a chillingly grotesque symbiosis. His fingers, gripping the hilt of the knife, turned ashen with rage, exuding an intimidating aura. Guyu stepped forward with a swift stride, her fingertips brushing against the wrist of one of the living, then probing toward the forehead. She abruptly withdrew her hand. Her complexion drained of color. "My lord, the pulse is chaotic like scattered sand, the spirit chamber icy cold, and vitality is utterly depleted." Guyu's voice was laden with difficulty as she gazed at the bizarre floral wreaths adorning their heads, her brow furrowed in concern. "This devouring essence appears to be intricately linked to their souls. I can sense a sinister force siphoning away their life essence." She extended her finger once more, cautiously touching the flower wreath of the individual. The moment her fingertip made contact with the petals, the living body on the stone bed convulsed violently. From their throat emerged a series of meaningless, wheezing sounds reminiscent of a broken bellows. Their tightly shut eyelids trembled violently, as if struggling to open, yet utterly powerless. "They are still alive." Guyu's voice trembled with incredulity. "But their souls have nearly been consumed by this devouring essence." The thought of souls being devoured sent a shockwave through Pei Tingyun's mind. He suddenly recalled the peculiar, listless demeanor of the citizens of Guyuan City. He remembered the odd habits of the guests who roamed at night, as described by Wugo. A terrifying conjecture took shape in his mind. Guyu's voice was fraught with difficulty as she observed the strange floral wreaths above those heads, her brow deeply furrowed. "It is strange. Their vitality is ebbing in a manner I have never witnessed before, not through poison nor disease, but rather as if their very souls are being drawn away by some unseen force." Yulin, who had been pressing her small face tightly against Pei Tingyun's chest, suddenly began to sob softly through a congested nose. Pei, the little one's voice was filled with sorrow and fear. "They've forgotten who they are. The flowers have consumed their thoughts, so they no longer feel pain or remember anything. Woo-woo, Lin finds them so pitiable." Consumed their thoughts. Yulin's innocent words struck Guyu like a thunderclap, igniting a shocking realization within her. She abruptly looked up, her eyes flashing with horror-stricken clarity. Souls being extracted, forgetting one's identity. This corroborated with an absurd account she had once read in a forbidden ancient text on poisons and medicine during her youth about the soul-devouring flower. "My lord." Guyu's pallor was terrifying. "I believe I understand how this devouring essence is nourished." This ancient text mentions a malevolent flower that does not directly claim lives, but gradually erodes the host's memories and consciousness. First trivial matters, then significant memories, followed by emotions. The 3 souls and 7 spirits are gradually consumed, leaving only a remnant soul to sustain life, ultimately leading to a complete forgetfulness of one's identity. This process resembles a frog in boiling water. The host, unaware, transforms into a mere breathing vessel devoid of thought and memory. These shamans from the southern frontier use the souls and memories of the living to nourish these devouring essences. Pei Tingyun felt the hair on his body stand on end. This was 100-fold, 1,000-fold more cruel than simply killing them. Qian Mingyuan once trembled as he spoke of a miraculous elixir promised by southern medicine merchants, one that could alleviate the burdens of troubling memories and bestow eternal tranquility. At that time, it was dismissed as mere trickery of the underworld. However, now, Pei Tingyun scoffed inwardly at the absurdity of such a so-called divine remedy. What a nefarious method it was to erase troubling memories. This was clearly a means to treat individuals as livestock, draining their very souls until they were reduced to mere fertilizer for monstrous blooms. A cold glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, and his voice was as frigid as ice. These southern sorcerers, one and all, shall pay 1,000-fold for their transgressions. I shall ensure justice for the suffering populace. Initially, the ensnared may have genuinely forgotten some of their grievances. For a year or two, they might have felt a sense of ease, free from worry. Yet gradually, they lost vast swathes of memory, forgetting beloved kin, the path home, even their own names, until they devolved into mere shadows of humanity, completely controlled by the grotesque blooms, transformed into mere vessels devoid of life. Such madness, Such utter depravity. The fury within Pei Tingyun threatened to erupt. At this moment, Chunfin also discovered clue. She meticulously sifted through the tattered garments scattered around the stone bed, lifting a chipped earthen bowl to scrutinize its base for hidden markings, her brow furrowing ever tighter. "Master, look here," Chunfin spoke gravely. "Though the fabric of these clothes is worn, the embroidery at the edges is not of the ordinary village woman's handiwork. It resembles the craftsmanship of affluent households in the city. Moreover, this bowl's base bears a style I find familiar. It seems to belong to an old established pottery shop in Guyuan City. They are likely not mere rustic villagers, but have perhaps resided here for some time. In such a ghastly place." As the atmosphere in the cavern reached an oppressive peak, Wei Qi, who had remained silent throughout the search, scanned every corner with the keen eyes of a hawk. When his gaze landed on a pile of seemingly ordinary rags and straw at the far end of a stone bed, the ever-impassive expression on his face subtly shifted. He extended his hand, gently stirring the straw, seemingly encountering something out of the ordinary, which elicited a barely audible, almost imperceptible sound of acknowledgement. He then withdrew a tattered scroll from the midst of it. The edges of the scroll were frayed, stained with grime and dubious dark marks. Wei Qi unfurled it with great care. By the faint light of the fire stick, the others beheld the inner surface of the scroll, inscribed with an ancient and distorted script from a southern region, its lines crooked and barely legible, as if penned by a mind in utter disarray. The great sorcerer claims that forgetting troubles is a divine gift, and forgetting pain brings peace. But who am I? Chapter 55. The sheep are penned for breeding. The innocent souls, upon their descent, are cloaked in dust. The group, heavy-hearted, cautiously advanced deeper into the cavern, following the trail of putrid stench and eerie sweetness. Pei Tingyun's gaze sharpened as he spotted, in a secluded corner, a solitary stone bed upon which lay a woman with a prominently distended abdomen. A pregnant woman, evidently nearing the time of her labor. Yet, her face bore no joy, no pain, only a chilling void of numbness. Hollow, vacant eyes fixated on the cavern ceiling. Above, a garland woven from the essence of the devouring deity blossomed in an exceptionally sinister manner, its dark purple petals plump and glimmering with an eerie light, drawing nourishment from both the mother and the unborn child in equal measure. Pei Tingyun felt a tightening in her throat. A life on the brink of departure nurtured another on the verge of arrival, yet both had succumbed to the malevolent harvest of this abomination. Guyu hastened forward, her fingers trembling as they rested upon the cold wrist of the pregnant woman. Her brow furrowed, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. After a moment, she raised her gaze, her voice hoarse. "Madam, the mother's vitality is nearly extinguished, her light all but gone. Yet, within her womb, the fetus still possesses an exceedingly faint heartbeat." A heartbeat? Pei Tingyun's heart jolted, and just as she was about to speak, a faint, almost imperceptible sound akin to a cat's whimper emerged from the depths of the cavern. It was not alone. Pei Tingyun's pupils constricted sharply. "Let us investigate," she urged, quickening her pace. Navigating through this repulsive expanse, the sight that awaited Pei Tingyun nearly stole her breath away. Rows of smaller stone beds lay meticulously arranged, each cradling children of varying ages. Some appeared merely 3 or 5 years old, while others were still swaddled infants. Each child bore, without exception, a tiny seedling of the devouring deity implanted atop their heads, with roots shallowly embedded in their tender scalps. From the moment of their birth, they had been marked by an evil brand. Their eyes held only the heartbreaking void of numbness. Day after day, their nascent souls were gnawed upon by the malignant growths above them. Yulin, cradled protectively in Pei Tingyun's arms, had been desperately covering her mouth and nose. Yet her keen senses unmistakably detected the presence of those tiny lives, so akin to her own, enduring unending torment, especially those of similar size, or even younger infants. They were like her, mere babies. Why, oh why, must they suffer such anguish? The little one's body stiffened abruptly. An overwhelming sorrow and despair engulfed her in an instant. Yulin clutched Pei Tingyun's garment tightly, her small frame trembling violently. Then, she suddenly tilted her head back and opened her mouth wide. "Wah! A heart-wrenching wail erupted from her, no longer a mere whimper or sob, but a piercing cry that resonated with the primal lament of the mythical qilin deep within her being. No, do not bully the babies. You are all villains. Great villains. Stop the pain. No more pain. It hurts. It hurts so much. Woo-woo. As her cries grew increasingly shrill, a pure and formidable force surged forth from her diminutive body, causing the cavern's rich and sweet essence of the devouring deity to momentarily falter. The eerie, dark purple flowers bowed their heads slightly, as if fearful of the wrath of this divine beast. Her voice echoed wildly within the silent cavern, steeped in boundless sorrow and towering rage. The stone walls seemed to tremble in response to the lament of this untainted soul, those who had long since lost their wits. Their numbed bodies began to quiver faintly. It was as though a fragment of instinct buried deep within their devoured souls had been stirred by this profound compassion. The vernal equinox and the grain rain had long reddened their eyes. Suddenly, they turned away, their shoulders trembling as they suppressed a sob. Wei Qi's icy visage was marred with a terrifying ferocity, his fingers gripping the hilt of a knife, pale and tense, veins bulging, eyes brimming with murderous intent. Pei Tingyun held the weeping Yulin tightly, his heart twisted in agony. He had never witnessed Yulin in such a state of distress. The malice she endured had far surpassed the limits a child could bear. Lin, do not cry. Pei Tingyun's voice was hoarse, each word seeming to be forced out from a heart that was being torn apart. He felt the small body in his arms tremble violently from overwhelming sorrow, the cries piercing his very soul like countless heated needles. Clumsily, he patted Yulin's back, yet he understood that no words could alleviate the anguish before him. This sense of helplessness intertwined with the malevolence around him, fueling the fire of rage within his chest, almost overwhelming his reason. So it is. Generations, herded like livestock, drained of their essence, bred for the sustenance of the god-eating saliva. Pei Tingyun's gaze swept over the scattered remnants of the desiccated, god-eating saliva and the empty stone bed. Those who had been utterly consumed met a fate where their bones were cast into the bone-eating array outside, recycled endlessly, forever denied rebirth. How cruel! How venomous! What devilry does this southern great witch embody? Damn it! Pei Tingyun spat those words through clenched teeth, the murderous aura around him nearly boiling over. He inhaled deeply, a flicker of struggle and determination passing through his eyes, which were tinged with a hint of red from his overwhelming wrath. Ultimately, he gently yet decisively handed the nearly unconscious Yulin to the swiftly approaching Chuanfen. In that fleeting moment of transfer, his fingertips lingered on Yulin's small face with a tenderness that was immediately overshadowed by an icy wave of murderous intent. Guyu, assess the condition of all the children. Ascertain if any are still alive. Wei Qi, protect them. Maintain full vigilance. Pei Tingyun stepped forward, his piercing gaze locking onto the nearest infant swaddled in cloth. The sapling of god-eating saliva atop the baby's head seemed to sense the threat under the shroud of his murderous aura, stirring uneasily. He poised his fingers like a blade, subtle energy swirling at his fingertips, preparing to cautiously peel back the tattered cloth enveloping the infant for a closer inspection. At that moment, a faintly chilling presence wafted from behind, accompanied by a sickly sweet scent that halted Pei Tingyun's actions. From the depths of the cavern, a voice, aged and laced with mockery and coldness, emerged from the depths of darkness. This vibrant essence has come to me as fresh fodder, just in time. My new sprouts are in need of some exquisite souls for a feast. Chapter 56. The Wrath of the Divine Beast Scares Away Spirits. Burning sad bones to ferry the remnant souls, Pei Tingyun's heart sank. He tightened his grip on Yulin, his phoenix eyes sharp as swords, scanning the darkness ahead. Wei Qi and Chuanfen almost simultaneously drew their blades, muscles taut, akin to leopards poised for a hunt. Guyu's fingers shimmered with silver needles, swiftly closing in beside Pei Tingyun. The voice, laced with a nauseating, sticky laughter, once again emerged, a sinister chuckle that seemed to seep from the crevices of countless decaying woods, infused with damp rot and the scent of blood. After so many years, aside from the forced offering of floral fertilizer, it was the first time such vibrant seeds had willingly presented themselves at my doorstep. Particularly that little doll. Her voice momentarily faltered, unmasked greed and longing evident in her demeanor. What a pure essence it would be if her spirit were to nurture my beloved treasures. Just imagine the splendid blooms that would arise. Pei Yun's temples throbbed violently. This old wretch dares to covet his Linlin, seeking death. Cunning and vile creature. Come out and face your demise. Pei Yun's voice was as sharp as ice. The laughter echoed twice, a high-pitched giggle, revealing the little one's fiery temperament. Alas, having entered this abyss of 10,000 gu, they would inevitably become sustenance. Soon, you shall become the most extraordinary specimens of my garden. The precious jade unicorn, tightly cradled in Pei Yun's embrace, trembled at the malice woven into that voice. Her petite body shivered suddenly. Yet this time, she did not cry out. Raising her head abruptly, her once clear, glassy eyes were now filled with a pure golden-red blaze. The red mark on her forehead shining like the blazing sun. Her mouth opened wide, and her wail soared to an unprecedented pitch. No longer the plaintive cries of an ordinary infant, but a roar that seemed to resonate with the laws of the universe, embodying the majesty of a supreme divine beast. That roar distinctly transformed in the minds of all present into two words: get lost. With the awe-inspiring might of the qilin, the sound manifested as tangible waves, reverberating outward. Bad guy, you big bad guy. The jade unicorn flailed her tiny fists in a frenzy. You shall not bully anyone. You shall not bully those pitiful souls. As her heart-wrenching cries echoed, an invisible yet formidable force expanded abruptly from her center, pure and vast, imbued with the unique auspiciousness of the qilin. Yet tainted by her overwhelming fury, it carried an air of destructive majesty. Boom! The entire underground cavern trembled violently. Rocks cascaded from above, and the ground quaked incessantly. The bizarre, dark purple essence trembled under this divine pressure, the petals shivering, while the skulls serving as pots emitted faint cracking sounds. The mocking tone in that ancient voice was instantly replaced by shock, even trembling. Was this the pressure of a divine beast? So pure, so vast, what manner of celestial being was this little girl? The malevolence within the cave showed signs of dispersing under this overwhelming might. After a moment of silence, disbelief gradually transformed into an uncontainable fervor. No, this aura is not merely pure. It can indeed shake the very roots of the soul-stealing essence here. If only I could seize this spirit. After a fleeting moment of shock and confusion, the voice's pitch abruptly rose, filled with morbid ecstasy and greed. So it is. Such a perfect soul exists in this world. A treasure bestowed upon me by the heavens. Ha ha ha. Pei Yun's heart also quaked violently. This power emanated from the essence of the jade unicorn, pure and vast, yet bearing the weight of destruction due to her grief and fury. Is this the true power of the qilin, capable of stirring the tremors of the earth itself? He clutched Yulin even tighter. Truly, Linlin, well done. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. Pei Yun decisively embraced the sobbing Yulin, whose breath came in gasps, and gently wiped away her tears with trembling fingertips. Be good, Linlin, don't cry. Father is here. I will avenge them. He then called out sharply to Wei Qi, Chuanfin, and Guyu. We must destroy this place swiftly. We cannot allow this old wretch to harm anyone further. The cave trembled violently. Guyu fought back her sorrow and disgust as she rushed toward the nearest stone beds. She quickly scanned the conditions of several children. Each small body bore the parasitic seedlings of the god-devouring nectar on their heads without exception. With trembling hands, she pierced the vital points of one infant with silver needles. The tiny form responded only with weak convulsions, devoid of any further reaction. Those eyes, which should have been clear, were as hollow as a dried well. Guyu's heart sank further with each passing moment. She continued to examine several children and adults, and the result was universally grim. Their vital signs were exceedingly faint, their souls long devoured, leaving behind mere empty shells. Despairing, Guyu abruptly stood up, staggering back, her face as pale as parchment. She shook her head in hopelessness, her voice thick with suppressed sobs and tremors. The adults cannot be saved. Their brains have been thoroughly eroded, occupied, and assimilated by the vile roots of the god-devouring nectar. Those wicked roots had even replaced the normal cerebral pathways, forming a dark purple, stone-like substance that exuded an aura of death. There was not a trace of normal brain matter left in their skulls, only a mass of cold, lifeless, evil vegetation. This was utter annihilation. The source of life had been extinguished, and the souls had nowhere to cling to, rendering any hope of restoration futile. From the moment the god-devouring nectar took root, their brains had effectively perished. Even if these malevolent plants were removed, they would merely be soulless shells. Guyu looked at Yulin, a fleeting glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes, only to fade swiftly. The divine power of the qilin is pure and sunlit, capable of purging all evils and fostering vitality. Yet, these individuals, their cerebral sanctum had been entirely replaced by the vile vegetation. Their physical forms were utterly destroyed, incomparable to a mere poisoning or soul disintegration. To attempt to reconstruct what had become a plant-like brain and imbue a shell with a new soul and consciousness was akin to recreating life itself. A feat beyond Linlin's current abilities. Each word struck Pei Tingyun's heart like a heavy hammer. Not even Linlin could be saved. What did these southern sorcerers regard humanity as? Pei Tingyun slowly closed his eyes. Each sob from the small body in his arms felt like a blow to his heart. The raging anger and boundless compassion within him intertwined, nearly consuming his reason entirely. When he opened his eyes again, all emotion had drained from his phoenix gaze, leaving only a chilling, unyielding resolve. He lowered his head and gently kissed the forehead of the small, exhausted body, as if making a silent promise. Then, he lifted his head, his voice unervingly calm, as though every word was tempered with ice. Burn it all. He closed his eyes again, and when he opened them once more, that moment of uncertainty had transformed into an undeniable, frigid determination. Set this place ablaze. These imprisoned souls may find their ultimate liberation only in the embrace of raging flames, granting them passage to the afterlife. Chapter 57. Flames consuming the sorrowful soul's yearning to return. The abyss engulfed, the ancient demon emerges. Pei Tingyun's phoenix-like gaze radiated a chilling intent, her voice as frigid as ice. The cunning specter harbored deep-seated malice, undoubtedly possessing hidden schemes. A subtle weight settled upon her shoulder, as a sinister aura lay coiled in the shadows, poised like a venomous serpent. Each moment lingered here, increasing the peril for Linlin. Her hand instinctively grasped the hilt of her dagger. Swift resolution was imperative. Annihilation was essential, with no room for hesitation. Wei Qi and Chun Fun, unwavering, bowed in agreement. Yes. In a fluid motion, the duo retrieved several black ceramic jars from their satchels. With a sharp crack, the wax seal was forcefully removed, unleashing a pungent aroma of flammable oil that permeated the air. Wei Qi gingerly unveiled several iron spheres, each the size of an infant's fist, from a specially designed oilcloth bundle. Glossy black, their surfaces etched with intricate, interwoven runes, these were the secretive thunderclaps crafted for the Imperial Guard, capable of igniting vast quantities of oil in an instant, triggering violent tremors sufficient to collapse key structural supports. Pei Tingyun had previously decreed that such devices should only be employed in dire circumstances. Today marked that very occasion. Wei Qi and Chun Fun exchanged a resolute glance before splitting into two paths. Their forms darted like phantoms between the stone beds and the clusters of god-devouring flowers, stirring gentle breezes in their wake. They deftly doused the oil using specialized tools, drenching the sinister dark purple flora and the grim human skulls serving as makeshift pots. The oil shimmered in the dim light, reflecting the gruesome hollows of the bones. Several thunderclaps were meticulously positioned beneath the cave's previously scouted critical load-bearing structures. Every movement was precise and efficient, devoid of any superfluous delay. Tears dampened Pei Tingyun's shoulder as the cries of Yulin gradually subsided. The little one seemed weary from her weeping, perhaps sensing the resolute malevolence emanating from Pei Tingyun. Her diminutive form continued to tremble slightly, weakly resting against Pei Tingyun's shoulder, her small face buried deeply in the crook of his neck. After a considerable time, she nuzzled her tired head against him, her voice a faint, nasal whisper, fragile as a mosquito-esque buzz. Pei Pei. Her little hand weakly clutched at Pei Tingyun's garment, her voice trembling and hoarse from her earlier cries. Bad. Bad flowers, burning. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if straining to discern something, her tone laced with distant sorrow and confusion. Linlin hears many unhappy souls weeping. Her tiny finger pointed towards the stone beds. It's dark and cold. I want the dawn. Pei Tingyun's heart felt as though it were being tightly squeezed, the pain nearly suffocating. His beloved Linlin had once again sensed the most primal and humble yearning for liberation trapped deep within those tormented souls. These unfortunate beings, once treated as livestock, were tormented and drained of their essence and memories in life. In death, even peace eluded them. Now, a great fire would consume this accursed land along with their suffering, perhaps providing them with the finest of final resting places. Gu Yu's gaze swept over those quietly lying on the stone beds, awaiting their final moments, particularly the infants still in swaddling, their eyes already reddened. She bit down hard on her lower lip, stifling the tears that threatened to fall. In the brief intervals while Wei Qi and Chun distributed the fire oil, she deftly extracted a pinch of specially concocted soul-soothing powder from her medicine pouch, gently flicking it into several ventilation openings, a final act of compassion from a healer, however meager, seeking a moment of peace for the souls. With that, she focused intently, warily scanning her surroundings, ever vigilant against the lurking enemy. Soon, the fire oil was fully dispersed, and the thunderous devices were all in place. The black fuses coiled like poised serpents, eventually converging in Wei Qi's hands. He raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, meeting Pei Tingyun's, offering a nearly imperceptible nod. The lengths and burning speed of the fuses had been meticulously calculated to ensure their safe retreat before the explosion. Pei Tingyun cast one last lingering glance at this nauseating hell on earth, the bizarre dark purple flowers, the skulls serving as pots. The motionless figures on the stone beds, all would be reduced to ashes in the impending inferno. He tightened his hold on the already weary, drowsy Yulin, using his body to shield her from the world's most profound evils. Then, he abruptly turned, his voice low yet resolute. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, the others pivoted, their toes barely brushing the ground as they prepared to flee this impending sea of flames and ruins. However, just as they took their first step, a chilling laugh abruptly ceased, replaced by a violent, uncontrollable cough, the sound raspy, as if he might cough up a lung. A gaunt figure in a green robe emerged slowly from the shadows of the cave's depths, effectively blocking their only escape route. Each word he spoke was accompanied by labored breaths, a trickle of black blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, the pressure exerted by the qilin had inflicted serious internal injury upon him. Yet he appeared unconcerned, casually wiping it away, his murky eyes burning with insatiable greed. It was the gaze of a starving wolf fixated on a living heart. His eyes, akin to a sticky, venomous serpent, slithered over everyone, greedily wrapping around the small. Pure Yulin nestled in Pei Tingyun's embrace. What a truly splendid treasure. The cold, ancient voice was laced with the raspy remnants of injury and an unabashed fervor. Just as the elder's greedy gaze fixated on Yulin, a glimmering blade silently shot toward his throat. It was Wei Qi. He had seized upon a momentary pause in the elder's speech. Yet, the elder did not even turn his head. A swirl of dark energy enveloped him, deflecting the dagger with a sharp clang, resulting in another fit of violent coughing. What a pure and flawless soul. He rasped, a laugh escaping him as his gaze remained fixed on Yulin, as if he had discovered a peerless treasure. With her, this old man's soul-devouring Gu will surely succeed. Such divine artifacts have been bestowed upon me by the heavens. A foul and putrid gale surged forth violently from the depths of the cavern. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay, nearly toppling those who stood in its path. Accompanying this tempest were countless rustling sounds, a cacophony that sent shivers down one's spine. It was the sound of the vile insects scuttling rapidly, their exoskeletons scraping against the rocky walls, converging from all directions, drawing ever closer. Chapter 58. The frenzied swarm blocks the path. Earth trembles and mountains shake, entrapped in despair. The ancient fiend indeed had a final gambit. Wei Qi, ignite it! Pei Tingyun shouted vehemently. No sooner had his command left his lips than Wei Qi brought a firebrand near the wick's end, igniting it with a swift hiss. In an instant, as the flame reached its climax, a thunderous explosion resounded. Boom! In the deepest recesses of the cavern, the first deafening blast erupted. A conflagration, an endless blaze consumed all. The dark purple, god-devouring nectar was instantly ignited, roaring flames reaching for the heavens. The beings and the grotesque flowers upon the stone slab were reduced to cinders in an instant. The god-devouring nectar shrieked in anguish, contorting and bursting amidst the inferno. Boom! Boom! The thunderous detonations continued in rapid succession. More ferocious fireballs detonated, unleashing terrifying shockwaves. The entire underground cavern shook violently. The earth trembled. Massive stones and stalactites rained down chaotically. The ground split open, revealing gaping maw-like fissures. Billowing smoke, ignited oil, charred corpses, and the stench of the vile insects merged, heralding an apocalypse. "Oh, my precious, my god of poison, you shall all perish. You shall accompany me to the grave." From the depths of darkness, an aged voice twisted amidst the explosions, filled with malice and resentment, ultimately subdued by the crashing of colossal stones. A sudden sense of foreboding surged within Pei Tingyun. The elder fiend's final roar did not resonate with despair, but rather echoed a semblance of sacrifice. He bellowed, "Flee! The danger here is far from over." Hisses. The spine-chilling, dense hissing crescendoed from all directions. The elder fiend's vengeful cries were completely swallowed by the cacophony of collapsing stones. His last breath seemed to transform into an invisible curse, instantaneously infusing the swarm of spiders. Hisses. All hissing sounds abruptly escalated, twisting into a piercing shriek filled with insatiable hunger and ferocity. The grotesque man-faced poison spiders, with their crimson compound eyes, flared to life as if ignited by a final surge of madness. They were no longer merely enraged. They had become extensions of their master's dying wrath, intent on shredding all living beings before them to accompany him in death. Each man-faced poison spider, the size of a grinding wheel, glimmered with menacing light in their scarlet eyes. Ignoring falling boulders and raging flames, they surged forth madly from the fissures in the rock and the collapsing earth. A dark tide. Their numbers multiplied several-fold. The entire nest was unleashed. 8 furry legs moved with astonishing speed, creating a rustling cacophony as they advanced. Some spiders were engulfed in flames, heedless of their own peril, their mandibles agape, spewing forth virulent green venom. The venom sizzled upon contact with stone, emitting hissing sounds and rising wisps of white smoke as it corroded small pits into the surface. More spiders brandished their scythe-like pincers, slicing through the air with a whistling sound, charging towards Pei Tingyun and his companions. Tear apart the invaders. Curse be it. Pei Tingyun cursed inwardly. Wei Qi's countenance darkened, the short blade already drawn from its sheath. He moved like a specter, navigating the trembling ground with agility. The glint of his blade, sharp and menacing. With a sudden thrust, a goose spider's head was pierced, dark green venom splattering forth. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, its 8 legs thrashing wildly as it fell heavily. With a flick of his wrist, Wei Qi withdrew his short blade, deftly slicing through the toxic saliva that another goose spider had flung at him. One man, one blade, he forcefully carved a passage, safeguarding the retreat of his companions. Spring Equinox gritted her teeth, no longer dispersing powder medicine, but instead hurling an entire specially prepared oilcloth into the densest cluster of spiders. She swiftly launched 2 silver needles, treated with phosphorescent fire, that struck the oilcloth with precision, simultaneously commanding, "Guyu, the antidote." This smoke specifically targets the goo spider's compound eyes. A resounding boom echoed as the eerie green, toxic fire erupted. More deadly still was the billowing toxic smoke. The moment the smoke touched the goo spider's compound eyes, a sizzling, corrosive sound ensued, throwing the spider horde into chaos. Many of them writhing in agony and attacking their comrades in confusion. As spring equinox called out, Guyu had already flicked several pills into the mouths of their companions. The cooling medicinal properties swiftly alleviating the acrid sting of the smoke. Hissing, several goo spiders were singed, their cries of pain momentarily slowing their movements. Yet, the range of this fiery barrier was limited and insufficient defense. More goo spiders circumvented or leaped over the flames, charging forward in frenzy. Guyu closely shielded Pei, Tingyun, and Yulin, silver needles continuously darting forth, targeting the compound eyes or joints of the spiders. Despite her precise technique, it only served to slightly hinder them. These creatures had tough hides, making ordinary attacks ineffective for a fatal blow. Yulin's small face turned pale. Her frail body slumped against Pei Tingyun's shoulder, trembling lightly with the vibrations of the cavern. The thick, foul smoke enveloped them as she instinctively curled closer to her father, though her small nose stubbornly sought the familiar scent in his neck. Her round, dark eyes strained to focus, attempting to pierce through the chaos in search of a glimmer of hope for escape. The tremors of the cavern intensified, as if it were on the verge of complete collapse. Pei Tingyun held Yulin tightly, his embroidered spring knife flashing silver as he severed several strands of webbing. Anxiety gripped him. They needed to find a way out swiftly. Otherwise, they would either be bitten to death or buried alive. Yulin's weak voice, thick with nasal tones, brushed against Pei Tingyun's ear. She nudged her small head against his shoulder, striving to discern the chaotic sense around them. With great effort, she lifted her chubby little hand, her pinky trembling as it pointed toward a narrow passage partially obscured by large stones to the left front, her voice fragmented and broken. The hissing bad sounds are fewer, and there is still a hint of wind. "Let us go." Without a moment's hesitation, he tightened his hold on Yulin, growled softly, and charged toward the passage first. Spring equinox and Guyu immediately followed. Wei Chi's short blade danced through the air, once more forcing back several goo spiders. With a swift turn, he retreated into the passage, using his body to block part of the entrance, continuing to hold the rear. The passage was dark and winding, barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through. Debris and dust continuously fell from above. The sensation of the earth shaking was even more pronounced here, the ground undulating like waves beneath their feet. With every step, it felt as though the mountain was groaning on the brink of collapse. Behind them, the relentless hissing of the spider horde echoed, while ahead lay the ominous darkness and the precariously poised passageway. He held Yulin tightly in his embrace, fearing she might be struck by falling rocks or inhale too much smoke and dust. The little one, aware of the dire situation, remained remarkably still despite her extreme weakness. Her small head pressed against his chest, and although the glow of the red birthmark on her forehead was faint, the familiar and steady aura emanating from Pei Tingyun provided her with a modicum of comfort, lessening her trembling slightly. Coughing, Guyu was choked by the thick smoke, her complexion paling. Chunfen lent her a hand, struggling to follow. Wei Chi brought up the rear, occasionally wielding his blade to fend off the spider legs or venom that squeezed in through the gaps, feeling the immense pressure. This narrow passage seemed endless. Just then, a faint yet distinct sound of flowing water emerged from the darkness ahead. Yulin's previously dazed eyes suddenly brightened. She peered out a bit from Pei Tingyun's embrace, her little nose sniffing eagerly. "Pei Pei." Her childlike voice rang with excitement and urgency. "It's bright ahead." She sniffed again, adding water. "It smells nice, not stinky. Is a way out." Pei Tingyun felt a surge of energy. The others, hearing her words, felt a lift in their spirits and quickened their pace. The sound of water grew clearer, and indeed, a faint light began to pierce through the darkness ahead. Hope was within reach. Pei Tingyun dashed out of the suffocating narrow passage. Before him lay a sudden expanse. However, the moment he emerged from the passage, the ground beneath him was not solid. The seemingly stable rock of the exit cracked unexpectedly with a sharp sound as he stepped onto it. "Sir!" Wei Qi's urgent shout echoed behind him. He narrowly steadied himself, only to realize they were on a narrow stone platform, protruding from the main rock wall, riddled with cracks. Beyond the platform lay a bottomless, turbulent, dark river. Hiss! Behind them, at the passage's mouth, a swarm of crimson compound eyes surged forth. The human-faced spider horde was hot on their heels. In front, a sheer cliff and dark river awaited. Behind, a frenzied swarm of spiders. There was no retreat. Chapter 59. The qilin Guide's Escape from Death. Returning to the turbulent winds of Yulin. At this critical juncture, as the spider's silk and venom approached, Pei Tingyun summoned his protective energy to its utmost limit, preparing to withstand the onslaught. Almost simultaneously, Yulin, who had been weak and drowsy in his arms, instinctively let out a soft whimper, sensing the imminent danger. The warm jade qilin pendant that had always nurtured her suddenly erupted with blinding golden light, enveloping both of them. The red mark on Yulin's forehead also responded, briefly flashing a faint red glow before fading. The golden light primarily emanated from the qilin pendant, which autonomously activated its protective powers at the brink of life and death. With a gentle hum, the golden radiance rapidly expanded like rippling water, instantly forming a pale golden shield adorned with intricate runes around them. The edges of the shield flickered with golden light, exuding a searing warmth. The venom and resilient silk spewed by the human-faced spiders collided with the shield, hissing like melting ice and snow, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke, unable to penetrate even a fraction. Moreover, several of the leading spiders, struck by the force emanating from the shield, emitted high-pitched shrieks and were forcefully pushed back several feet. Pei Tingyun felt an abrupt alleviation of pressure enveloping him, and the suffocating stench diminished significantly. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, soon transforming into resolute determination. No longer did he harbor any hesitation. Seizing the fortuitous golden shield that had emerged, he bellowed with thunderous intensity, his voice reverberating against the cliff. "Jump!" Clutching the precious Yulin tightly in one arm, he drew his dagger from his waist with the other, its blade gleaming as it severed the remnants of spider silk attempting to ensnare them. He was the first to leap, akin to a soaring eagle, plunging into the unfathomable depths of the rushing underground river below. At the vernal equinox, Guyu exchanged a glance with him, exhibiting no hesitation as they both followed suit, leaping after Pei Tingyun in swift succession. Wei Qi positioned his sword before him, slicing through several streams of venom that assailed them, and with a contemptuous snort directed at the spider swarm shrieking from the cliff above, he finally turned and leapt, being the last to plunge into the abyss. Their figures were instantly engulfed by the frigid, bone-chilling waters of the river. At the cliff's edge, the pursuing figures of the spider minions appeared instinctively wary of the tumultuous waters. They clustered at the precipice, emitting a cacophony of resentful and furious shrieks, their myriad compound eyes glinting with a sinister green light. Yet ultimately they dared not pursue any further. They could only watch helplessly as their prey vanished into the endless dark waters. The river was icy to the core, its powerful current violently tugging at their bodies, striving to scatter them against the jagged rocks. Pei Tingyun sensed that the little creature in his arms, previously shivering from the foul air, now instinctively nestled deeper into his embrace, seemingly unperturbed by the chill of the water. He glanced down to find Yulin's tightly shut eyelashes quivering, her pallid face devoid of color. Though her breathing was faint, it remained steady, and the red mark on her forehead glimmered dimly beneath the water surface. Perhaps the purity of the flowing water had severed the corruption within the cave, temporarily halting her deterioration. Her tiny hand instinctively clung to Pei Tingyun's garment, as if his embrace were her sole refuge. The warm jade qilin pendant at her chest continued to emanate a gentle golden light, dispelling the surrounding darkness and creating a clear sphere of illumination a few feet wide beneath the inky waters. This glow seemed to pacify the turbulent currents, enabling Pei Tingyun to discern whether perilous rocks lay ahead. He faintly perceived a direction where the water's resistance was slightly diminished, perhaps imbued with a trace of imperceptible vitality, guiding them away from total disorientation in the dark river. The undercurrents surged ominously, concealing countless sharp, invisible reefs beneath the surface, where a moment's inattention could lead to grievous injury. Several times, Pei Tingyun felt on the verge of colliding with something solid. Yet, aided by the golden light radiating from the qilin pendant, he concentrated his internal energy into his eyes, rendering the turbulent waters and jagged reefs clearer to him. With one arm securely around Yulin, he maneuvered his other hand and legs in the water like a fish's tail, using his internal strength to manipulate the currents. Time and again, as he was about to crash into a sharp rock face, he forcefully altered their trajectory. Even so, the ferocious waters repeatedly slammed them against the stone walls, jolting his blood and qi, and he sustained himself solely through a single breath of true energy. As the vernal equinox and grain rain followed closely behind, they united to withstand the relentless pull of the undercurrents. Despite this, they endured immense suffering. The frigid river water incessantly invaded their ears and nostrils, each breath akin to swallowing blades. It is uncertain how long they drifted in the pitch-black, icy water. Time seemed to lose its significance. Just as they felt their strength waning, even the resolute Pei Tingyun began to experience waves of dizziness, his arms aching to the point where he could scarcely hold onto Yulin. In the distance, a faint glimmer of light finally emerged. The illumination gradually expanded in their vision, becoming clearer. With a resounding crash, they were thrust, along with the water, by a powerful current from a narrow and deep crevice. Subsequently, they fell heavily onto solid ground, gasping for air. Their surroundings became vividly clear. Pei Tingyun disregarded his drenched and disheveled state, shaking off the chill as he quickly rose to survey the area. Chuanfen, Guyu, and Wei Qi struggled to their feet, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Beyond the opening, they found themselves at the bottom of an ancient well, long abandoned on the outskirts of Guyuan City. The well walls were slick and covered in moss. Clumsily, they helped each other ascend from the damp depths, finally emerging into the daylight. Pei Tingyun swiftly assessed the surrounding terrain and the faint outline of Guyuan City in the distance, feeling slightly reassured. They were not too far from the city, merely a straight distance of a little over 10 miles. He gestured for everyone to take refuge in a denser patch of overgrown brush beside the well, lowering his voice. First, tend to your wounds and regain your strength. Guyu, check on Linlin. Wei Qi, you are on watch. Just as Guyu was administering a few drops of fresh water to Yulin, and Chuanfen intended to bandage Pei Tingyun's arm, Wei Qi, on guard duty, suddenly made a gesture for silence, his ears twitching as he intently remarked, "My lord, there are hoofbeats approaching, and there are quite a number of them." Pei Tingyun's heart sank, and everyone held their breath. Indeed, moments later, a thunderous cacophony of hooves echoed from the distance. Following that, the high-pitched, piercing shouts characteristic of southern border shamans drifted through the wind, laden with an unsettling chill. "Search thoroughly," barked a hoarse voice. Another voice, laced with impatience, complained, "What bad luck! The mountain collapsed for no reason, and the high shaman is furious, insisting we search this desolate place overnight. Do those bureaucratic rats in the capital think they can sprout wings and fly away?" A third voice, tinged with a sinister satisfaction, interjected, "Ha, they can't fly, but they can burrow. My tracking butterflies are highly sensitive to anger and moisture. I sense the earth dragon stirring on the other side of the mountain." Being, energy, and moisture in this area have also shifted, especially near this ancient well, where the humidity has suddenly intensified and mingled with an unusual vitality. The high shaman surmises it is likely connected to the collapsed lair. Everyone, stay alert and search diligently. If they truly escaped through this dark passage, It would be fortuitous for us, sparing us from searching the mountainside. Remember the high shaman's words. The living must be seen, and the dead must be refined. The sound of hooves grew increasingly nearer, and the flickering light of torches was now faintly visible. Pei Tingyun's expression darkened abruptly, and he inwardly lamented the situation. The commotion they had caused underground was indeed too great. The response from the southern sorcerers was alarmingly swift. It was evident that they had already realized the destruction of the god-eating Saliva's lair and had immediately ordered the lockdown of the eastern outskirts of Yulin City. Launching a comprehensive manhunt, they had just escaped the jaws of a tiger, only to find themselves in the den of wolves. Just as they were being cornered by the search party of southern sorcerers, feeling the depths of despair closing in on them, a sudden burst of flames erupted from the direction of Yulin City. The flames surged like a wildfire, instantly illuminating half of the night sky in a blood-red hue. Following that came the thunderous sounds of battle cries, the clashing of weapons, and the continuous booming of gunfire, rolling in like a thunderstorm, its momentum colossal. It seemed that within the city, a momentous upheaval of events was unfolding, unbeknownst to them. Pei Tingyun abruptly raised his head, gazing towards the ominous red glow emanating from Yulin City, his pupils constricting in shock. Something had transpired within the city. Chapter 60. Thunderous night escape from the lonely city. Beacon fires signaled danger a day prior. Zhao Yi and Jingzhe were drenched in blood, having fought their way through the heavy encirclement of southern sorcerers, carving a bloody path thanks to their familiarity with the terrain. Pei Tingyun and Wei Qi had already drawn away the majority of their pursuers. Nevertheless, their journey had been fraught with peril. Behind them, the battle cries of the southern sorcerers and the unique shrieks of the cursed insects gradually faded into the sound of rain. Zhao Yi wiped the blood mixed with rainwater from his face and spat forcefully. Jingzhe, on the other hand, silently regulated his breathing, rainwater streaming down his dark cheeks, his blood-soaked blade still glistening with sharpness. As they fled, a flash of pale lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, illuminating the dim rainforest. Thunder roared. The deafening sound erupted directly above them. Torrential rain followed suit, pounding down in relentless sheets, enveloping the world in a blinding curtain of white. In the midst of their desperate flight, Jingzhe's body froze abruptly. The moment the ghastly lightning illuminated his face, the color seemed to drain from his visage, leaving behind an almost deathly pallor. His grip on the blade tightened, knuckles turning white from exertion, yet his fingertips trembled uncontrollably, as if the thunder was not merely echoing in the heavens, but detonating right next to his ears. That moment of loss of control dissipated quickly, almost making one believe it was merely the chill brought by the rain. He clenched his teeth, forcefully suppressing the suffocating sensation in his throat along with a deeply buried fear. His jaw was set tight. The icy rain pelted against his face, the bone-chilling cold unable to mask the sudden terror clawing at his heart. He took a deep breath, inhaling the frigid air laced with the scent of damp earth, and compelled himself to continue moving forward. Yet, his steps felt heavier than before. Zhao Yi, sharp-eyed, caught sight of Jingzhe's momentary rigidity and the unnatural pallor of his face. His heart raced, and he bellowed in a gruff voice, "Hey, Ice Face, you all right? What is the matter? Did a thunderclap frighten you?" He attempted to force a mocking smile, but soon deemed such jest inappropriate for the moment, his tone inadvertently betraying a hint of concern. Jingzhe cast him a sidelong glance, his eyes glacial, as if tempered by ice and washed by rain, exuding a chilling intensity. He remained silent, quickening his pace, his figure flitting like a wraith through the muddy, slippery rainforest, rainwater splashing around him. Zhao Yi pouted, muttering about the inability to recognize goodwill, hastening to keep up. In this wretched weather, he hoped this icy being wouldn't truly freeze into a state of disrepair. Following the hurried signals left by Pei Tingyun amidst the chaos, the two trudged forward through the torrential downpour, navigating the muddy mountainside with urgency. At last, as dawn approached and the rain began to relent, they arrived at the dilapidated temple located 10 miles east of the city. The temple, drafty and forlorn, was adorned with cobwebs in every corner. The idol had long since toppled, leaving only crumbling walls, rendering the place even more desolate in the faint morning light. Inside the temple, it was utterly vacant. There was no sign of Pei, Tingyun, or Wei Qizhao. He felt his heart sink gradually. The rain continued to patter incessantly on the broken tiles, producing a monotonous sound. The temple was damp, dark, and cold. Irritated, Zhao Yi paced back and forth within the cramped confines of the temple, the squelching mud beneath his feet echoing with each step, splattering mud around. Damn it! Why haven't the adults arrived yet? Could something have happened? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Jingzhe, however, stood like a silent statue by the shattered window frame, rain misting in and soaking his shoulders. His gaze was profound, fixed upon the distant city of Yulin, shrouded in rain and fog. His fingers, tucked within his sleeve, unconsciously curled, as if attempting to grasp something, or perhaps to quell some tumultuous emotion. Time, in its agonizing weight, trickled by slowly. This night felt exceptionally protracted for them. At last, a sliver of pale light emerged on the horizon, a grayish hue signaling the onset of yet another arduous day. The rain began to lessen, transforming into fine droplets that fell at an angle. From the direction of Guyuan, an unusual commotion could be faintly heard. It seemed a large contingent was on the move. The sounds of hooves and clanging armor echoed through the rain curtain, indistinct yet stirring a sense of unease within the heart. Zhao Yi halted, straining to listen, his brows knitted tightly. Jingzhe's brow also furrowed ever so slightly, his gaze growing colder still. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps and barking dogs erupted from the muddy path not far from the temple. A group of southern sorcerers was escorting several disheveled, ragged commoners, who appeared utterly terrified as they passed nearby. One of the leading sorcerers was vocally berating the quaking citizens, his voice sharp and piercing, as if to assert dominance or to warn any nearby creatures that might be hiding. The great sorcerer has issued a decree. The imperial envoy from the capital, along with his accomplices, must not be spared, especially that infant. Search thoroughly. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we shall unearth the person. Alive, we seek to see them. In death, we demand to behold their corpse. To all who provide clues, a reward of 100 taels. If one can capture them, the bounty shall be 1,000 taels. The voice, unrestrained in its murderous intent and avarice, resonated harshly in the rain-soaked morning. Within the dilapidated temple, Zhao Yi and Jingzhe both felt a jolt of alarm, their expressions shifting dramatically. An imperial envoy, that infantile wretch. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the same shock and understanding reflected in the other's eyes. It is Lord Pei, and that little bundle, Yulin. They have escaped, yet the situation remains dire. The sorcerers of the southern frontier have cast a net, scouring the entire city for them. Zhao Yi felt a surge of fury erupt within him, his temples throbbing. How dare these other brutes act so brazenly? They are far too presumptuous. Jingzhe's gaze turned once more towards the direction of Guyuan City, his eyes colder than the rain falling outside. Implicit in his thoughts was the understanding that should they rashly return to the city now, they would not only be of no assistance, but could also inadvertently expose their lord's whereabouts, potentially jeopardizing their own lives as well. Zhao, he was no fool. He comprehended this fully. He struck a nearby crumbling pillar with a fierce punch, sending dust and cobwebs cascading down. Damn it! He cursed vehemently, consumed by a profound sense of frustration. Lord Pei must be in grave peril. How can we possibly penetrate this web? Jingzhe withdrew his gaze from the direction of Guyuan City, focusing instead on Zhao Yi's furious, reddened eyes, his voice as frigid as ice. We cannot return. With just the two of us, returning now would be tantamount to seeking death. We cannot breach the defenses. Zhao Yi, restless, paced back and forth, ultimately halting, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the army, shrouded in the curtain of rain, a mere blur. The fury on his face gradually transformed into a resolute grimness. His fists clenched tightly, emitting a cracking sound. After a long moment, he managed to squeeze out a determined statement through gritted teeth. No, we must return to find the army. We shall trample Yulin city into the ground. Jingzhi did not contest Zhao Yi's words. His gaze slowly retreated from the direction of Yulin city, settling instead on the rain-soaked ground outside the temple, strewn with withered yellow leaves. Deep within his eyes, a barely perceptible ripple passed, as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. He recalled the delicate figure, sculpted like jade, the innocence reflected in her clear, untainted eyes, and her childish voice. He uttered 2 words softly, almost inaudibly, Yulin. The sound was so faint it seemed it might be whisked away by the wind. Yet it carried an uncommon trace of worry, even a hint of softness he himself had not recognized. He retrieved from his breast pocket a small grasshopper intricately woven from fine vines, a creation he had crafted during his journey, initially intending to gift it to the little one at the opportune moment. At that moment, the small trinket appeared especially fragile in his rough, calloused fingers. Zhao Yi observed Jing's rare vulnerability and sighed inwardly. Even this ancient block of ice is troubled, indicating the gravity of the situation. Indeed, we must act swiftly. Zhao Yi slapped his thigh decisively, resolving that they could wait no longer. We must find a way to exit the city immediately. Laozi personally set out to locate our main force, gather everyone who can be summoned, and bring them all here. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, his gaze fixed intensely on the direction of Yulin city, his voice laden with anguish and determination. The current situation had escalated beyond what the 2 of us could resolve single-handedly. Delay could lead to unforeseen changes. With their minds made up, the 2 hesitated no longer. Just as Zhao Yi and Jingzhi hastily gathered their nearly drenched belongings, preparing to depart the dilapidated temple amidst the lingering morning mist after the rain, a sudden series of deep, menacing growls echoed from outside the temple. Moments later, figures clad in the attire of the Southern Border Patrol wizards emerged at the muddy path's end, leading ferocious black dogs, cautiously advancing toward the temple. One of the wizards, seemingly aware of something, abruptly raised a hand and pointed toward the temple. There was movement. Chapter 62. Stealthy passage through the secret tunnel. The growls of the dogs outside the temple pierced the rainy night, drawing ever closer. The shouts of the patrolling wizards carried on the wind. Zhao Yi's heart raced to his throat. Misfortunes never come singly. Jingzhi's expression sharpened, finger raised to his lips. He listened intently, discerning their location and number. This way quickly, Jingzhi whispered, gesturing toward the half-collapsed earthen wall behind the temple. The 2 slipped low against the wet ground. Like fleeting shadows, a few southern wizards were sniffing around the temple with their dogs. Aside from the lingering scent of blood and rain, they found nothing. Curse luck. There's no one here. The leading wizard spat in frustration, cursing as he led his men away. Avoiding the patrol, the 2 momentarily breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, a larger problem loomed. Yulin city was now a fortress, its gates firmly shut. On the walls, the southern wizards mingled with the guarded soldiers, their silhouettes barely visible. The defenses were several times tighter than when they managed to escape. Zhao Yi struck his thigh in frustration. What are we to do now? Jingzhi silently scrutinized the city walls, his brow furrowed. Zai pace angiosly, muttering incessantly. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. Ah, I remember now. Jingzhi's icy gaze turned toward him. I recall. Lord Pei indeed mentioned something. It was about a trusted confidant of the general from the northwest. Yes, the one recuperating in the capital. That person had mentioned a pathway to Yulin city, prepared for emergencies. The more he spoke, the more animated he became. Isn't this the very emergency we face now? The location, Jingzhi stated succinctly. Zhao Yi hesitated, scratching his head. It seemed to be near the base of the city wall, close to an abandoned drainage ditch. His memory was hazy, but it was their only hope. Without delay, the 2, using the morning mist and crumbling ruins as cover, made their way to a secluded drainage ditch on the western side of the city wall. Overgrown with weeds, littered with stones and debris, it exuded a musty odor. They dug through the rubble like moles, inch by inch, searching fervently. Zhao, he was drenched in sweat from the effort. Where could it be? Am I being deceived? as Jingzhe exhibited exceptional patience. His gaze meticulously scanned each suspicious stone and every peculiar patch of soil. At last, beneath a pile of dilapidated stone slabs, nearly indistinguishable from the ground, he discovered an unnatural depression. He pushed against the slab, but it remained immovable. Zhao Yi leaned closer, and together they exerted their strength, their veins bulging. With a creaking sound of strained friction, the slab slowly shifted, revealing a dark, cavernous opening. A wave of damp, decaying odor assailed their senses. They had found it. Zhao Yi was overjoyed, nearly bursting into applause. They exchanged glances before cautiously descending. As they climbed, Zhao Yi lowered his voice, exclaiming, "Goodness! This wretched place stinks worse than a latrine." He pointed to a patch of dark green, slightly wriggling moss on the stone wall. "Jingzhe, do you think this thing is alive? It's slippery and emanates a sinister chill." Jingzhe leaned closer, his nostrils flaring. "It's shadow moss. This place has been deserted for ages. And with the filth festering in the city, it's unavoidable for such things to arise. Move swiftly and avoid contact." The two of them crawled forward, using both hands and feet. Zhao Yi felt stifled. "When I return with the troops, I will make them expend less effort." The cold, icy voice of Jingzhe cut through his thoughts. Zhao Yi grimaced and fell silent. Not long after, they encountered a substantial landslide, with debris and mud blocking their path. To make matters worse, a heavy, earthy stench overwhelmed them, rendering the already thin air even more suffocating. Zhao Yi approached and pushed against a large rock, but it did not budge. In frustration, he growled, "Damn it, the heavens conspire against us." Yet Jingzhe pressed his ear against the damp, cold earth, and after a moment, he withdrew his short blade, pointing to a relatively soft corner. "Dig here. There's wind above." The presence of wind signified an exit, but also indicated that their movements could easily be detected. The two dared not speak further. Jingzhe expertly pried at the crucial stones with his short blade, while Zhao Yi used sheer force to excavate the loosened earth with his hands. They took turns laboring, sweat drenching their tattered garments, their arms aching with strain. With each scoop, dirt tumbled from above. Time seemed to stretch in this dark, suffocating passage. Finally, with a mighty effort, Jingzhe unearthed a slight gap ahead. It was open. Zhao Yi's spirits lifted. They scrambled through, their bodies coated in mud and an unknown viscous substance. When they emerged from a concealed cave several dozen miles outside the city, it was already deep into the night. The silvery moonlight illuminated their filthy forms. They greedily inhaled the fresh air, scented with grass, as if awakening from a dream. Zhao Yi collapsed, gasping for breath. "We've finally made it." Jingzhe quickly rose, scanning their surroundings with vigilance, then gazed up at the night sky. Based on the stars and the vaguely discernible terrain, he pointed in a direction. "Let's go. The main army should be over there." Without a moment's pause, they discerned their path and immediately set off at a brisk pace. After a night of relentless travel, compounded by battles and escapes, even the sturdiest of bodies felt utterly exhausted. Yet, the thought of Lord Pei and Yulin trapped in the perilous situation at Yulin, with no news of their fate, steeled their resolve, compelling them to summon the last vestiges of their strength. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhao Yi and Jingzhe, covered in mud and with their armor in tatters, encountered a reconnaissance squad dispatched by their own army near the official road. The scouts, seeing these two as if they had been pulled from a mire, one with a face full of brutish features and the other as cold as ice, almost mistook them for enemy spies. "Halt! Who goes there?" The scouts immediately drew their weapons. Exhausted and famished, Zhao Yi, his vision blurred, retrieved the general's token of Jinyuan from his bosom and shouted hoarsely, "Shine your lights and take a good look. I am Zhao Yi." The token glimmered in the early light. The scouts exchanged glances, quickly sheathing their weapons and bowing respectfully. It turned out to be General Zhao. "Zhao," he urged them on, his voice hoarse. "Enough. Quickly, take us to see Chunming." The scouts, not daring to delay, split into two, escorting Zhao Yi and Jingzhe at a swift pace toward the main army's tent. Inside the main tent, Li Ming, the acting deputy commander, was intently studying a map. Suddenly, a messenger reported that General Zhao and Lord Jing had returned in a rather disheveled state. Li Ming was taken aback and promptly allowed them to enter. Upon seeing Zhao, Yi, and Jingzhe, their clothes stained with blood and dirt, their faces etched with exhaustion and anxiety, Li Ming's expression turned grave. "General Zhao, what has happened?" Without pausing to catch his breath, Zhao Yi seized Li Ming's arm with such force that it startled him. His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice, raspy like a broken gong, echoed. "Gai Yuanqing has become a nest for those southern barbarians. Lord Pei and the others are trapped inside. We can discuss the details later." Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yi's voice rose with authority. "Transmit my orders. Prepare the entire army. Depart at once. The target is Gai Yuanqing." The urgent military command spread like thunder throughout the camp. In that moment, the once silent steel beast roared to life, releasing a thunderous growl. Chapter 62. The young qilin breaks through the fog. A surprise attack shakes Gai Yuanqing, Pei Tingyun, and his companions huddled in the shadows of the dilapidated woods, their breaths tinged with the scent of blood. The sounds of the southern barbarians' hunt and barking dogs grew ever closer as the encirclement tightened. In Pei Tingyun's arms, the little qilin's face was paler than the moonlight, having been forced to exert its innate power while enduring great fright. Now, it languidly leaned against his chest, its delicate eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. The qilin pendant on his chest emanated a barely perceptible warmth, protecting the little one's heart. Pei Tingyun's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his nerves taut. If it came to it, they would have to fight to the death. Suddenly, the din from the eastern gate of Gai Yuanqing erupted once more. "Kill!" The battle cries reverberated, fiercer than ever before. Flames lit up the night sky, and the sound of gunfire fell like rain. Was it the Northwestern Army? Pei Tingyun's mind raced. This commotion was no mere skirmish. It sounded as if a regular army was besieging the city. The formation of the southern barbarians' hunting party faltered. What was happening at the eastern gate? The lead sorcerer exclaimed in frustration. Seizing the opportunity, Pei Tingyun tightened his hold on the little qilin, gesturing for everyone to retreat silently. They temporarily escaped the peril. As he pondered their next move, the little qilin in his arms blinked awake, its round eyes shimmering with moisture, pointing in a specific direction. "Pei, over there is Linin, whom Pei adores, and Linin also holds affection for Pei." Pei Tingyun gazed in that direction. It was a row of ordinary houses shrouded in darkness, precisely the opposite of the chaos at the east gate. Guyu lowered his voice. "My lord, the window seams." Pei Tingyun focused intently. From the tightly shut window seams, a faint wisp of pale blue smoke wafted out. Guyu's nostrils flared slightly as he carefully inhaled the delicate fragrance of the smoke. His eyes momentarily clouded with confusion before suddenly brightening. He whispered in excitement. "It's the medicinal smoke for pest control. The scent is faint, yet I can identify several key ingredients. It is indeed a military specialty used for epidemic prevention." The military. Pei Tingyun's heart raced. Is it Zhao, Yi, and the others? Not only have they escaped, but they have also brought reinforcements. He exchanged a glance with Chuanfen. Chuanfen understood. Placing a finger to her lips, she imitated a short, peculiar whistle akin to that of a night owl, a signal commonly used by the Pei family as covert guards. The whistle faded, and the interior of the house remained silent for a few moments, devoid of any response. Pei Tingyun furrowed his brow, yet did not appear disappointed. If it were indeed Zhao Yi and his men, using a military signal would be far more prudent at this moment. But unfortunately, they were untrained in such matters. As expected, moments later, a faint sound of a gecko's call emerged from within the dwelling, one long and two short. A glimmer of clarity flickered in Pei Tingyun's eyes, and a heavy weight lifted from his heart. Without further hesitation, he led his companions stealthily towards the house like a cat. The back door. He rapped lightly on the door. 3 firm knocks followed by 2 gentle taps. The door creaked open slightly, releasing a wave of the mingled scent of sweat and rust from the military. Behind the door stood a face as cold and hard as ice. Jingzhe, with eyes sharp as an eagle. Jingzhe's gaze subtly shifted. He stepped aside. Everyone slipped inside. The door closed swiftly. The room was dimly lit yet crowded with people, all clad in night gear, armed with weapons, exuding an aura of lethal intent. At the forefront of the crowd, a robust figure abruptly turned. Zhao Yi. Hey kid, are you unharmed? Zhao Yi's fierce eyes instantly reddened, his voice trembling. He took 2 steps forward in a rush, eager to give Pei Tingyun a bear hug. But upon noticing the little jade Lin in his arms, his motion abruptly halted. His large hand, akin to a fan, awkwardly gestured in the air, torn between embracing and fearing to startle the little one, ultimately landing heavily upon his own thigh. Thank goodness you're safe. I was worried sick. His boisterous voice reverberated through the room. Pei Tingyun surveyed the familiar faces, and the anxiety in his heart dissipated entirely. He patted Zhao Yi's shoulder. Thank you for your hard work, General. Zhao Yi, feeling reassured, grinned and stepped back slightly, revealing the previously silent Jingzhe. Jingzhe's gaze meticulously scanned Pei Tingyun, noting his disheveled appearance yet steady breathing, though the bloodstains and undeniable fatigue tightened the heart. His brow furrowed ever so slightly before relaxing once more. His attention then fixed upon the small figure nestled in Pei Tingyun's arms. Jade Lin seemed to sense something, slowly peeking out from Pei Tingyun's embrace. Her glossy eyes still holding a hint of drowsiness and the moisture of illness, softly calling out to Jingzhe. The voice was gentle and soft, like a feather brushing against the heart. As the call echoed, the icy visage of Jingzhe seemed to stir ever so slightly. His piercing gaze softened, an unusual gentleness emerging as it met the pure, yet evidently frail eyes of Yulin. It was akin to a delicate fissure forming upon the surface of a frozen lake, revealing a glimmer of warmth beneath. Subtly yet gravely, he nodded toward Yulin. Once he confirmed that the little one was merely weak and not in peril of life, the taut line of his jaw finally relaxed a fraction. Zhao Yi explained from the side that they had infiltrated through the secret passage mentioned by Pei Tingyun, bringing in 500 elite vanguards. He surmised that the recent landslide in the Western Mountains was likely orchestrated by Pei Tingyun. They had deliberately created a commotion at the east gate to draw the attention of the sorcerer. The two quickly consolidated their information, and a plan crystallized in Pei Tingyun's mind. In a low voice, Pei Tingyun declared, "Let this place serve as our stronghold. Jingzhe, take a team to safeguard Yulin and Guyu. General Zhao, you will lead the others to cleanse the influence of the poison, step by step, from this center. We must carve out a sanctuary within this toxic city to create the safest landing point for the main force to enter through the secret passage." Understood. Zhao Yi and Jingzhe responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with determination. Meanwhile, outside Guiyuan City, Deputy Commander Li Ming had led the main force to the concealed cave. Soldiers, guided by trusted companions, silently streamed into the unfathomable darkness in batches. A thunderous counterattack was on the verge of unfolding. At the center of the city, atop the tower that had been transformed into an altar, a great sorcerer from the southern regions, cloaked in black and adorned with bizarre runes, was attuned to the flow of poisonous energy within the city. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, confusion flickering in his murky gaze. Is that so? In that inconspicuous corner to the east, a void has appeared within the poison net I cast. A pure and untainted force was burning and purifying his toxins. The sorcerer's initial bewilderment quickly morphed into a pathological greed and fervor. He extended his withered finger toward that direction, his voice hoarse with excitement. Go. Capture that entity alive for me. Behind him, figures of towering stature, cloaked in thick black mist, bowed silently. They then vanished into the night like phantoms. Chapter 63. The sinister shadow eyes the Nest Lin's heart raced amid the fiery chaos that awaited thunderous clashes. Hundreds of elite soldiers, imbued with an aura of iron-blooded ferocity, stood ready. They were seasoned veterans under Zhao Yi, their commander, and with orders given, their battle fervor was already ignited within. Jingzhe remained silent, his eagle-like eyes firmly fixed on Yulin in Pei Tingyun's arms, isolating all potential threats. Pei Tingyun turned to Guyu, his tone slightly softened. Guyu, How much of the herbal miasma-repelling incense remains? Guyu retrieved a small incense burner and several deep brown sticks from his medicine pouch, a look of reassurance in his eyes. Sir, there is still enough stock to last for several hours. This incense dispels common miasma, though it cannot eradicate the poison. It can suppress its malignancy and calm the spirit. Pei Tingyan nodded. Ignite it and place it in a key position within the courtyard. A sanctuary is carved out, providing clear guidance for the brethren beyond the city. At this moment, Yulin is too weak to endure further exertion. The herbal incense serves as a perfect aid, alleviating her burden and expanding the territory of this sacred land. Yes, my lord, Guyu cautiously ignites the incense. The crisp, fragrant smoke rises delicately, dispersing the oppressive atmosphere and the faint hint of blood within the room. Leaning languidly in Pei Tingyun's embrace, Yulin seems to catch a whiff of a familiar, comforting scent. Her petite nose twitches gently, her eyelashes flutter, and a faint, delicate murmur escapes her lips. Thank you, Pei Pei. The unconscious whisper warms Pei Tingyun's heart. He lowers his head, gently brushing Yulin's soft forehead, his voice low and resolute. Be good, Lin Lin. Pei Pei will protect you and ensure that all the villains pay dearly. With a command from Zhao Yi, dozens of shadows meld into the night like phantoms. Groups of 3 and 5 silently cleanse this area of its malignant presence. There are no fierce clashes, only the muted thud of daggers piercing throats, the subtle sound of bones cracking as joints are dislocated, and the soft rustle of bodies collapsing to the ground. Shadows flit about corners, eaves, and every concealed nook with precision and efficiency. The patrolling sorcerers of the southern wilderness, lured like puppets, often fail to react before their throats grow cold or their joints are rendered useless, leaving them limp and silent. Zhao Yi leads the charge, wielding a heavy blade that typically cleaves stone, now wielded with stealth honed over 40 years of military experience. In the span of half a stick of incense, the area surrounding the homes has been rendered devoid of life. The sweet scent of poison in the air noticeably dissipates, replaced by the clean fragrance of herbal incense. This region has been forcibly extracted from the clutches of toxicity, emerging as a patch of purity. Pei Tingyun's phoenix eyes narrow slightly, his keen intuition warning him that the true danger is only just beginning. The insidious malice in the air ebbs and flows like a tide from the heart of the city. The watchful Wei Qi's pupils constrict sharply. He rushes to Pei Tingyun's side, his voice colder than the night breeze. My lord, something approaches. 3 of them, exceptionally strong, with an exceedingly strange aura. No sooner has he spoken than the night thickens palpably, as if something is consuming the moonlight. 3 shadows, nearly indistinguishable from the darkness itself, materialize silently atop the courtyard wall. Cloaked in voluminous black robes and wearing grotesque skeletal masks, only their chilling, emerald eyes are visible, cold and lifeless. They are enveloped in an oppressive black mist, not of internal energy, but of a sinister force coalesced from countless vengeful spirits and poisonous essences. Elites dispatched by the southern wilderness great witch. Their target, Yulin. One of the shadows flickers, drifting into the courtyard like a falling leaf, directly lunging for Yulin in Pei Tingyun's arms. The swiftness and precision far surpass that of the previous rabble. Seeking death, Pei Tingyun's phoenix eyes blaze with murderous intent. He had anticipated their advance, but never expected it to come so swiftly and so eerily. Clutching Yulin, he does not retreat, but charges forward, his embroidered spring blade unsheathing with a metallic clang, a streak of silver light arcing toward the shadow. The clash of steel rings out, a jarring symphony of metal meeting metal. The shadowy figure's arm was as unyielding as tempered steel, clashing forcefully with the embroidered spring blade, causing a slight pause before it lunged again with its claw. 2 additional shadows descended from the courtyard wall, their target equally focused on Yulin. Not chance. Jingzhe and Chuanfin bellowed simultaneously, positioning themselves on either side of Pei Tingyun. Jingzhe's short blade darted forth like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at the shadow's face. Chuanfin raised both hands, unleashing a flurry of eerie blue poison needles that rained down upon the other shadow's vital points. Zaha Yulin, brandishing his sword and preparing to advance. Lord Pei, allow me, guard the perimeter. Not a single one shall enter. Pei Tingyun sharply commanded. These three shadows were formidable foes. Sending ordinary soldiers forward would only lead to needless casualties. He held Yulin tightly in his embrace, his soft sword weaving an impenetrable defense as he engaged the foremost assailant. The small Yulin sensed an unprecedented malevolence. Her previously dazed eyes, clouded by weakness, widened suddenly, her glossy pupils filled with fear and unease. Bad guys. The little one's voice trembled with a cry, her tiny hands clutching tightly to Pei Tingyun's garment, her body shaking with trepidation. The bright red birthmark on her forehead glimmered intensely. A pure and authoritative aura surged from her diminutive frame, striving to repel the encroaching malevolent darkness. The three shadows hesitated, taken aback by the energy radiating from Yulin. Their emerald eyes flickered uncertainly, revealing not only apprehension, but an insatiable greed and fervor. Indeed, a treasure. One of the shadows emitted a hoarse, grating laugh, intensifying their assault. In a moment of dire urgency, Ka, a piercing and distinctive eagle's cry shattered the night air, resonating clearly from the direction of the secret tunnel's exit on the western side of Juanyuan City. Following this, a dazzling crimson firework erupted, trailing a long tail and exploding above Juanyuan City, forming a colossal character for attack. The main force of the Northwest Army had stealthily infiltrated through the secret passage and signaled a full-scale assault. Pei Tingyun's spirit surged, his gaze sharpening with determination. Reinforcements had arrived, yet the three shadows showed no signs of retreat. Instead, their emerald glows flared even more brightly. One of them cackled maniacally. What are reinforcements? First, we seize the treasure, then we slaughter the entire city. The two others intensified their onslaught, clearly willing to stop at nothing to snatch Yulin away before the Northwest Army could encircle them. The shadows' attacks grew ever more frenzied, their claws clashing with blade edges, igniting sparks as darkness and steel intertwined, the air thick with murderous intent. Pei Tingyun shielded Yulin, repeatedly parrying the blows, his arms beginning to ache with fatigue. Chapter 64. The shadow assault. The winds grew tense, and the blood-red altar summoned the generals to form a formation. Pei Tingyun commanded in a voice as cold and sharp as a blade slicing through the night. He shielded Yulin's petite form behind him. The embroidered spring blade was drawn, its edge glinting ominously in the darkness. Jingzhe and Chuanfin moved in response. Jingzhe melded into the shadows, sliding to Pei Tingyun's left rear, reversing the grip on his short blade, its tip gleaming with a chilling light. Chuanfin stood firmly to the right rear, silver needles poised between her fingers, her gaze sharp and focused. The trio swiftly formed a solid triangular formation, safeguarding Yulin at the center. The battle was on the brink of erupting. The Goom Master emitted a sound that was far from human, a chilling howl that echoed through the air. With a sudden stomp, the blue stone ground beneath him cracked under the immense force of his presence. He charged forward with an alarming speed that belied his massive frame, the fierce wind striking against faces like a whip. Pei Tingyun narrowed her phoenix eyes, advancing rather than retreating. With a flick of her wrist, the embroidered spring blade conjured a silvery barrier that was impervious to the onslaught of the Goom Master's ferocious attacks. The blade transformed into a shimmering veil of silver, blocking each of the Goom Master's relentless strikes with an impenetrable defense. Clang, clang, a series of sharp, metallic sounds rang out as the Goom Master's razor-sharp claws were met by the blade's luminous light. Each impact sent a tremor through her arms. Yet Pei Tingyun's expression remained composed, her stance unwavering as she deftly neutralized the storm of attacks directed at her. Beside her, the delicate hand of Yulin clutched tightly at the hem of Pei Tingyun's garment, her small frame trembling with fear. Although she could not comprehend the battlefield's dynamics, She acutely sensed the malevolent aura emanating from the three grotesque figures, a sensation that filled her with profound discomfort. In response to her terror, an aura of pure qilin energy radiated from her being, unconsciously enveloping those around her in warmth and tranquility, soothing their troubled spirits. Yet for the three Gu masters, this aura felt akin to a searing iron brand, further inciting their already chaotic wills. A second Gu master circled around, launching a fierce assault from the side toward Chuanfen. With her gaze sharpening, Chuanfen neither flinched nor retreated. Instead, she gracefully spun, her form resembling a fragile willow swaying in the wind, narrowly evading the attack. In the fleeting moment of their passing, a silvery needle shot from her fingertips, aimed directly at the Gu Master's neck. However, as the needle made contact with the skin, it was repelled by an invisible dark force, returning futilely. Chuanfen's brows furrowed slightly as she urged, her words quickening, their dark energy protecting them. Ordinary pressure points are difficult to penetrate. We must find their vulnerabilities. At that moment, Jingzhe, who had been lurking at the edge of the battlefield, sprang into action, like a leopard in the night. He seized the fleeting opportunity when one Gu master, having exhausted his strength in attacking Pei Tingyun, was momentarily vulnerable. He lunged forward, his short blades striking like a venomous snake, aimed directly at the creature's eye socket. The Gu master reacted swiftly, tilting his head sharply. The blade grazed his cheek, igniting a shower of sparks, leaving only a faint white mark in its wake. Jingzhe, realizing his strike had missed, retreated immediately. His voice somber, their skin is like copper and iron. These three monstrosities are the indestructible creations of the southern wilderness sorcerer, crafted through secretive methods. They feel no pain and possess immense strength. Ordinary weapons cannot harm them in the slightest. The battle thus fell into a stalemate. Pei Tingyun, facing two foes, intensified her blade's brilliance, yet could only manage to hold her ground. She understood all too well that, if this continued, her internal energy would inevitably be depleted. Chuanfen's gaze sharpened as she signaled to Jingzhe with a discreet gesture. With her keen observation, she finally discerned that with each exertion, the skin beneath one Gu master's left armpit momentarily wrinkled, the dark energy there thinning for just an instant. That might not be a physical weakness, but rather a critical point in the flow of dark energy. An opportunity, fleeting as it was. Chuanfen called out sharply, "Jingzhe!" Without further ado, the silhouette of Jingzhe transformed once more into an ethereal shade, hauntingly maneuvering to the rear of the Gu master. Simultaneously, Pei Tingyun experienced an epiphany. The embroidered spring blade was thrust forward with sudden ferocity, transitioning from defense to offense with the technique Pinga Duanyue. The blade shimmered like a full moon, both chilling and domineering, compelling the Gu master in front to retreat repeatedly, thereby creating an impeccable angle for Jingzhe's assault. Roar! The ensnared Gu master, pressured by the might of Pei Tingyun's blade, instinctively raised his left arm to defend, revealing a fleeting vulnerability. This was the moment. With a flick of her fingertip, Chuanfen launched 3 specially crafted silver needles, imbued with the dissolving essence of huashas, in a triangular formation, aimed directly at the creased fabric. This essence, while not lethally toxic, could dissolve the malevolent energies. Jingzhe's short blade was stealthily advanced from below, the tip charged with the entirety of his strength, piercing directly towards the heart of the Gu master. The Gu master seemed to sense the imminent threat, and with reckless abandon, his other hand retaliated fiercely, aiming to grasp Jingzhe. At this critical juncture, Pei Tingyun's blade light arrived just in time, entangling the Gu master's arm. With a squelch, the silver needles embedded into flesh, and the short blade finally penetrated the chest, which was tougher than fine iron. The Gu master froze, emitting a reluctant howl. The dense black aura surrounding him dissipated rapidly, akin to a balloon being punctured. Ultimately, he collapsed with a thunderous crash, transforming into a puddle of black water. Having dispatched one, 2 more remained, even more frenzied. One of the Gu masters, in a reckless frenzy, howled as he broke through Pei Tingyun's interwoven blade net, his claws like hooks, lunging directly at Yulin. whom Pei Tingyun fiercely shielded behind him. Pei Tingyun's pupils dilated in shock. He rapidly spun to envelop Yulin tightly in his embrace, enduring the blow with his own back. The fabric tore, skin rolled back. A deep gash, visible to the bone, extended from his shoulder blade down to his side. Pei Tingyun let out a heavy groan, his back ablaze with pain as a chilling numbness threatened to freeze his meridians. He suppressed the metallic taste rising in his throat, his gaze growing ever colder as he assessed whether this malevolent energy would impede his subsequent actions. "Father!" Yulin's cry was tinged with desperation. Chapter 65. Blood battle for the divine feather at the tower, which fire burns the city, trapping the true phoenix at that moment, from the direction of the city center. A faint yet piercing lament resonated, as if transcending spatial barriers, clearly reaching Yulin's consciousness. Her small form trembled violently, the discomfort penetrating to her very core. 100-fold stronger than before in the banquet hall. Overwhelmed by anguish, her delicate brows furrowed tightly, the mournful wail from the tower stabbing at her soul like needles, instinctively compelling her to act against the suffocating evil. In a reflexive motion, she extended her tear-streaked little finger, driven by an ancient instinct, and began to draw haphazardly on the fabric of Pei Tingyun's robe, as if channeling the pure power of the qilin to counteract the encroaching pain. As her tiny finger traced, barely visible golden rays flowed from her fingertips, seeping into Pei Tingyun's exquisite robe, forming a crooked yet potent sigil imbued with extraordinary energy. In the moment the runes took shape, Pei Tingyun felt a wave of coolness seep into his wound, alleviating the excruciating pain in his back to some extent. "Birds of fire!" Yulin suddenly cried, her voice tinged with desperation as she pointed towards the tower. A jolt of realization struck Pei Tingyun. The Grand Sorcerer of the Southern Wilderness was likely preparing to strike at the phoenix. "My lord!" The thunderous cries of battle approached rapidly as General Zhao Yi led the elite troops of the northern garrison, surrounding the remaining 2 Gu practitioners. The soldiers of the northern garrison worked in perfect harmony. The shield-bearers advanced while the spear-wielders followed, effectively trapping the 2 monsters within their military formation. Ultimately, Zhao Yi descended upon them, severing their heads with decisive strokes. "Hey, you are injured!" Zhao Yi exclaimed upon noticing the wound on Pei Tingyun's back, and the sight of Yulin, nearly fainting in his arms, filled him with urgency. "General Zhao," Pei Tingyun's voice rose sharply, hoarse from blood loss. "Gather our forces and assault the tower at the government office immediately." "Understood," Zhao Yi responded. At that moment, he caught sight of the peculiar, shimmering golden symbol adorning Pei Tingyun's chest. The power emanating from that design was pure and overwhelming, causing even a battle-hardened warrior like him to feel a surge of trepidation. Zhao Yi's mind raced as he recalled Yulin's previous extraordinary feats, and without hesitation, he shouted, "Pei, I must apologize." Ignoring Pei Tingyun's astonished expression, he reached out and forcefully tore the rune-etched fabric from Pei Tingyun's chest. Pei Tingyun felt the fabric ripped away with sudden force, instinctively tensing his body, his phoenix-like eyes flashing with cold surprise at this reckless man. However, upon seeing Zhao Yi's bloodshot eyes filled with urgency and the fabric still radiating an otherworldly golden light, he instantly grasped the intention behind the action. Any lingering displeasure and regret over his robe were swiftly overshadowed by profound trust. He merely furrowed his brow slightly, maintaining a steady voice. "Your intentions are appreciated, General." Zhao Yi chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "Hey, I think this thing could be of use. It might just save the day. I promise to replace your robe with 10 new ones." He handed the glowing fabric to his personal guard. "Quickly find General Yang's main force from the Northwest Army, or wait at the secret entrance as they enter the city, and deliver this item to him urgently. Inform him that it can resolve his predicament. It is of utmost importance." "Yes," the guard acknowledged, clutching the luminous piece of cloth before vanishing into the night. After completing this task, Zhao Yi, brandishing his blood-stained broadsword, turned to Pei Tingyun, his face a mask of fury. "Pei family scion, let us go. I shall see what kind of monsters dare to wreak havoc on the northern garrison's territory." as the night wind howled and a surprise strike shook the very foundations of Yulin. The true epicenter of the storm, the imposing tower of the government office, began to reveal its menacing visage. The government office, once a symbol of power in Yulin City, had now transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. The wide stone path leading to the tower was strewn with the bodies and remnants of goo insects. Under the command of Zhao Yi, the vanguard of the northern town army surged forth like a searing brand, forcibly carving a path through the line of defense composed of venomous insects and controlled soldiers. Shield wall, advance! Pikemen, thrust forward! Zhao Yi's voice resonated clearly amidst the cacophony of battle cries, akin to a stabilizing anchor in turbulent seas. Armed with a formidable blade, he led the charge, cleaving through the adversaries with unyielding ferocity, leaving behind a trail of severed limbs and shattered defenses. The soldiers of the northern town army, renowned for their battlefield prowess, adhered resolutely to their commands even in the face of grotesque foes. A formidable barrier of heavy tower shields formed an impenetrable iron shell, crushing countless approaching insects. Yet, soon after, they were confronted by the hollow-eyed forms of their former comrades, now manipulated puppets. Zhao Yi felt an anguished tug at his heart. "Damn it! These are our brothers," he bellowed, his voice strained with suppressed agony. "Leave them alive. Do you hear me? These control brethren could not be allowed to perish in vain." Through the gaps in the shields, the gleaming pikes lunged forth once more. This time they did not aim for lethal points, but rather targeted the shoulders, thighs, and wrists of the ensnared figures, seeking to disarm them and cripple their mobility. With a sickening squelch, the spearheads pierced flesh, erupting in sprays of crimson while deftly avoiding fatal injuries. Accompanied by muffled groans and the clatter of falling weapons, the controlled soldiers cried out in pain as they collapsed, wounded yet alive. Each fallen comrade weighed heavily on the hearts of the northern town soldiers. But they had no choice but to carve a relatively safe passage for their comrades. "Prepare the oil. Fire!" With a commanding shout, barrels of oil were hurled, followed closely by flaming arrows. A towering inferno erupted, forming an insurmountable wall of fire. Countless insects crackled and burst into charred remnants, filling the air with an acrid stench. Pei Tingyun, cradling Yulin, followed closely behind the army, flanked by the guardians of Jingzhe and Xuanfen. His pallor from blood loss was evident, yet his gaze grew ever sharper. He gazed upward at the towering spire, acutely sensing the chilling waves of malevolence emanating from its peak, intertwined with the faint, sorrowful cries of a phoenix. At last, they reached the base of the tower. "This area is ours." Zhao Yi cleaved a charging sorcerer in two without a backward glance, shouting, "Pei, you go up now." Yulin clung tightly to Pei Tingyun, exclaiming, "I must go too. Only Lin can save Niao." Pei Tingyun's eyes flickered momentarily, recalling by Shu's divination. Nodding, he hesitated no longer, dashing into the tower with Jingzhe and Xuanfen. Chapter 66. The Phoenix's Rebirth. Lin brings warmth. Divine light cleanses the mortal realm. The scene within the tower was even more bizarre than that outside. The walls were etched with countless twisted crimson runes, seemingly alive, undulating subtly in the flickering light of the flames, whispering faintly in a manner that sought to invade the mind. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood and sulfur. With each step upward, the temperature escalated, as if approaching the mouth of an imminent volcanic eruption. As they ascended to the second tier, the contorted runes on either side of the walls began to writhe like living entities, and several venomous bone spikes silently shot towards Yulin. Pei Tingyun swiftly spun, cradling Yulin, evading the frontal assault, while the figure of Xuanfen glided along the wall like a wraith, her short blade slicing through the dimness, producing two precise arcs of cold light that deflected the bone spikes with a sharp clink. Before the assailants could mount a follow-up attack, Xuanfen flicked her fingers, and two silver needles, as fine as a hair, accurately embedded themselves into the shadowy eyes gleaming behind the runes. Two muffled groans echoed, and the movement behind the wall ceased abruptly. Without pausing, Pei Tingyun and his companions continued their ascent, their cooperation instinctive. When Pei Tingyun kicked open the heavy stone door at the pinnacle, the scene before him nearly drove him to madness. The summit housed a vast circular altar, its surface intricately inscribed with a malevolent array in blood. The Grand Sorcerer of the Southern Wilderness stood at the center of the formation, his emaciated frame shrouded in a black robe, brandishing a bone staff engulfed in eerie green flames, uttering incantations in an ancient, sinister tongue that transcended human language. Beneath him, a colossal iron cage glowed a fiery red. Inside the cage, the legendary and resplendent multicolored phoenix curled amidst the flames. Its magnificent plumage had been singed away, revealing charred flesh beneath, golden blood seeping from its wounds and dripping into the array below, becoming part of the vile ritual. Countless grotesque parasites clung to its form, writhing frantically, draining its last vestiges of power and life. With your frail body, ignite my sacred fire. The Grand Sorcerer's eyes glinted with a morbid fervor as he thrust the bone staff towards the iron cage. A heart-wrenching wail erupted from within, resonating throughout the city of Yulin, filled with boundless agony and despair. "Stop!" Pei Tingyun bellowed, unleashing his internal energy without reservation. His embroidered spring knife, transforming into a stunning comet, infused with all his fury, aimed directly at the Grand Sorcerer's back. An ant shaking a tree, how utterly laughable! The Grand Sorcerer did not even glance back, merely snorting disdainfully as his bone staff casually struck backward. In an instant, a multitude of vengeful spirits' black mist surged skyward from the blood-red array beneath him. It coalesced behind him into a gigantic, pitch-black hand adorned with bizarre witchcraft symbols, bringing with it a pungent wind and a bone-chilling cold, descending towards Pei Tingyun's blade. Boom! The immense force crashed down. As soon as Pei Tingyun's blade made contact with the black mist, it shattered into fragments. Pei Tingyun felt a titanic force akin to a landslide strike the blade, which then slammed into his chest, sending him and Yulin uncontrollably hurtling backward, crashing violently against the stone wall behind them. The hard surface fractured like a spider's web, with debris cascading down. A torrent of scalding blood erupted uncontrollably from his mouth, staining the fabric of his chest. A few droplets splattered onto Yulin's pale face. Rendered ghostly by terror, the searing warmth and the heavy stench of blood made her tremble violently, a broken sob escaping her throat as tears cascaded forth. "Father!" Yulin cried out in a piercing wail, her small hands clutching his neck with desperation. In the chaos of the violent impact, and Pei Tingyun's instinctive protective gesture, the warm jade qilin pendant, which she had cleverly concealed within her clothing, slipped from her slightly open collar, glimmering softly as it tumbled down and landed beside Pei Tingyun. The ancient jade pendant bounced upon the stone floor, tracing an arc before rolling straight toward the fiery edge of the iron cage, where it was immediately engulfed by a surge of malevolent green flame that erupted from a crevice. The sinister green fire licked the iron cage, scorching the jade pendant. The great sorcerer of the southern wilderness, lost in the depths of his dark sorcery and focused on refining the essence of the phoenix, remained oblivious to this minute disruption. The infernal flames, both sinister and chilling, did not harm the warm jade qilin pendant. Rather, it became radiantly hot. The boundless merits accumulated within, derived from the miraculous murals, seemed to ignite in an instant. It felt fear. It resisted this wicked fire. Lacking any offensive capabilities, its power was solely devoted to self-preservation and the storage of merits. Under the duress of the malevolent flames, it was compelled to release its accumulated energy without reservation. Streams of brilliant golden light burst forth from the pendant. The radiance transformed from its previous gentle auspiciousness into the purest and most magnificent source of life energy. This energy was the final, crucial remnant necessary for the phoenix's rebirth. The moment the phoenix within the cage came into contact with this force, its once dim golden eyes, clouded by suffering, erupted into two dazzling orbs of golden-red brilliance. It sensed the presence of its kin and the glimmer of hope. With a clarion cry, a phoenix's song filled with boundless joy and gratitude resonated through the heavens. Its voice, once feeble, now brimmed with vigor and majesty. The phoenix, previously shrouded in darkness, its flickering rebirth flames akin to scattered stars, found sustenance in the qilin's merits, igniting like dry tinder meeting a fierce blaze. The golden-red, true flames of rebirth erupted from the phoenix's body, explosively radiating outward. The true flames of rebirth surged forth like the rising sun, instantly dispelling the encroaching green malevolent fire that enveloped the tower's apex. The flames, sacred and warm, carried the divine mandate to purify all evil in the world. The green malevolent fire, before it, was like darkness confronted by light. It offered no resistance and was swiftly consumed, crackling as it transformed into wisps of azure smoke. The great sorcerer of the southern wilderness, his twisted smile, frozen in shock, was overtaken by disbelief and horror. What? How can it be reborn? He shrieked, his voice tinged with fear. Impossible. Its essence has long been worn away by me. How can it still possess the power to be reborn? His voice trembled with terror. A century of scheming, a century of devotion, was all aimed at transforming this divine bird into the most formidable of poison masters, not to allow it a new lease on life. What terrified him even more was that as the true flames of rebirth ignited, the goo worms he had painstakingly nurtured for 100 years, especially the mother goo that served as the source of all poisons and was linked to his very spirit, shrieked in agony the moment they came into contact with the divine fire, instantly turning to ash. Upon the demise of the mother goo, the obedient goo and the soul-devouring goo that permeated the city instantaneously lost all efficacy, akin to roots severed from their source, withering away. Those under control, both soldiers and civilians, shook their heads in confusion, the madness and emptiness in their eyes gradually fading, replaced by the joy of survival after calamity. The greatest reliance of the southern wilderness' grand shaman had vanished. No, this cannot be permitted. The grand shaman, resembling a frenzied beast, bit his tongue, spewing forth a mouthful of essence blood onto his bone staff, channeling the remaining remnants of his malevolent power as he invoked the blood-red formation on the ground, attempting to extinguish the golden-red flames of rebirth. At that moment, a cacophony of battle cries akin to a mountain roaring and a sea surging erupted outside the tower. The Northern Guard was upon them. Southern wilderness demons, prepare to meet your doom. A large flag adorned with the character for Yang appeared outside the government office. General Yang of the Northwest Army had also arrived. Without the Emperor's direct command, the main forces would not be mobilized. The only ones who could arrive at this critical juncture were General Yang and his most trusted guards. A towering general, though weary and clad in soiled armor, possessed piercing eyes that shone brightly with clarity. He was none other than Yang Lai, the commander of the Northern Guard, long plagued by goo insects. In the hands of his personal guard, they held aloft a piece of fabric that had turned charred and frayed at the edges. The very item Zhao he had previously entrusted to be delivered. The jumbled runes upon it had exhausted their last flicker of golden light by the time Yang Lai arrived. And now, as the Grand Shaman's malevolence dissipated, it seemed to have fulfilled its purpose, silently turning to ash in the hands of his guard. Yang Lai himself appeared vigorous, despite the dust and grime from his hurried march clinging to his armor. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, having evidently cast off the torment of the goo poison. The sinister energy that had tormented him was swiftly dispelled by a surge of pure, overwhelming power. His voice boomed, thanks to General Zhao's timely rescue. Old fool, your time has come. Countless awakened civilians and soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave, surrounding the tower with impenetrable force. The southern wilderness Grand Shaman sank into utter despair. He watched helplessly as his century-long efforts were rendered futile, witnessing the divine bird he had once cruelly tormented being reborn in flames. The charred skin rapidly shed, revealing vibrant, resplendent feathers anew, more magnificent than ever before. The phoenix raised its head with pride, its eyes ablaze with golden flames, coldly regarding the southern wilderness Grand Shaman. It spread its immense wings, and with a powerful flap, the flames of rebirth surged forth, incinerating the Grand Shaman's final resistance. With a thud, the Grand Shaman was severely wounded by the divine fire, spitting forth black blood. collapsing to the ground, devoid of any strength to resist. Pei Tingyun, along with the arriving General Yang, Zhao Yi, and others, encircled him completely. Pei Tingyun, suppressing the excruciating pain in his back, his cold sweat nearly soaking through the tattered fabric of his clothing, nonetheless stood tall, steadying the tip of his embroidered spring knife against the Grand Shaman's throat, his voice raspy with restrained agony. "Speak. Who is the mastermind behind you?" The Grand Shaman let out a bitter laugh, his gaze penetrating through the gaping hole at the tower's apex, directed towards the distant capital. His eyes a tumultuous blend of morbid fervor and profound guilt for failing his mission. The Holy Maiden. Holy Maiden, the subservient one, overwhelmed by incompetence, failed to fulfill your command, striving to assist you in reigning supreme. His voice, though fading, soon surged forth again, resonating with a final fervent roar. Yet your will shall undoubtedly guide the southern lands to rediscover their former glory. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he abruptly bit down on his tongue, igniting the remnants of the poison within him, shattering his heart's pulse in an instant, leading to his demise. The phoenix emitted a melodious cry, and the once impenetrable iron cage began to crack and splinter. In the embrace of Pei Tingyun, the jade unicorn gradually opened its eyes amidst the phoenix's song, its glossy orbs reflecting the resplendent golden light above. The divine bird unfurled its magnificent wings and soared skyward, breaking free from the blood-soaked tower. It circled gracefully in the night sky over Juanyuan City, each flap of its wings scattering glimmers of gold. These golden specks fell upon the city, gradually cleansing the lingering malevolence of the poison. On the streets, the recently awakened citizens gazed up in awe and gratitude. Moments later, the vast golden radiance began to recede. The phoenix descended slowly upon the tower's pinnacle, enveloped in a sacred flame. As the flames dissipated, a slender man clad in a resplendent crimson robe emerged before the crowd. His long, ink-black hair cascaded to his waist, and his features bore an exquisite beauty that set him apart from the mortal realm. Most striking were his golden eyes, elegantly upturned at the corners, captivating yet filled with an unshakable sorrow. It was the anguish of a century of torment, the weariness of rebirth, and a profound compassion for the suffering of this world. The man spoke, his voice clear and flowing like water, striking stone. "Thank you for your salvation." Yam Yanchi. Pei Tingyun regarded him, then glanced down at the curious jade unicorn in his arms, which seemed quite taken with the handsome figure radiating a familiar warmth, its glossy eyes wide and unblinking. Though a torrent of astonishment surged within Pei Tingyun, the phoenix's transformation was a transcendent miracle beyond the mundane. He suppressed his emotions, nodded slightly, and replied solemnly, "There is no need for excessive courtesy, Mr. Yanci. This is also an act of self-rescue." Yanci offered a slight nod to Pei Tingyun and the others, his gaze ultimately settling on the jade unicorn, where a fleeting, elusive hue flickered within his golden pupils. "Little qilin," he murmured softly, and the palpable sorrow and resentment surrounding him seemed to lessen a fraction. He turned his attention to the confines that had imprisoned him for a century, filthy and foul. The stench of rust and the unique odor of the venomous insects pervaded his senses incessantly. A century had passed, day and night. The human heart, more terrifying than the most venomous of poisons. In his golden gaze, images of 100 years of confinement flashed like lightning. Devotees' reverence once transformed into a warm divine light, only to swiftly morph into curses of resentment. False god, deceiver, the pain of sharp stones crashing down and the coldness of severed incense offerings. The collective virtue that once flourished now transformed into chains binding him. It was his own people who had sacrificed him. Hatred surged, disrupting the sacred aura, as golden light and dark red resentment flickered alternately upon his surface, indicating a perilous descent into darkness. Meanwhile, that accursed great shaman of the southern lands had seized the opportunity to confine him within this frigid iron cage. A century of extraction, a century of gnawing. His once beautiful feathers had become charred and twisted. He had once harbored hatred and resentment, and that heart dedicated to guardianship had long been shattered into fragments. His gaze swept over the kneeling citizens below, a complex and unfathomable pity momentarily flashing across his countenance. Ignorance, too, was a lamentable trait. Yet, when his eyes turned southward, toward the southern borders, that pity morphed into an indelible hatred. The mark of betrayal by his closest kin was etched deeper into his soul than any torment inflicted by the great sorcerer. Love and hate violently intertwined within him, causing the remnants of his sacred aura to become disordered. The immeasurable merit and golden light he had amassed through his guardianship, which should have been a source of sanctity, now twisted into a searing iron of betrayal, cruelly branding his spirit. Each heartbeat brought forth a rending agony, lacerating his very veins. The clear, tender voice of a child calling out "Niao Niao" echoed like thunder, abruptly interrupting his impending descent into chaos. The excruciating pain behind Yun's back caused his vision to blur, and his arm instinctively loosened its protective hold on Yulin. In that fleeting moment, Yulin sensed the despair threatening to engulf Ci, and, fueled by an unknown strength, cried out "Niao Niao" with a quivering voice, suddenly slipping from his trembling embrace like a startled fish. Her short legs propelled her towards the phoenix, stumbling like a small beast as she dashed forward, tears glistening on her cherubic face, her pure eyes filled with heart-wrenching sorrow. In the astonished gaze of all, she spread her tiny arms wide. With all her might, like a little cannonball, she launched herself into the embrace of that slender, solitary yet resplendent figure. Thud! Ci, shaken to his core, was momentarily toppled by this small but immensely powerful leap, landing on the cold ground. Feng Feng isn't hurt. Lin Lin is here. The little one clung tightly to him, her tear-streaked face tilted upwards, mimicking the comforting manner of the family steward. She pouted her little lips and gently blew at the pain she sensed within Ci's chest, which felt as if it had been torn apart. That pure, untainted affection and admiration washed over Ci as heart like a warm current, melting away the resentment and gloom inch by inch, which had encased him for a century. He stood frozen, golden phoenix eyes trembling uncontrollably as the century-long silence was stirred by this unexpected warmth, provoking tumultuous waves within. A single, scalding tear, unbidden, cascaded from the corner of his eye. This tear reflected the sacred brilliance he once possessed and encapsulated a century's worth of bloodied sorrow, ultimately slipping away silently, landing amidst Yulin's soft hair, leaving a small, burning mark. He felt a dryness in his throat, as if a boulder weighed heavily upon it. The pain was unbearable. Ci slowly lowered his head, his slender shoulders bending under the burden, his voice barely a whisper, like a breeze on the verge of fading, carrying with it a century of weariness and hoarseness. The golden eyes, once overlooking all beings, now reflected only the small form cradled in his embrace. A century of memories, all shackles. His voice, laden with anguish, bore the weight of sorrow in every word. Each breath felt like a torment. He pondered, perhaps this was the moment of liberation. Ci slowly lifted his hand, once capable of commanding storms and sheltering lives, now fraught with the rigidity and tremors of a prisoner. Yet, when his fingertips brushed against the soft head of Yulin, his movements were imbued with a tender gentleness, as if fearful of disturbing this purity. In his gaze, a long-awaited sense of relief finally blossomed. Yes, relief. I no longer wish to harbor hatred, he murmured, almost as if confiding in Yulin, yet also making a vow to himself. I truly wish for respite. A smile, nearly one of liberation, at last graced his pallid lips. That smile dispelled the accumulated resentment and despair etched upon his brow, momentarily resurrecting the sacredness and compassion of the divine bird, even though it still bore the profound fatigue deep within its marrow. Ci gazed upon the little creature in his embrace, his voice soft yet resolute. Little Yulin, I wish to entrust you with all my shattered remnants. Is that agreeable? In the next instant, without warning, a gentle, sacred flame of rebirth ignited within him. The fire did not sear. Rather, it enveloped him with an extraordinary warmth. A golden radiance soared skyward, dispelling the gloom over Yulin City. Countless strands of fragmented, black resentments were purified and dissipated within the flames. As the warm and sacred fire gradually subsided, a fist-sized egg, emanating a faint golden glow, quietly settled into Yulin's outstretched small hand, steady and secure. The egg felt warm to the touch, and upon drawing closer, one could almost sense the faint yet resilient heartbeat within. Thump, thump. On the surface of the eggshell, subtle golden runes flickered fleetingly. Yulin, cradling the still warm egg, stood frozen. She blinked her large, watery eyes, looking from the egg to the place where the flames had vanished. Her small mouth quivered, and the long-suppressed tears finally fell in heavy droplets. Fong Fong, ci, the little one called out with a quivering voice, stirring a pang in the hearts of those who heard. She turned, scampering back to Pei Tingyun's side, extending her tear-streaked little hand to clutch tightly at his clothing. Choking on her sobs, yearning for comfort. Pei, why? Why? Even after we have one, is there still so much sorrow? She buried her face deep in Pei Tingyun's neck, crying uncontrollably, her small frame trembling. Pei Tingyun knelt, embracing her and the phoenix egg tightly, his emotions a complex weight upon him. He gently patted the little one's quaking back, at a loss for words of solace. Yes, why? Why must the cost of victory be so burdensome? All right, let us not all wear such forlorn faces. A broad and robust hand landed heavily upon Pei Tingyun's shoulder. Pei Tingyun looked up in surprise. Zhao Yi had approached, striding forward with determination, his square face struggling to break into a hearty smile. He extended his large hand, gently ruffling Yulin's fluffy little head, his movements surprisingly careful. Ah, that bird, having chosen its own path, is far better off than being trapped in that wretched cage. He gazed at Pei Tingyun, his tiger-like eyes shimmering with compassion and understanding. Surely, it would soar again, just as it once did. After all, the cage that confined it has vanished. We have achieved a resounding victory. Thus, we ought to revel in our joy. Zhao Yi paused for a moment, his tone deepening as his gaze swept over Pei Tingyun's composed and resolute profile, a flicker of barely perceptible sorrow and regret flashing in his eyes. As if recollecting something, he ultimately raised his hand and shook it decisively, swallowing back the words that surged to his lips. Enough, it is all in the past. Zhao Yi quickly regained his former bravado, sweeping his hand grandly, his voice booming like thunder. Let us return to the camp. I have ordered the cook to slay the finest of our plump sheep, so we may feast upon succulent roasted legs. No matter the gravity of the situation, one must first satiate their hunger. His commanding shout instantly dissipated the oppressive atmosphere that hung heavy atop the tower. Yulin raised its small head from Pei Tingyun's embrace, its round, glistening eyes darting between the boisterous Zhao Yi and Pei Tingyun. Zhao Yi's robust voice successfully drew Yulin's attention away from sorrow. The little one seemed to grasp something, yet remained blissfully unaware. Noticing the child gazing up at him with tear-streaked cheeks, clutching the precious egg tightly, he broke into what he believed to be a benevolent smile. With his palm, broad as a fan, he gestured toward the egg and said in a deep, resonant tone, "Little Lin Lin, the roasted lamb will be utterly delightful. We shall save the most aromatical egg for your Fong Fong egg, placing it nearby to warm, allowing it to savor the aroma, ensuring it grows swiftly within." Upon hearing of the delectable feast, Yulin's lips involuntarily curled into a small smile. The sweet, nasal-toned words from Zhao Yi elicited a grin from him. He extended his sturdy index finger and gently poked the child's cherubic face, still adorned with tears. Pei Tingyun felt Zhao Yi's unreserved affection and solace, causing some of the pent-up frustration within him to quietly dissipate. He nodded, holding Yulin and the phoenix egg tightly. Very well, let us depart. The night breeze swept through the towering spire, carrying away the lingering stench of blood and gunpowder. Yulin's tiny hands clutched the warm egg, its small mouth incoherently murmuring. Chapter 69. The Beacon of War pauses, the little treasure, nourished by spiritual essence and divine light. As the battle in Yulin City began to ebb, The air was still thick with the acrid scent of smoke and the metallic tang of blood. Zhao Yi's voice remained resoundingly vibrant as he directed his soldiers to clear the battlefield, construct temporary medical tents for the wounded, and comfort the survivors of the calamity. Meanwhile, Pei Tingyun, accompanied by the likes of Jingzhe and a cadre of shadows, was engaged in more intricate and clandestine matters, his expression calm. Yet his eyes concealed a profound weariness. The soldiers bore varying degrees of wounds, and the shadow guards each bore their own bruises, the relentless toiling and fighting having rendered them utterly exhausted. At this moment, the accompanying military doctor and several skilled shadow guards led by Guyu were diligently attending to the wounded in a makeshift clearing, preparing medicinal broths and remedies. The bitter aroma of herbs mingled with the metallic scent of blood, forming the dominant motif of the battlefield. Holding the still warm phoenix egg, Xiao Yulin's large eyes darted around, taking in the bustling scene before her. She noticed Pei Pei with a furrowed brow, frequently receiving reports from others who hurriedly departed. Uncle Zhao, almost hoarse from shouting, tirelessly transported the injured and coordinated tasks. Even Guyu, usually all smiles, wore a serious expression as she focused on bandaging the soldiers. Everyone was engrossed in their duties, moving with a frantic urgency. Observing Pei Pei's tense brow and Uncle Zhao's hoarse commands, the little one tilted her head, though she did not fully comprehend their activities. Yet, she sensed their exhaustion and felt it inappropriate to disturb them. Perhaps she could offer a small measure of assistance, akin to how she had once helped flowers bloom more beautifully with her gentle breaths. She tilted her head and, with her tiny legs, trotted over to Pei Tingyun, gently tugging at his clothing. Pei Pei, Lin Lin is tired, she said, her small voice laced with a hint of feigned weariness. Pei Tingyun paused his conversation with his subordinates and looked down at the little figure hardly reaching his waist. Yulin pointed toward a nearby makeshift shelter filled with herbs. Lin Lin wants to sleep there. If I sleep by the herbs, I can help them heal faster. As a young qilin, she possessed an innate auspiciousness. Even her breath could nourish plants, especially with the vital essence bestowed upon her by the celestial queen. If she rested among the herbs, their medicinal properties would surely be amplified, potentially working wonders to expedite the recovery of the wounded uncles and brothers. Upon hearing her words, Pei Tingyun and Zhao exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing the warmth in the other's eyes. This little one was not genuinely fatigued. Rather, she sought to alleviate their burdens in her own way. Zhao strode over, gently ruffling Yulin's fluffy head. Our Lin Lin is so considerate, understanding the feelings of others. He smiled broadly. All right, let us go to the herb shelter so you can bless those herbs with your presence. Pei Tingyun crouched down and lifted Yulin. Along with the phoenix egg she cradled. Very well, I shall take you there. Guyu will look after you. Within the city of Yulin, chaos reigned. They had temporarily requisitioned a relatively intact mansion to serve as a command center and rest point. The apothecary was situated in a corner of the courtyard, where the rich scent of herbs permeated the air. Upon entering with Yulin, Guyu had already been busy inside. Seeing the little one being carried in, she quickly set aside her tasks and laid a soft blanket in the cleanest spot among the herbs. Little Yulin, sleep here, it's warm. Jingzhe hastily completed his immediate tasks, merely wiping the blood from his face before rushing to the apothecary, still feeling a sense of concern. Gently lifting the thick fabric that served as a door curtain, a rich aroma of herbs mingled with a faintly sweet fragrance wafted towards him. His gaze immediately fell upon Yulin, curled up beside a pile of herbs on a blanket, tightly cradling the phoenix egg in her arms. Her small frame rose and fell gently with each breath, deep in serene slumber. The vapor of the medicinal herbs made her delicate face glow with a rosy hue, and her long eyelashes, resembling tiny fans, fluttered quietly downwards. Guyu sat on a small stool nearby, attentively managing the fire beneath the herb stove while occasionally casting tender glances at Yulin, his eyes brimming with warmth. The anxiety that had gripped him began to ease, and just as he was about to turn away, he heard Guyu softly murmur, "She just fell asleep not long ago." In truth, Yulin had not been particularly drowsy at first. She merely lay obediently on the blanket, her small hands gently and rhythmically patting the warm phoenix egg in her embrace, imitating the gentle manner in which Pepe soothed her to sleep. She hummed a tuneless lullaby, her voice soft and soothing, imbued with a peculiar calming power, as if it could penetrate the eggshell and comfort the slumbering life within. Be good, Fong Fong, Cece is not afraid, just have a good sleep. The once dull phoenix egg, under her gentle hums and soft pats, began to awaken, as faint, golden runes that had flickered across its surface now subtly glimmered with a persistent light. The egg grew warmer against Yulin's small belly, as if the sleeping life inside sensed the pure, untainted comfort and protection emanating from its kin, striving to absorb this warmth. As she continued to pat and hum, the rich herbal scent carried with it an unusual, tranquilizing effect, causing little Yulin to gradually succumb to sleep, her eyelids growing heavy, her head nodding gently until she finally drifted off. In the aftermath of her deep slumber, subtle movements began to stir within the land that had just endured a catastrophe. Imperceptible to mortal eyes, countless pure golden specks of light, seemingly drawn by an unseen, supreme presence, quietly rose from every corner of the city that had survived the calamity, emanating from the hearts of those saved by her. Additionally, wisps of pure fire essence originating from the phoenix egg flickered like summoned fireflies. These golden points of light penetrated the roof and the tent, gently and tenderly merging into Yulin's small body. This was the light of merit. In Yulin City, she had rescued the divine phoenix, Yin Si, and through her auspicious presence, alongside Pei Tingyun's strategy, she had quelled the chaos within the city, thereby indirectly saving the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians. This immense merit transformed into the purest, nurturing power, enveloping her in a faint golden halo, slowly and steadily integrating into her small form. Within the herb shed, the ordinary herbs, now bathed in the dispersed golden light, appeared even more vibrant and lush, the fragrance of the herbs intensifying further. Chapter 70. The Heavenly Realms Competition for Merit. Meanwhile, in the distant heavenly realm, within the merit office, the judge of merit, adorned with a tall hat and official robe, wielded a massive ink brush, diligently inscribing upon a merit ledger that towered above those of others. The temples of his forehead throbbed visibly, clearly disturbed by the incessant noise. "Your Honor, the judge! Your Honor, the judge!" exclaimed a celestial official, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Since the recent event in Yulin City, thanks to the profound blessings of the young qilin, the city now thrives with vitality. It is said that the ailing old cat of Madame Wong from the East Market has miraculously recovered and is once again catching mice. Such is the merit of the young qilin. And there is more. Another celestial maiden interjected, unwilling to be outdone. Scholar Liu from the West Block, grateful for the young qilin's favor in Yulin City, has broken through the creative block that plagued him for 3 years. His writings have spread throughout the capital, and he is surely destined for high honors. Indeed, the old sow from Zhang the butcher's home in the South City, which had not borne offspring for years, has given birth to a dozen plump piglets. The townsfolk proclaim this a harbinger of the qilin's auspiciousness. In the merit office, the celestial beings chattered animatedly, recounting the delightful transformations in Yulin City post-disaster, eager to attribute every glimmer of joy to the young qilin. They spoke of how withered trees at street corners blossomed anew, how once unruly children suddenly became dutiful and filial, and even the chef's son from the capital, who had once received praise from the young qilin for his delicious osmanthus cake, now seemed to be divinely inspired, his pastries gaining fame far and wide. All reported with embellishments as they vied to add bricks to the young qilin's merit ledger. The merit judge, unable to endure the clamor any longer, slammed his large brush, as thick as a child's arm, onto the merit ledger, splattering ink droplets across the page. "Enough! Enough! Silence, all of you!" he barked, glaring at the celestial beings who seemed eager to attribute every bit of good fortune to the young qilin. "These trifling matters shall be decided by me." Taking a deep breath, he gazed for a long while at the grand merit attributed to the rebirth of Yinzi and the salvation of the people of Yulin City. the golden light almost spilling from the ledger, dazzling to behold. Observing the eager and expectant expressions on the faces of his celestial companions, the judge's lips twitched slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he made a sweeping motion with his brush, marking a few additional entries related to the residual merits stemming from the main merit, which were indeed connected to the blessings of the qilin. Muttering to himself, besides the main merit, these residual benefits shall also be recorded as a delightful embellishment. Do not create further noise. Seeing this, the celestial beings instantly brightened, bowing their heads in unison. Your honor, the judge, is wise. They then dispersed contentedly. Meanwhile, in the pharmacy, the young qilin seemed to sense something, smacking his lips and turning over, sinking deeper into slumber, a sweet smile curving his lips. The merit judge, observing this scene through the water mirror, relaxed his tense features slightly, ultimately exhaling softly through his nose a hint of indulgence unbeknownst to the young qilin, murmuring to himself, "Well, this little one is certainly living up to the expectations." Nightfall enveloped the land. Huge bonfires blazed in the encampment, dispelling the chill of the night and bringing a sense of long-awaited tranquility. The roast whole lamb, promised by Zhao Yi, finally emerged fresh from the skilled hands of the cooks. The golden, glistening lamb, sizzling on the fire, released an enticing aroma that mingled with the unique scents of cumin and spices, wafting throughout the camp and awakening a longing in the hearts of all. The fatigue and sorrow that had lingered for days seemed to dissipate in the presence of this delectable fragrance. Jingzhe, with an unexpectedly sharp little dagger in hand, meticulously sliced the most succulent parts of a perfectly roasted lamb leg into delicate, translucent pieces. His focus was unwavering, and his expression serious, as he selectively chose tender, juicy morsels free of sinew that melted in the mouth. Yulin, roused by the overpowering scent of the meat, first inhaled deeply through her tiny nose, then rubbed her sleepy eyes. With a determined roll, she climbed out from her blanket, following the irresistible aroma that made her mouth water. Meat! The enticing smell led her to the campfire, where Jingzhe was diligently carving the lamb, surrounded by a few equally eager soldiers. Awake already, little Yulin? Guyu approached with a steaming bowl of rice porridge, noticing Yulin's intense gaze fixed on a roasted lamb, and couldn't help but chuckle. You shouldn't eat something so greasy right after waking up. Here, sister has prepared. Before Guyu could finish, Yulin, resembling a kitten catching a whiff of fish, sparkled with determination. Quick as lightning, she seized 3 or 4 slices of freshly cut lamb from Jingzhe's plate during his moment of concentration and stuffed them into her mouth. With her cheeks puffed out, she dashed away. Ah, she exclaimed between chews. Hey, little Yulin. Guyu, both amused and exasperated, hurried after her. You're barely over a year old. Your teeth aren't even fully grown yet. How can you handle such rich food? Yulin scampered a few steps, hiding behind a pillar, mimicking the adults as she attempted to gnaw at the meat with her few tiny teeth, her cheeks bulging. After some effort, she carefully swallowed a small piece, causing her throat to move up and down several times, turning her chubby face. She proudly opened her mouth wide at the approaching Guyu. Yulin can eat, she declared, her words somewhat garbled, yet filled with conviction. Yulin is not an ordinary child. Yulin can eat anything. Guyu, half convinced, leaned in for a closer look and was taken aback. The once sparse little gums that had only a few tiny teeth now revealed several new pearly tips. Upon closer inspection, even the back of her gums appeared slightly swollen, hinting at the imminent emergence of molars, with a faint blush surrounding her gums, indicative of rapid growth. When did this happen? How could she have been oblivious to it? Little did Guyu know, while Yulin had been asleep, she had absorbed a vast amount of virtuous golden light, the pure energy nurturing her petite celestial form and promoting her growth. Now, stirred by the overpowering aroma of the meat, her desire to eat had reached an apex. And subconsciously, this longing intertwined with the abundant virtuous energy within her, accelerating her physical development. Thus, the teeth that were meant to emerge gradually found an outlet for their growth under the influence of an intense appetite. allowing the abundant power of merit within her to precipitate a rapid advancement in her physical development. This enabled her to relish the sumptuous delicacies before her. After all, the body of a qilin is inherently extraordinary, and the bestowal of merit aligns with the natural order of things. Cutie was both astonished and enlightened, quietly acknowledging that it was no surprise for such miraculous events to occur in the presence of qilin. After a thorough inspection, she confirmed the authenticity of the small white teeth and could only nod in agreement. Well, having a full set of teeth is indeed impressive. She playfully tapped the little nose of Yulin, cautioning her to eat only a small amount, for the seasonings were too rich. She then turned to fetch a light, refreshing fruit puree she had prepared earlier. Here, this will help cleanse your palate and, paired with the meat, will prevent any discomfort from overeating. Yay! Goo is the best, Yulin exclaimed, joyfully clapping her tiny hands as she accepted the bowl of fragrant, sweet puree, her eyes still eagerly glancing toward the endless stream of lamb being served. With delight, she scooped a small piece of lamb with her little spoon, savoring it alongside the fruit puree, her eyes narrowing in bliss. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she glanced down at the still silent phoenix egg nestled in her embrace. In Chapter 71, the qilin's first feast, the Divine One's astute calculations to cease hostilities, the small creature gently placed a thin slice of tender lamb against the smooth, slightly warm surface of the egg. Fong, ci, you should try the meat too. It's truly delicious. This instinctive gesture stemmed purely from her desire to share. She recalled Uncle Zhao's words about allowing the egg to savor the aroma of meat. Although she didn't quite understand how an egg could consume meat, she believed the phoenix egg in her arms was special and could surely perceive her intentions and the delightful scent of the lamb. She thought that if Ci couldn't eat yet, she would taste it on Ci's behalf and later convey the exquisite flavor to him once he emerged. In her mind, if Ci was unable to partake, she would finish it for him and then clean the egg shell. Little did she know, the moment that tender lamb touched the shell, a faint yet solid red glow suddenly emanated from the previously dull surface, enveloping the meat slice like a miniature flame. In the blink of an eye, the red light, along with the essence of the lamb, was drawn into the shell, quietly absorbed by the life dormant within. The shell's temperature seemed to warm slightly as a result. Yulin. She blinked her large, glistening eyes in disbelief and picked up another slice of lamb, repeating her earlier action. The red light flickered, and once again, the meat vanished. The egg truly consumed the meat. Perhaps it was Yulin's unreserved and pure intention to share that inadvertently stirred the dormant soul within the egg, allowing this egg, seeking a complete rebirth amidst despair, to embrace any opportunity that could liberate it from its past shackles. Thus, the following scene transformed into something truly magical. Little Yulin's eyes widened with excitement, her cherubic face radiating joy as she fed a piece of lamb to the egg, subsequently indulging in 2 or 3 slices herself. 1 bite for Cici, 2 for Linlin. Another bite for Cici, 3 for Linlin. The crackling bonfire sent forth a savory aroma. A delicate child, cradling a large egg, engaged in a delightful exchange of roasted lamb, each taking turns in a harmonious yet oddly endearing scene. Jingzhe, silently slicing meat nearby, observed the child's round, sparkling eyes, gleaming with excitement and delight. His movements grew increasingly focused and swift, ensuring a continuous supply of meat on the platter. Guyu watched from the side, several times contemplating intervention, but upon witnessing little Yulin's blissful demeanor and the egg genuinely savoring the meat, she could only shake her head in resignation, advising her to eat slowly and drink more fruit puree. Consequently, the first time little Yulin unabashedly indulged in meat, she inevitably overindulged in her excitement while sharing with the egg. At this moment, the finest inn in Yulin City had been temporarily reserved by Pei Tingyun to serve as a resting place for the Jin Yiwei and Corps commanders. On the warm bed, Yulin lay sprawled, her small hands feebly clutching her round belly, her little mouth murmuring in distress, on the verge of tears. "Oh, my tummy hurts." Her small stomach was now swollen, and her brows knitted in discomfort. Pei Tingyun sat at the bedside, his long fingers gently rubbing circles on her belly with tender patience. His expression a mix of exasperation and barely concealed amusement. This little glutton truly left him at a loss. "Why did you eat so much?" he asked softly, his hands never faltering in their motion. "Meat is so delicious, and Cece ate too," Yulin pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Guyu entered quietly, carrying a bowl of freshly brewed digestive soup, placing it on the small table beside the bed before retreating. As she passed Jingzhe, who stood like a sentinel at the door, Guyu paused, unable to suppress a sigh. Lowering her voice with a hint of frustration and concern, she remarked, "Jingzhe, you really indulge her too much. Look, she's overstuffed now." Jingzhe's tall figure stiffened slightly, his usually stoic face revealing an uncommon hint of awkwardness and remorse. He lowered his head, muttering in a subdued tone, as if he were a child awaiting reprimand for a misdeed. Just then, Chuanfen, returning from patrol, happened upon this scene and raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Goodness, is this really the same Jingzhe, known for his stubbornness among the 24 solar terms, who hardly heeds anyone but the commander and their elder brother, exuding an aura that warns others to keep their distance? Today, he seems so meek and receptive to criticism. What a rarity!" In truth, Jingzhe felt quite wronged, but was not skilled in the art of defense. Initially, he was genuinely taken aback by the astonishing appetite exhibited by Yulin and that egg. The little creature, with its tiny hands, would grasp a handful, feeding itself with its right hand while pressing the egg with its left at such a rapid pace that he could scarcely count how much it had consumed. The method of 1 piece for you, 2 pieces for me, then 1 more for you, and 3 for me was utterly beyond anyone's ability to monitor, leaving him defenseless against the spectacle. Moreover, this was the first time he had earnestly fed a child, particularly one of unique lineage and extraordinary constitution, a little qilin. He could not help but notice the astonishing quantity of meat slices that the little one and the egg were devouring, which did stir a flicker of doubt within him. Yet, upon reflection, considering that Yulin's teeth could grow in a single night and its digestive capacity likely far surpassed that of an ordinary infant, he dismissed his apprehensions. The little creature's beaming smile and the sheer delight on its cherubic face, along with its incessant exclamations of deliciousness and requests for more, softened his heart, which had grown cold from years of conflict. He found it hard to interrupt this rare moment of joy. Thus, he set aside his concerns and focused intently on slicing the meat, fearful of falling short and letting his little ancestor go hungry. Only when the leg of lamb was nearly reduced to the bone did the little one, clutching its belly, exclaim its fullness, prompting him to realize, albeit belatedly, that he might have overindulged it. At that moment, several celestial lords observed through the water mirror, witnessing Yulin's pitiful, whimpering demeanor, and each felt a pang of compassion. One impatient fairy had already rolled up her sleeves, her fingertips shimmering with celestial power, ready to cast a spell to alleviate the little one's discomfort. "Wait, hold on," the Star Lord exclaimed, swiftly restraining the fairy poised to act. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, calculating and confidently asserted, "No harm done, no harm done. This is but a minor trial. After a brief period, it will resolve on its own, and it is of no grave concern. This little one, after all, has a short memory for lessons learned. If we do not allow her to experience the consequences this time, she will surely indulge recklessly again in the future. Should we intervene and ease her discomfort now, she will only grow accustomed to relying on us celestial beings to rectify her excesses. Good habits must be cultivated from an early age. We cannot spoil her." The initially indignant celestial lords and fairies, upon hearing the Star Lord's sage reasoning, exchanged glances, pondering the validity of his argument. Yet, gazing at Yulin's quivering lips, on the verge of tears, they still felt a twinge of sympathy. Not far off, the Emperor of Heaven, who had been silently observing the entire scene, displayed no discernible emotion upon his austere countenance. With a disdainful snort, he seemed somewhat impatient with the celestial being's exaggerated reactions. With a casual wave of his hand, the radiant water mirror reflecting the mortal realm's events shimmered and transformed into an ordinary white jade disc. "Are you all so idle? If so, Then come with me to review the backlog of documents. The Emperor's voice remained flat. At his words, the celestial beings jolted to attention, hastily bowing in acknowledgement, and then scattered in all directions, eager to return to their respective abodes, fearing the prospect of being conscripted. The Emperor is wise. Off we go. Those who wish to work overtime may do so. Chapter 72. The moon cast a cold light upon the eaves, and the sound of the wind was stifled, while the night deepened into a profound quietude. Within the inn, tranquility reigned, disturbed only by the occasional chirping of insects from outside. Under the patient comfort of Pei Tingyun, Yulin felt the discomfort in her abdomen gradually subside. Her breathing became steady and elongated, and at last she succumbed to a deep slumber. Beside her, the warm phoenix egg contained Yin Ci, who sensed that the clamor of the outside world had finally quieted. His weary spirit coalesced slightly, transforming into a nearly transparent wraith that silently penetrated the shell of the egg. Free from the confines of his egg, Yin Ci's form floated as lightly as a feather. He drifted out through the window, and with a few graceful movements, found himself atop the highest eaves of the inn. The night breeze was cool, brushing against the ethereal fabric of his attire. As he stood poised on the icy tiles, preparing to relish a moment of the long-forgotten night sky, his peripheral vision caught sight of another figure. At the opposite end of the eaves, Jingzhi stood like a statue melded into the night, hand resting on the hilt of his blade, utterly still. He vigilantly patrolled the darkness, his keen gaze sweeping over every shadow, alert to any potential disturbances. A sudden tension gripped Yin Ci's heart. Someone was there. His body froze, nearly turning to stone. He forcibly suppressed his unease, striving to uphold the last vestiges of the phoenix's lofty and aloof demeanor, as though the chilly night sky and the tiles beneath him were his only solace at that moment. Yet, bitterness flooded his heart. Were it not for the frailty of his spirit, the hatred that had eroded him for a century like a festering wound could ignite into flames at the slightest misstep. Why else would he confine his spirit within the egg, feeling as if every breath he took was precariously thin ice? Do not look at me. Whatever you do, do not look at me. Is there still time to return to the egg? This thought swirled violently in his mind, wishing he could shrink back into the warmth of the egg and never emerge again. But another voice within him rebuked. Nonsense. I am a phoenix. How can I behave so pathetically? Where is my dignity? If he perceives my plight, how can I maintain the majesty of a divine bird? Would I not become a laughingstock? He could only rigidly maintain his distant posture, internally at war, praying that the other was merely conducting a routine patrol and would not notice this unusual nocturnal spirit. Jingzhi had evidently sensed Yin Ci's presence. His hawk-like gaze lingered upon the ethereal figure, discerning the sacred yet deeply sorrowful aura akin to that of the phoenix atop the White Day Tower. Confirming that the presence was not a direct threat to Yulin and that there was no immediate malice, he slowly averted his gaze. It seemed that even an additional glance was superfluous, and he had no intention of interrupting. Yin Ci let out a silent breath. Saved. The other had no intention of acknowledging him. Yet, he was soon engulfed by an even more intense, unspoken awkwardness. What was this person doing? Standing there like a wooden post, utterly unmoving. He showed no inclination to leave. Now, it was Yin Ci who found himself in a predicament. Surely, he could not retreat back into the egg so awkwardly after being so blatantly disregarded. Would that not solidify his embarrassment and guilt? The dignity of the phoenix, even if it presently exists as but a fleeting shadow, cannot be diminished in such a manner. Thus, beneath the cloak of night, atop the rooftop, a phantasm of a phoenix, burdened by profound social anxiety, stands alongside a silent and stoic shadow guard, separated by mere feet. They engage in a bizarre competition of moon-gazing, or perhaps daydreaming, in the cool night breeze. It is uncertain how long this amicable silence endured. Within the confines of the chamber, Yulin, in the midst of slumber, smacked her lips lightly, her small nose twitching gently. Even through the window, the familiar scents wafting from the rooftop penetrated the air. One was the crisp yet comforting aroma of Jingzhi, while the other, was the fragrance of Ci. He has emerged. Her tiny brow furrowed slightly, as if she wished to awaken, letting out a faint, dreamlike murmur, while her small hands instinctively grasped at the blanket beside her. This subtle movement, however, did not escape the keen ears of Jing Zhu above. In a flash, he slipped inside the room like wisps of smoke, arriving at her bedside. Yulin was just stirring, rubbing her eyes in a daze, her lips mumbling about Jingzhe and Ci wanting to be together. Thus, Jingzhe silently lifted Yulin, blanket and all, with the utmost gentleness. He then lightly touched his toes to the ground, returning to the rooftop without a sound, placing her snugly between himself and Yen Ci, wrapping her securely in the blanket, revealing only her curious little head. Yen Ci gazed at the figure beside him, swathed in the blanket like a silkworm, nestled against Jingzhe, her face flushed by the night breeze as she began to drift into a sleepy haze. The sight of her unguarded reliance on the mortal beside her was indeed a rare and precious view. He stole another glance at the silent yet reassuring presence of Jingzhe, whose demeanor exuded an impenetrable chill that, in the presence of this little babe, softened to an astonishing degree. The heart that had been encased in solitude for a century began to thaw in the stillness of the night. Indeed, anyone who encounters a qilin is destined to transform in such a manner. Instinctively, he extended an ethereal finger, tinged with an unrecognized caution, yearning to gently touch the vibrant red lotus mark upon Yulin's forehead. Yet, just as his spectral fingertip was about to make contact with that pure and pristine essence, an excruciating pain and profound repulsion surged from the depths of his soul. That untainted warmth felt like a blade, piercing through the murky layers of his century-old bitterness and resentment, as if an invisible force violently repelled him. He froze abruptly, his fingertips suspended in midair, trembling violently. In an instant, a chilling wave erupted from the depths of his soul, mingling with the metallic scent of rust and the putrid despair of eternal darkness, gnawing at his senses like a swarm of venomous insects, dragging him back into the boundless confines of his prison. A sharp agony clouded his consciousness, and before him, there was no longer the tranquil night sky nor the harmless infant, but the all-too-familiar, nauseating sight of cold, unyielding iron bars. The viscous darkness enveloped him, alongside the endless, unrelenting pain and humiliation of his divine essence being cruelly siphoned away, day after day. His nearly transparent specter swayed wildly, like a candle flickering in the wind, its radiance rapidly dimming and brightening. It seemed on the verge of shattering completely, with fine, spiderweb-like fissures beginning to appear, a manifestation of a soul burdened beyond endurance. The uncontrolled resentment and despair emanating from him summoned the chilling essence of the world, causing a layer of ominous frost to swiftly form on the blue tiles beneath his feet and along the edges of nearby eaves. Jingzhe caught sight of Yen Ci's specter fluctuating violently. The unleashed cold and resentment almost took on a tangible form, prompting the jade qilin in his arms to instinctively shrink back, her delicate brows knitting together as if sensing discomfort. Jingzhe's sharp gaze suddenly fixed on Yen Ci, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossing his mind. Chapter 73. The divine power defying heaven stuns the world. Possessing treasure brings grief to the Lord. Recalling the jade qilin's closeness and dependence on this porcelain egg, he furrowed his brow even tighter. In the next moment, he unhesitatingly adjusted his hold on the qilin, cradling her more tightly against his chest, almost entirely shielding her from Yen Ci. Meanwhile, he circulated his inner energy, forming an invisible barrier to isolate the encroaching chill and resentment. Silently, he pulled up the small blanket wrapped around the qilin, covering her tiny face, leaving only a small gap for her to breathe, ensuring she remained enveloped in his warmth and aura, untouched by any disturbance. "Don't hurt, the qilin murmured softly, her tender voice imbued with an unrecognized, pure soothing power originating from her qilin essence. Jingzhe paused, his gaze shifting between the serene, sleeping visage of the qilin and Yen Ci's specter, which was fluctuating violently in agony. He recalled the myriad miraculous events that had transpired around this child, The red birthmark on her forehead had once shone with divine light to dispel malevolence. The phoenix egg in her arms radiated warmth in response to her humming. Even her accidental touch could alleviate the venom afflicting a dying scout. It seemed that the little qilin shared an extraordinary bond with this phoenix, one that transcended ordinary understanding, and her very existence exuded a purifying force. At this moment, her murmurs might serve as some unconscious reassurance. Potentially the soul means to alleviate Yen Si's suffering. Should Yen Si's soul collapse, unleashing her resentment, the consequences could be dire, possibly affecting the qilin as well. Rather than passively witnessing the crisis, it was wiser to take a risk. Jingzhi's thoughts raced as he weighed the qilin's unique constitution against Yen Si's current despair, considering the potential risks and rewards. If he could stabilize Yen Si, it would benefit the qilin too, as there seemed to be a connection between their divine beasts. A bold yet seemingly solitary idea to break the deadlock emerged in his mind. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he made up his mind. Then, with utmost caution and tentative care, he slowly moved the soft little being closer to Yen Si's violently fluctuating specter, remaining vigilant, ready to whisk the qilin away at the slightest sign of Yen Si's disturbance or the qilin's discomfort. As the child brushed against the corner of Yen Si's garment, he instinctively reached out, grasping one of Yen Si's fingers and pulling into the quilt. An extraordinary warmth enveloped them, transcending merely the quilt's temperature. It was imbued with a subtle yet profoundly pure aura, a blessing derived from the bloodline of the qilin. This warmth, mingled with the unique milky scent and the untainted essence of childhood, seeped through the delicate fabric, penetrating Yen Si's cold, fractured soul. It was akin to the gentle thaw of ice beneath the sun in early spring, or the life-giving rain nurturing a parched desert. The flickering shadow of Yen Si began to stabilize, gradually alleviating the turmoil, miraculously halting the impending fragmentation of his essence. This pure warmth, vibrant with life, appeared like the first rays of sun melting away snow, piercing through centuries of accumulated coldness and despair, lightly caressing his nearly disintegrated spirit, bestowing a long-lost tranquility that almost brought him to tears. His soul instinctively ceased its resistance, even yearning for more of such warmth. The frost that had coalesced beneath his feet from his uncontrolled resentment silently melted upon contact with a pure, milky-scented aura emanating from the little qilin. Akin to remnants of winter snow meeting the warmth of spring sunshine, dissipating without a sound, as if the surrounding night breeze had become a touch gentler. He gazed in astonishment at the little qilin beside a shadow. The small creature, sensing something, nuzzled against the familiar essence of Yen Si's apparition, emitting a contented hum. Jingzhi cradled the sleeping qilin, gently returning her to her room, carefully tucking her under a quilt adorned with little rabbits. Yen Si's shadow sensed the qilin's return and quietly slipped back into the shell. A thread of pure fire, energy, silently coalesced within the shell, like warm jade, softly brushing against the slightly cool quilt of the qilin, tenderly dispelling the chill and dampness, instantly rendering it dry and warm without any scorching heat. The control of this power exquisite in its precision. In that moment, he wished to return a fraction of the warmth that had originated from the young one. Meanwhile, in Pei Tingyun's chamber, the candlelight flickered. The night breeze stealthily crept through the crevices of the window, carrying a hint of coolness from beyond, caressing his somewhat pale skin. The dark robe, stained with blood, was shed and carelessly tossed aside. Under the candlelight, his well-defined upper body revealed itself, muscles toned and firm, not overly exaggerated, yet brimming with astonishing potential. The bathtub was already prepared, enveloped in steamy vapors. Pei Tingyun silently stepped into the tub, warm water gradually cascading over his chest, enveloping his lean waist and providing a moment of relief. Water droplets slid down his broad shoulders, tracing the jagged, intersecting scars on his back. Each scar bore witness to a brush with death, silently narrating the fierce trials of his past. He closed his eyes. Fatigue washed over him like a tide, as he sought to temporarily cast aside his tumultuous thoughts. The fresh wounds on his back awakened in the warm water, sending a wave of sharp pain coursing through him. Pei Tingyun's brow furrowed slightly, imperceptibly. He did not utter a sound. This pain had long become a familiar companion. After bathing, the steam, now tinged with the scent of blood, began to dissipate. He casually donned a clean inner garment and approached the bronze mirror. It was time to change the bandage. He slightly turned his body, raising his hand to touch the blood-soaked cloth wrapped around the wound on his back. His movements were steady as he slowly unwound the bandage. Layer by layer, the strips fell at his feet, stained with a dark hue of blood. The flickering candlelight cast a dim glow, illuminating his pale yet resolute silhouette in the mirror. At that moment, Pei Tingyun's actions abruptly halted. His deep, phoenix-like eyes widened in disbelief as they fixated on the wound behind him reflected in the mirror. The gruesome gash from the previous day, which had nearly severed his shoulder blade, had miraculously ceased bleeding and swelling. The once protruding flesh had begun to close, the wound significantly lessened, leaving only a faint trace of tender, new skin that meandered across the surface, warm to the touch, without the excruciating pain of tearing. Though not entirely healed, the speed of recovery was astonishing, far surpassing any previous injuries he had endured. Pei Tingyun's fingertips trembled as they brushed against the newly formed skin, warm, smooth, devoid of any tearing agony. It was no illusion. Overnight, he had healed significantly. This miraculous recovery was beyond belief. His astonishment shifted to contemplation. He had suffered countless injuries, each requiring at least 10 days to a month to form scab. Even with an extraordinary constitution, such rapid healing was implausible. It was extraordinary. A fleeting image of Yulin's cherubic face flashed in his mind, her fingertips glowing with an almost imperceptible golden light. She had used the power of the qilin to extend the life of a dying scout. She had invoked the phoenix's rebirth from the high tower, and she had slept upon those medicinal herbs. Pei Tingyun's gaze lowered slightly. A warm current surged within him, mingled with a bittersweet indulgence and profound emotion. If she were to channel this power towards the wounded soldiers, the troops in Guyuan City would recover more swiftly, undoubtedly a boon amidst the current turmoil. However, this thought was swiftly shattered by a terrifying phrase that exploded in his mind. Possessing a gem brings peril. The notion of providing relief transformed into an icy dread, and the last remnants of warmth in Pei Tingyun's eyes were completely extinguished, replaced by a hellish, overwhelming intent to kill. He understood better than anyone that such miraculous resurrection could incite madness across the realm, and Yulin would be the most vulnerable at its center. Possessing a gem brings peril could summon endless covetousness and lethal threats. In an instant, the overwhelming desire for vengeance and the chilling resolve drowned out all other thoughts. He knew he must carve out an absolutely safe path for her with the utmost speed and the most ruthless means. He suddenly rose, the force of his movement knocking over the candle holder beside him, extinguishing the flame and plunging the room into darkness. In that obscurity, only his phoenix-like eyes shone with an eerie brilliance, swirling with a murderous intent and resolve deeper than the night itself. The fatigue and pain from his injury seemed to be utterly crushed by this icy determination. After a brief moment to gather himself, he changed into a sharp black uniform, donning a matching cloak over it. He strode directly toward the courtyard where Zhao Yi was staying, his steps steady and resolute. The courtyard of Zhao Yi was brightly lit. Yang Lai, his imposing figure reminiscent of an iron tower, stood out prominently. His eyes were bloodshot, gripping Zhao Yi's arm with fervor. His voice, strained and hoarse from suppression, could hardly conceal the fury and anguish beneath. That beast, Chunzheng. Yang Lai's fist crashed onto the table, causing it to tremble. I was truly blind. Zhao Yi pressed down on his trembling shoulder. Brother Yang, remain calm. Our immediate priority is to manage the aftermath. Pei Tingyun entered the room. Upon his arrival, both men halted their conversation and rose in unison. Lord Pei, young Pei, you have come, they acknowledged him. Pei Tingyun nodded, gesturing for them to sit. He offered no pleasantries, his gaze sweeping over the two with a cold, piercing intensity. The situation in Guyuan City is stabilizing, yet the undercurrents persist. We must formulate a strategy without delay. His voice, though not loud, carried the weight of authority befitting the commander of the Jinui. Wei Qi. Pei Tingyun's voice turned towards the shadows at the door. You will collaborate with General Zhao to eradicate all spies and hidden threats within the city. Within 3 days, I want no eyes lurking in the dark of Yulin City. A low, hoarse response emerged from the shadows. Understood. The tone held no trace of emotion, foretelling that the tranquility of Yulin City would be violently shattered come midnight. Zhao, he felt a chill in his heart. He knew Pei Tingyun was preparing for a bloodbath. Moreover, although the great shaman of the southern frontier is dead, his remnants have likely proliferated in Yulin. General Yang, Pei Tingyun Turnet Tu, Yang Lai. Your troops will cooperate with the Ministry of Justice. Within 3 days, I expect to see results in the eradication efforts. Anyone who harbors or protects these traitors will share in their fate. Yang Lai's fierce eyes widened, intimidated by the air of slaughter. This subordinate obeys. Pei Tingyun nodded slightly, yet his tone suddenly grew grave. Lastly, the most challenging matter at hand. His gaze, sharp as a blade, fell upon Yang Lai's weathered and fatigued visage. The case concerning Chun Zheng and the embezzlement of military provisions in the northwest. The mention of Chun Zheng sent a jolt through Yang Lai's robust frame. His bronze face contorted with muscle spasms, reflecting hatred, anger, sorrow, and an unfathomable despair. After a lifetime of battle, he had never imagined his own brother could commit such a heinous crime. Pei Tingyun stepped forward, his icy gaze piercing Yang Lai's face. Every word crystal clear. General Yang, this matter involves far-reaching implications. It is no longer solely your affair, but a grave threat that undermines the morale of the army and the foundation of the state. He paused momentarily, as if the very candlelight in the room had dimmed under the weight of the tense atmosphere. Yang Lai's imposing frame trembled violently, his throat constricted, yet he could utter no sound. I require your word. Pei Tingyun's voice was devoid of warmth, like the final judgment. Will you act out of personal interest, or will you choose righteousness? His mind erupted in chaos. He envisioned Chun Zheng's disgraceful face and the image of his elderly grandmother, alongside the innocent faces of Chun Zheng's wife and children, all of whom would be dragged into an abyss of irreversible doom because of the name Chun Zheng. This was a crime worthy of exterminating 3 clans. Those 3 words seared into his heart like a red-hot iron, infusing his very breath with the taste of blood. The bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Zhao Yi, no longer pleading for help, but rather expressing a desperate entreaty from one commander to another, from one brother to another. If you were in my place, what would you do? Pray tell me, what should I do? The sins of my brother, the honor and disgrace of our family, the unjust deaths of my comrades, the safety of our borders. Countless thoughts clashed violently in his mind, nearly tearing him apart. He recalled his lifelong commitment to defend the territory and protect the nation, and the trust placed in him by his brothers in arms on the battlefield. After a long moment, the bloodshot veins in Yang Lai's eyes grew increasingly fierce, the desperate plea gradually replaced by a more tragic resolution. He abruptly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were filled with a vivid crimson clarity, as if he had expended every ounce of his strength. With a heavy thud, he dropped to his knees on the cold bluestone floor, tears glistening in his fierce eyes, his voice hoarse as if ground against gravel. Lord Pei, Yang Lai is guilty, for I have failed in my duty to teach and discern. I beseech you to thoroughly investigate this matter and restore the honor of my fallen brothers. I am willing to offer my head as assurance, for I speak no falsehoods. Should there be any concealment, I shall willingly accept military punishment. Pei Tingyun gazed at him as he knelt, his phoenix eyes betraying an inscrutable emotion. After Yang Lai had finished speaking, he nodded slightly. General Yang, you possess great wisdom. I shall take note of this. This matter concerns the foundation of the nation and shall not be treated lightly. Rise. His voice remained cold, yet it brought a slight calm to Yang Lai's tormented heart. Chun Zheng has colluded with the southern barbarians, embezzling military provisions, and the evidence is irrefutable. This proclamation struck like thunder on a clear day. Yang Lai's body trembled, while Zhao Yi beside him felt his heart race. Pei Tingyun continued. Before the battle for Yulin City commenced, I discreetly dispatched elite members of the Jinui, disguised as merchants and commoners, to investigate in the northwest for several months. One group, led by Qianhu Lu Yuanhang, was specifically tasked with probing the rampant embezzlement of military provisions in the northwest. All clues point to Chen Zheng, who was then the deputy general of the Yulin Guard, and the web he has spun behind him. Yang Lai's fists clenched tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the silence. Chapter 75. A Night Raid for Blood-Stained Evidence. The traitor pulls strings to endanger the nation. Pei Tingyun turned his gaze to the night outside the window. The Jinui, masquerading as merchants and commoners, as well as rogue soldiers, had been covertly investigating around the general's military camp for months, amassing a wealth of undeniable evidence against Chen Zheng's collusion with the southern barbarians, lining his own pockets and embezzling military supplies. The magnitude of this corruption was sufficient to send shockwaves through the court. Upon hearing this, Yang Lai felt a surge of blood rise in his chest, a metallic taste in his throat. He gripped his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, his voice trembling with a mix of profound anger and shame. That traitor dares to. Zhao Yi's expression darkened, and he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Damn it! A truly ungrateful wolf raised in our midst. Brother Yang, which of your soldiers does not tighten their belts and toil for you?" Pei Tingyun's gaze swept over the two men. Once their emotions had settled somewhat, he continued, his voice unwavering. "They have also confirmed that the daily water supply for the soldiers under your command has been tampered with by the southern barbarians. Many soldiers have thus become lethargic, their combat effectiveness severely diminished." Zhao Yi seethed. Those southern barbarians. Pei Tingyun nodded, but his tone shifted. "However, the Jinui operates on the principle of ironclad evidence, leaving no stone unturned." He looked at Yang Lai, his eyes sharp as a blade. "The actions of the Jinui require the unraveling of all disguises and the elimination of every possibility. Even though substantial evidence points to Chen Zheng, we must still verify the final possibility, whether all of this is a tragic ruse orchestrated by you, General Yang, to conceal a greater scheme." Yang Lai suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with shock and humiliation. Pei Tingyun's tone remained unchanged. "The affairs of the Northwest Army, pivotal to the dynasty, leave no room for complacency." Thus, the team led by Lu Yuanhang shifted to a more meticulous observation of your every move, seeking direct evidence of your coercion by the forces of the southern frontier rather than complicity. Pei Tingyun's voice slowed slightly, tinged with an imperceptible gravity. During this period, the general's residence had nearly transformed into a lair for Chen Zheng and the demons of the southern frontier, outwardly relaxed yet internally vigilant, with sentinels scattered throughout. To obtain a crucial roster containing transaction details, Lu Yuanhang had to risk infiltrating the estate. Within, there are not only Chen Zheng's devoted fighters, but also several adept practitioners of Gu for the southern frontier. One fateful night, Lu Yuanhang and two team members stealthily entered the estate, narrowly avoiding a confrontation with a patrolling black-robed priest from the southern frontier. While Pei Tingyun's voice betrayed no emotion, both Yang Lai and Zhao Yi held their breaths. The priest, keenly perceptive, sensed an anomaly. Utilizing their formidable skills, Lu Yuanhang and his team subdued the priest. Although they sustained injuries, they managed to escape with a fragmented roster, providing vital evidence for subsequent investigations. Zhao Yi's palms were slick with sweat. Pei Tingyun continued, "Yet, heaven does not forsake the diligent. Lu Yuanhang intercepted a secret message that you, General, attempted to covertly relay to your old associates in the capital after shaking off surveillance. Composed in a special military code, it detailed your plight under the control of the southern frontier sorcerers, your helplessness, and your denunciation of Chen Zheng's treachery, alongside concerns for the safety of your soldiers." Upon hearing this, Yang Lai's eyes reddened, and his shoulders trembled slightly. Pei Tingyun added, "Soon after, they witnessed you, General, sustaining injuries while attempting to resist the mental manipulation of the southern frontier's Gu master. At this point, the Jinui conclusively verified your innocence. You were not a traitor, but a victim. Upon confirming your perilous situation, ensnared by the malevolent Gu, Liu Yuanhong's unit acted decisively, employing the Jinyui's costly carrier pigeons to relay all critical intelligence regarding your entrapment and the imminent danger posed by the southern frontier's toxic goo to our forces, even before our main army reached Guyuan City. This paved the way for subsequent targeted deployments. Zhao, he slapped his thigh in realization. Oh, so that's it. No wonder you were so certain at the time. Pei Tingyan nodded. This elucidated why, when General Zhao received that piece of ruined fabric from my attire, he dispatched his guards swiftly to you, General Yang, without my interference. Yang Lai, too, found clarity. Pei Tingyan remarked. Liu Yuanhong's confidential report mentioned that the binding goo you encountered is a forbidden goo of the southern frontier. Once afflicted, one gradually loses their mind and becomes a puppet. Conventional methods of detoxification prove ineffective. Only the most vigorous and robust entities, or those endowed with exceptional fortune and spiritual prowess, may have a glimmer of hope. Zhao nodded repeatedly. Little Yulin's abilities, indeed. Pei Tingyun, thus. That piece of fabric was at that time the last glimmer of hope in our eyes. Yang Lai, with a heart full of mixed emotions, deeply bowed to Pei Tingyun. Sir Pei, my gratitude cannot be expressed in words. Were it not for you and the brothers of the Jinyi, Yang Lai, and indeed the entire Northwest Army, would have perished bearing the stain of treason. Pei Tingyun supported him. General Yang, your words are too heavy. It is merely my duty. His tone suddenly shifted, his eyes flashing with a cold glint, and his expression grew solemn once more. However, the matter is far from over. Based on the fragments of secret letters and ledgers that the Jinyui swiftly uncovered from Chun Zheng's residence, Pei Tingyun lowered his voice, imbued with a chilling intensity. There exists an extremely covert exchange of interests between Chun Zheng and a certain powerful figure in the capital. The corruption case involving the Northwest Army's grain is far deeper than we initially imagined. Zhao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it! Is there still someone in the capital colluding with him? Which scoundrel is it? The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense as the night wind howled. Yang Lai abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Yes, his voice trembled. Chun Zheng, though greedy and foolish, is cowardly and fearful. He would surely deceive those below him to conceal his actions from those above. Yet he would never possess the audacity or intellect to orchestrate such a grand scheme alone. Cold sweat beaded on Yang Lai's forehead as he struggled to recall. I once inadvertently stumbled upon him. I saw him in his study, engaged in clandestine discussions with a young eunuch clad in palace attire, whose face was utterly unfamiliar. That eunuch was certainly not a common presence in the palace. The weight of Yang Lai's anguished accusation thickened the atmosphere within the tent. After a pause, Pei Tingyun's gaze returned to Yang Lai, whose expression was now one of despair, and his tone took on a more grave note. Indeed, Pei Tingyun affirmed, continuing, that eunuch, as well as Chun Zheng's actions in the Northwest, all point towards the same individual. His voice was low, yet it resonated like thunder in the ears of Yang Lai and Zhao Yi. Prince Rui, Jinka! Prince Rui! Zhao Yi sprang to his feet, his eyes wide as saucers, fury threatening to erupt. That persistent wretch dares to extend his hand into the Northwest. Yang Lai's body trembled violently. The color drained from his face, leaving it a deathly pale. Prince Rui Jinka, that exalted royal relative, the son of the former imperial concubine? Chun Zheng, that ineffectual brother of his, is entangled with such a person, committing such a heinous crime? Pei Tingyun observed the astonishment on their faces and continued with an almost icy calm, succinctly recounting the recent shocking coup in the capital. A few days ago, Prince Rui Jinka colluded with forces from the southern frontier to instigate a coup in the capital, attempting to assassinate the emperor and usurp the throne. Chapter 76. A brother's heart of a wolf, a century of family shame, hard to atonement. Pei Tingyun's tone remained even, his words crystal clear, devoid of any personal emotion. Fortunately, His Majesty had long been prepared, and by the grace of our great dynasty, the rebels' conspiracy did not succeed. He has been captured and imprisoned in the celestial prison, awaiting execution after autumn. He omitted the secret regarding the Empress Dowager. Recognizing that with the war in the Northwest unresolved, it was unwise to incite further turmoil. Pei Tingyun's gaze shifted to Yonglai. The mastermind is Prince Rue Jinka. He has been scheming in the capital for many years, with countless followers. In the northwest, a crucial piece lies within his strategic game. Chunzheng is the pawn he has placed in the northwest, colluding with the southern demons to undermine the very foundation of the nation. Impossible. Yonglai's body trembled violently. His eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Pei Tingyun, nearly shouting. Chunzheng is nothing but a worthless piece of mud that cannot stand. How could he possess such audacity? Pei Tingyun maintained his impassive demeanor, refusing to argue, and merely tossed the dossier onto the table before Yonglai. Chunzheng's embezzlement of military provisions, his treachery against the commander, and his collusion with the southern sorcerers. Every detail meticulously recorded with time, place, and witnesses all accounted for. He has conspired with the South to incite chaos in the Northwest, all to facilitate the treacherous acts of Prince Rue in the capital. The prince promised him high office and wealth. Yonglai seized the dossier, his fingers turning white from the pressure. As he read rapidly, his complexion grew increasingly pallid, his hand trembling uncontrollably. So, it is. All he has endured, the suffering of his soldiers, stems from this. A tide of hatred and unending sorrow instantly shattered the dam he had desperately upheld. Pei Tingyun observed Yonglai, whose fists were clenched tightly, veins bulging at his temples, bloodshot eyes betraying his tumultuous emotions. He resembled a beast trapped in a desperate situation. Pei Tingyun lifted a still-warm teapot from the table, poured a cup of tea, and slid it across to Yonglai. His movements remained steady. "General, steady your mind." Yonglai abruptly raised his hand, seized the teacup, and gulped it down. His throat convulsed violently. The cool tea failed to extinguish his fury. Instead, it ignited his rage like a pot of boiling oil. Crash! The porcelain cup was slammed onto the sturdy campaign table, shattering into pieces. Tea mingled with shards scattered about. "Misfortune befalls the family." Yonglai rasped, forcing those words from between clenched teeth. "Such foolishness! Traitors!" He gasped for breath, his chest heaving. Suddenly, he turned to the soldiers standing at the tent entrance, roaring like a cornered beast. "Get out!" The soldiers, taken aback, dared not hesitate, bowing in compliance as they swiftly exited, pulling the tent flaps closed behind them. Silence enveloped the tent. Only the heavy sounds of Yonglai's breathing and the occasional clink of falling porcelain resonated in the oppressive atmosphere. Yonglai's bloodshot eyes fixed on Pei Tingyun. "Prince Rue and Chunzheng, very well. Master Pei, tell me, what sin have my family and I, Yonglai, committed to provoke their ire?" He slammed his fist onto the table, causing the shards to leap. "My fallen brothers, my countless wounds. Is it all due to a traitor's ambition and a fool's greed?" Zhao Yi, seething with anger beside him, quickly stepped forward to restrain his shoulder. "Brother Yang, calm down. Since Pei has uncovered this much, he must have his reasons. How could Chunzheng?" Pei Tingyun's gaze remained composed. "General, Prince Rue's scheme is profound. Chunzheng's selection as a pawn must have its rationale. I require all details regarding your past with Chunzheng and how he conspired with the South." Yonglai's heavy breathing was pierced by Pei Tingyun's words, shattering the facade he had desperately maintained. The accumulated humiliation, resentment, and anguish surged forth like a torrential flood breaking its dam. He lifted his head, bloodshot eyes brimming with disgrace and overwhelming hatred, his chest heaving violently as if the pent-up rage within him were on the verge of eruption. Ultimately, that struggle transformed into a resolute despair akin to a pile of ashes. A voice emerged from the depths of his throat, hoarse and grating like stones scraping together. "Details? Very well. Allow this general to divulge every intricate detail. Let me tell you how the Yang family rotted from its very roots, giving rise to such treasonous scum. That mother of mine, that venomous woman Chun, was a wealthy merchant from Jiangnan. With her immense fortune, she wormed her way into the Yang family under the guise of a secondary wife, driving my birth mother to her death." Each word from Yonglai's lips was laced with venom. His father, feeble and cowardly, departed 2 years later, following his mother into the grave. Chunzheng, that golden nugget cherished by Chun and my money-hungry grandmother, was nurtured into a complete wastrel. Indulging in pleasures, he despised hard work. Zhao Yi, listening nearby, could hardly suppress his anger, exclaiming, "Damn it! The military achievements you earned with your life have become his means of enjoying a life of luxury." Yang Lai forced a self-deprecating smile. Once, out of a sense of familial duty, he had contemplated taking Chun Zheng under his wing for guidance. Yet how could he endure even the slightest hardship? Within less than half a month, he was howling in misery, displaying disgraceful behavior publicly, bringing shame upon me. Zahi guruntet heavidi. Yang Lai's expression grew increasingly desolate. Subsequently, the forces from the southern frontier secretly infiltrated the northwest, searching for pawns. Chun Zheng, being weak-willed, insatiably greedy, and unfortunately possessing a useless general as an older brother, naturally became their prime target. Wealth, beauty, and power easily corroded him. He gradually descended into a mere pawn of the southern frontier. Yang Lai's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists, nearly embedding them into his palms. He even colluded with the southern frontier's sorcerers, taking advantage of my moment of relaxation during my grandmother's birthday banquet to administer that insidiously potent binding curse. Pei Tingyun's gaze sharpened as he interjected, "We already have leads on this individual." Within the confidential letters seized from Chun Zheng's residence, there was mention of a southern contact known by the codename Green Bat. The letter states that this person is the elder from the southern frontier who cast the curse upon you. Skilled in manipulating the hearts of men. Zhao Yi slammed his thigh, his expression suddenly shifting. Damn it! This beast had the audacity to strike during the old matriarch's birthday celebration. He paused, furrowing his brow. Wait a moment, Brother Yang. Wasn't your grandmother's birthday banquet held last winter? I recall that during those days, the largest grain merchant in Yulin, Wan Fujiji rice store, was completely engulfed in flames overnight. Zhao Yi's eyes flickered with suspicion and fury as he struck the table, seemingly recalling something crucial, his voice tinged with excitement. Damn it, Wan Fujiji, I've just remembered. Hey, you must investigate immediately. Is it not true that Wan Fujiji is situated directly above the exit of an abandoned drainage ditch along the southern city wall? When news of the fire reached me, I was puzzled as to how it could burn so thoroughly. Those beasts couldn't possibly have used the flames as cover to empty out the military supplies from underground, could they? Pei Tingyun's gaze hardened, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice as cold as iron. General Zhao speaks the truth. The vast military provisions, amounting to tens of thousands of stones, could not be discreetly consumed and transported by Chun Zheng alone. He cast a glance at Yang Lai, his tone imbued with an undeniable penetrating force. Behind Chun Zheng, there must be a larger web, supporting him, perhaps even manipulating him.